Chapter 301 Conversation in Hagrid's Hut. Trapped on the covered bridge. Peter Pettigrew has come to get Harry along with another Death Eater. Sirius is injured. Hermione explained in a panic until Felix's hand rested on her shoulder. Calm down, Granger, I only have one question. His eyes fixed on her, and he asked seriously, do we still have time? Hermione blinked. Oh, she stammered, well, of course, that's what I came back for, we still have, about an hour. Oh, you used the time turner. Felix said calmly, we can talk as we go. Where do you think we should go now? Hagrid's hut. Hermione answered without thinking. Felix nodded. He tapped Hermione's shoulder with his wand. She found her whole body blending into her surroundings. So did the professor. She realized it is the effect of the disillusionment charm. If we want to do something, first we have to hide, Felix said. They made their way towards Hagrid's hut, and Felix first asked what concerned him most. Did you see any of the endings? I mean, did you witness the serious consequences, such as death? No, I only saw them trapped on the covered bridge, and a horde of Dementors attacking them, as well as a group of Aurors from the Ministry of Magic, and some students. The Ministry of Magic's Aurors? How did they get there? That woman in pink, whose last name is Umbridge. She's the one who summoned the Dementors and informed the Ministry of Magic. Hermione said in a shrill voice. In the pumpkin patch behind Hagrid's hut, a hippogriff snorted, its head raised warily, its nose constantly sniffing the air. Buckbeak, take it easy, we've met before. A gentle voice said. Oh, it's me, Hermione, I fed you, a slightly shaky female voice. Buckbeak looked blankly at the air. It recognized the owner of the voice, but could not see the person, which made it a little annoyed, so it stomped on the ground. The window of Hagrid's hut abruptly opened, and a voice asked, who's out there? Immediately afterward, a hairy head peeked out of the window, and it is Hagrid. He glanced warily out the window. Felix and Hermione hiding behind the big pumpkin, coupled with the cover of the disillusionment charm. Hagrid could only see. Buckbeak became fidgety. He shouted in the direction to the hippogriff, don't let strangers near, Buckbeak. Hagrid pulled his head back, and his growl came from the house, get it straight, Peter. Why did you hide in Ron's house for all those years and attack Harry with your men? A cowering voice said, no, it's not what you think, I'm worried about Harry, he's in danger. I have to get him out of school. Lupin's mild voice said, that's odd. If I'm not mistaken, your friend who escaped was wearing a Death Eater's hood. The cowering voice stammered, that's a disguise. Outside Hagrid's hut, behind a big pumpkin, Felix asked Hermione, you can talk to me now about what happened. Hermione straightened her thoughts and said, this afternoon, Harry came back from the Quidditch pitch, it was about 5 o'clock at the request of Professor McGonagall, he couldn't train too late. I know about it, but you were there. Felix asked. As far as he knew, Hermione wasn't really interested in Quidditch training. We made an appointment, and it was a serious mistake. We were going to visit Hagrid, and to avoid detection, I was the one who brought Harry's invisibility cloak. It was actually Harry and Ron who had been restricted so hard that they wanted to go and talk to their friends, and for that reason, they had prepared themselves in advance and covered themselves with their invisibility cloaks. And then what happened? We heard a movement at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, a conversation between two people who were discussing bringing Harry to someone. Hermione paused for a moment, but then we learned that they wanted to bring Harry to the Dark Lord. And one of them was Peter Pettigrew, as he got captured. Yes. Hermione said sadly, they mentioned Harry's parents, and Neville's parents, and said a lot, plus he taunted Peter Pettigrew for being a coward and saying he betrayed the Potters and still wanted to be a good person. Who was the other guy? Not sure, he is wearing a hood. Hermione shook her head, should also be a Death Eater. Felix said thoughtfully, no wonder we couldn't find Peter Pettigrew for so long, I thought he was being dormant, now it seems that he should be using this time to find his old master, and an additional companion. Hermione continued, Harry saw this as an opportunity to sneak up on those two people and force the truth about the year. We were almost close to success, 3 stunning spells hit Peter Pettigrew, and he passed out without the slightest resistance, but... Her eyes widened, the other guy counterattacked quickly, his spell was fast and strong, we were no match, Ron's leg was injured, we had to rely on the trees in the Forbidden Forest to keep retreating. It was an emergency, the tree trunk in front of us suddenly came to life, like a whomping willow, and its branches tied us up. That Death Eater let down his guard, and he gleefully said that he would bring Harry to the Dark Lord, who would use him to resurrect, and he would be the biggest contributor. Just at that moment, Sirius suddenly appeared. Oh, I almost didn't recognize him, he doesn't look much like he did on the wanted notice. Of course, he quickly fought with that Death Eater, a standoff for a while. The Death Eater woke Peter Pettigrew up, 2 against 1, Sirius quickly ran out of steam, he lost a lot of blood, and he was on verge of fainting. Then Professor Lupin and Snape appeared together, the chaotic battle ended, they again knocked Peter Pettigrew out, and the Death Eater took advantage of that situation to escape. After that, we came to Hagrid's hut and dressed Sirius's wounds, and also wanted to take the opportunity to interrogate Peter Pettigrew. Felix almost understood what happened before, however, it is worth noting that from the information revealed by the mouth of that Death Eater, Voldemort's order was to bring Harry alive to him, to resurrect with the help of Harry. He tried to think, what kind of magic is this? Hagrid said gruffly, so, back then you secretly changed the secret keeper, so this despicable villain, this traitor had the opportunity to take advantage of it. He happily told the Dark Lord, the secret. And you Sirius mistakenly thought the traitor was dead, so you didn't defend yourself out of guilt. He made a loud sniffling sound and muttered in a low voice, at which point Hermione in the room said timidly, "Oh, Mr. Black, but how did you show up in time today?" Sirius seemed a little surprised. You're Granger, right?" Because of this there is a rustling sound of rummaging through pockets. "A crumpy piece of paper?" Hagrid asked. "It's not a crumpy piece of paper, it's a Felix Happ's imitation of Marauder's map. It's a bit rudimentary and doesn't compare with the Marauder's map at all. I can only see a few key people, but that's enough. I stare at it when I'm not doing anything, and today I accidentally found Peter Pettigrew's name and I thought I was looking at it incorrectly. God knows how surprised I was, and then I saw Harry's name approaching him, and I rushed to contact Felix Happ, but there was no response at all. This guy, he promised me. Professor Happ?" Harry's puzzled voice asked. "Yeah, I got caught by him, remember, the time I got close to you with the polyjuice potion and I ended up getting caught." Sirius explained awkwardly about his not-so-pleasant escape experience. "In the pumpkin patch," Felix thought about it and said, "when he asked me for help, I should have been in a safe house, isolated from the outside world. Is it the kind Harry's parents used?" "You need to use the Fidelius charm," Hermione asked softly. "That's right." In the Hagrid hut, Sirius continued, "That's it, I'm being held in the old black mansion, I can't go anywhere. This afternoon, when I couldn't reach him, I realized something was wrong and used apparition to appear near the Forbidden Forest. I searched for a few minutes with that awful map and finally found you guys. Peter Pettigrew was down on the ground. How I wanted to give him a killing curse to immediately end his vile life." From the room came Peter Pettigrew's defense, and with a sobbing voice he said, "I wanted to be brave like you guys, but he grabbed me and kept forcing me." Sirius roared angrily, "So you chose to betray?" The room went into disarray, accompanied by a thud and a groan of pain from Peter Pettigrew, who seemed to have been punched hard, as he whimpered and sobbed. Lupin urged, "Calm down, Padfoot, we have to find out the truth from him." "I will listen to you," Sirius gasped, "I will continue. I wanted to kill Peter Pettigrew, but Harry's side was in much worse danger, so I joined the fight, and you all know exactly what happened after that." Lupin also explained the reason why he rushed there. "I do not have that imitation map, however, Professor Happ gave me a golden galleon, which is connected to the Marauder's map, and if Peter Pettigrew appears, it will react. Coincidentally, I was with Severus." "How did you get together?" Harry asked. "I came to deliver Lupin's potion." Snape's distinctive cold voice said, "Do you want to know what it is, Potter?" "I'll tell you myself, Severus. There's no need to hide it any longer. It's a wolfsbane potion, Harry, and I'm a werewolf." Lupin said. "What? Professor, you are?" Harry asked in surprise. "Yes, I am a werewolf. Dumbledore gave me the opportunity to go to school and showed me the wider world. He invited me last year to come and assume this position at Hogwarts, and he promised to provide me some complimentary wolfsbane potion, a potion that will make me a little better on the full moon, which is rare outside, and I have Severus to thank for that." Felix and Hermione waited quietly for 10 minutes as the door of Hagrid's hut opened. Hermione narrated from the sidelines, "Next, we'll split up. Hagrid will take Ron to the hospital wing, the wound on his leg is starting to puss, and I will follow, as the rest of us will take Peter Pettigrew to the castle Great Hall, ready to hand him over to the Ministry of Magic's Auror stationed at the school. Isn't that perfect? Why did the accident happen? It was Umbridge. She secretly placed many detectors in the school to monitor everything moving in the school. She said all this herself, in order to take credit in front of Fudge. There are 331 chapters on P_Atrian. 302, Chapter 302 Burning, 2 in 1 chapter. Hagrid, who is carrying Ron, is first to come out of the hut, followed by another Hermione. After that, a short man tied up tightly floated out. His whole body is in an upside-down position, head down and feet up, and his head hitting the ground from time to time on the rocks. Ouch! The short man's face swelled up a good chunk, his hands were bound behind him and twisted together, and his clothes were torn and tattered. To avoid the rock, he tilted his head oddly to the side. "Sirius, please. You earned it, Peter. You should be glad Harry is kind enough." A wand reached forward in his hand. Sirius' alert face became visible, and he limped as Harry and Lupin supported him left and right. Walking at the end is Snape, his expression is intriguing, the wand in his hand is aimed at Peter Pettigrew the whole time. Sirius, you should go to the hospital wing too, Harry whispered. No. I want to see him damned with my own eyes. Sirius showed his teeth and smiled ominously, better give him a Dementor kiss after that. His wand lowered downward, and Peter Pettigrew let out an ear-piercing cry of pain. Hermione hid behind the giant pumpkin, probing and peering. Professor, what are we going to do? Professor McGonagall warned me not to change the past. I also think it is necessary to be cautious, but... Felix gently hooked his fingers, a small stone noiselessly stuck the Peter Pettigrew, who is falling again. When they went far away, Felix and Hermione came out of the shadows. Professor, what did you just do? I marked Peter Pettigrew with my magic just in case, as you just said, they would be trapped on the covered bridge, and if he took advantage of the chaos and turned into a rat to escape, I would be able to find him. Hermione seriously thought about it, also felt that this is a good idea. The two stayed far behind them as they walked along, and Hagrid took great strides, and it didn't take long to leave the rest of them behind, and the other Hermione who followed him had to jog after him. Hermione said with a strange look in her eyes, from this angle, I looked so silly, Hagrid took one step and I had to take three. Felix laughed softly, but soon his expression became serious. I do not want to touch the forbidden zone of time, so I plan to let everything step by step develop until that future that you see arrived, and then I will appear. Hermione nodded, this should be the best way. She imagined it, when the army of Dementors attacked the covered bridge half an hour later, Professor Hap would show up and save everyone in one fell swoop. At the same time, it did not change what happened in the past, and they also can save everyone. As the two walked unhurriedly, keeping 200 or 300 feet between them and Harry, as Felix inquired, I have a few more small questions. How did you hear Umbridge and Fudge's conversation? Hermione explained, I followed Hagrid to the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey said Ron was in no danger, so I returned to check on Harry's group and ended up accidentally seeing Umbridge greeting Fudge, with a group of Aurors behind him. She said angrily, that woman was so rude, relying on the power of the Minister of Magic, and was particularly rude to Professor McGonagall. If it weren't for Headmaster Dumbledore's absence. She had a confrontation with Professor McGonagall. That's right. Professor McGonagall questioned why she allowed the Dementors into the school, but Umbridge didn't even look at her and just fawned over Fudge. That's right. Felix looked ahead, with Sirius, the injured man. The guys weren't walking very fast. Especially since there is an uphill slope to climb, which makes their speed even slower. The wind carried their conversation over, and it is Sirius' tangled voice, I don't know if anyone has ever told you Harry, I'm your godfather. 10 minutes later. Coming. Felix suddenly broke the silence. Hermione looked in the direction of his sight and vaguely saw a pink, round gooey shape. She said suspiciously, is it that woman? Then they heard a long wind whistle. Hermione felt a chill down her spine. A black creature floated from the sky, like a black plastic bag blown by the wind. It quickly flew towards Harry and the rest, and at that moment Harry and the rest were still some distance away from the covered bridge. Hermione inhaled deeply, as more and more Dementors appeared. They were like the Black Plague, responding to Umbridge's call, enveloping a small half of the sky. It's a Dementor. She heard Professor Lupin's voice in the distance saying, how could Dementors appear in the school? The Ministry of Magic has guaranteed, quickly use the Patroness charm. At this point, the dusk is approaching, the sunset is half obscured, with half of the light swallowed up, and the Dementors are suspended high in midair, constantly emitting a black mist, as if the night came early. A bright silver light pierced the darkness, it is Lupin's spell, he propped up a silver barrier, it is an incomplete Patroness. Not far from them, let's get closer, Felix said, and he covered the two with a light silver glow. Professor, what is this? Hermione looked at her glowing hand. Unpleasant memories, the Dementors will subconsciously avoid us, of course, provided they have better options. Felix said. The two came closer, close enough to see the expressions on Lupin's face as he shouted urgently, Harry. Sirius. Use the Patroness charm, and Severus, use it if you can. The silver barrier he held up continued to condense, a large-sized solid Patroness appeared. It is a wolf, Lupin's most loathsome creature, but at the moment he had to use it. With the appearance of the wolf Patroness, the crisis is temporarily alleviated. The giant silver wolf hissed silently, leaping and slapping away one Dementor after another. Harry's mind sobered up a bit, his lips trembled, and he subconsciously recited the incantation, Ex. Peck, to Patronum. A silvery mist flew out of the tip of his wand, and with the shimmering light of the unshaped Patroness, he felt better, the initial feeling of suffocation disappeared, and he breathed heavily. It's not enough. Not enough. Lupin shouted, Sirius, Severus. However, Snape did not move, his expression stiffened, the wand in his hand clenched tightly, his bone knuckles turned white. Sirius lightly nudged one leg on the ground, he raised his wand high and kept chanting, Expecto Patronum! Expecto Patronum! Expecto Patronum! Damn, I can't do it. What do you mean you can't do it? We learned it together. Lupin called out. I can't, all those happy memories related to James. Sirius covered his face in pain, under the influence of the Dementors, his lips, like Snape's, became bluish. Harry looked at Sirius as if he knew the man for the first time and truly recognized his godfather identity. He summoned up the courage to recall all kinds of happy memories, the silver light kept turning over and over, and something gradually took shape. But there are too many Dementors, let's go to the bridge. Lupin said decisively. The bound Peter Pettigrew is placed on the right side, and he rolled his eyes, constantly figuring out the escape route. Be honest, Peter. There's a cliff down there. Sirius said threateningly, pushing him hard and allowing him to walk on his own. The green light on Snape's wand disappeared, and he glared at Sirius viciously, as he looked at Sirius perplexed. They climbed up to the covered bridge as they fought and retreated. Lupin was the only one on the scene with a full battle power, but his patroness was unable to confront the army of hundreds of Dementors, especially as they kept spewing black smoke. The bone-chilling cold made everyone's breath smoky white, and they felt like they were going to freeze. Snape sent several red lights towards the sky, as his face darkened. Definitely, some people will be here in a while. While all the Dementors were drawn away, Felix whispered next to her, when time goes back to normal, you should appear on the other side of the covered bridge, right? Yes, I followed the Ministry of Magic and watched it from afar, then I hid and used the time tuner. Hermione said, looking anxiously at the bridge, it should be soon, people from the Ministry of Magic will be here soon. You should worry about yourself. In a moment, the Ministry of Magic people come over, how will you get through the covered bridge and reach the other side? Felix asked calmly, if I remember correctly, after using the time turner you should return to the initial place, right? Hermione gave him a surprised look, you're right, Professor, it is necessary to form a closed loop in time and space. She suddenly realized the problem and screamed, then what should I do, oh my god. If I can't get back in time, she winced in fear as she remembered the consequences of abusing the time turner which she had read about. How much time gap between the last time you saw Harry and when you used the time turner? About 7 or 8 minutes. A number of students were rushing over here, so I hide in the lavatory to avoid them while using the time turner. That's enough. I will create an opportunity for you to cloak yourself in the invisibility cloak at that time, and with the additional effect of the disillusionment charm, you should be able to pass through them. Felix looked at her seriously, be sure to take advantage of the opportunity. Hermione nodded heavily, she did not know what the professor is going to do, but she trusted him completely without reservation. For now, you better stay here on your invisibility cloak and be always ready. Hermione hurriedly put on the invisibility cloak, and Felix applied various spells to block the smell and sound, and she seemed like she didn't exist anymore. Then, Felix covered himself with a disillusionment charm, then stepped on the covered bridge. Across the bridge footsteps heard, Umbridge in her pink dress stood out conspicuously, she appeared with a smile on her face leading a dozen or so Aurors as she said in a shrill voice, Minister, just ahead. The short, stout figure leading the group is none other than the Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge. He is followed by Professor McGonagall, who took one look at the scene on the covered bridge and her eyes immediately widened, Minister Fudge, you have to stop these Dementors. They're attacking a professor of Hogwarts or 2 of them. Umbridge giggled, that's because they're mixed up with the most vicious fugitive from Azkaban you see, they're also attacking members of the Ministry of Magic. Minerva and I thought you won't cover for them. Severus and Remus won't shelter a fugitive. McGonagall said angrily. Fudge patted his stomach, don't worry, Minerva, we can control the Dementors, and they won't hurt either of the professors, or I won't be able to explain to Dumbledore. He used his eyes to indicate Umbridge. Umbridge pulled out a black whistle from her pocket, puffed out her cheeks, and blew it. She looked like a toad that is ready to hunt its prey. The whistle sounded, the Dementors received the command, and their attack became more violent, constantly shuttling and flying through the gaps on the covered bridge, and the air solidified into ice crystals. Wisps of black mist were blown by the wind and drifted toward the people of the Ministry of Magic, then Fudge winced and muttered in a low voice, nasty things. He tightened his collar and watched the bridge with rapt attention as the professor named Snape shot out an invisible spell from his wand that, magically, slightly halted the Dementors' attack. But Fudge held out his thick stubby finger, who is that man tied up? Professor McGonagall looked carefully for a moment and exclaimed, it's Peter Pettigrew. How is it possible, isn't he dead? Fudge asked in disbelief, he felt a hint of ominous feeling, as if something had gone wrong. The sudden appearance of a person who had been dead for more than 10 years, no matter how you think about it, is not normal. Umbridge rolled her eyes, Minister, maybe this hero did not die back then, just lost his memory, he recently saw the news of Sirius Black's escape from prison, and got stimulated as he recovered his memory, at the same time decided to fight against the strong enemy from more than a decade ago again. Fudge's eyes lit up. What you say is pretty much the way. No. Professor McGonagall suddenly said, Peter Pettigrew is an illegal animagus who disguised himself as a rat and spent more than 10 years in the house of one of my students. Dumbledore suspected that the Potters were betrayed by someone else. Minister Fudge, you should stop attacking and figure out the truth first. Fudge frowned as he said uneasily, what are you talking about? Peter Pettigrew is a hero recognized by the Ministry of Magic, a recipient of the First-Class Order of Merlin, how can? But he knew Professor McGonagall's character, she never spoke falsely. Fudge sort of uncertain, hesitantly watching the battle on the covered bridge. This moment is already the most critical point. Snape has been using covered dark magic, the effect is not really obvious on the Dementors, but can barely support it. Dementors became irritable, the flames that Sirius cast out became weaker and weaker, and finally, one of the Dementors flew past him, sweeping away the only happy memories he had left. No, his wand dropped. There came a gap in the defense, and more Dementors pounced on him. The silver mist that Harry held up became thinner and thinner, and he felt like he is holding a mountain, as he bent down overwhelmed. Various visions began to appear in his mind, and once again he heard his mother's voice, this time it's exceptionally clear. He tried his best to struggle against it, but his response became weaker and weaker. Immediately afterward, Harry found himself surrounded by warmth, and he heard a gentle voice say, Harry, pull yourself together and think of happy memories. Harry found himself free of the Dementor's influence, and he regained consciousness, glancing quickly around the scene, keenly noticing the silvery glow brewing at the tip of Snape's wand, but he has no time to think about it. 7 or 8 steps away from him, he saw his godfather slump to the ground, a Dementor leaning close and lifting the tattered hood from its head, revealing a rotting hole that looked like a mouth, and he even smelled putrid breath. No, no! He shouted. He felt a surge of greater power that he never had before. The magic continued to converge, the silver mist rolled like a continuous wave. From the surface of the water a dazzling silver creature stepped out, standing still, a silver ripple rippled apart, tossing the Dementors far away. Immediately after, it began to run in a circle around Harry. Silver Horn-Tip sent one Dementor after another flying, the Dementor army backed away and scattered. Umbridge and Fudge felt surprised to the point that their mouths could not close. This is Harry Potter? Fudge asked oddly. Umbridge froze for a moment, then took the whistle and blew it hard, urging the Dementors to attack. What do you want, old woman? Unbeknownst to them, a group of students gathered behind them, and they said with righteous indignation. A spell flew out from the corner and hit Umbridge's black whistle directly. The whistle exploded with a bang, and Umbridge fell to the ground with a cry. Who? Who attacked the Ministry of Magic's high officials? Fudge exclaimed angrily. Professor McGonagall raised her wand, followed by the students gathered behind her. She suppressed her anger and said sternly, Minister Fudge, order the Dementors to stop attacking immediately. If something goes wrong, you will definitely regret it. Fudge looked around blankly. He never experienced having so many wands pointed at him. As far as his eyes could see there would be a young, angry face. Even the elite aurors he had brought with him did not have the slightest fighting spirit. They can't fight against this many students. Fudge's attitude softened, and he tried his best to defend himself. I'm, actually, not. He froze for a few seconds, turned around, and ordered loudly, bring the Dementors back, aurors out, don't hurt anyone. A subordinate next to him whispered a reminder, Minister, the whistle that controls the Dementors blew up. Fudge thundered, can't control the Dementors without that damn whistle. The man said in horror, normally you can, but right now they are badly traumatized and desperately need to feed. Fudge's pupils dilated for a moment as if responding to those words. The scattered Dementors regrouped. They did not die, but their robes got tattered and torn, and a few had large, bright holes in their chests. These got poked by Harry's patroness, but they aren't considered fatal wounds, not even a minor one. The form is dispensable to the Dementors, but they feel the hunger, and there's a feast right in front of them. They aimed at the students behind aurors and kept circling like funeral crows, only they looked a little apprehensive in the face of their former controllers, as they sucked the air in the periphery, the temperature dropping visibly, and many students exhaled a white mist with pale faces. On the other side, Harry leaned against the fence, breathing heavily. He is dead tired, barely keeping himself from collapsing. The patroness jogged back toward him, neither a horse nor a unicorn, but a stag. It glowed all over, and when he reached out to touch the sharp horns on its head, the patroness dissipated. It worked. He managed to save Sirius, Professor Lupin, and Snape. Harry's eyes swept around, his own godfather lying on the ground, breathing heavily. His expression is one of relief after getting robbed. Lupin sitting wearily on the ground. He turned his head to look at Snape, only to see Snape dragging his shaky body, waving his wand like a sharp blade, shooting a haunting green magic spell from the tip of his wand. His eyes widened for a moment. The reality seemed to overlap with the dream. He once again heard his mother's screams. followed by the green light that filled his vision. That is a killing spell. How can Snape use this spell? No, who was he using it on? Harry realized with hindsight that Peter Pettigrew had disappeared, leaving only his clothes on the floor, and his eyes followed the direction of Snape's spell to see a rat desperately fleeing. Snape wanted to kill Peter Pettigrew. But just then, a hand appeared out of the air and gripped Snape's wand. Severus, he's not worth it. Don't stop me, Felix. Snape's face twisted, and in his eyes were biting with hatred, more intense than Harry had ever seen. Let me finish my revenge. I beg you. There's a better way, Felix said. He flung out a magic spell. The rat's body suddenly lit up, its head stretched, as did its torso. He broke away from the state of animagus and stumbled to his knees. Peter Pettigrew had the worst luck. He only just ran to the other end of the bridge, and a dozen steps away, there is a group of aurors and students, who originally staring uneasily at the restless Dementors, but at this moment, they can't help but be attracted by this unexpected sight. 7 or 8 Dementors glided and floated down, and one of them strangled Peter Pettigrew's neck and loosened the hood on its face. No. Spare me, I shouldn't have betrayed you, James, Lily, it was the Dark Lord who forced me, he's too strong, you don't know what he's capable of. Peter Pettigrew shouted in despair. The aurors from the Ministry of Magic stared in disbelief, their raised wands suspended in midair, and everyone, including McGonagall, froze in place as they were all shocked at Peter Pettigrew's sudden outburst of shocking statements. At the end of his life, he seemed to come to his senses and yelled desperately, he's coming back. The one who cannot be even mentioned by name is coming back. I've done something wrong, forgive. His voice ended abruptly as the Dementor sucked out his soul. Snape took a few steps back, lost in thought, and fell to the ground. The whole thing seemed to paralyze him. He covered his face and muttered. After a while, Fudge said loudly, ridiculous. What a bunch of lies he's spewing. Professor McGonagall said pointedly, only you think so, he has said clearly enough. Also, your Dementor is out of control. The Dementor is really out of control. Peter Pettigrew's soul stimulated them, and instead of being satisfied, they wanted to drink some soup and water after the feast and began to approach the group tentatively. Fudge backed away in terror and shrunk himself into the crowd. Protect me, use the Patronus charm. But unfortunately, the Patronus charm is not some common spell, which is not a requirement even for Auror. Only 4 of the people on the scene, including McGonagall combined, knew the Patronus charm. McGonagall frowned. She did not expect the Ministry of Magic to be so incompetent, especially the Minister of Magic, Fudge, who looked like he is going to be scared silly. She controlled her Patronus, as Harry had done. An intense light converged, but then she heard Felix's voice. Right now. What now? She looked back, her mouth wide open in surprise, as Felix stood at the edge of the bridge. His hand created a colorless, transparent vortex, blue magic surging around his body as a Dementor got ripped off, shrunken, and plunged headfirst into the vortex. 1, 2, 10, 20, Dementors were falling uncontrollably away from their sides, falling from the sky like black rain. Felix maintained his magic as he felt a light presence pass by. It is Hermione cloaked in an invisibility cloak. He curled the corner of his mouth. A good opportunity to seize, Miss Granger. Thank you, Professor. Hermione said softly. She carefully avoided Aurors and Professor McGonagall as she passed through a group of students. Who's bumping into me? Someone muttered disgruntledly. Don't squeeze, everyone can see. Professor Hap is so cool, and Harry's Patronus, oh my god, it's unbelievable. After 10 seconds or so, there is no longer a single Dementor in the sky. Felix held up the spherical vortex, looked at a crowd of dumbfounded people from Minister of Magic and Aurors. He whispered, since these Dementors are out of control to the point of attacking students and Minister of Magic, there is no need to keep them. Pang! The spherical vortex ignited with eerie white flames. The vortex began to rotate violently. Large streams of black smoke gushed out, transforming into a distorted face, but soon burned up by the flames again. The black dots in the vortex disappeared one by one as if they had never appeared. Umbridge, whose nose is covered with blood, opened her eyes and saw the image of Felix burning the Dementors, and the memory of what had happened before surfaced, and she screamed and fainted. Hi, Mr. Hap, Fudge said shakily. Felix showed his white teeth. No need to say thanks, it's what I should do. Note. There will be only 1 chapter tomorrow because this is 2 in 1 chapter. There are 331 chapters on P_Atrian. 303, Chapter 303 Sirius and Creaker. A few days ago. 12 Grimmauld Place Black's old mansion. Sirius slouched on the sofa, looking idle, his black curly hair casually draped. Compared to a month or so ago, he looked much better, with a little more flesh on his face, finally no longer looked like a skeleton that just dug out from the grave. Instead, he looked somewhat skinny and normal. His feet stomped on an elegant and antique coffee table, and every once in a while, Sirius would glance at the palm-sized piece of paper, which, in addition to some simple lines, is densely packed with small black dots, with only a few names written in golden ink occasionally moving. He stayed like that till noon when the house elf Kriaker appeared dragging his body. Sirius's attention shifted. Kriaker holding a dirty rag in his hand, it is hard to tell which is cleaner, this rag or the rag he is wearing on his body, maybe this rag is his worn-out cloth? Sirius wondered idly, when Kriaker slowly, step by step moved to his side. Sirius glanced at him with lingering gaze, watched him jump onto the coffee table, holding up the rag and muttering, the loser young master doesn't know where he learned the bad habit, just putting his feet like this, the lady usually likes to drink tea here, and has also entertained many equally noble guests. Kriaker, your feet are dirtier than my shoes. Sirius yelled in anger. Carries many precious memories. If the lady knows it you don't know how sad. Sirius's eyebrows jumped for a while, the frown between his brows went away, and he jumped up at once, as he grabbed the cloth behind the neck of the house elf, let's call it the back collar, and prepared to throw him out. Kriaker did not resist, still chattering, no match for his brother, who truly bears the responsibility. You're talking about Regulus. Sirius paused in his tracks and said, he's an idiot, I always thought he was smart enough to know how to save himself. And what happened? He ran off and joined the Death Eaters. Young Master Regulus is not an idiot. Kriaker struggled fiercely, his body swung around, he looked like some kind of wind-up toy, he is 10,000 times better than you, he joined the Death Eaters instead of you. What did you say? Sirius glared and lifted Kriaker high, carrying him to the same eye level as him, tell me clearly. But Kriaker kept struggling, his nose and eyes were all messy with tears and snot. Sirius tossed him to the couch in disgust. I'm telling you, Kriaker. He's an admirer of Voldemort, always has been. Know why everyone in the family prefers him? Because he lives up to what they want Noble Black to be like. I even wrote him a letter asking him to stay away from Voldemort and hide. How did it turn out? He joined the Death Eaters as soon as he graduated. My parents must be overjoyed to finally clear my stain, they can say to the outside world again that a brave little hero has come out of their family, no. Kriaker laid on the floor, whimpering and sobbing, his mouth spewing out a series of profanities, no shame, make Muggle friends, dirty, cowardly, smelly. Sirius said angrily, stinky? Then I'll show you the Muggle way, and to be honest, I've wanted to do it for a long time. He carried Kriaker to the second-floor bathroom, and threw him into the bathtub, as he opened the faucet with a small snake pattern, so dirty, I spent 12 years in Azkaban, but still not as outrageous as you. Kriaker was held by Sirius, cleaned from head to toe on one side, he also used his wand to conjure up a brush, constantly scrubbing, even Kriaker's bare scalp wrinkles dirt are clean, he said proudly, now you should be satisfied, right? I serve you as your master. A minute later, he began to regret, the water in the bathtub looked like a dozen bottles of ink had been poured into it, and gave off a stench, vomit. He could not help but feel nausea. Unbelievably he raised Kriaker's hand, you are using this hand to cook for me these days. Sirius opened the stopper of the bathtub and let the water flow, and kept it running for half an hour. Kriaker sat on the couch clean and dry, his skin flushed with pink, even the hair in his bat-like ears are like white and fluffy as cotton wool, and he looked uncomfortable, staring at his toes for a moment. Sirius came out of the bathroom, as he had a bath too, or else he would carry a strange smell. He looked at the silent Kriaker with satisfaction, lying comfortably on the sofa reading comics, which the guy called Felix Happ gave him, saying that it's to let him pass the time, along with a pile of Easter eggs. He picked the ugliest one and gave it to Kriaker. The afternoon time passed pleasantly, even the air is much fresher. In the late afternoon, he walked out of the old black mansion and went to the community room of Grimmauld Place. Yo, young man, again today. A dry, thin old man said. Yeah, Sirius said carelessly, arranging some pieces, I go first. Then you should have taken the white pieces. The old man said. Does it matter? Sirius picked a black knight in his hand as he muttered, if only this piece could move. The old man laughed freely, you're funny, but it can't. The two played 2 games, both ended with Sirius losing. In the third game, he kept scratching his chin, thinking hard, I remember it wasn't that hard, I was able to make 60 or 70 moves when I played with Remus. An old woman carrying a cloth bag came into the community room, glancing around, as she approached and grabbed the old man by the ear, your son and daughter-in-law are back, and you're still playing chess here. Finish this game, said the old man, with a pleading tone. So the old woman sat next to them and watched them play chess. The old man frowned, and by now it had reached a critical stage, and the two were killing each other, and the old woman looked on coldly and suddenly said, Old man, move your queen. Right. In Sirius's dumbfounded expression, the old man used his white queen to kill Sirius's black knight. That's not fair. Sirius said, 2 of you against just me. The old woman grinned, you can just ignore him, he was taught by me. However, she stopped talking, but the situation is irreversible, and Sirius watched as he got checkmated to death. The old man scattered the chessboard. This game doesn't count, we'll play again later. He left with the old woman in tow. My son didn't fight with the family across the street, did he? No, they sent a gift. What's the word? Reformed. These 6 months they no longer play the stereo in the middle of the night. I said it and you did not believe me. I listened to the advice of a young man, then handed a card to them, and just like this young man, he has dark hair. Meanwhile, in a gloomy and dilapidated inn, a shrill voice whispered, his voice as cold and harsh as the icy wind, "Go on, Barty, inform Peter, to bring Harry Potter to me, I want him alive." "As you command, my lord. I will give my life for you." Barty Crouch Jr. with his light yellow messy hair said fervently. "No, my dear Barty," said the voice behind the chair, "you must remember that this is only a risky attempt under Dumbledore's nose and you must first save yourself." Number Elijah Rabrin, thanks for your support. There are 332 chapters on P_Atreon. 304, Chapter 304 Follow up and lock it. Fudge's face looked somewhat embarrassed. The expression on his face is rather wonderful, it is like when a person is happy, in the most confident moment, but suddenly got knocked down from that feeling by a slap. Fudge wiped the emerging false sweat, and stammered, "Really, that's wonderful." Felix said sincerely, "Now that it's over, the Ministry of Magic's Aurors team stationed at Hogwarts." "Ah, of course, we should withdraw them, the Ministry of Magic is now severely understaffed." Fudge immediately agreed, "You know, hosting 2 major events in a row." Felix wrapped up his magic with satisfaction and hid the dementors that had been trapped under the noses of a group of Aurors from the Ministry of Magic in the compartment of his ring, which he had used last year to contain the Molly, one of the harvests from his and Belby's adventures in the Forbidden Forest. As for the number of dementors, not much. Only a dozen, after all, the show still cost some capital. Felix and Fudge then made small talk, and Fudge spoke in a complimenting manner, even with a touch of flattery, promising to give him the best possible tickets to the Quidditch World Cup this summer, which Felix accepted with a smile, despite not really needing them. "This time it was indeed a mistake in our part, no, a mistake of a certain person." Fudge glanced disgustedly at the unconscious Umbridge. "We will restore the damage to a minimum, please rest assured." As he spoke these words, Umbridge's body trembled. So faking unconsciousness, thought Felix, it seems that he really has left a huge psychological shadow on this high official of the Ministry of Magic, who would rather lie on the ground than face him. Probably not that entirely, she might not want to face the cruel fact. Fudge left in a hurry with his men, he had a mess to clean up. He even had arranged for a reporter to come over in a high profile. According to his plan, the front page photo should be him escorting Sirius Black out of the Hogwarts, majestically announcing that he would not leave any ground for evil to survive, but halfway through the play there was an accident, after which it was like a wild horse off the leash, running all the way in a completely unpredictable direction. Umbridge is lying on a morphed stretcher, floating away, next to the body of Peter Pettigrew. She is now depressed as if dead. It is estimated that she will be in the cold after she returns, not sure when she can regain Fudge's trust. When he reached the main entrance of Hogwarts, Fudge signaled one of his men to go out early. The unlucky Auror walked out of the school with a blank face, facing a blinding flash. He hurriedly blocked his face up and kept waving his other hand, "Stop filming. Don't film me." After a few minutes, Fudge carefully exposed half of his head to confirm that all the reporters had been driven away, before he quickly led his team away. Unlike the Ministry of Magic who left in distress, Hogwarts side having an opposite scene, the students cheered and raised their wands, shooting a sparkle from the tip of their wands. Red, green, yellow, and blue, looked like a grand fireworks show. Hermione quietly appeared, gestured at Felix with a smooth gesture, followed the students jumping randomly twice, pretending that she had actually been present. At that moment, a few people from the bridge came over, Harry holding Sirius and Lupin dragging Severus behind him. "Harry! Your patroness is awesome!" Quidditch Captain Oliver Wood scooped Harry up, and before he could react, he found himself being lifted onto the shoulders of the crowd as they cheered and threw Harry into midair. "We are victorious! We've won!" The crowd yelled excitedly, their voices rising above one another, and as Harry got tossed to the top, he turned his head to the side. Sirius smiled at him, and Harry felt something stir in his chest, a happy emotion sufficient for him to draw his wand and let the silver stag patroness fly out of his wand tip once more, as it leaped through the air. A few bold students tried to pull Felix over as well in the middle, bravely came forward to throw Professor Hap into the air with Harry, but that didn't happen. When Professor Hap stared at them with a calm look, the students backed off tacitly and returned to Harry's side. A little later, Dumbledore returned, and in the headmaster's office, he listened patiently to all this and smiled. "Looks like I missed quite a scene." He looked at Sirius and said pleasantly, "Tomorrow, I'm going to go to the Ministry of Magic and talk to Fudge about pardoning you." Professor McGonagall said, "The Ministry of Magic will surely compromise, Too many people heard what Peter Pettigrew said before he died. Dumbledore nodded slightly. I agree with you, Minerva. But I also know how deaf Fudge is. He paused slightly to skim over the subject. Peter Pettigrew, did he really mention that Voldemort is coming back? It seems that he did a lot of things in the months that he disappeared. Felix reminded, he also found a helper for Voldemort, and we know nothing about the identity of this person. Dumbledore said mildly, you're right, Voldemort has been lingering in the Albanian forest before, but it won't be long before he appears in the open if nothing unexpected happens. The Albanian forest. According to my sources, he hides in the depths of the forest, possessing various small animals, Dumbledore said thoughtfully, perhaps Peter Pettigrew just obtained the help of those little friends of his. Felix knew what the headmaster meant, he is referring to the rats, Peter Pettigrew can communicate with rats. But Albus, Professor McGonagall said in shock, if he was there all along, why? Because there's nothing we can do to him, he's no better than a ghost, he's like a shadow of nothingness. Believe me, Minerva, he must be agonizing like that. Dumbledore said. Out of the headmaster's office, Sirius found Felix, his expression rather complicated. I know you have researched old objects. What? Felix looked at him and snickered, you want to sell some of the Black family's collection. Sirius brushed it off, I'll give you any piece you like for free. Do not interrupt, Kreaker told me something, related to Voldemort, but also related to my brother. Your brother? Regulus Arcturus Black, he is not quite the same as I thought. Anyway, he stole something from Voldemort and got himself into it for that reason, and I think it must be very important to Voldemort. Felix's expression became serious, what is it? A gold locket, dirty, with a small snake on it, if Kreaker had not confessed, I would not have cared, too many similar gadgets at home, Sirius described it carefully. He continued, but I studied half a day to find that it's really not ordinary, Kreaker can't destroy it, and so can I. Even if I use the maximum power of magic, I can only barely cut a small opening on it, and it didn't take long for it to recover on its own. Felix paused, difficult to destroy, self-repair, these are the characteristics of Horcrux. The book Advanced Dark Magic Unveiled that he saw in Black's old mansion has a very detailed description of the extreme characteristics of the Horcrux. In addition to being indestructible and resistant to most spells, it also has a strong ability to repair itself with magic, if you can't find the right method, even if the Horcrux is torn, smashed, or crushed into powder. It is useless if you can't find the right way to destroy it. The known methods of destroying the Horcrux is either with a fiend fire, or by washing it with a huge amount of magic power, but the latter is something that only a wizard at the level of the four giants has. Let's go there now. Felix said decisively. They turned down a hallway and saw Harry around the corner, his head slumped as he wondered about something. Harry. Sirius said, why are you here all alone, aren't you celebrating with your friends? Harry stammered, not much of a celebration. I went to see Ron, and he's all right, except for the whole Scabbers thing which made him a bit nauseous. When I came back, I heard you were in the headmaster's office, so, I came to see. How's your injury? Nothing serious, you see, it's all just a few minor injuries. Sirius exaggeratedly kicked his leg. Harry smiled as he said expectantly, so, do you have time now? Will you be staying at Hogwarts tonight? I can leave my bed for you. Sirius looked at him hesitantly and Felix said kindly, Harry can come with us, just send him back before lights out. Harry looked at them in confusion, leaving school this late? Where are they going? When he saw the fireplace in the professor's office burst into flames, he instantly recalled, Fluo powder. I've seen it at Ron's house and used it. He thought back to his few not-so-pleasant experiences with Fluo powder, he hated the feeling of spinning around and getting dizzy in the fireplace, but he must admit that compared to an apparition, Fluo powder has been considered a rather comfortable way to travel. Don't worry, Harry. Sirius said, hold your breath and remember, 12 Grimmauld Place. Harry grabbed a handful of Fluo powder and sprinkled it in the fireplace. The fire leaped up and turned into a turquoise color as he held his breath and read out, 12 Grimmauld Place. Then his figure disappeared. In the office, Sirius didn't move a muscle. You have something to say to me? Felix asked. I actually want to ask you a favor. Sirius took a deep breath, his fists clenched, I want to bring Regulus back. Regulus? You said before. Felix snapped back to attention, he's not in the locket he took from Voldemort, but in somewhere hidden. Sirius nodded, I've been there, but I couldn't even get through the door. There are 334 chapters on P_Atrian. 305, Chapter 305 Parseltongue and Locket. With the Easter holiday ending tomorrow I will have class after that, then after 2 days it's a weekend, how about scheduling it for that day? Felix suggested. Can't we do it tonight? Both of us can go together now. Sirius said impatiently. If that place is Voldemort's secret hideout, he will let us leave in comfort. Felix asked him rhetorically, especially, Felix had basically determined in his heart that it is where Voldemort placed his Horcrux first, it is better to be cautious. Sirius, I need to make some preparations, and so do you look a little impatient now. You're right, Felix. Sirius said finally. Felix smiled weakly, come on, Harry's waiting for us. The two walked into the fireplace, one after the other. The black old mansion. Harry curiously surveyed the awfully old house elf, he couldn't help but compare him with Dobby, despite the completely different appearance and clothes, the two had a surprisingly consistent temperament, both looked like the butler he had seen in the Muggle TV series. Dobby's butler vibe is a little more obvious, as he has a little suit compared to the house elf in front of him. Hello, what's your name? Harry greeted in a friendly manner. Creaker paused and muttered a little, but Harry didn't hear him, then he straightened his clean white cloth, bowed respectfully, and said, You may call me Creaker, honored guest, welcome to Black's ancestral house. Harry blushed a little, he didn't quite get used to the house elf greetings, I actually, wait, Black's ancestral house? This is Sirius's house. That's right, said Creaker, the young master was born and raised here, although he ran away from home when he was young without thinking. He showed a sly look, but when in danger, he still thought of this place first. Harry asked for details with great interest, he wanted to know more about his godfather, and upon learning that Harry is Sirius's godson, Creaker's attitude is much more respectful and willing to disclose more hidden things. The young master has been crying for the past few days, Creaker heard it all, but the young master is dead set on not admitting. Creaker. Shut up. The fireplace flickered again, Sirius came out of it, and as soon as he came in, he heard Creaker slandering him, and his nose almost flared up with anger. He strides over and picks Creaker up off the floor and said loudly, Don't mention it to anyone again. Creaker said respectfully, but Mr. Potter is the godson of the master, and as your heir, he has the right to know. I said, no. Sirius' lips quivered, go make a tea. As ordered. Creaker's figure flickered and disappeared. Felix watched from the side for a while, a smile flashed under his eyes, so, your relationship has improved. Which eye did you see that? He's still as annoying as ever. Sirius muttered. Harry blinked, he thought he should talk to Ron about what he saw. Ron had always thought of house elves as servants of the nobility who only knew how to follow orders, but the two elves he had come into contact with, Dobby and Creaker, had personalities of their own. They came to the living room, it is the first time Harry is here, so he is curious about everything here, and held an inexplicable good feeling about the house, although the house is a bit gloomy, perhaps it is the absence of lights? After all, it is nighttime now, Sirius lives alone, there is no need to be so wasteful. The air is somewhat damp, with a musty smell, which is not much, you can just clean it up, Harry thought he could help. In the living room, the place is slightly brighter, the wall candles burning quietly, the ceiling draped with delicate gold chandeliers, Harry suspected that it is made of pure gold. Make yourself at home, the house is a bit of a mess. Sirius put away the scattered comic books and piled them to the side, he stood frozen in place for a moment, oh yeah, I'll go get something. Sirius left, the sound of crunching and stomping on the boards came from the distance, and soon his figure reappeared, returning with a sizable case with a gold locket. Creaker duly served hot tea as he stood at the door. This is the thing. Master Regulus gave it to Creaker to destroy it. But the locket had so much magic on it that poor Creaker tried everything and couldn't leave a single trace. Creaker guessed that it is supposed to be opened from the inside, but I couldn't do it. Harry watched Creaker sadly crying, very worried that he would suddenly jump up the next second to punish himself. But then his thoughts flashed, open from the inside? He vaguely figured out something. Felix moved closer to examine the locket closely, it looked clean and should have been cleaned by Sirius, an ornate little S-shaped snake embedded on the surface, made of multiple small emeralds pieced together and emitting a faint glow. The letter S. A snake. Felix and Harry said at the same time, the two looked at each other and Felix smiled, we're both right. He reached out his index finger and tapped the gold pendant box, his perspective began to change, the color seemed like it was washed away by rain and became a grayish haze, the vision is dazzling with magical light, layers and layers of dense magic, in the innermost layer of these protective magics, coiled a dark force so evil that it wriggled like a monster. It is a Horcrux all right, and Felix found that this Horcrux is more active than any he had seen before, as if it is going to jump out in the next second. Felix pondered, it seems that Voldemort has different arrangements for each Horcrux, the diary Horcrux is also very active, but what was active was the memories of the young Voldemort hidden in it, not the soul fragment inside. As for the diadem, it was even more secretive, and he didn't see a flaw in it before. Combined with the nature of the Ravenclaw diadem itself, perhaps this could be the part of the ruse to let the person who obtained it be silently fooled. Sirius stared at Felix and Harry, both of them suddenly went silent, what did you see? If I'm right, this would be the locket of Salazar Slytherin, used by Voldemort to Felix stopped talking, the locket twitching slightly and looking agitated. I've never seen it like this before. Sirius stood up in disbelief and pulled Harry aside, staring at it warily as the gold chain attached to the locket twisted wildly as if trying to strangle one of them. Sirius, Professor, Harry swallowed hard, I want to do something. What are you talking about, Harry? Sirius asked, worried that Harry had been affected by the locket and that he is looking at his godson worriedly, are you feeling sick? No, Harry echoed, incredulous at the idea that had popped into his head, it's the Parseltongue, I want to talk in a Parseltongue. Sirius looked at Harry blankly, he had no idea Harry had this ability. Go ahead and do it, let's see what changes. Felix said calmly. So Harry stared at the locket, imagining the design on it a small snake, which is easy, especially since the locket continued to buzz and rustle, as he opened his mouth and made a hissing sound. Felix knew this word well, he had heard it a few times in the Chamber of Secrets last year, and it should mean open. Harry said in a Parseltongue. There are 334 chapters on P_Atrian. 306, Chapter 306 The Story of Horcrux and Hoki. The gold locket suddenly stopped trembling, and the wildly twisting gold chain lost all its strength as it hit the table. Immediately after, along with a crisp click sound, its small gold lid popped open. They saw the inner structure of the locket, 2 small glass windows behind each a living eye blinking, black shiny, and crystal clear eyes. Harry felt, if not sealed in a locket, the eyes should belong to a living person. There is a black mist filling the air. From inside came a hoarse, grim voice, I saw your heart, said the locket to Felix, who is nearest to it. Oh? So? Felix operated the occlumency. Felix Hap, I know you, I can sense everything around me, what is in that book you read the first day you came here? Don't deny it, I see your most desperate desire to be powerful, to live forever, to transcend death you want to be the next me. Who is this? Harry called out. Sirius took him as he take a few steps back and said in a complicated way, it's Voldemort, I really didn't expect that, he hid in a locket as big as in stone. Harry opened his mouth wide, he is the one he met in his first year? He had a much worse time now than being glued to the back of Professor Quirrell's head. The eyes in the locket still whispered, you have the potential, why don't we work together? Together we can rule the wizards as well as the muggles, and I, the greatest wizard who ever lived, I am willing to share my secret of immortality, the Horcrux, with you. Something that looked like a soap bubble twisted and appeared, and from above the locket rose a human figure, a rather handsome young man with a slim face, dark hair. Standing tall, he smiled graciously and opened his arms as if he wanted to embrace Felix. But his feet remained in the locket and could not come out at all. He smiled more affectionately and said in a soft tone, how about starting now, right from this moment, on the road to eternal life, just a gentle wave of the wand, and there are 2 insignificant offerings over there. However, Felix said calmly, I thought you would say a more brilliant insight, Tom. Close it off, Harry. What? The red glint in the young Voldemort's eyes flickered so brightly that if he hadn't been staring, he might have thought it's an illusion. He raised his voice, still stoic, and tried to convince him, you don't know what you're missing, I'm further along the road to immortality than anyone else, join forces. But Harry had made a hissing sound, the next second, the lid of the locket closed, a black fog full of hatred tumbled away, Voldemort's image disappeared very vividly. Harry's heart pounded hard as he gasped for breath, he really thought Voldemort was going to jump out and fight with them. Felix picked up the locket and tapped on it for a while, then finally put it away in his pocket. I'll give it to Dumbledore, he said emotionally, the headmaster hasn't touched a single one yet, and I've seen 3. They sat down again on the sofa, without speaking to each other, and Creaker, grasping the door, said with a shudder, Mr. Hap, will you destroy it? It was the last order that Master Regulus left to the old Creaker. I assure you, Creaker, the locket will be destroyed. Felix said. Thank you, Creaker huffed and disappeared with a bang. Harry calmed down a bit and asked curiously, Voldemort just mentioned the Horcrux, what's that? His eyes darted between Sirius and Felix, hoping for an answer, his gut feeling told him that he had glimpsed very deeply into Voldemort's hidden secrets. Sirius looked at Felix as well. Horcrux, a very evil kind of dark magic, by splitting the soul and storing the soul fragments in an item, then that item is called Horcrux. Felix explained simply, as long as the Horcrux is still there, Voldemort will not die, although he will be miserable, there will be a day of re-return. This is the secret of Voldemort's immortality. Harry asked in shock, no wonder he said he transcended death, by splitting his soul, what an evil practice. But more than that Harry, splitting the soul is the result, and the process requires the completion of a ritual of killing, stripping the soul by killing, not to mention what I told you, the actual process is far more complicated than that. Felix said. So what's in the locket is just a fragment of Voldemort. Harry understood that the two Voldemort he had seen were not the same soul. Exactly. So if we destroy the locket now, will Voldemort die silently in some dark corner? Harry said, thinking outside the box, extraordinarily excited by the idea. Not very likely, Harry. He made more than one Horcrux, I've seen and destroyed 2 of them alone, and Dumbledore is still looking for more information. Felix said. Harry listened in awe. You've been doing this? Against Voldemort? He knew nothing about it. It's what Dumbledore has been doing, he's been actively pursuing the past that Voldemort is trying to hide, Felix said, and I, for one, just happened to be there. Harry, even while you sleep, the world still goes on, you just don't see that. Harry nodded, he knew what the professor meant, there is no need to take responsibility upon himself, he is simply a little impulsive, not stupid. The professor had told him what the Horcrux is capable of, he wouldn't dare to think about trying to confront Voldemort before it all got destroyed. He perked up a bit, feeling like he had one more task in life, and if Voldemort's Horcruxes still existed when he graduated, he would spend his life tracking them. Thinking about that future isn't so bad, especially since it's not a lonely path. With Dumbledore, Professor Hap, and perhaps many people popped into Harry's head. He asked the key question, if the Horcrux were not 1, well, now it looks like at least 3, or 4, will there be more, like 17 or 18? Felix smiled a little, are you treating a soul like a cookie that you can break open at will and crumble it? He thought seriously for a moment and said, actually, I have no way of knowing it for sure, the book, Advanced Dark Magic Unveiled, doesn't state a limit on the number of Horcrux, so maybe the person who wrote the book didn't expect future generations to be so crazy. Does it hurt to strip the soul? Harry asked. Well, an odd question, Felix tilted his head, although the book says it's painful, I've never tried it myself, maybe Voldemort doesn't care much. Well, he stood up, that's enough for today Harry, we should head back. He looked at Sirius again, our appointment will remain the same. The two returned to Hogwarts, Felix sent Harry away who is questioning everything, and went to Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore is still flipping through the papers, listening to Felix saying the reason for his visit, he carefully examined the locket. After looking at it for a while, he wearily took off his glasses and wiped them with a small piece of velvet, it just verifies the suspicion I got from Hokey. Hokey. I told you, that poor little house elf. You came back so late today, that's where you went. Azkaban, yes. Dumbledore told the story he heard from Hokey, the story itself is very simple, almost 50 years ago, when Voldemort, who was working as a shopkeeper in Borgin and Burke's, had visited a very rich witch Hepzibah Smith, the master of Hokey, and 2 days after that, she died suddenly. 2 notable points in this incident are that with Hepzibah's death, 2 of her most precious collections went missing, which happened to be the relics of the 4 founders of Hogwarts, the Slytherin locket, and the golden cup of Hufflepuff. Voldemort did it. Felix said with great certainty. That's right, it took Hepzibah's family a long time to be sure about this, because she had a lot of secret hideouts and always kept a particularly close eye on her collection. Did you just say that? Hokey is in Azkaban. Yeah, an obvious scapegoat, but Hokey herself admitted she put something in her mistress Coco, which was later found to be not a sugar, but a rare and deadly poison. The verdict said that she didn't commit the murder deliberately, but rather she is old and confused. Her memory was tampered with. I'm glad we agree, Dumbledore said, Hokey is not in a good state at the moment, and I'm planning to file an application to reopen the investigation of this old case. However, after all these years, Hokey's memory has been messed up, it is difficult to distinguish whether she was tampered with at that time, and I can only raise the suspicion of the case. Felix also feels it's difficult, now there is no evidence, everything is deduced out of logic, but Fudge is just scared to death, I wonder if he has the courage to refuse Dumbledore now. The two switched to other issues. Headmaster Dumbledore, how many Horcruxes do you think Voldemort actually made? That's a real head-scratcher. From what I know about him, Voldemort would find a number that makes sense. 3, 7, 9, 13, it's all possible. I'd have to determine what he thought and find some evidence to support it. On top of that, we don't know if he accomplished his intended goal on the night he went to the Potter's house or not. That is to say, the number is uncertain, whether the goal was accomplished is also uncertain. Felix's mind bubbled with a number, 7, but he did not speak about it, it would be useless to say, Dumbledore still has to explore and verify it. But he thought of a point, Ravenclaw's diadem, Slytherin's locket, Hufflepuff's golden cup. Dumbledore, that Gryffindor's sword would not also be a Horcrux. Dumbledore shook his head, I happen to know where the sword is, Voldemort did not get it. Out of the office, a fine rain fell from the sky, Felix stepped on the wet mud, still thinking back on the appearance of the golden cup of Hufflepuff that Dumbledore just morphed out. Dumbledore's words are a bit jarring, oddly enough, I feel that you and Voldemort still have a few points of fate, maybe you will bump into other Horcrux in the future, better let you see what that cup looks like. Felix can't help but slander, you have a destiny with him, Dumbledore is not trying to push the job of dealing with Voldemort to him, right? There are 336 chapters on P_Atrian. 307, Chapter 307 Portrait. The next morning, heavy rain poured down, lightning streaked across the dark sky from time to time. Felix stood in front of the window, watching layers of curtain like rain fall heavily, blurring the forbidden forest in the distance. His right hand held a palm-sized colorless transparent spherical vortex, in which a shrunken Dementor lightly spun. After a while, the vortex gradually dissipated as he returned to his room, and his hand glowed slightly with silver light, and he directly grabbed the Dementor. Fiddle with it for a while, then he stuffed it into the ring smoothly. In the classroom, the mood of the young wizards is clearly affected by the weather and their mood is a bit low, especially when Felix asked them to submit their assignments. He watched from the window as a group of students lined up for herbology class in front of the greenhouse in the pouring rain, and one unlucky student fell into the muddy water, but the mud immediately got washed away by the rain. Okay, class, Felix looked at the fourth graders off the stage, I've put together the 227 ancient runes you need to master this school year in a sentence, so your next task is obvious. I need you to memorize these 17 sentences. Felix said uncertainly, it shouldn't be hard, at least it's easy to me. We'll start with the first sentence and go over all the things we've learned. At lunch, Felix heard quite a few tidbits while eating in the Great Hall. The Quidditch finals were only just a few days away, this Saturday, the day he and Sirius had made an appointment. The two favorites to win the title, Slytherin and Gryffindor, were also on each other's necks, and in addition to seeing Wood boast loudly about the superior performance of the Firebolt, it was not uncommon to see a young girl standing on a large snake and strutting by, as the young wizards passing by saluted her. Within days, however, several senior Ravenclaw students accidentally passed through the open area with 7-foot-long eagles in tow, attracting a crowd of onlookers. Hufflepuff's young wizards kept a low profile, which may have something to do with their early exit from this year's trophy race. They lost a key game against a Ravenclaw team. However, this did not dampen the enthusiasm of the young Badgers, and within 2 days of their loss, their captain led their support for the Ravenclaw team, declaring them as strong contenders for the title as they were in excellent form. In addition, Harry's patroness, Felix burning Dementors, and the Minister of Magic Fudge leaving the school in distress news spread wildly. Any one of them will cause a minutes-long discussion, and Felix saw a Hufflepuff student forget to eat while arguing with his peers about whether Fudge would resign, so he had to rush off to potions class with 2 pies. Severus's nose is very good if he finds. Felix shook his head and secretly took note of the student's looks, ready to see if he would be detained. That afternoon, Dumbledore brought back Sirius's certificate of innocence. The wanted notice has been withdrawn, but I guess the Ministry of Magic will not make a big deal of their mistakes. Hoki's case was also accepted by Wizengamot. In addition, there is Buckbeak's verdict ruling. Felix glanced at the verdict at the bottom of the official document, accidental injury, fined 500 galleons. He smiled slightly, this time the Ministry of Magic is very efficient before it was dragged out for a long time. Dumbledore winked, I told Fudge that you are defending Hagrid, and he let it go immediately. But he then said in a quiet voice, with what I know about Fudge, this is only a temporary compromise. I do not want you to take him lightly because of the clumsy behavior he has shown in the past 2 days, his advantage is not in strength. Felix put away his joking expression and nodded his head seriously. What happened yesterday, in the end, was because he had shown great strength and had a reason. Fudge was unable to satisfy left and right, so he quickly compromised. But if you really think he is scared by your own strength, from then on you will do everything to oppress the other side with strength, and then it is easy to cause resentment and trouble. If Fudge is truly cornered, won't he directly break the net and dispatch all the Aurors and hit wizards regardless of the consequences? Will he announce Felix as a Dark Lord who's going to slaughter the wizarding world? This kind of thing won't happen now, as Dumbledore would be the first to deny it. So now Fudge showed his goodwill, Felix also has to appreciate it, although he is not too comfortable with it. If yesterday had any effect on him, it made him more eager to make some changes, not about changing himself, but about changing everything he saw in front of him. He felt like a painter who saw a stain on the paper and had the urge to make the stain into a more gorgeous picture. In the evening, on the table, there is an unfinished letter, the very beginning of which reads as follows. Dear Endies, regarding your previous suggestion, I have solemnly considered it and thought it's appropriate to take a more active part in it, and I am going to establish a company. The letter came to an abrupt end here, the ink traces had long since dried, even became faint from the humid air outside, enough to see how long Felix had been thinking about it. Or let's wait and think it over. Felix crumpled the parchment into a ball and flicked it out, the parchment turned into a flaming bird and rushed out the window, turning into wisps of ash. I think when you thought of it, you can just do it, anyway you can just let someone else to handle it for you. A voice said. Felix looked up at a portrait on the wall, the originally blank frame had an additional image of a young man with black hair and blue pupils, wearing a dragon skin cloak, none other than Felix himself. It is the portrait that hung in St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, he said grumblingly, that Dean hung me next to a medieval talkative wizard who would observe the flaws in everybody's face that passed by and try to give advice. I have smacked him 3 times, but alas, obsession is written all over his brain. Not right, he just doesn't have a brain. Felix looked at his portrait, and a strange sense of absurdity welled up in his heart. I think you are quite talkative now. Hold it in too hard. The person in the portrait spread his hands at him. Hey, listen, I found out an interesting fact. What is it? I can sneak into Dumbledore's office. Remember the day you cured the Longbottoms? Dumbledore said he had been given notice by Dilly's Derwent, so I approached her, and she let me borrow her portrait after a couple of soft talks, so I went to the headmaster's office and talked to previous headmasters and of course with Dumbledore as well. What did you and Dumbledore talk about? Don't worry, my mouth is very tight, and you didn't share the most crucial secret with me. The man in the portrait rolled his eyes, and Felix somewhat regretted making his portrait this lively. He asked me if I liked sweets and said I could suggest you to draw me a candy house. It's interesting, how did you forget to draw the food in the first place? Even a bunch of grapes would be good. Felix, shut up already. The portrait made a zipper action with a smile, and he looked much more cheerful than Felix in person. I still advise you to do what you want to do, don't think too much. Then he disappeared. Felix stared at the blank frame, looked at it for a while, then spread out a piece of parchment, thoughtfully wrote down a job advertisement, then rolled up the parchment and stuffed it into his pocket, ready to take some time to send it to the Daily Prophet. The next 2 days were uneventful until Saturday morning, when Felix got ready and went to 12 Grimmauld Place through the fireplace. Sirius, who had been waiting for a long time, walked anxiously back and forth through the room, and his eyes lit up when he saw Felix. You're here at last. Here's your proof of innocence, take it. Felix handed him the official document from the Ministry of Magic. Sirius took a look at it, lost interest, and casually threw it on the couch. I'll call Creaker, Creaker. A house elf suddenly appeared in front of the two. Is he going to? Felix asked in surprise. He insisted. Sirius shrugged. Creaker puffed out his chest proudly. No one knows that place better than I do. There are 336 chapters on P_Atrian. 308, Chapter 308 Voldemort's Mistake. The terrain at the edge of the sea is abruptly high, revealing a black surface under the erosion of the sea, forming a straight vertical cliff. The waves lapped against the reef, stirring up white foam and emitting a loud roar. Bang! On the top of the black cliff, 3 people suddenly appeared, 2 tall and 1 small figure. One of the 3 figures shuddered and almost fell off the cliff. Towing you in apparition is like dragging a huge mountain, Felix. Sirius said under his breath. Forgive me, perhaps I have too many enchanted items on me. Felix said, uncertainly. He still had a dozen Dementors hidden in his ring. The prisoners were crammed into a small compartment with no magical isolation, so Sirius carried the equivalent of a group of people through an apparition. They had time to observe the surrounding environment, black sharp cliffs, on one side is churning waves of the sea, the other side of the cliff is fall winds that push you down. Felix looked into the distance, vaguely saw a village halfway down the cliff. In addition, all around looked bare, full of desolation. In addition to the vast sea and stone, you cannot see a tree, there is no grass and beach. Sirius pointed to a cliff in the middle of the sea. The cave entrance is directly below the cliff. It is not visible now, we can apparate to that rock to transit. Let's go. This time, with Felix carrying them, they quickly jumped and shifted to the edge of a narrow slit below the cliff, and took a few steps forward before the curling sea water reached their feet. Soon the crevice became a dark passage, with the slimy mud-stained rock wall 2 or 3 feet from them on either side. Now and then they could step on a shell or similar thing. The air smelled salty and rotten. It was brought in by the sea at high tide. Sirius said, raising his glowing wand and kicking a fish that is in their way, knocking it against a rock wall along with a small stone. I cleared it before, but within a few days, it reappeared. Felix carefully examined the rock wall. In the black and white perspective, the black rock wall overlaid with powerful magic, he detected a powerful curse. I can tell that Voldemort is very good at curse type of magic. I was simply got blocked here when I asked Creaker. He also did not know. When he and Regulus came, they did not encounter this wall, Sirius explained. Creaker, I remember you came here twice. Felix asked softly, fumbling with the magic on the rock wall as he did so. Why yes, Mr. Hap. Creaker said, a look of fear visible on his face. The first time, Master Regulus found Creaker and said that the Dark Lord needed an elf. It was an honor to be asked by Master Regulus to complete the task given by the Dark Lord, and then he asked Creaker to return to home after that. Creaker followed the Dark Lord to this place, did not encounter the rock wall, so we went straight to a big black lake. There was a boat, island, there is a stone basin, the basin is filled with a potion, the Dark Lord forced Kriakar to drink. Kriakar remembered a lot of horrible things, memories of punishment, visions of being driven out of the house, internal organs were like being on fire. Kriakar begged the Dark Lord, but he just laughed and made me drink all the potion. Sirius went silent. He heard this story once, his heart still did not feel good about it. Felix whispered, testing, he was testing his defenses. Kriakar felt like he was going to die. The Dark Lord left Kriakar behind and left alone in a boat, but Kriakar kept in mind the Master Regulus's order to return home. When Master Regulus found Kriakar, he looked worried, and kept Kriakar hidden, and took care of me all alone. The house elf huffed and puffed. After a while, Master Regulus came to see Kriakar, in the night, and his manner was very odd, and I knew that his heart was very troubled at that time, and he seemed to be worried about something. Master told Kriakar to take him to that cave. At that time we still did not encounter this rock wall. We got on the boat and came to the island in the lake, and then. Sirius clenched his fist. He knew what happened later. Regulus drank the potion by himself, and told Kriakar to return home, not allowing him to return, and forbid him from revealing the secret to his mother. Then he asked Kriakar to destroy the locket that Horcrux. As for Regulus, he was dragged into the water by the Inferi into the Black Lake. Felix is also touched by this past. It is hard to imagine a pureblood giving up his life for a house elf. But he was contradictory. He once followed Voldemort fervently, sincerely believed that Voldemort could bring the wizard a better life. My brother Regulus, he was young and gullible enough to believe Voldemort's lies. He was only 18. Sirius said in a hoarse voice. What a fool! The mouth of the crystal cave dripping drops of water, masking the sound of Sirius's sniffing. Felix pretended to be interested in the magic on the rock wall, concentrating on the appearance, without speaking for a while. After many minutes, Voldemort was quite confident that when he added the outermost protection later, he didn't check. No, Mr. Hap, Master Regulus created an imitation of a locket, a fake, dropped it in when he arrived, when he drank all the potion, and then the potion once again filled. Well, Felix said softly, that makes sense, he missed an opportunity to correct an error. Sirius asked, how do we get through this rock wall? I've tried some magic, all ineffective, and the closer I get, the more the spell casting is interfered with. You see. He pointed his wand at the rock wall, and a very thin spell flew out from the tip of his wand, and the outline of an arch appeared on the rock wall, radiating a dazzling white light, as if there is a strong light shining behind the crack. But soon the outline disappeared, and the rock remained as hard and thick as it had been a moment before, with nothing beyond it. My opinion is that the rock wall contains a hidden wicked design. I know a very rare curse that makes visitors pay the price and weaken themselves, and Voldemort wants us to paint the wall with blood tinged with magic. But, Felix said with a sarcastic expression and contempt, all he has done is useless, we have a better way. Felix took off the ring, placed it on a conch shell aside, and said gently, Kriakar, can you help us get across? Kriakar looked at him with surprise. I can? I'm just a humble, lowly servant. No, Kriakar, in some ways, you are more superior even to Voldemort. Kriakar stared, his bat-like ears stirring restlessly. He didn't even have a decent dress, but he had been told he is superior to the Dark Lord that countless people feared. Will you, Kriakar? Do your part for Regulus? Yes, of course. Kriakar is willing. Kriakar reached out his trembling hand. Felix took it, and then the aging, wrinkled house elf looked at Sirius with expectation in his eyes, and Sirius held out his hand. In the next second, the three disappeared in front of the rock wall. There are 338 chapters on P_Atrian. 309, Chapter 309 Return. Felix saw a hazy green light, and he squinted as he saw the greenish light emanated from a stone basin that resembled a pensieve, with a foot attached beneath it. At his feet were clusters of crystal-like stones, messily stuck upside down on the ground, reflecting a faint bright light. Felix's gaze swept around. The darkness around is too thick to be dissolved, and the death breath mixed together. Sirius helped Kriakar up and raised his wand high. The light from the tip of his wand only illuminated a very small area, and even half of his face remained hidden in the darkness, making it impossible to see his face. We're deep into the core of Voldemort's base. Sirius said quickly, with a bit of exuberance and the thrill of revenge in his voice, but the atmosphere here is much more powerful, magic does not work well. It's just some magic that doesn't work well. Felix tilted his head, gesturing for him to look at Kriakar next to him. The tips of the house elf's fingers lit up with a brighter light, and it's given me some inspiration. Felix extinguished the light of his wand and blended completely into the darkness. They are only a few feet apart, but Sirius couldn't see the slightest outline of him, and the silence around them felt eerie and his perception of danger grew steadily. He heard Felix utter an odd sound, like some kind of language, with a strange rhythm and tempo, and right after that, he saw light. A large, soft, milky white light bloomed in front of him, revealing an insignificant dot in his eyes, but in an instant, the light poured down, spreading over the earth, the air, filling every inch of space within his sight. The light is not blinding, Sirius can even look over Felix and see the scene behind him. He could not help but open his mouth wide. It is a boundless, mirror-like lake. He previously subconsciously ignored it. The lake is hidden in the darkness, calm and undisturbed, without a single ripple or sound, just like a flat open space. But the most surprising thing about the lake is what's in it, the corpses. Body after body floated beneath the mirror-like surface of the lake. He looked around, and the nearest body is just 3 or 4 feet away from him, as though it could touch his feet if it reached out. Sirius could even make out the corpse's soaked white face, like marble, wearing a brown top and blue or black pants. Sirius' heart became cold. Regulus might have been dragged into the water like this. Wow! The dark lake rippled, and a hand poked out. Watch out! This is not just a corpse, it's an army of Inferius created by Voldemort. Sirius backed off and warned loudly, and, many of them are muggles. Damn, it's that village. He destroyed a village in order to get a source of soldiers. Sirius had no time to curse as he raised his wand and prepared to strike back. It is not easy to restrain yourself while keeping an eye out not to accidentally injure the remains of Regulus. But Felix said calmly, it doesn't look like they're planning to attack us. Sure enough, the Inferius did not climb up to the island in the center of the lake, but kept moving away from them, or to be precise, from the light source in Felix's hand. Fear of light and fear of fire, these are the characteristics of the Inferius, and Voldemort will definitely restrict these two types of magic, plus the inability to apparite. It's really a brilliant plan. Felix said, but just like he didn't take into account the magic of House Elf, Voldemort didn't consider the ancient magic that relies on runes to cast, of course probably considered but couldn't restrict it. Felix held up his hands, allowing a round white ball of light to slowly rise. The cave they were in is very high, look up you cannot see the top of the cave, so the white ball of light simply rose to the highest point, and like the sun, shedding a warm light. The darkness trap designed by Voldemort failed. Light and darkness tangled together and light eventually expelled the darkness, the entire cave illuminated like a day. Now, they could completely see everything around them. They're standing on a small island in the center of the lake, which is surrounded by a large black lake, only the black water has been illuminated with a transparent glow. Hundreds of Inferius were holed up at the bottom of the lake, yet they could not evade the light, so they simply relied on their instincts to hide. Felix said to Sirius and Kriaker, now you can go and find him, I want to study this crystal stand. After a few seconds, he looked at the one man and the elf as he asked in surprise, do you need me to cast a bubble head charm on you? A bubble head charm could create a bubble over the caster's head that resembled the shape of an inverted fish tank, allowing the wizard to explore underwater or hide from unpleasant smells, and it's not some uncommon magic. As far as Felix knew, the Weasley twins were quite skilled at this magic. You're not going to ask me to find him together, right? I don't exactly recognize Regulus. Sirius waved his hand. He spent a lot of effort to apply a bubble head charm on himself and Kriaker as he said with a muffled voice, are you sure these Inferius won't suddenly attack us? As long as they're still Inferius. Felix scanned the whole area with a black and white perspective. I don't see any hidden magic, don't worry. Kriaker immediately jumped into the lake and swam nimbly on all fours. Sirius muttered something and also jumped in after him. Sirius endured the cold, stinging lake water. His vision was not affected in any way. He first found Inferius hiding behind the reef, so he opened the Inferius hand which was covering its face, and tried to see it properly. Then Sirius started to look for his next target, and was not attacked in any way. Sick magic, Sirius remarked from the lake. The Inferius feared the light, but a normal bright light didn't have this effect. The next part became boring. Sirius stayed in the black lake for 20 minutes, feeling stiff, his clothes soaked with water, dragging him down continuously. Kriaker was no better than he was, or even worse, he had to pull Kriaker up with him to recover their strength. The cold lake water crashed down from the Sirius robe, as he walked step by step, trembling all over. Kriaker's teeth were chattering from the cold, and he couldn't speak well, but he tried to hold on. Kriaker has seen 47, no, 48 of them. Sirius said with a black face, you are trying to get sick, so I can take care of you? Come and have something to eat. He even made a fire, just. Sirius felt a little outrageous. Around the fire, there are all kinds of food scattered around. He also saw 2 jars of butterbeer. This is not a camping trip. He didn't know how he managed to eat it, nevertheless, he replenished some energy. You can use the warming spell, it will make you feel better. Felix suggested without looking up. 100, 200, Sirius had seen the faces of one Inferius after another, and 2 hours had passed. But the Black Lake is too big, and because of Felix's magic, all the Inferius instinctively sought out a dark corner and scattered widely, making the search even more difficult. Despite the fruitlessness of all this, the bottom of the lake is by no means darker because of the magic. And then during this period, Felix has been observing the stone basin, as well as the green potion in the stone basin. For Voldemort, The Horcrux should be his most important thing, the protection measures around the Horcrux should be his strongest magic that he can think of, and can master. Felix can use this to glimpse a tip of Voldemort's strength. In black and white perspective, a circle of magic ripples spread around him. Felix scanned the place, imprinting everything around him firmly in his memory, and then he finally moved, his hand went into the stone basin, and when he was an inch or two away from the potion, he could no longer submerge his hand. Felix tried different methods, but none of them worked. Unless violently cracked, but this is not really an accurate measure of Voldemort's power, and he must have thought about it. Felix called out to Kreaker, who came up for the third time, "Do me a favor and bring the ring I put out here, if it's a laborious process just forget it." "As you wish, Mr. Hap." Kreaker's figure disappeared, and after a few seconds, he reappeared, holding a ring in his hand. "Is this ring too much of a burden on you?" Felix asked curiously. He was worried earlier that Kreaker wouldn't be able to move together with him, Sirius, and a dozen Dementors, but perhaps it's a mistake to think so. "Some effort, but not compared as much you alone, Mr. Hap. You are truly a powerful wizard, more powerful than anyone Kreaker has ever met." Well, thank you, Kreaker." Felix scratched his head. So Sirius got so tired before, the problem was with him? Still, Sirius was traveling across a long distance, while Kreaker was simply making a round trip across a door. The two could not be compared. Kreaker bowed deeply, pressed his nose to the ground, and walked away backward. Felix took a cup out of his ring and he tossed it into the stone basin. This time, there is no magic to obstruct it, and the cup plunged into the liquid. Felix reached out and scooped a cup, then he observed it for a while, and then poured it out. The bright green potion streamed out of the cup, forming a curved stream, but then it disappeared abruptly in midair, and Felix emptied the cup without a drop of liquid on the floor. He looked back and the height of the liquid in the stone basin had unknowingly recovered. Interesting, is it necessary to drink it in order to get it? Felix once again scooped up a cup of potion and used the Scarpin's Revela spell to analyze the ingredients of the potion. A fuzzy image appeared above the potion, which is not clear enough to see, and Felix had to scan his memory to look for some out-of-the-way magic, a few of which he didn't even use for once, he just categorized them and kept them in his memory. The good thing is that he learns things quickly. With the help of the thinking room, and his understanding of magic at the moment, most of the magic can be quickly mastered. Mixed snake venom, unknown creature venom. Flobberworm mucus. Liquid found inside the erumpent horn. And bad blood herb, which causes impatience, recklessness, and has a disorienting effect, phantom grass, a rare one. Felix raised his head and whispered to himself, the effect of the potion does not seem to cause death, but rather increased pain and powerful hallucinogenic. This is quite consistent with what happened to Kreaker. No, there is also the effect of chaotic magic, making it difficult to use magic. In this way, even powerful wizards will be dragged to the bottom of the lake in despair. After another half hour, Sirius came up to see Felix choking a Dementor and feeding it a potion. Sirius' eyes almost burst out. Where did it pop out from? Before he could ask, he heard Kreaker's sobbing cries. Found it, Master Regulus. The house elf's voice kept echoing in the cave, over and over again. Sirius rolled over and jumped into the water, following the sound. He suddenly realized that he hadn't put on the bubble head charm yet, but it is too late to think about it. He held his breath and swam quickly to Kreaker's side. He saw a familiar figure, not much different from his memory, just a little whiter, and the same black curly hair as it's fluttered in the water. Sirius mumbled something. The pungent smell of salt mixed with the rotting lake water choked him and caused him to shiver and let out a violent cough. He swam back to shore with the body of Regulus, panting heavily, breathing heavily as ho-ho sound emerged from his mouth, while he got soaked to the bone, the lake water flowing through his eyes along with his hair, making it unclear if he's crying. When the mood calmed down, Sirius picked up Regulus, walked to Felix's side. The Dementor already disappeared. He took a look. The potion in the stone basin is only left with a shallow layer. You can faintly see a locket in the bottom of the stone basin. But he knew it is fake, so he didn't have a slight interest. He just wanted to bring Regulus back now, and place him in a proper place, preferably after a funeral. Sirius, Kreaker, you guys wait for me outside, I need to do one more thing. Felix said. What do you need to do? To put it bluntly, I want to do some damage. So Kreaker appeared outside the rock wall with the body of both Sirius and Regulus. After a while, the rock wall in front of them began to shed its layers by turning into sand, and they took a few steps back and watched as the rock wall bloomed with a layer of light, then quickly darkened and decayed. The solid, sturdy rock turned into a fine powder and flopped down, eventually forming an open space. Felix stepped out, and Sirius glanced behind him for a moment along with the light. The lake island had disappeared. And a small boat swayed against the edge of the lake. Let's go. Felix said calmly. You ruined this place. It's not good to let the next person who walks in do useless work. Then what about that glowing magic of yours, that big ball of light? Don't bother with it, it'll be gone in a week or two at most. Felix pulled Sirius and Kriaker, along with the body of Regulus, and instantly disappeared from the place. Rumble. Then a large chunk of rocks smashed down, completely burying everything inside. There are 338 chapters on P_Atrian. 310, Chapter 310 The Evil of Horcrux. Black's old mansion. Sirius, Felix, and Dumbledore were sitting in 3 separate seats, and the atmosphere in the house is very heavy. He needs a funeral. Sirius said insistently. I completely agree, Regulus was a hero, he also saved an innocent life and has a heart of gold, fully deserves the honor. Dumbledore said softly, however, we cannot reveal the existence of the Horcrux, that would cause a lot of trouble. His eyes shone through the half-moon lens, falling on the long sofa, next to Sirius, a young man quietly slumped back, his arms folded across his chest, his black curly hair draped as if he is asleep. Regulus looked a lot like his brother, especially the side profile, like a young Sirius who did not endure 12 years in prison, his age forever fixed at 18, but he accomplished what many people could not do in a lifetime. Why, I don't understand. Sirius felt that the honor that belonged to his brother had been stolen from him and that he deserved more, like a grand funeral. White marble coffin, a place full of flowers and green grass is his resting place, and in front of the crowd, reciting the life and glory of Regulus Arcturus Black as the crowd praises him in unison for his outstanding contribution. The fact that he defied Voldemort and sacrificed his life to retrieve the Horcrux was an important part of his merit, and he hated the idea of everyone not being aware of it. Sirius, Dumbledore said quietly, I have been trying to avoid the circulation of this evil magic as much as possible, even if it is just a name. Imagine what a bargain it is when people know that there is such a magic that requires only a few simple murders. Pardon my wording, for some people it really is a simple thing so they can touch immortality. I don't think. That's you, Sirius, no one will deny your courage and conviction, and if Voldemort returns one day, will you pick up your wand again? Of course. I will fight to the end. Sirius said without thinking. That's it, Dumbledore said, but can you face your death with an open hand? I'm not going to split my soul, Dumbledore. Of course you won't, Dumbledore said soothingly, but what if an extreme situation occurs, where someone you value is dying or is bound to die, and you desperately want to keep him, that time, when you hear a magic that can bring back that person from dead bed, will you care if it is evil or not? Sirius hesitated. In this instant, several faces flashed before his eyes, he had already lost too much, and really did not want the same thing to happen again. People will flock to uncover the secrets of the Horcrux by any means possible, selfish dark wizards for themselves, decent people for their families and friends, brave warriors for their brothers in arms, and vile ambitious people for eternal power. Think about it, Sirius, what a terrible scene that would be. Sirius gasped, thinking of that terrible picture, he had been convinced by the reason, but his heart still remained upset. After a long while, he said in a hoarse voice, then. Felix, who has been quiet for the past 30 minutes, interjected, we can arrange for Regulus to become a member of the Order of the Phoenix, in the name of an undercover agent, and thereby you can restore his reputation. No, Felix, I don't want to do that. Sirius refused. Regulus was a lone wolf, and I want people to understand what incredible courage he showed when he made the difficult decision to fight Voldemort. He looked at Dumbledore, then don't mention the Horcrux, but at least don't ignore his fight against Voldemort, can you? Dumbledore nodded and said, I'd be happy to announce that at the funeral. Thank you. Sirius said, in the absence of witnesses, the funeral will turn into a self-described joke, there must be a person of sufficient prestige to personally affirm Regulus' contribution, and Dumbledore is the best person to do so. He will put his reputation on one end of the scale, for the former Death Eaters, and then quietly disappeared Black family descendants to serve as testimony, raising him high. As for Sirius himself, many people still don't know about his return until now, and if he suddenly appeared in Diagon Alley, he would definitely provoke a scream of fear. So, Sirius said slowly, I'll determine the process, I'll do it myself, and also determine the invitation list for the funeral. He suddenly gave a disgusted expression and muttered, those relatives of mine, there aren't many good people. I can invite some friends, Sirius. Felix said. Thank you. Sirius said, although I'm not quite qualified, as the person who was imprisoned for more than 10 years no one would consider my invitation, but the family name Black would be worth the trip for them. This is where the influence of a pure-blood family comes into play. He said without emotion, making it impossible to tell if it is pride or mockery, and he whispered, just this once. Dumbledore offered his farewell as the fire in the fireplace blazed up. Wait, Headmaster Dumbledore, let's go together, Felix said as he got up and stood. By the way. Felix pulled a locket out of his pocket, and he held up the gold chain as the locket twitched. This is that fake Horcrux I took out of the stone basin. I took a look at it, there is no other magic attached to it, there is only a note left by Regulus inside. Sirius reached out and took it. The forged locket was built by Regulus based on Kriaker's description, and since Kriaker had only glanced at it, the replica was not up to par. Not only the size is wrong, but even the S symbol of Salazar Slytherin is not there. He mechanically opened the lid of the locket. There is only a small piece of folded parchment inside. He opened and looked at it. His eyes instantly moistened. He trembled and read out the words on it. To the Dark Lord. I know I will be dead long before you read this, but I want you to know that it was I who discovered your secret. I have stolen the real Horcrux and intend to destroy it as soon as I can. I face the death with the hope that when you meet your match, you will be mortal once more. R.A.B. Kriaker let out a sad cry and flopped to the ground. Dumbledore sighed and turned to walk into the fireplace, and Felix followed along. In the Ancient Runes professor's office, the two had a brief conversation. Do you feel that some of my actions are unsympathetic, Felix? Dumbledore gave a weary expression. You simply need to consider too many things, weigh the pros and cons, and plan the whole picture. Albus. Dumbledore looked at him in surprise. He showed a relaxed smile. Let's talk about something pleasant. Well, I need to express my gratitude. In fact, in addition to the hokey line, I have also been investigating Voldemort's childhood life in the Wolves' orphanage, only it has been demolished due to the age. But I have not given it up. If not for you guys, maybe I would have come across that cave. Felix smiled. With your magic power, you can certainly crack his secret, but there is something worth noting. I found that Voldemort is very good at curses, and he also used to people's desires very well as he implemented both together in that cave. Dumbledore nodded slightly. Indeed, it is worth noting that he may take advantage of the weaknesses of people and set up traps. Finally, Dumbledore told Felix to not reveal the existence of the Horcruxes again unless he had to, for the same reason he used when he convinced Sirius. Felix did not feel it is alarming. Then Harry. I have talked to him. Dumbledore showed a distressed expression. He and his friends tried to find out more secrets of the Horcrux. For this reason, they also wanted to ask Irma, but fortunately, I found it in advance. Felix also felt it is dangerous. He is not interested in the Horcrux himself, also did not consider the possible consequences that Dumbledore pointed out, plus Harry is destined to go against Voldemort, so at that time he revealed this part of information with no psychological burden. I guess Harry didn't consider this either, which is why he planned to ask the librarian, Madame Irma Pants. The rest of the month flew by, and at the beginning of the new month, Felix finished invigilating the final exams for the 3rd, 4th, and 6th years, and then observed the wizarding exams for this year, the O.W.Ls and the N.E.W.Ts. The examiner assigned by the Wizarding Examinations Authority is still the same as last year's group, and by the time the exams are over, the 5th and 7th graders are spreading their wings and having fun, celebrating their release from a year of purgatory. The week before the end of the school year, Felix held the last Magic Rune Club assembly for the semester. All the members of the club were excited because there is an open secret that has been circulating among them for a long time. Professor Happ is planning to teach them ancient magic. There are 340 chapters on P_Atrian. 311, Chapter 311 Dangerous Ancient Magic. In the Magic Runes Club, the young wizards sat in a relaxed mood on couches of all sizes, chatting animatedly and discussing what they were going to do on their holidays. I'm definitely going to the World Cup. I'll also be going to visit relatives with my family, and my uncle has a giant creature with a tall spine and a pair of long horns. In the corner of the couch, Hermione whispered, I guess he's talking about Graphorn. They're usually found in the mountains, they're grayish-purple in color and have a very aggressive nature. Oh, Hermione, we're all done with exams. Ron said. That's not part of the exam. I know, you were just too excited to control yourself because Mr. Newt Scamander wrote back to you, and you got all his information memorized. Ron said. Harry couldn't help but laugh out loud, and Hermione glared at them in shy annoyance. Harry played with a heptagonal muggle coin. Professor Happ had told him that he could only use the apparition outside the room of requirement when the entire coin turned into a dazzling golden color, but it currently had one corner left to change, and Harry had been hoping to fill it in before the holidays. Ron glanced enviously at the coin. He had tried a few times along with Harry when he was practicing that magic, but it had never worked, and he had always had a desire to learn that spell before the twins did, so he can laugh at them well. Harry, the day of Professor Lupin's farewell party, is it confirmed? Ron asked. The day after tomorrow, Harry said, just a small get-together, some professors, and us. That's odd, Ron said, I thought Snape was going to spread about him being ouch. Harry stomped on him in a panic, which sobered him up. I mean, with the way Snape treats Professor Lupin, surely he wouldn't mind spilling his secrets. Hermione said, Professor Snape knew that from the beginning, and he had no need to do that. I mean. Harry said thoughtfully, maybe it's something that he's too proud to do, and Professor Lupin kind of helped him, didn't he? He doesn't know the Patronus charm. Despite saying this, he still is unsure whether the silver glow he saw on Snape's wand that day was his own illusion or not. Or maybe that magic had nothing to do with the patroness charm at all. At that moment, Professor Hap walked over, holding a shallow stone basin in his hand, as the young wizards gathered around curiously. "Is this Pensieve?" A sixth-year student called up and said excitedly, "Professor, is this a Pensieve?" "It's just a replica," Felix said with a smile as he smoothly placed the stone basin on the small, low table, so everyone could see it. "We'll use it later." The grey stone basin held some silvery substance that looked like liquefied clouds and melted silver, which slowly swirled around. Harry remembered that in his first class on ancient runes, the professor had introduced this ancient type of magical artifact, which could store and observe memories. He thought of the unnamed book he had and couldn't help but speculate that perhaps it worked similarly. Felix sat down and looked at the crowd with a smile. "As many of you are well aware, I will be teaching you an ancient magic for the last part of the school year, and I am glad to see that you have all mastered the runes that need to be used. Illumination, I named it myself. Originally I only thought it could be used for illumination, but some time ago I discovered that it also has a notable restraining effect on dark creatures, and can also dispel the dark mists caused by magic. In short, it's good magic that can be classified as defensive magic." As he said that, Felix uttered odd phrases and pointed his fingers forward. He deliberately slowed down the process to make everything visible, and the young wizards strained their necks to look, afraid of missing a detail. One after another, ancient runes appeared out of thin air, as if they had always been there, only invisible before. Smaller than the tip of a pinky finger, these ancient runes overlapped with each other to form an exquisite pattern, and the next second, a milky white light rippled and bloomed from the professor's fingertip. "I just demonstrated the process of casting the spell, not showing its power. In fact, you can hardly assess the upper limit of this magic." Felix chuckled, "But I don't think anyone would be bored enough to drain their magic either." He suddenly paused as more than one young wizard would jump at the chance. He held his forehead. Well, he was the one who thought out of line. For him, it is the boring thing, but for the young wizard, it is quite fun entertainment. So he warned again, "Even though this magic is safe enough and the greatest danger is nothing more than the discomfort of draining your magic, it is a very unpleasant feeling, and all I can say is that if you pass out, you will be glad that you did." The professor's seriousness made the students restrain themselves a little, and Felix continued, "Great power and difficulty in controlling it are the characteristics of ancient magic, but why is that? Has anyone ever thought about it?" The members of the club discussed with gusto. After most of the year, they had long since ceased to be the novices in ancient runes, and when it came to practical runes, they are among the top group of people in the wizarding world. Although, in Felix's opinion, it remained as weak as it was. Because it requires a lot of magic power. Obviously not. My guess is that when the runes converge into a magic it will explode if something goes wrong. Draco Malfoy suddenly spoke. "My father said that ancient magic is very dangerous. Once it takes shape, it has a mind of its own. It will extract the magic power of the caster, and even life." The discussion weakened, and the crowd looked at him with scowling eyes. Felix clapped his hands. "Well, Malfoy, in a way, I can't say you're wrong. It comes down to the question, how do we get to master an ancient magic? First, the first step is to master all the ancient runes corresponding to the magic, preferably to the level of mastery, i.e. mastering the rune's meaning itself." A rune appeared in the air in front of him, which took various forms and then disappeared silently. If we take illumination as an example, there is only one core, signifying light. The sub-core runes are 6, representing its different characteristics, then the outer layer, 17 less important runes. Felix showed all these runes in magic, and everyone present mastered them, at least the 7 core ones, to the level of proficiency. The second step, we have to combine the runes in a specific order. In ancient times, this is a wizard's biggest secret. Unless the closest kin, it will not be easily revealed. The reason is simple, the number of magic mastered by wizards at that time was small and often similar. Once leaked, it was easy to be targeted by enemies. To complete this step, although it is not easy, it is not difficult either. The best way is a lot of practice. Except for certain out-of-the-way ancient magic, the danger involved in this step is not too great, especially with the illumination we're going to talk about today. Hermione nodded continuously on the side. She practiced relatively smoothly. Even if the rune sequence collapsed, it just turned into pure magic. She wrote down specific tips at the end of each practice, and kept looking through them during the weekdays. Finally, it comes to the key part, where the characteristics of ancient magic are also reflected, the fullest molding. Felix looked around, satisfied that all the students were listening with full attention. He continued, "The form of ancient magic is not fixed, the same magic, some people can use it as a fire phoenix, others only can use it like a fire bird, fire salamander, fire crab." He gave an exaggerated example, and the young wizards laughed in a low voice. The first half of Malfoy's sentence is quite right. Once ancient magic takes shape, it seems to have a mind of its own. It will instinctively extract the magic power of the caster and grow itself, like a greedy monster, at this time you must be able to control your own magic power enough to counter this suction. In addition to that, ancient magic has no fixed form, so you have to make it obey your orders and run according to your will. How much magic power do you want to put in? How long to maintain it? What form does it take? What traits to strengthen? How do you want it to end up? Felix asked a series of questions, and after waiting quietly for a few seconds, he spread his hands and said, "Unfortunately, there are no fixed answers to all of these, it's up to you to decide. So once you learn a powerful attack magic, you can imagine what it will cause when it gets out of control." Harry imagined along the lines of the professor. If it is a flame type of ancient magic, which did not take shape well enough, but once by chance you cast it successfully, but as a result, you cannot control it and be drained of magic power, I guess you can only watch the magic devour you. But the good thing is Felix raised his voice to wake up a group of young wizards who had fallen into a terrible hallucination. The illumination you are going to learn is not dangerous, at least you don't have to worry about being burned to ashes by flames, corroded by poisonous mist into pus, and being blasted by lightning into dry corpse. The young wizards stared blankly in unison, they really didn't get much comfort from the professor's words. "Does anyone know what this tells us?" One of the twins muttered, "Don't let it take shape." "That's right," Felix gave him an approving look, and Fred's mouth wide open as he blurted it out. "Don't let your ancient magic take shape easily, repeat the second step until you feel very proficient, and then you can proceed to the next attempt. Each of you will be tested before you leave the school, and I will also write to your parents to explain the situation, and it is strictly forbidden to practice in private, it is stupid to be drained by your own magic, understand?" The young wizards went silent, the professor had never been so strict before, so they nodded one by one like a pecking chick. "Very well, you have almost a week to master the initial illumination," Felix pointed at the stone basin, "with the help of it." Felix stood up and looked around, "Anyone wants to be the first to go in? Although it's a replica, I've kept some features of the Pensieve, and the way to enter is a bit like diving, which I personally find intriguing. Number Samuel Pollock, thanks for your support. There are 340 chapters on P_Atrian. 312, Chapter 312 Prophecy. Fred and George must not have known that their noses would one day be on public display. Ron giggled, staring unblinkingly at the small patch of light above his head as Harry, Hermione and a dozen others around them also gestured in the same way. They are standing on the empty floor, or rather the space inside the stone basin, which is not very well lit, close to the twilight scene at dusk. Nor the ceiling above is visible, instead, there is a circular bright light, very similar to the shape of the edge of the stone basin. At the moment, a part of that bright light is obscured by a straight nose, as if a giant is peering at them from outside the room. Ron said with a satisfied face, "Guess whose nose is this? I think it's George, although it may not be obvious, but his nose is a little crooked." Harry grinned, it is indeed an interesting perspective, and they could hear the buzzing sound of talking, from far away, with echoes. "I see so many little people, little Ronnie is easy to recognize with our family's red hair, ouch." The crowd inside the stone basin watched as one of the Weasley twins fell open-mouthed through the air, he tumbled a dozen times and landed solidly on the floor. George Weasley looked up to see his brother stretching out his hand with a wicked grin on his face and said to him in a teasing tone, "Your hair stands out too." George immediately crawled to his feet, patted the non-existent dirt on his body, and pretended to say, "It's Fred's fault, he's holding my head down, oh, here he comes." The crowd looked up, another man fell from a height, almost a replica of George. Fred also hit the ground with a thud. "Now that's good." George asked happily, "Harry, which of us do you think landed in a better position?" Harry tried to sound objective, he stifled his laughter and commented seriously, "I think it's you," but Fred hit the ground with a louder sound. One by one, the students fell like dumplings, and finally, Professor Hap landed lightly on the ground, smiled, and said, "An appetizer before the big meal, I hope you had fun. Next, I will demonstrate to you the true power of this magic." As Felix spoke, he waved his hand at the same time, everything started to change like a fairy tale. The sky dimmed, darkness covered everything, and then no one could see anything. Harry panicked a little, his heartbeat uncontrollably accelerated, he called out tentatively, "Ron? Hermione? Professor?" No response, even his own voice could not be heard. In a panic, he ran into someone who seemed to be about to stumble, so he pulled him up. "Calm down." Professor Hap's voice said, "This is a magic mist, which can block the normal natural light and sound. Generally speaking, experienced people will choose to stay away from this kind of zone, because they don't know what they will encounter. But if you're already deep in it, you can use some special magic to break the mist, such as the illumination I've taught you." He recited the runic phrases, a light gathered in his hands, and rays of light pierced the darkness and brought the brightness. However, the bright light and the darkness were entangled together with each other, and neither could contain the other. as Harry thought of a scene where a torch ray passed through the darkness in the middle of the night. Only, in the professor's hand, there may be countless smaller torches. At the same time, Harry could see who is beside him, the only second-year student. Oh, Ginny, are you all right? Ginny's face turned as red as her hair. No, I'm all right. Felix said, this is an initial mastery of this magic, and the minimum I require from you can control it steadily, without letting it draw your magic, and also maintain a very basic shape, in which it will look like a large torch. When you become comfortable with it, I mean if you have enough control, you can change the shape of this magic at will according to your heart, like a ball of light. He held out his hand, holding a milky white ball of light, with a bit of warm bright yellow tinge in the magical mists. You can't help but feel at ease. The light glowed brighter, and Harry saw shadows of other people. Or animal appearance. A glowing owl flapped its wings, illuminating their faces indistinctly, and Harry suddenly thought about his Hedwig, but the next second it turned into an eagle, and various unknown raptors. Or, just the simplest ray of light. Felix said as the monkey-eating eagle in his hand shot up into the sky, trailing along, bright horizontal trajectory, and in the end, it literally turned into a beam of light. These gimmicks can be utilized in your private practice to help you hone your familiarity with this magic, and after that, when you can freely channel magical power, you can strengthen the power and range of the magic. The wrist-thick beam of light seemed to be unbound and swelled rapidly. 1 foot, 2 foot, 10 foot, 20 foot, pillars of light stretched and engulfed them, and the magical fog in the whole space broken apart, and the sky became bright. Felix retracted his magic, so, next I'll be instructing you one-on-one. Everyone stared at the professor, they couldn't figure out what he meant by that. One-on-one, are they going to be instructed one by one? The trio vaguely guessed that perhaps the professor had made advance preparations, like that Professor Hap who is made of memories in the nameless book. They guessed half right. Hermione suddenly covered her mouth, her eyes widened, the others were also displayed a shocked expression, as a second head appeared from Professor Hap's neck, then quickly, his chest also split into two, as if two professors are overlapping each other. In the eyes of the crowd it's beyond bizarre, the second complete Professor Hap emerged out of Felix. This Professor Hap called a name, Malfoy, follow me. Draco walked up in front of the two professors in a completely mechanical way, looking left and right. He could not tell who is real and who is fake, but soon, something more surprising happened. As a third Professor Hap appeared, he carelessly twirled his wand. Well, it's you, Diggory. Cedric's expression stiffened as he followed him away, and when he walked some distance away he couldn't help but look back. The fourth and fifth Professor Hap also already started to select students, and he finally understood what one-on-one instruction meant. It is really one-on-one. Geoffrey. Percy Weasley. Miss Greengrass. One by one, the members of the Magic Rune Club got taken away by Professor Hap, each left with a bewildered look on their faces, and Harry could particularly understand them. Even after the baptism of the nameless book, he still greatly shaken. He found that Professor Hap had never been shy about showing them the wonders of magic and using it in every aspect of his life and teaching. Magic had become a part of the professor. You seem to have something to say to me, Harry. Harry opened his mouth as he thought of Professor Trelawney's unusual state during the exam. In his mind, either Trelawney had an unknown hidden illness or she had actually made a prophecy. He had always thought that the divination class professor is a liar, but since the night attack of the Dementor army at the bridge, he did not think so. What you fear will happen in April. Right on. This statement was not made to a particular person, but to all four people who were there, Ron, Hermione, Professor Hap, and he himself. Ron had been harboring expectations that his pet rat would one day return not as the Dark Wizard, or Peter Pettigrew, but as a Scabbers, the inconspicuous rat who had been with him for over 2 years, but his fears had undoubtedly come true. Hermione had been worried about them being attacked, which was one of the reasons why she actively organized the dueling self-study group. As a result the attack really happened, if not for the sudden appearance of Sirius, they may have been kidnapped by Peter Pettigrew. No, only he, while Hermione and Ron's fate can be imagined. What about Professor Hap? One of his respected elders had died that day, as Hermione had told him. As for himself, he worried about more things, worried about Ron's worry, but also worried about Hermione's worry. After he recognized Sirius as his godfather, he began to worry that he is not worthy of such a wonderful family, and it ended up in the middle of the real accident. When Harry said this speculation to Ron and Hermione to hear, they were also surprised to death. Harry, it's just a coincidence. After the shock, Hermione said with high spirits. Maybe it's true, that old dragonfly Trelawney really does have some skills. Hermione, didn't you say that her ancestors had a real talent for divination? Ron asked skeptically. Privately, he gave nicknames to professors he didn't like. Snape is a greasy old bat, Trelawney is called as old dragonfly because she likes to pretend to be a diviner and wears a pair of insect eye-like glasses. The two best friends had opposite reactions, making Harry's attitude sway from side to side. Until the exam, Harry was the last to walk out of the divination classroom. As he returned the crystal ball that dropped on the floor to Trelawney, she rolled her eyes, her body stiffly supported the armchair, as she uttered a paragraph of inexplicable words, her voice is as if she was sick, almost like a knife has been sharpened by a file harshly, hoarse and strange. The millennium's unseen change, legendary drama is thus staged. Ho the clown returns to play at the beat of the drum, the warrior is fully equipped, the lion grows old, the firebird of nirvana. Time. Time. Harry was dumbfounded at that time, and as he was thinking about getting someone over for help, Professor Trelawney's head dropped to her chest, she grunted, and then, quite suddenly, her head snapped back up, and she stood as if nothing had happened. I'm sorry, dear boy, she said as if in a dream, it is too hot during the day, you know I fell asleep for a while. Harry remained standing still, jaws dropped. Trelawney glanced at Harry in surprise, as if he had done something strange. What's on your mind, boy? What are you thinking about, Harry? Felix asked. No, nothing, Harry froze for a moment and snapped back, I was going to ask, is the stone basin also based on the same principle as the Nameless Book? Pretty much, Felix said, but rather than the Nameless Book, it's a combination of the Room of Requirement and the Pensieve, he winked, I received a gift from the 2 seniors. There are 346 chapters on P_Atrian. 313, Chapter 313 Centaur Divination. It took from morning to afternoon for the club members to leave one after another. It was great. One student said excitedly, it's like the professor is only mine. All of us thought so too. His companion said with a smile. But he completely missed the point and said in an exaggerated tone, Professor Hap also discussed incidentally with me about what spellcasting posture is more handsome, did you hear that? I'm a full 100 feet away from you, man. A girl said, Professor Hap was very patient, and while telling me about the structure of the rune sequence of illumination, he described it as look like a bell orchid. Hey? The professor and I were talking about tulips. Another girl said. It's obviously a rose. As a few people looked at each other with disagreement, Ron couldn't help but say, maybe Professor Hap was just trying to convey an arc structure, and all these flowers look similar, don't they? The girls who had been discussing fervently stared at Ron and left with a grunt. Ron rubbed his head and asked in disbelief, did I say something wrong? No, you just ruined their whole day. Hermione said casually. They came to a yard, the plants growing thickly along the zigzag path, Harry fiddled with the orange-red spherical fruits in the shrubs, next to the large tufts of mistletoe decorated with white beads. How serious, Harry? Hermione inquired. He's fine, he's been busy preparing for his brother's funeral, and he doesn't want anyone else to get involved. Harry said softly. I think the name is Regulus Black. Ron said excitedly, he's cool, the lone hero. He lowered his voice and said, being a Death Eater but screwing the Dark Lord once, he deserves it. Yeah, but you definitely can't mention the Horcrux at the funeral, Headmaster Dumbledore specifically spoke to me, you know. Ron laughed, he must have been so distressed at the time, and probably thinking of casting an Obliviate on us. Ron. Hermione said sternly. I was just rambling, it certainly won't happen. Hermione looked around worriedly, she didn't think it was exactly safe here, Harry, we better not mention that word out here. Horcrux. Harry muttered in a small voice, thinking seriously, you're right, but the average person wouldn't know what it is. Luna. Harry's jaw dropped as he looked at the little girl in the middle of the garden, holding a food box in one hand and a half-woven ring of mistletoe in the other. Luna's eyes were averted as she tossed the wreath aside and pretended to suddenly spot them. Hello, Harry, Hermione, Ron. It's so good to see you. She said in a song-like voice. What are you doing here? Harry asked, suddenly regretting discussing the subject in the garden a bit, wondering how much Luna had heard. I'm waiting for Ginny, you know, her stomach gets hungry, and a picnic is essential. Luna swayed gently, her waist-length blonde hair flopping around. Is that so? Ron echoed with a skeptical look, did you hear? Luna. Ginny came running from afar, panting and breathless, I'm sorry I'm late, Fred and George insisted I try their new product, and it was hard to get away, so I can't let them know about this, visit to the Forbidden Forest to see Firenze Ron. Ginny stared at him for a few seconds before she realized her slip of the tongue and shouted, why are you here? Are you trying to eavesdrop? Oh, Hermione, Harry, you're here too. Her expression became blank, what the hell is going on? Harry and the rest looked at each other as if it really was an accident. Luna hummed softly as she picked up the wreath she had dropped on the floor again and braided it together on her own. A few minutes later, they were walking in the direction of Hagrid's hut. We're concerned about you, Ginny. Ron said, there was an attack on the edge of the Forbidden Forest only 2 months ago. Yeah, you got hit by a dark spell in your leg, and it swelled up to twice its size. Ginny said lightly. And it's dripping with pus. Ginny, Don't you care about your brother at all? Ron grumbled. Concerned? It's natural to worry when I hear it for the first time, Ginny said with a stern face, and the second time, the third time, the fourth time, and the fifth time. Ron's face flushed up, even the roots of his ears were red. Harry began to change the subject. He knew perfectly well how Ron bragged about it afterward and had heard it more often to boot. But Ron blocked that spell for him, so Harry thought Ron totally deserved all that bragging he did. So he said, so, you guys are going to visit the centaur? As it happens, we want to drop by Hagrid's to see Buckbeak, and we might become friends. Harry stopped talking and suddenly wanted to smack himself. Centaur has high self-esteem, he stammered and explained, I mean, is, a friend of ours, they all are. Luna said cheerfully, you're right, Harry. I think you'll be friends, Firenze is very friendly. Firenze. Firenze. Harry and Hermione uttered simultaneously in surprise, and Harry said, I knew Firenze from the first year. I met a dark wizard who was hunting unicorns and found out afterward that it was Quirrell, who worked for Voldemort for the Dark Lord, and it was Firenze who helped me and got me out of there. He picked his words carefully, not using the word ride, because his experience had taught him that centaur folks hated that. Luna looked at Harry in a trance, and Harry added, it's true, he looks young, his hair is platinum blonde, and his body is strong. Luna raised her eyebrows and smiled. The group went to Hagrid's hut and saw the stout Hagrid removing weeds from the pumpkin patch, and as they approached, Hagrid held a red umbrella in his hand and poked around the ground. Hagrid. Hagrid turned back, Harry, Ron, Hermione. Oh, and two little girls, one's a Weasley, what's your name? Ginny Weasley. And you? Hagrid looked over at Luna, the tip of the umbrella he is holding touched a pumpkin next to him, bang, which exploded with a big hole, yellow juice showered their face. Oh, sorry. Hagrid said in a frenzy, lifting the nearest Harry and Ron to one side, I'll get a rag, I can't use magic on you, he explained in a whisper, I'm not very good at life magic, I blew it off a good time. Wait, Hagrid scoured Jiffy. Scour Jiffy. Scour Jiffy. With Hermione's help, it didn't take them long for them to get down to business. Buckbeak? It's back to the pack, and his kind missed him. Hagrid said with a wave of his arms. Harry and the rest felt somewhat regretful, but still happy for Buckbeak. When he heard they wanted to visit the centaur, Hagrid glared at them and yelled, you guys want to die? Only 2 months ago, the attack happened. And the battle on the bridge, if I hadn't been at the hospital wing and missed. He froze and looked at them for a while, and said dismally, I can't help, I don't know that spell. Harry and the gang reassured him, you saved me, Hagrid, remember? Madame Pomfrey said that if we delay a little longer, we'll have to cut off the leg and grow it again. Ron said sincerely. Hagrid, you can use engorgement charm just fine. Hermione said as she looked out the window at the pumpkins. Harry racked his brain, but unfortunately, he couldn't find any proper reason. Well, everyone is right, Hagrid, you can't take yourself lightly. Thank you, thank you. Hagrid pulled out a handkerchief sentimentally, wiped the corners of his wet eyes, and then responded coldly, stop. You guys haven't said why you're going to the Forbidden Forest. We're going to visit Firenze, I haven't seen him for months. Luna said, besides, big guy, I like the layout of your place, it's a lot like my house. Hagrid smiled, call me Hagrid, little girl. What's your name? Luna Lovegood. She said with a shake of her head. Hagrid rummaged through a dusty bag and pulled out several dirty things and handed them out one by one. What's this? Harry asked, it looked like the bones of some kind of creature. Luna puffed her cheeks and blew it as a loud whistle sound was heard. After a while, she stopped, slightly out of breath. Hagrid said gruffly, you see, Luna has demonstrated it, that is a bone whistle, I will use it when training the creatures in the Forbidden Forest, and if there is danger, it may help. Of course, little ones, I do not recommend that you go to the Forbidden Forest. He said very naggingly. Finally, Hagrid took them to meet Firenze. Luna put the mistletoe wreath on the heads of the centaur. They also enjoyed the food in the food box together. Because there are too many people, everyone didn't have much to share. Harry felt more hungry after eating it. He missed the Great Hall in the castle very much, but the reunion with Firenze was also fun, and it would have been better if he didn't talk about difficult astrology. Mars has been giving off a strange halo lately, and we think it's foreshadowing something. Firenze said, strongly suggesting that Luna should do a fume and flame divination with sage and mallow sweet. You're the most spiritual human I've ever met. Luna did so and Harry was surprised that she had them with her, a little more than her cork necklace and weird earrings, so they had to sit around and watch the choking smoke curl up. Hagrid sat down higher than they stood, the breeze blew, the smoke mixed with the fumes came to him as he kept sneezing. Firenze is totally unaffected, fate has brought us together to make a prophecy together. He crouched on the ground and looked closely, trying to pick out certain shapes and symbols from it. It looks like the magic Professor Hap taught us. Ron muttered in a whisper to Harry, who didn't see any similarity between the two. He did think it looked a bit like Buckbeak's flapping wings. Like a cloak of flame, Ginny stated her opinion, treating this as a game. Hermione chose to look at it coldly, sitting quietly without speaking. She had always been uninterested in these odd things. Humans have never been very good at this sort of thing, even the centaur only possessed this ability after a long period of years. Firenze said flatly, and it's easy to make mistakes. Luna, what did you see? I saw a party, and everyone is happy as they shoot fireworks into the sky. Luna said gleefully. I wish I would be there. Firenze said with some disappointment, I thought it would be a hint of war. The others looked at him in confusion, and he explained, Mars dominates the war, and for the past 10 years, all indications are that the people of the wizarding world are only spending a brief period of peace between the two wars. But recently there have been new changes that the older members of the clan can't understand. He shook his head and didn't continue with the heavy topic. After that, Harry and the group returned to the castle and had a great meal as they left everything else behind. When they returned to the Gryffindor common room, Percy is standing in front of the bulletin board, surveying the job offers on it. Isn't he going to the Ministry of Magic? Harry asked. Ron shrugged. Penelope hasn't found a job yet. She did get a few letters of recommendation, but the job she's most interested in is abroad and Percy is trying to keep her. After a few minutes, Percy left in a huff. Before returning to the dormitory, Harry glanced at the top of the ad. Combined with the general location Percy looked before leaving, he found a nondescript newspaper clipping in the corner. He did not look at the small print at the bottom, but remembered the name of the company. Future World. Number Tob_Gib, thanks for your support. There are 346 chapters on P_Atrian. 314, Chapter 314. Different people, different choices. Harry never expected that he would hear the name Future World Company many times in the next 2 days. The third morning, he rushed to the Magic Rune Club with Ron and Hermione. Because there's only 1 week left, every member of the club has a sense of urgency in their hearts, even if Harry and Ron, who had been tightly restricted before, were patient enough not to go to their last trip to Hogsmeade this semester. Of course, this is also related to Hermione, who pointed out certain concerns. This kind of opportunity cannot be easy to find. In case you do not meet the professor's expectations, the professor will not only send a letter home, even whether there is a second opportunity in the next academic year for you will have a question mark. You guys don't want to see Malfoy all smug, do you? Harry had to admit that Hermione's last comment hit him deep, and so for Ron. Look at his arrogance, I can't believe he completely forgot about Buckbeak. Ron became indignant about it. When Draco Malfoy had left the classroom yesterday, bragging to them about his academic progress, Ron had chosen to counter him with the news that the Buckbeak case had been won, only to have Malfoy completely forget the name and say mockingly, "Is that a doll you made up yourself, little Ronnie?" Several Slytherin students laughed. Because of George's blunder, the entire club knew what Ron's nickname is. They arrived at the main location of the Magic Rune Club. Hermione traced out a rune on the air with her finger and pressed it against the door, which opened silently, and closed automatically when the trio walked into the room. Professor Hap is sitting on the sofa, in the middle of a conversation with Neville. Sharp-eyed Hermione noticed Neville passing the professor an invitation with intertwined gold and red floral patterns. I got it, Neville. The professor said. Neville smiled meekly at Harry and the gang, then pushed his fingers into the stone basin that next to him and got sucked in, while Harry began to imagine the image of him falling through the air and a Professor Hap suddenly appearing. Harry and Ron entered the space inside the stone basin one after another. Hermione stayed behind and looked at Felix, clearly having something to say. Please sit down, Granger. Hermione sat next to him. Can I talk to you, Professor? Of course, you've gone ahead of them, and it was with reference to your learning progress that I designed this teaching program. Felix smiled as he leaned over and let his palm brush the stone basin. As a starburst of light spilled from his fingertips. Well, no one will hear us talking to each other. Hermione pulled out the time turner hidden in her shirt and said hesitantly, Professor, do you think I should turn it in? Why do you say that? I broke my agreement with Professor McGonagall and used it for something other than studying. She trusts me so much. If she knew about it, Hermione said sadly. Miss Granger, Felix increased his tone, do you think it's just me and you who know about this? Maybe even counting your 2 best friends. Hermione's eyes widened. Professor, you mean to tell me that there are other people who also know and are aware? Her hands and feet became cold. The day of the battle on the bridge, she had broken at least 100 laws set by the Ministry of Magic. Let us make a simple recap of our actions of that day. We did cheat time, or more accurately, just make up a piece of history. Felix said calmly, in order to wait for the scene you mentioned, even when they were in crisis several times, I did not show up and kept watching from the sidelines, the closest being less than a foot away from Harry, until your experience became everyone's experience, and I made my move to guide Harry, and he successfully cast a powerful patroness, followed immediately by what happened afterward. Hermione nodded, the professor had told her, and she couldn't agree more. Felix continued, but there was a flaw in it. I appeared to the crowd out of nowhere. For those who know that you have a time turner, it is easy to deduce many things from this tiny detail, such as Headmaster Dumbledore, such as Professor McGonagall. What about the Ministry of Magic? Hermione held her breath. The Aurors shouldn't be aware of something so confidential, at least not enough to associate it with you, but fudge. I don't know if his power-hungry brain can think of it, but he has no way to verify it. Felix said, spreading his hands. Hermione sighed quietly in relief. I'm not saying this to scare you, but to tell you what you've overlooked before. So if Professor McGonagall pretends not to know, there's no need for you to have to spill it all, it would embarrass you both, but I do suggest you drop some of your electives, you've got a tiring year ahead of you. Hermione bit her lip, her expression tangled, she mentally calculated it, she had already given up divination, as long as she gave up one more, she could have a normal class schedule, and she already had the answer in her mind. She had chosen Muggle studies before because she thought it would be fascinating to see ordinary people from the perspective of the wizarding community, but a year down the line, novelty worn off, she realized that in certain areas of common sense, the professor didn't know any more than her about this subject, and the textbook perspectives are rather outdated and mundane, not nearly as rewarding as the book written by Professor Happ had brought her. Professor, I've thought about it, and I'll return the time turner to Professor McGonagall. Later today, she would find a right moment at Professor Lupin's farewell party. When that day's class ended, Harry heard the whispers of Percy and Penelope as they walked out of the classroom. Penelope, have you thought about it? Penelope said hesitantly, I want to do something meaningful, that future world you mentioned, just a new company, maybe just a small store. It has a tempting offer in its advertisement, doesn't it? Maybe it's just talking big. No, look at its pay, 50 galleons a month, that's a lot higher than a Ministry of Magic employee, I can't even get that money. I didn't pick my job for the money. Penelope said angrily. I know, but it also means that this company is very sincere and very short of people. Percy made his best effort to persuade his girlfriend, do not rush to make a decision yet, Penelope. When the holiday is over, I will go with you to have a look, just in Diagon Alley. In the evening, Harry went to Professor Lupin's office. The office of the Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts had moved to the second floor, and Harry had long suspected that the fight between Professor Lupin and Snape had destroyed the original room. He had caught a glimpse of it in Professor Happ's eyes during the dueling tournament when the two had confronted each other. But Professor Lupin and Professor Happ both denied it, and he really did not dare to ask Snape. As a result is predictable, he will be deducted 50 points, plus a week of detention. Lupin's office door is open. He had already packed most of his things. Grindelows' empty water tank stood next to his battered old box, which is wide open and nearly full. I saw you coming. Lupin said with a smile, gesturing at the parchment on the table, and Harry moved over to discover that it turned out to be the Marauder's map. The map had gone in circles and come back to its maker. Lupin said, Professor Happ gave it back to me the other day, he has cracked the secret on it, Sirius and I agreed that it should belong to you. To me? Harry asked in surprise. You are as fidgety as James, and I dare say that you, Ron, and Hermione will find a use for this map. James would be greatly disappointed if his son never found any secret passages in the castle. But the secret passages have been blocked. Just the secret passages to Hogsmeade, Lupin added to his words, there are far more than that in the castle. Harry smiled and picked up the map, looked carefully for a moment, he could not find Professor Happ's name, so he grinned, the professor really cracked the secret of the Marauder's map. He tucked the map into his pocket smoothly and saw the newspaper folded in a corner beside him, the page of recruitment information caught his attention, and he read it carefully. Future World welcomes you to join us. We are hereby recruiting throughout the society, regardless of origin, based on your ability. Anyone who exceeds the standard in any of the three following fields: ancient runes, alchemy, charms, transfiguration, magic theory, and Muggle studies may submit a letter to apply for the job, and once selected, the offer will be generous, and you will receive a monthly payment of 50 galleons for each month of work. Our company is dedicated to engaging in practical research in magic and building a better life for all wizards. Join the future world, join the future. We are looking forward to hearing from you. Also, as our company will involve the improvement and transformation of numerous Muggle items, those with relevant experience in life are preferred. Harry put down the newspaper and said hesitantly, Professor Lupin, you are planning to... Ah, you mean this, Lupin said as he tightened his old trunk and looked up. After leaving Hogwarts, I didn't know what to do for the time being, and happened to see the above advertisement. I thought, if I could apply for this job successfully, even if I only work for a few months and get kicked out, it's still a lot of money. Harry felt sad for Professor Lupin, not a sudden rush of emotion, but like an undercurrent beneath the surface of calm water, poking his heart one by one with an irrevocable, faint sadness. Professor Lupin has carried the identity of a werewolf all his life, hiding in the hills, not staying in one place for more than 6 months, and after leaving Hogwarts, he will also lose his steady source of wolfsbane potions. You're going to make it. Harry encouraged him loudly. Lupin looked surprised for a second or two, then smiled, don't worry about me, Harry. But he didn't state a reason, perhaps because there is no reason to give, he put the box in the corner and straightened his robes, let's go. There are 348 chapters on P_Atrian. 315, Chapter 315 The End of the School Year. In front of the faculty common room, Ron waited quietly at the door, then he waved excitedly at Harry and Lupin when he saw them. Harry, Professor Lupin, you're finally here. Where's Hermione? Harry asked curiously. He looked around and spotted Hermione around a corner, she and Professor McGonagall discussing something in a whisper. Shortly after, they came over talking with a smile, and walked into the faculty common room together. The room was reorganized, the old dark wood chairs stacked on the side of the long room near the fireplace, with a long table in its place. Flitwick cast a spell on the ceiling, making colored ribbons dangle. Felix conjured a small white ball, which floated to the ceiling, emitting a gentle glow, illuminating the room with warmth and brightness. Hagrid carried a large barrel of mead, while Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall smiled and turned the tables into miniature creatures. Harry temporarily forgot the sadness of parting, as he happily gobbled up, at Hagrid's recommendation, he also tasted a small glass of homebrewed wine of the house elf. When Professor McGonagall cast a reproachful gaze, Hagrid consciously took the glass away. You are still young, Harry. In addition to the many flavors of hot dishes and sweet puddings, there were a few more novel dishes on the table. Ron forked up a meatball dripping with sauce and asked curiously, what's this? I've never seen it before. He put his fork into his mouth, then his eyes lit up. Harry, Hermione, you've got to try this. Harry forked up a yellow cube that tasted sweet and sour. It's pineapple. He said with certainty. What's this dish called? A house elf wearing a chef's hat said respectfully, this is pineapple sweet and sour meat, recently developed. Mr. Happ gave Cloudbur a recipe book for Christmas, there are many magical dishes in it. Hermione said hesitantly, are you the kitchen house elf? How about joining us over here? Cloudbur the house elf took a few steps back. We will dine in the kitchen, he bowed, the dishes are all served, please enjoy. He disappeared with a thud. You're scaring him, Hermione. Ron said. At this point, Professor McGonagall began to ask Lupin about his plans after he left school, and Lupin stated the job posting he had seen in the newspaper, I fit the bill in every way except ancient runes. So I am going to submit a resume. Professor McGonagall showed a smile as she said enthusiastically, which one is it? Maybe I know them, and I can write a letter of recommendation for you. Lupin said gently, a new company called Future World, it's not quite well known yet. Future World. Felix repeated, he looked at Lupin with a strange look. Lupin looked a little puzzled. After a while, Felix raised his glass, you will succeed, Lupin. Thanks. Ding. The two men's glasses clinked together. The next morning, Harry got up from bed early and dressed hurriedly. Ron is sleeping heavily and talking in his sleep. This is delicious, Harry. He put on another robe on himself as he walked out of the common room with a couple of steps, disturbing the fat lady's good dreams by coming out too early. Son, it's the end of the school year. She said feebly, whirling around and moving out of position. I'm not confused, it's urgent. Harry explained as he walked down the grand staircase and made his way out, passing through the doors of the Great Hall, where he spotted the back of Professor Lupin carrying his suitcase from a distance. He caught up with him, panting, Professor. Professor, I've come to see you off. They strolled down the lawn, greeted by the golden morning sun until they came to the front door of Hogwarts. They talked like real friends, unrestrainedly, and when it came to parting, Harry felt even more reluctant. Lupin smiled and said, I left quietly, because I did not want to increase the feelings of parting, and besides, it will not be long before we will see each other again. You mean, Sirius's brother's funeral? Lupin nodded, honorable person. He waved and walked away briskly. Harry watched him until he had disappeared at the end of the path before he made his way back to the castle. The rest of the day flew by, and he threw all his energy into learning ancient magic, so much that he couldn't even be bothered with apparition for a while, not counting Hermione. There are already many who had learned the magic from the club. It was Percy Weasley, followed by Geoffrey and Penelope. They're all 7th years, the advantage is too obvious. Ron said. Cedric is tentatively mastering it too. Harry said sensitively, I always fell a little short. Mate, he's 2 years ahead of you, why would you want to compete with him? Ron asked in disbelief. Harry didn't say anything, he also found his thoughts a bit boring, but he always couldn't help but fight in his mind. In the blink of an eye, the final day before the holiday arrived. On that day, the school announced the examination results. Harry, Ron, and Hermione passed every class. Harry got an O in defense against the dark arts, and an E in ancient runes, charms, and care of magical creatures, and Ron glanced at them. I only came out worse in defense against the dark arts, everything else is the same. He looked at Hermione's report card again thoughtlessly and found a single E in the table as everything else is O, defense against the dark arts. I remembered that boggart you ran into on the test again. Hermione met a cunning boggart during the practical exam. It turned into a professor told her that she failed all the exams collectively, for which she had to repeat the grade, which took her a lot of time to calm down, for which the exam had to be interrupted for 10 minutes. Hermione glanced at Ron and reminded him, I learned the apparition. Ron frowned and grunted in a small voice, I also succeeded twice. Lost half an eyebrow once and shredded a cloak once yet, if you count them as successes. I should probably go find Fred and George, their asses are going to be swollen from mommy's beatings. When they appeared in the Great Hall, they saw that Professor Hap had been surrounded by excited students, and Percy loudly announced, all outstanding. Geoffrey reminded him, you forgot Marcus. Well, there's one E. Let's try to ignore that. Felix became surrounded and spent a good deal of time trying to get out of the center, but it was happy trouble. The 7th-year graduates were still celebrating enthusiastically, and even Snape hadn't given them a deduction, something that would have been unthinkable in the past. Severus, I need a steady source of wolfsbane potions. For that werewolf. Snape asked in disgust. Ever since the night after the Battle of the Bridge, he had stopped saying Lupin's name in conversation with Felix, always using that werewolf as a substitute. You don't seem like a nosy person. He said. Felix sighed, he'd make an excellent employee. That company of yours? Snape asked, not rejecting it immediately, but thinking hard, do you still accept investments? If it were anyone else, I would refuse, but not from you, Severus. Give me a position that must be higher than that werewolf, and I'll interview him personally. Snape clenched his fingers and gave a grim smile. You look terrible, that little wizard's fork is falling off. Snape glanced over and said dismissively, a silly fellow, eating pie in my class, and I made him dispose of 2 vats of horned toad livers. Did he? No wonder I thought he looked a little familiar. There are 348 chapters on P_Atrian. 316, Chapter 316 Dragon Reserve. The next day, the Hogwarts Express left the station and disappeared from Felix's sight. Dumbledore standing next to him, looking far away with wide eyes, eyes full of crystal glitter, it's really touching, empty head filled with knowledge on a wonderful holiday. Yeah, and a bundle of homework. Felix said, Albus, why did you want me to go to Romania? Because you're not one of the 4 heads, and we have to always avoid suspicion. This year the tournament is bigger than ever, there will be 5 schools. Dumbledore said mildly, that would have been my job, but again, I just too busy. 5? Besides the extra Ilvermorny, is there still more? Uagadou from Africa's mountains of the moon Fudge's handiwork, Dumbledore said, he's having a hard time these past 2 months, the Dementors went out of control causing his reputation to plummet, parents have sent letters denouncing his incompetence, and the newspapers reported a series of articles. Didn't you say Fudge's skill is very brilliant? Dumbledore smiled, did you read about Sirius and Peter Pettigrew in the papers? Including Peter's last words. He did it on purpose. Felix asked in surprise, he only saw the Ministry of Magic's newsletter in a newspaper articles in the toilet a long time ago, and it basically didn't cause a ripple. I think it's watered down. Dementors out of control is something that all the students saw, but not many understand past that. In Fudge's opinion, perhaps Sirius's case is more sensitive, Dumbledore said, the hero was imprisoned for 12 years without trial, and the traitor enjoys a first-class order of Merlin and lives in peace. Although it is not something that happened during his tenure, the public would not care that much. What's more, there is Voldemort involved in this. Felix nodded, understood Fudge's line of thought, since the Dementors out of control can no longer be covered, it does not matter, anyway, there is Umbridge as a deterrent. However, when it comes to injustice, involving Voldemort, it must be hidden from the public. I guess he put all his hopes on the 2 events, the Quidditch World Cup and the Tournament of Champions. Dumbledore said approvingly, covering up the bleakness with brilliance is Fudge's speciality. So he wants to pull more schools under the rug to expand his influence. In fact, he sent invitations to a total of 10 wizarding schools, but very few responded back to him. Felix appeared in the middle of the mountains, the Carpathians, the backbone of Romania, where the Romanian dragon sanctuary is hidden. Although there are many dragon reserves around the world, the Romanian dragon sanctuary is the unique one. It is partially free-range, with over 100 professionals from all over the world working here, including dragon trainers, dragon breeders, and dragon researchers. Almost every species of dragon known in the world can be found here. Felix watched as 7 or 8 wizards gathered around a Romanian longhorns dragon, half of its wing broken and bloody, as the dragon tamers tried to calm it down. He walked down the slope and got a closer look at the dragon. It had dark green scales and long, shiny golden horns, and its eyes were alert and grumpy, stomping restlessly. Relax, we mean no harm, you need healing. A wizard shouted as his companions warily circled the area, their wands constantly aimed at the fiery dragon, which looked like it is in heat, especially since it had failed in courting and got defeated, so its current emotions probably won't be too good. The longhorn dragon flapped half of its wings and emitted several sparks from its nostrils. Watch out, it's going to breathe fire, Charlie, use stupefy. Another wizard shouted. The one called Charlie shouted, find the right moment, wait for it to show its belly, and together we'll right now. Stupefy. They shouted in unison, and stupefy landed like a rocket on the thick skin of the longhorn's abdomen. Its propped up hind legs wobbled, and curls of smoke rose from its nostrils as it looked around in bewilderment, then fell down slowly, very slowly. Well done. A middle-aged wizard patted Charlie's shoulder and said gratefully, I can feel relieved to let you lead the team alone now. His companions also gathered around. Due to living in the wilderness for years, the skin of these people looked very rough, with a brown-black tan and a weathered look. So it's him. Felix thought to himself. Charlie Weasley, 2 years younger than him, extremely talented in Quidditch, had been a captain of the Gryffindor team and had won a Quidditch Cup. But Felix wasn't interested in Quidditch when he was at school and didn't recognize him for a moment. He couldn't even remember the name of Slytherin's captain back then. Besides, Charlie Weasley is a lot different from what he remembered, although he still has a Mr. Nice Guy-like broad face and the Weasleys' characteristic freckles, but his skin wasn't so dark when he was in school, and there wasn't a big, shiny scar on his arm that got burned by the fire. Felix stood quietly at one side, but it startled the rest of the group, who had been so focused on the dragon that they hadn't noticed the sudden appearance of a man beside them. Who are you? Don't you know it's dangerous here, and you're still standing so close? The middle-aged male wizard frowned and sized up the young man in front of him. Felix's face looked quite misleading, which made him think that he was some reckless young man who had come to explore with an excess curiosity. There was no shortage of this type of person each year, very often fresh out of school and traveling all over the place, and the Dragon Sanctuary is a tempting choice for them. Felix Happ, Professor of Ancient Runes at Hogwarts. Felix said in a relaxed tone, reviewing dragons for the Tournament of Champions on behalf of Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. The middle-aged male wizard looked at him suspiciously. Were all professors so young nowadays? Captain. Charlie Weasley stepped forward. I know him, let me welcome him. Is he really a professor? After receiving an affirmative reply, that captain waved his hand. Well, since you are friends, I'll leave it to you. Other people. Chant the levitation spell with me and let's carry the dragon away. Charlie looked at Felix seriously. The captain means no harm, he's a good man. Felix dumbfounded. Charlie Weasley, I'm curious what image I have in your mind. Charlie did not speak. What image? Of course, it is the shadow of a generation. As a pure Gryffindor, he had a good time watching Felix clean up the Slytherin students when he was in school. This also resulted in the fact that Felix had a very good reputation in the other 3 houses at the time, but he was also recognized for his overly aggressive nature, and everyone held a respectful attitude. Our living spot is over there, I'll take you there. Charlie pointed at the foot of the mountain and said, on the edge of a stream, staying intense. Along the way, Charlie told him about the environment. The Carpathians is huge, occupying 40% of the territory of this country, and in addition to forests, there are rocky shores, swamps, and caves. Won't the dragon cause a mountain fire? Felix asked with interest. This is relatively rare, they do not rely on fire breathing to hunt, such as that Romanian longhorn dragon just now. It likes to fight off the prey with its horns, then bring it back to the nest on the mountain before roasting the prey by breathing fire. Charlie said, only when they encounter flexible and difficult opponents, or when they fight their own kind, they use fire breathing to attack or deter, and the victor will often take the initiative to extinguish the flames. He said with emotion, this is their home. The two looked up as a silvery blue dragon swept through the air. Charlie led Felix to a tent area, and it is obvious that he is well liked. Quite a few people greeted him as they passed by, and he responded to them all. We need to register here, how long do you plan to stay? He took out a book. Felix thought about it, 2 or 3 days, I'm interested in this place. Charlie frowned, I thought it would be half a day. I need to apply with the captain, please wait. He left in a hurry, and it took him a good half day to return, with a puzzled look on his face. They're heading out again, let me show you around for a while. It became dark, and on the other side, Harry, Ron, and Hermione got off the train and walked out of King's Cross station together. Harry is not in a good mood. Even though he has a godfather, he still had to go back to Dursley, which is something Dumbledore asked him to do, and he couldn't refuse. And Sirius had not been around for some time. If not for a letter Harry received on the train, he would have wondered if Sirius had forgotten he had a godson. Mrs. Weasley embraced him warmly and invited him to watch the Quidditch World Cup with them, which put Harry in a better mood, but when they parted, and he walked alone, pushing his belongings toward Uncle Vernon, his mood turned gloomy all over again. For 2 whole months. Uncle Vernon greeted him in his usual manner. "What's that?" he growled, glaring at the envelope Harry held in his hand. "If that's another form for me to sign, then you must." "It's not a form," Harry said soberly, "it's a letter from my godfather." "Godfather?" Uncle Vernon spitefully spluttered, "You don't have a godfather." "Yes, I do," Harry said, his mood magically beginning to change for the better. "He is my mother and father's best friend, a convicted murderer, but he escaped from a wizard's prison. This is what he sent me, I can show you the name on the letter." Uncle Vernon's face twitched up, and his small eyes filled with fear. Harry gleefully continued to script about Sirius. He wanted to gain some perks for his long summer holiday. "Sirius Black, it was on TV, he's still on the run and not got caught, but he's willing to keep in touch with me to make sure I'm getting through all right, pretty soon." Harry's eyes widened, and his eyes passed over Uncle Vernon, who looked fat against a wall, and in a corner of the station, not far from them, a man in a hippie outfit leaned against a wall, the man wearing a top hat that covered most of his face and a smirk appeared at the corners of his mouth. The man pushed back his hat which revealed Sirius's bright smile. "Harry, it breaks my heart to hear you say that." "Sirius?" Harry shouted in surprise. There are 350 chapters on P_Atreon. 317, Chapter 317 Protection. Uncle Vernon driving in the front row, his face turning a saucy purple, his pair of small eyes peeking at Harry and Sirius in the back row with the help of the small mirror in the car. Harry could not believe his good fortune, even though he was a little embarrassed to be caught lying by his godfather, but he was now filled with happy emotions. A few minutes before he got off the train, he felt depressed about the fact that he would have to stay with the Dursleys for at least 6 weeks. He could imagine what it would be like. He'd stay up for 2 days with a blank look, then the next night he'd open the cupboard downstairs to do his summer homework. After that it would be a matter of counting the days one day at a time, hoping that the Weasleys would take him out of his misery, and it would be nice if someone sent him a letter in the meantime. He is almost certain that Ron, Hermione, Dobby, and Sirius will at least send him a birthday card. He even began to calculate in his head that the Dursleys were in Surrey, while the Burrow is in Devon, and Hermione is in London, so if the Granger family have no plans of travelling abroad, perhaps they will meet during the summer. Sirius's words interrupted a dazed Harry. "I have a birthday present for you that you'll love." "What is it?" "I can't say, I've been keeping it from you for a long time, but I can tell you it is perfect and James would have loved it." Uncle Vernon turned around a corner, his hand stiffening a bit as his mind wandered through various thoughts. A hippie wizard who didn't look much different, or even better, from how he had seen him a dozen years ago. He didn't plan to stay in his house, did he? He didn't have the habit of helping his poor relatives, besides he's a murderer, and even if he isn't, he's been in jail, hasn't he? Bang! The car's tire suddenly blew out with a loud bang, and the people inside the car got thrown to the side by inertia. "Watch out, Harry!" "Ouch! Damn!" Uncle Vernon slammed the brake, and the 3 remaining intact tires locked tight, rubbing out a trail of sparks on the ground. And the car came to a halt. Uncle Vernon couldn't hold back any longer, his saliva spewed out as he blurted out a string of swears. Harry looked at him blankly, his mind on the verge of smoking by this point. Maybe in the next 2 days it would die down from an overuse? Until Sirius said with a black face, "If you don't shut up, or I'll glue your mouth shut." Only then did Uncle Vernon shut up, but after 2 or 3 seconds, he muttered in a small voice, "You're not a murderer, you said so yourself. Don't need to remind me. Want to show you the stuff I learned in Azkaban." Sirius growled, but his threats didn't yield good results because Uncle Vernon didn't know what that place is, so Harry reminded him in a whisper that it is a wizard prison, to which his little carrot-like fingers twitched, and he finally became quiet. Uncle Vernon opened the car door with difficulty and got out of the car because he could not squat down, he could only lie on the ground. As he cursed, "The front wheel is flat, there is still halfway from home, to call a tow truck will cost a lot of money." Sirius stepped out of the car, his hippie costume attracted a lot of curious eyes. Uncle Vernon yelled at him, "Can't you just sit back quietly? I'll call the tow truck in case anyone questions you." Sirius pulled out the wand that is pinned to his jeans and used Uncle Vernon's massive size as a shield to block himself. "Excuse me, help me block the way." A tiny light flashed, and the car tire immediately became intact. Uncle Vernon froze and wiped his eyes in disbelief as he growled, "Magic." His voice was so loud that it sounded like a firecracker that had been lit, but he quickly noticed the anomaly and swallowed his voice as his small eyes darted around. "You think I'd appreciate that? Freaks, maggots in the gutter. Same as that little monster." Sirius moved his wand towards Uncle Vernon's triple chin and said coldly, "I can already imagine what you did to Harry." The rest of the journey went silent for everyone, until the car approached the Privet Drive. when a question suddenly occurred to Uncle Vernon about how he should drive this nuisance out without drawing any attention to himself. Harry felt it is no longer considered driving, he walked faster than this, the car is completely moving forward little by little. Sirius also realized that he is not welcomed, maybe from the beginning he knew, but he wanted to see how Harry is getting by. For this reason, he suppressed his temper, but now he is on the verge of an outburst. "Stop the car!" Sirius said. The car stopped immediately. He handed Harry a mirror. "This is a two-way mirror, there are two, I have the other one in my hand. If you want to find me, just call me through it, then you will appear in my mirror, and I will appear in your mirror, so we can talk using it. In the past, when James has been away from me, we've used this to connect." He then looked at Uncle Vernon. "You're not going to try to stop it, are you?" "Of course, won't." Harry took the mirror and checked it out. It looked a bit like the Weasley twins' couple mirror, which he had secretly bought with the intention of giving it to some people he knew, but the twins insisted on not charging for it, and he was too embarrassed to take more. Harry whispered, "Are you leaving?" "Yeah, I know this place, 4 Privet Drive." Sirius said. Uncle Vernon's body shuddered. Sirius did not pay attention to him, as he continued, "Dumbledore told me that your aunt's house is enchanted to protect you from the prying eyes of people with a vested interest." He turned to Uncle Vernon and said coldly, "It is also protecting you, and you should know that." "Enchanted? What you have done to my home?" Sirius said. Dumbledore did not elaborate. "I guess it would be some kind of powerful protective magic, perhaps something like the Fidelius charm?" "I'm not sure." He hastily changed the subject. Sirius lied. He and Dumbledore had a heated argument about Harry's custody, and in order to appease him, Dumbledore revealed more inside information to him. A total of 2 layers of protection existed around Harry's house, one from his mother. That is ancient magic, the preparation time is extremely long, it belongs to the same kind as a powerful curse as it uses strong emotion like resentment and love to mobilize the magic, but the first is more difficult, need to be filled with full of love to form the power of guardianship, it is prepared by Lily Evans for her unborn child. But this is only the first step of this magic. Using the bloodline connection as a bond to cast the spell is not uncommon in the wizarding world, what is rare is that there is a follow-up to this ancient magic, where the blood relative who casts the spell voluntarily chooses to sacrifice themselves to greatly enhance the power of this magic, so any spell that harbors malicious intent will automatically bounce off. This magic protected Harry once and should have expired at that point, it was I who extended its effect. I was faced with a choice, to target a group of people, or a particular one. What was there to hesitate about? Although Voldemort had disappeared, yes, I admit that he just disappeared, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, he will definitely return. At that time I had to make a decision, when the others were still celebrating the hard-earned victory, I had begun to think about Voldemort's return. So I made the logical choice, and it was the strongest protection I could offer Harry as long as he still has a place to call home in which he has a relative with the same blood as his mother, he will not be exposed and harmed by Voldemort. For that reason, he has to go back at least once a year and stay for a while. The second layer of protection was from Dumbledore, who used layers of magic to cover up 4 Privet Drive. However, it could not be completely closed, for which he set a condition, anyone from the wizarding world with malicious intent would not find this place, even if the address accidentally leaked, the most they could do would be locking an area nearby, like a headless fly trying their chances, and long before that, Dumbledore would be informed. This is to prevent the remnants of the then Death Eaters from seeking revenge, both for Harry's protection and the Dursleys' protection. I left this information in Harry's swaddling clothes, explaining everything, and left reassured when I was sure they had accepted Harry. The future looked promising. I knew the Dursleys weren't exactly friendly, but it was what I needed at the same time. I didn't want Harry to grow up in a spoiled environment or be overwhelmed by glory for things he didn't remember at all. Sirius, I want you to fulfill your godfather's duties and bring more love to Harry, but at the same time, you must be careful with your words. Sirius left, and when he left he said to the unhappy Harry, I'm going to rent a room nearby, you can come over anytime. You can do whatever you want, except you can't spend the night. There are 350 chapters on P_Atrian. 318, Chapter 318 Dragon and Contract Transfer. Dragons won't always be seen at our camp, they have a strong sense of territory. Charlie explained, but we'll take the injured dragon back to camp for treatment. Felix followed him to a fenced enclosure behind the camp, where 7 or 8 dragons, bound in shackles made of fireproof material, shrugged their heads restlessly when they saw someone approaching, and one black dragon with an injured leg peered at them with half-squinting eyes. This is Hungarian Horntail, very dangerous, we deployed 12 men to capture it, and its flame breath could reach to about 50 feet, we'd better stay away from it. Charlie said, I've seen it breathing flame over 40 feet away. Felix's eyes schemed over the black scales of the giant dragon. The dragon looked like a lizard with bat wings attached. Sharp ridges grew from its skull, like pikes, all the way to its tail end. But whether it is the bronze horns, the rows of spikes on its back, or the hooked and powerful claws, all indicate that this creature is not to be messed with, and even the ends of its wings are sharp with curved hooks. It is the largest among the dragons, even twice the size of the smallest one. The other dragons are afraid of it, leaving empty space around it. After looking at it for a while, Felix opened his mouth and asked, "If there is no accident, the first game of the competition would be a dragon. Do you guys have made some arrangements?" Charlie thought about it and said seriously, "We have prepared 5 kinds of dragons, for 5 schools, namely Common Welsh Green, Norwegian Ridgeback, Antipodean Opal-eye, Swedish Short Snout, and Chinese Fireball. Only these 5. All you want are female dragons that incubating and hatching eggs, which is not easy to find, and I don't understand why." Felix guessed, maybe to let the champions take the eggs from the mother dragons. Charlie said with some unease, "Don't joke about it, they are already dangerous. The mother dragon that is incubating eggs is a few levels more dangerous. See the scar on my arm? It's from a mother dragon who was raising her cubs. We ruled out the particularly dangerous Peruvian viper-tooth and a giant Hungarian horntail for this reason. The former had highly poisonous fangs, while the latter is recognized as the most dangerous type of dragon." Felix nodded, "Perhaps it is only necessary to pass by the dragons." Near evening, Felix and Charlie discussed the details of the resettlement of the dragons in the tent. "Hogwarts can open up a field in the Forbidden Forest, the kitchen will provide food, but we don't really know the habits of the dragons. We need you to send someone to take care of them." "That's not a problem, we already intended to do so," Charlie said readily. "When transporting over long distances, we will send more people to ensure the safety. A team led by you. I'll try to earn it, it's a rare event." Charlie, a male wizard, walked in from outside the tent, the middle-aged captain he had once met. "I heard that the young professor wants to stay a few more days, there's an agreement he needs to sign for that." He froze for a moment when he saw Felix. "You're here too, just in time, this is for you." Felix took it and said with some surprise, "A confidentiality pact?" "Yes, to be fair," the male wizard shrugged, "even though it has always been a tradition to cheat in contests, at least the surface work has to be done." He gave a meaningful look. "Our minister asked for it." Felix carefully examined the contents. "The content is okay, except not to reveal the details of the dragon." Felix brushed the parchment, feeling the magic left on it. "This contract seems to be kind of surveillance type." The middle-aged male wizard explained, "The Ministry of Magic provided it, we just complied with it, and from what they said, when the signer of the contract mentions dragon or similar words, they will get the message on that side." Felix didn't say anything more and quickly signed his name. Although he had no intention of following the rules set by the Ministry of Magic, there is no need to make things difficult for these people. Charlie looked relieved, he hadn't even faced the dragon with such trepidation. "Fortunately," Felix agreed. At night, the camp raised a torch, the black shadows of the hills and trees were stretched out. Felix stayed in his tent, and the night passed without a hitch. In the early morning, he stepped in the dew of the forest and appeared in the field behind the camp. The Hungarian horntail with the injured leg noticed him first, and it snorted agitatedly as it let out a low growl. A short distance away, a common Welsh green glanced up, then lowered its head and went back to sleep. "Quiet," Felix said, his eyes turning silvery white, and the Hungarian horntail angrily braced itself, its yellow eyes staring malevolently at him, followed by a trance in its vision, and it shook its head, not noticing anything unusual except that the wizard had got closer. But unknowingly, it had been pulled by Felix into the world of thinking, and unlike other scenarios that were applied, this time he had imitated an environment exactly like the outside world and seamlessly blended the two. The dragon was oblivious to all this, and its nose began to emit sparks, a sign of warning, signaling that it would soon attack. But the wizard already came close enough as he tilted his head to measure its metal-like claws. Boom! The Hungarian horntail spewed out a thick, raging blaze that hit Felix square in the face, and he melted away without any resistance. The dragon then snorted and lowered its head with satisfaction. The next second, however, it found Felix appeared in the same place as if he had never moved. Its intelligence is not high enough for it to understand this behavior at all. It just became even angrier and opened its mouth to spew another ball of flame, this time more fierce and lasting for some time. The Hungarian horntail was sure that the arrogant wizard had burned to ashes, it even saw a scattering black dust. But in the blink of an eye, Felix stood unharmed in front of it and even touched its claws with his hand. Swish! The sharp claws with an icy sheen cut through Felix's body, cutting him into several pieces. "Well, this is too bloody," Felix said, flicking away the dragon's claws like it is nothing. For a moment, Felix is sure he saw bewilderment in the Hungarian horntail's eyes. Even though it was always the one attacking, it became clear that it had run into something unfathomable. "Stay put, I'm trying to figure out how to transfer the pack to you." Felix leaned down and tapped his fingers on the black scales on its body. "It's fun to try, isn't it?" Unlike the unbreakable vow which he couldn't do much, the Ministry of Magic's pact could be evaded, which is why he signed his name with gusto. The Ministry of Magic's pact is valid based on some keywords, but the problem is that he doesn't know if there is any hidden content, which creates a great deal of uncertainty. He would be shuttling around Nicholas Flamel's hideout for most of the summer, and he didn't want to expose those places yet, in addition to the fact that some of his planned trips were sensitive enough, like the black market, like the Beauxbatons School of Magic. An interesting fact is that, according to the relationship, he is actually closer to Beauxbatons, because he is a board member of this school. To be on the safe side, he decided to transfer the pact away. He thought about finding a random deer, or a rabbit or whatever instead, but that would definitely encounter some difficulty. In case the rabbit got eaten, his status on the Ministry of Magic side would be marked as dead. Fortunately, the last thing the dragon sanctuary is missing is a dragon. And his target is this rather fierce Hungarian horntail. The dragon in front of him still attacked in vain, spitting fire, swinging its claws, flicking its tail, and biting, but Felix always recovered the next second as if he had been turning back time, and in just a few minutes, Felix had been exposed to hundreds of deadly attacks. By the end, the fierce Hungarian horntail looked at him out of breath. There was nothing more it could do, and the dragon hung its head in frustration and slumped to the ground, its nostrils spewing out a stream of hot air. "Please roll over," Felix said to it. The Hungarian horntail stared at him with its yellow vertical pupils for a long moment, and then it slowly exposed its belly, and as it turned, its eyes fluttered and its vision seemed to change slightly. But the terrible and clingy wizard is still there, and he is poking it with his wand, urging it to hurry up. Then Felix trailed along the black scales on its body with his wand and made his way up to stand on top of it. Nice scales under the neck, the magic gleam is strong enough. Charlie emerged from the tent, unable to find Felix, so he subconsciously made his way to the enclosure at the back of the camp and got startled by the sight of the vicious Hungarian horntail lazily opening its mouth and spewing a small, thin flame out of its throat for roasting meat. "Hold your breath, there's another coat of oil needed to be applied." Felix patted its probing maw and flipped the roast on the grill. "I have a secret sauce, do you want to try?" The Hungarian horntail nodded hastily. There are 352 chapters on P_Atrian. 319, Chapter 319 Niffler Valen. When Felix extended the invitation to Charlie, the adventurous part of Charlie's personality kicked in, and he happily accepted the offer almost without much thought. "You're more shameless than Norbert, you know that." Charlie reached out his rough hand and patted the spikes on the Hungarian horntail's head, and the dragon rolled its eyes, ignoring his accusation. Charlie began to take over Felix's work, brushing the sauce up in layers. "Judging from my experience, brushing it in one direction. Will it be more flavorful?" Felix asked. "No, it will look better." Charlie laughed, "It's like melted amber." Well. The two cut out a tenth of the roast, and the rest all went into the Hungarian horntail's belly, oxio fruit wine from Charlie's tent. Charlie shouted, and 2 jugs flew over like cannonballs as he told Felix, "We make our own wine from local fruit that you can't get anywhere else." Felix narrated some interesting stories from school, especially when mentioning Hagrid and Ron. Charlie opened up more and let out a hearty laugh from time to time. He said with great interest, "I was close to Hagrid when I was in school because we were both interested in dragons. He always said he wanted to raise a dragon, and he ended up doing it the first year after I left." "The Norbert you just mentioned?" "Well, a Norwegian ridgeback that's less than 3 years old, which we've just released back into the wild." Charlie grinned. These dragons grow fastest in their first few months of life, and the hatchlings develop their fire-breathing abilities relatively early, so Hagrid quickly realized that keeping it was a tricky mess, so he asked me to take Norbert with me. Norbert and we got acquainted. He often came to beg for food. After eating he will run away. Charlie said. We wondered if it would bring its own children with it later. It also often steals the brandy from the camp, which is the captain's favorite. The captain will speak like he's reluctant, but in fact, he secretly relaxes the security. You know we have an alarm. Felix said. Brandy? It wouldn't be Hagrid. That's right, Hagrid is the bad example. Charlie chuckled softly. I guess he read some book with a biased recipe and thought brandy would increase its fire-breathing ability. Felix spent 2 more days at the Dragon Reserve, and on the day of his departure, he finally met the camp's particularly famous Norwegian ridgeback dragon, Norbert, which is only 12 or 13 foot tall and looks much smaller compared to the adult dragon. The Norwegian ridgeback is somewhat similar to the Hungarian horntail as both have lizard-like bodies with broad wings, and their tails are sharp. The young dragon in front of him, named Norbert, has a white snout, bulging orange eyes, and black, spiky wings that flap constantly. The camp prepared a sheep and a barrel of brandy for it, and the dark brown-skinned captain watched with a pained expression as Norbert drank up the brandy, then burped loudly and spewed out a few sparkling sparks. Then Norbert grunted twice cheerfully towards the crowd, grabbed the sheep, and flew away. Crafty fellow! The middle-aged captain muttered. Felix also duly offered his farewell, as he directly used apparition. In the following week, he focused on spending some time to visit some friends, some of them were scheduled in advance, such as the Longbottoms, and some were without a formal appointment, such as Newt's commander. When he returned from Newt's house, Felix carried an extra little one, a Niffler cub. Newt had planned to release these magical creatures on a regular basis, and at the time Felix came over, it just so happened that among the creatures Newt was going to release, there were those 3 Niffler he had seen when he was at the Ministry of Magic, namely Valen, Sal, and Thorpe. I suggest you pick just one, their destructive power will multiply with their numbers. Newt said. Just Valen, I remember her scolding me. Felix said. Niffler, which was excitedly grabbing the shiny gold coins from its 2 brothers with its butt facing him, froze in place when she heard Felix's words. Newt and Felix seemed to hear the sound of necks rattling and turning, and Niffler Valen looked at them with an innocent face. Mr. Hap. I'm kidding, I'll take good care of her. Newt shook his head and watched as Felix tricking the Niffler away with a pearl necklace that he had morphed from a quill, and he wondered if he had made the right choice. Still, he took out a silver pocket watch and handed it to Felix. You've seen it in the Ministry of Magic, it pops open gently when you turn it on, it's about the size of a classroom, Valen will like it. At this time, Felix is reading in one of Nicholas Flamel's secret hiding places, with Niffler Valen lying on her back on the carpet, her little tiny hand constantly scratching and tugging, trying to stuff the shiny rune in front of her into her pocket. Almost a week passed, and he found a pattern to deal with this little fellow, casting firm enchantment around the house and then releasing the runes from the thinking room for her to play with. He also produced a finely crafted dreamscape, a gold mountain of galleon, stored in his 2nd-class Order of Merlin badge. Now it's one of the Niffler Valen's treasures, the other treasure being a scrap time turner. It was previously hidden in an ancient box, also found by Niffler Valen, and a note specifically left inside with instructions from Nicholas Flamel about its origins. The completely damaged time turner had been acquired by Nicholas Flamel 300 years ago at great expense, and was said to have come from a stolen item seized by the British Ministry of Magic. Its previous owner had used it incorrectly and ended up trapping herself in the time gap where no one could find her, causing her to be literally starved to death. She wrote down what happened with her own blood, which was later discovered by the Ministry of Magic, and this time turner was confiscated by the Ministry as well, only to be somehow passed around and be bought by Nicholas Flamel. He conducted a lot of research on this time turner and tried to repair it, but in the end, it did not succeed, only thick information about time left behind. Felix tried repeatedly without being convinced and found that it was indeed damaged and was currently just an hourglass-like craft ornament, so it ended up as one of Niffler Valen's collections. Monday, July 16th. The sky is cloudy and Felix is dressed in black formal wear. The emerald ring on his left hand and the ring of the Ouroboros snake on his right hand have been removed and placed in his pocket, while the Niffler has been tucked into a silver pocket watch and kept close to his body. Today is the day of Sirius Brother Regulus' funeral. Felix tidied up properly and came out from his house. The sky began to drizzle, Felix covered with a humanoid shield charm as he made his way to the funeral site, where a number of people had already arrived, also wearing black robes or formal wear. In the middle of a pile of adults, several small children stood out: red-haired Ron Weasley, black-haired Harry Potter, and platinum blonde-haired Draco Malfoy. He also saw a number of familiar faces: Tonks, Barty Crouch, the Malfoys, the Longbottoms, Neville's grandmother, and so on. There were also a number of people sitting together, and when Felix came over, they had an uneasy look on their faces. Felix gave a smile as he saw the face of Lord Parkinson, who flushed with a purplish-red color that seemed particularly looked odd on his face. All familiar faces. There are 352 chapters on P_Atrian. 320, Chapter 320 Lucius Malfoy. Felix glanced around as he smiled lightly, some returned a smile, others gazed warily, and some lowered their heads as if they did not see him. Felix. I've been looking forward to your arrival. Sirius took a big stride over, as he hugged Felix and whispered, "Thank goodness, I almost thought I got mixed up in the Death Eaters' camp." Felix smiled and whispered, "You called them here, didn't you?" Sirius sighed, "They're all in-laws, written in the family tree, no way." Frank and Alice were uncomfortable, too. He let go of Felix as Harry, Ron, and Draco walked over. "Professor. Professor Hap." "Hello, Professor Hap," they said at the same time. Felix nodded at them and Draco glanced at the other two. Seeing that they had no intention of leaving, he whispered, "Professor, my father would like to speak to you alone." Harry and Ron's eyes immediately widened, like a cat that has smelled a rat. "Now." Felix looked in the direction of the Malfoy couple in surprise, Lucius Malfoy embracing his wife and holding a snakehead cane in his other hand, talking and laughing with Mr. Crouch. Crouch's face looked blank, he rarely spoke, as he mostly listened, and occasionally responded with "Yes, I agree," or "Perhaps there is a better way." In between words, Lucius looked this way with a reserved smile, "Excuse me, Mr. Crouch." He walked over, switched his cane to his left side, and extended his right hand, "Hello, Mr. Hap, I've been looking forward to meeting you formally." Mr. Malfoy. Call me Lucius, I'll call you Felix as well, I'm close to Severus. Lucius Malfoy said, their hands clasped together, I was his head of grade when he enrolled. He said as his grey eyes fixed on Felix. Well, Lucius, are you trying to find out how young Malfoy is doing in school? Actually, it's something personal. Lucius said. Well then, Felix said with a nod, this way please. The two men went to a secluded corner, behind an oak tree, with Lucius' face half hidden in the shadows. From a distance, Harry and Ron peered blatantly, and Ron looked at Draco and asked, what kind of conspiracy you guys are up to? Draco looked at him contemptuously. Ron's robe seemed to be an altered old robe, the edges of the cuffs were whitened, and the color is not considered pure black anymore. If I were you, I would die of shame wearing such a robe to appear in front of others. Little Ronnie. He trailed it off. Ron trembled with anger. Harry hurriedly pulled him back. It is Regulus' funeral, he did not want them to fight here. Harry stepped in front of Ron, intending to taunt Draco Malfoy a few words, but a surprised voice sounded behind Draco, making his body stiffen. Draco, you just, Narcissa looked at him hesitantly, her eyes darting between her son and Ron with an expression of having heard a shocking secret. Her blue eyes widened. Mom. It's not what you think. Draco scrambled to explain that the nickname he had spoken was just a taunt and nothing more. Draco Malfoy, come with me. Narcissa said with a stern face as she straightened the clothes she is wearing. Draco opened his mouth and hung his head in defeat as he followed his mother. Harry and Ron looked at each other and after a moment, Ron suddenly jolted, his face scrunched up into a frown. She can't be thinking of so disgusting. Harry stifled his laughter and said, at least, Malfoy will never call you like that again. They scouted towards the large oak tree where Professor Hap and Lucius Malfoy were talking, speculating on what they would talk about. But the reality is, they can only keep going in circles on the edge. I've sent my letter to Dumbledore expressing my concern that Muggles and wizards should exist on two parallel paths, but unfortunately, stories like the Fountain of Youth, which promotes intermarriage between wizards and Muggles, are still circulating widely. Lucius assumed a moral stance. He said softly, I do not want my son to be influenced by reading such stories, which would taint his pure bloodline. I have always guarded him with fear as his father, helping him to resist the distractions from the complex world outside, but, suddenly, I found that there is someone whose influence on Draco's increasing over time even more than his own father, and for the first time he refuted me. Using a comic book content. Felix smiled and said, people always grow up, they won't always live the way their parents wanted them to. As a professor, it's quite an accomplishment to gain the favor of my students. But don't you think it's a bit excessive meddling? Lucius Malfoy said coldly. What do you mean, the Christmas present, or something else? With all due respect, Felix, you are Severus' proud student, and we naturally belong to the same camp. Lucius said, his grey eyes narrowing, I have some shallow, not worth mentioning prestige in pure blood circles, and we are not that old-fashioned fresh blood are equally welcome. Lucius, you should have heard the things I did. Felix said, feeling that the conversation between the two only now getting down to the business. Threatening some stupid, blind fools who can't see what's going on. Lucius said, they won't stand in our way when we develop a friendship between us. You and the Malfoys have never had a conflict. I'm close to Muggles. As long as it doesn't interfere with Draco. Some purebloods would strongly disagree. I'll mediate between them. I have no interest in stupid people. And I'm exactly opposite. You'll find that with a bit of force, they would also be able to use their brains. I am a Muggle born. To be precise, raised in a Muggle orphanage, Lucius said slyly, from the talent you have shown, we have every reason to believe that you are fairly pure-blooded, and if you wish, I will investigate and produce a satisfactory result that will do you justice. Felix smiled, he knew Lucius's intention, he represents a part of people, as Felix's presence is getting stronger and more influential, some people can no longer sit back, so they're trying to release a friendly signal, if they can pull him into their camp, it is an excellent option. He believed that, as long as he asked, those families who had offended him, will quietly decline, the company that he had yet to start, will also be able to grow rapidly with the support of hidden forces, and perhaps after a few years of staying at Hogwarts, he will be able to freely choose between the position of Hogwarts headmaster and Minister of Magic. Seeing that he seemed to be hesitating, Lucius cautioned with an undertone, the past shouldn't become a hindrance, we should look forward, don't you think so? There's only one problem. What? There's only one problem, Lucius, Felix said, looking into his grey eyes, you have reminded me to look forward, but I see further than you could ever imagine. Lucius frowned. Do you know occlumency? Felix suddenly changed the subject and asked. Lucius gave a puzzled look, and Felix finally advised him, there's no harm in learning it a bit more, you'll need it. Maybe then we'll have a chance to work together. There are 354 chapters on P_Atrian. 321, Chapter 321 Eulogy. More people arrived, not just those Black family relatives, but some officials from the Ministry of Magic also arrived, as well as some of Felix's friends, and he even saw the figure of Rita Skeeter, a woman who kept a low profile and was classified as the least popular reporter since her animagus was exposed. Sirius didn't really know this woman well and shouldn't know this information yet, but Harry has reminded him in a whisper. The funeral ceremony had officially begun. In the green grass, Regulus' coffin is surrounded by flowers, and he quietly laid inside, his angular face filled with peace, as if asleep. He is wearing an emerald green robe embroidered with the Black family crest, and in the corner of the coffin is engraved with the Black family motto in French, Toujours pur, always pure. Sirius looked at the solemn faces of the audience, knowing that there would be a hard battle to be fought today, only the main character might not be him. He took a deep breath and calmly read the eulogy. I thank you all for coming. Among you are old friends of the Black family, in-laws, as well as my friends, mentors and wizards with reputations in various professions. I once heard that a man's lifespan is not only based on the number of days he lived, but it also counts the time he remained in people's memory after his death. I went through that line again and again for a while, and I would like to add one more point, maybe that the image he has in people's memory is also important. Regulus started from being a well-mannered nobleman to becoming a follower of the Dark Lord who started the war. It will be extremely unfair to just stop here. I am honored to proclaim, on this day, at the funeral of my brother Regulus Arcturus Black, the merits of a man who dedicated his life to the great cause of fighting against the Dark Lord, as he demonstrated courage and perseverance far beyond the ordinary man on a long and lonely road. He read on in one breath, in spite of the uproar among the audience. His merits were witnessed by Albus Dumbledore and Felix Happ, who will speak after me. At school, Regulus was an outstanding seeker, bringing honor to his house, and he treated people with sincerity, integrity, warmth, and courtesy. Sirius finished reading the eulogy and walked off the stage. Harry comforted him lightly, to which he shook his head and looked at Dumbledore. There is a lot of murmuring among the guests. Sirius's words shocked them, and some let out a sneer. Is this his attempt to turn the tables for his brother? And more people stared at Dumbledore, so if Sirius was telling the truth, then Dumbledore's next statement carried extreme weight. Dumbledore nodded slightly, stepped forward and made his point. Regulus Arcturus Black showed us the process of growing up of an immature young man. In his childhood, he was deeply influenced by his family and parents. With this imprint he stepped into school and made friends. He is exposed to more new perspectives and learned to think, perhaps immature or maybe naive, but let's not overlook his growth in the process and the potential he showed. When he stepped out of school and saw the reality of the world with his own eyes, reality and ideals collided fiercely in his mind. That's when he shows us how a noble soul thinks, do the right thing and rise above all. He has to fight against certain deeply rooted ideas in his mind, fight alone, and he ultimately won. He recognized Voldemort's true face and gave him a good blow. He died unnoticed, but we will not forget this young, blazing soul who was only 18 years old. The war is never far from us, perhaps one day, it will suddenly erupt in a way we would not expect, and as long as there is a breath, we will not stop fighting. When we hold the wand, for love, for the well-being of the public, there will be someone who will sacrifice his life for the greater good, and will bring us inexhaustible spiritual wealth. Dumbledore's words set off even bigger waves. Rita Skeeter hid in a corner, pulling quill and parchment from her pocket, a thin bead of sweat emerging from her nose from the excitement. The quill fluttered rapidly. Felix paced over. Rita, heroes are not to be slandered. Rita Skeeter, the woman's body stiffened, and then a smile appeared. Of course, Mr. Happ is planning to reveal more inside information. She did not move and crumpled the parchment into a ball. Making up stories is what you are good at, as long as you don't discredit Regulus. I have no other comments. Rita Skeeter shoved the end of the quill into her mouth and kept sucking on it. In just a few seconds, she thought of something and her eyes lit up. I'm going to write about the Dark Lord from Regulus' point of view, from worship to disillusionment, through the eyes of a Death Eater. What do you think? Felix gave her a surprised look. You're not afraid of retaliation? Sir, the true fanatical followers of the Dark Lord are in Azkaban, and the ones out here are a bunch of cowards. Rita Skeeter said contemptuously, a bunch of fence-sitters, you couldn't find a better word to describe them. I'll be waiting to read your masterpiece, then. Felix said. On the other side, someone had already started to question Dumbledore. Dumbledore, are you telling the truth? Barty Crouch frowned. Regulus joining the Death Eaters had been an accepted thing at one point, as his parents hadn't shied away from it. But the Ministry of Magic did not put Regulus on trial after the war, because long before that, he had disappeared, and even those arrested Death Eaters did not know what had happened, perhaps died in some attempt to do some evil, or perhaps offended the Dark Lord and got killed. On my honor. Dumbledore said with a smile. Do you have any proof? Barty Crouch said, if there is no evidence, the Ministry of Magic will not recognize. Sirius said coldly, my brother did not fight Voldemort to gain your recognition. Barty Crouch's face twitched hard. he was the one who had approved Sirius's life sentence without trial that year, and after 13 years, he turned out to be innocent. Tonks came over and whispered softly to Lupin, there are a lot more rumors in the ministry lately, old stories being resurfaced, saying that Mr. Crouch got where he is today all because of a ruthless heart, and in addition to illegally judging Sirius, he put his own son in Azkaban without evidence, and all this for the seat of Minister of Magic. Wizengamot is already considering withdrawing his seat as a member. Lupin slightly helplessly moved to the side, he is not very comfortable with this kind of intimate conversation. Soon, Felix stood in front of the crowd, he swept his eyes around, and when the chatter quieted down, he opened his mouth and said, I approve of what Sirius and Headmaster Dumbledore said earlier, there is no need to repeat them. I happened to hear a sentence today, and decided to share with you. Someone told me that people should learn to look ahead, no need to dwell on the past, the world will eventually move forward. He said softly, very sensible. We always do things based on our own judgment of the future, thinking that we are the only ones who see clearly and far ahead. But the question is, we all look ahead, so who exactly sees the future that will become reality? His eyes swept over Lucius Malfoy, who held his wife and son, standing expressionlessly, still mulling over the words Felix had just mentioned to him. I have not experienced war, yet I am deeply affected by it, and it seems to me that every war is a clash of different wills, sincerity, passion, and selflessness, as well as cruelty, vileness, and greed. Felix said softly, as his eyes pierced like a knife against a small group of people. Based on the past experience, when faced with a choice, some people are calculating and profit-oriented, some people flatter to be included in the high status, some people are wise to protect themselves, some people will hide. But fortunately, there is another group of people, when danger comes, they choose to stand up and defy the odds to guard everything they hold dear. Everyone's eyes locked on his eyes, wanting to see his innermost thoughts, while Felix simply spoke unhurriedly, what I'm curious about is, my friends, are you prepared for the choice when it comes once again? Which path will you choose? Felix Happ. What are you advocating? A fat male wizard growled and shouted, his voice distorted by fear, do you want to give orders and command us? And that crazy old man, full of lies, I should have never joined this dam. His words ended abruptly, his fat body trembled, making a ho-ho sound, followed by a spasm he fell. Felix dragged him into the thinking room, in just a few seconds his surface of consciousness burned with blazing fire 7 times, although it's only a projection of the real consciousness, the feeling of pain is real. He will be in bed for at least 2 weeks. I saw the future that I had identified and decided to prepare for it. I wanted to be prepared for whatever obstacles I might face. Felix concluded his remarks. There are 354 chapters on P_Atrian. 322, Chapter 322 Imagination shines into reality. Draco Malfoy's nose tip glistened with grainy sweats, his nostrils flared with excitement, his pale cheeks flushed slightly, he had never heard such an exciting speech before, Professor Happ's speech was simply perfect. He looked like his ideal Slytherin, calm, dashing, and commanding. Especially when he also used some kind of magic to make that brain-dead guy faint in front of the crowd. Although after the funeral, he was called by Headmaster Dumbledore for a lecture. Draco stood next to a white vertical flower tower, sneakily glancing at a secluded corner where Dumbledore and Professor Happ standing. Dumbledore's expression is one of seriousness, while Professor Happ explained something with a smile. Only words he vaguely heard were, recently mastered, just a lesson. On the other side the atmosphere is awkward for a handful of people, his own parents, Potter, Sirius Black, the pink-haired woman, Professor Lupin, Weasleys, and finally the family of Aunt Andromeda, who visited his house once before. Most of these people are related to the Malfoys. He had long been accustomed to the various relatives who popped out of nowhere, but he never paid attention to them unless they were deliberately introduced by his father. The only exception is Aunt Andromeda. The image of her arguing with his mother when he was a child left a deep impression on him. Even after all these years, he still remembers her. Especially in astronomy class, when the professor introduced Andromeda, he remembered that he had an aunt with the same name. She looked a lot like another aunt he had never met, and although his mother never mentioned her 2 sisters, he had seen pictures of them when they were young as he went through picture albums. The 3 were well distinguished, the flamboyant, slightly mean-spirited older sister with her curly black hair, the second sister, Andromeda, with her fuzzy light brown hair and gentler eyebrows, and lastly the youngest, his mother, with her long blonde hair. Draco looked up and down at the male wizard who stood next to Aunt Andromeda with a critical eye. This is the Muggle wizard that his aunt chose? He didn't look that great, blonde hair, a big belly, and nothing outstanding except for the soothing voice that is both calm and filled with gentleness. Draco, let's go. Narcissus shouted at him in exasperation. Reunions after long periods were not always pleasant, and once again the 2 sisters broke up unhappily, leaving Draco to follow in a hurry as his family left. Soon, Felix and Dumbledore also ended their conversation, and he came over with a relaxed expression as he approached the Weasleys, who had planned to leave the place with Ron and talk to them about the Weasley twins. I don't know if they told you guys that I made a promise to show them something novel during the summer. Mrs. Weasley's expression looked a little difficult. She had always been against the brothers engaging in making those mischievous items, but at this point, she didn't know what to do, and it is difficult to find supporters among the members of the family, except Percy. Only when she is angry, the whole family will support her unconditionally. Arthur, she looked at her husband. Mr. Weasley grimaced. Oh, of course, Fred and George brought it up when Molly tried to spank them ahem. You know, the O.W.Ls exam results. He stroked his somewhat shedding hair. Each received 4 certificates, which together don't add up as much as their brothers. Can I ask what it's all about? It can be interpreted as a special social practice, said Felix. I want to show them the factories of Muggle society, machinery, ideas, and whatnot. As it happens, my new company also needs. Can I volunteer? Mr. Weasley asked immediately. Mrs. Weasley elbowed him, and he glanced sheepishly at his wife. I mean, makes a lot of sense, Molly. I must admit that it would be good for Fred and George. Mrs. Weasley puffed out her chest like a bullfrog. Arthur, they still have 2 years to go before they graduate. If they start taking it seriously from now on. Molly, you and I both know they're not ambitious, we can't make decisions for them. Mr. Weasley insisted. He gave his address. Professor Hap, you're always welcome. Then he left with his family. In the evening, the LCA building. In a temporarily compartmented office on the 3rd floor, Felix met Severus Snape. He sat in a swivel chair and turned around lightly. So, the interview is tomorrow, and you're not even prepared your own company yet. Snape's words dripped with obvious accusation. The place for the building has already been bought, along with the building materials. I'm planning to build a new one by myself. Felix said with a sigh. I've been so occupied reading books lately, it feels like walking into a treasure trove and picking up treasures as you bent down. How can you receive the resumes then? Of course, I asked them to send it to Andy's at the L.C.A building in the recruitment advertisement, which in fact was received by Dobby. I found some time to look through them. I have some impressions of some people. It is easy to decide, and while the rest require hard work from you, Severus. Snape showed an unexpected expression. You really want me to help you interview? Oh, it's me and you together. Felix pulled out a silver pocket watch from his chest pocket, then clicked the clasp to let the top cover pop open gently, and a Niffler poked her head out from inside. Her pink nose twitched continuously. This is a Niffler. You can call her Valen. Niffler crawled up to Felix's shoulder along his arm and surveyed the surroundings sensitively. Then she took an Order of Merlin out of her pocket, hugged it, and held it tightly. Then she settled herself on Felix's shoulder and entered a nice dream. Wizengamot will regret giving you the award when they see the scene. Snape said. A true honor cannot be taken away. Felix said with a smile. The next morning, the two stood in a wide open space in Diagon Alley, where the previous buildings had been bulldozed and replaced by large piles of stone and sand materials. A small cone-shaped sand dune alone is as tall as the second-story building next to it. What are you going to do now? Snape asked. Use magic to build the building. Felix said as he stretched out his palm. Thin golden lines appeared in his hand, weaving continuously, forming a somewhat illusory 3-dimensional castle-like building. It is transparent. If you use a magnifying glass to see, you can even see the interior space divided into layers within, as well as the patterns carved on the massive support pillars. The spiral staircase connected everywhere. The main lobby went straight up through the center. If a person standing there, he can directly see the huge ice crystal-like chandelier hanging down from the very top. Felix tossed the miniature building out of his hand, and it turned into a stream of light, landing in the center of the space, then swelling and growing rapidly, taking over the otherwise grimy, gray-brown ground and glowing with a bright magical glow. People on the street stopped and gestured, and a young couple cast their astonished gaze upon it. Felix waved his ebony wand, and the building materials piled on the ground melted like liquid, white marble, brown sand, gray pebbles. A vortex emerged above the ground, sucking it all in, and then the ground continued to churn, flooding with a huge, murky bubble. Reminds me of the scene of Boiling Potion. Snape said, hiding the real emotions within. As they watched, a building began to slowly grow upward. The illusory 3-dimensional image turned into reality. A variety of materials from the vortex like a small snake poked its head out, and filled the illusory building that existed only in the imagination, layer by layer, from the very bottom of the foundation to extended upward. Finally, a 100-foot-tall vertical castle appeared, exactly the same as the miniature model held by Felix before. From the bottom to the top, every line, every pattern closed together upward and inward, interlocked with each other, forming a combined flow, and finally gathered at the very top of the whole building, pointing straight to the sky. Looking from afar, it looked like a sheathed blade, awe-inspiring. A black stone monument emerged out of the ground, with a string of gold engraved letters Future World. By the way, they're also the seeds recommended by Professor Sprout. Felix said, carefully pulling 2 dark brown seeds out of his pocket and dropping them at the building's entrance, where they quickly sprouted and grew under the magic, sprouting branches and twisting and knotting themselves to form an ancient, thick, green staircase that stretched down to their feet. Severus, allow me to solemnly present this to you. Felix smiled and courteously extended his hand. You are the first guest. There are 356 chapters on P_Atrian. 323, Chapter 323 Penelope. Percy, did you see that? Saw it. In the corner of Diagon Alley, Percy and Penelope stared blankly at each other as Percy asked her, do you think Professor Hap is here as a guest? Don't say silly things, Penelope clenched her fists excitedly, we should have realized it a long time ago, the recruitment information reveals quite a lot. You mean the ancient runes and revere for Muggle items? Percy snapped back. It's a good thing we came here again, the first few times we came over, it was an empty lot. Percy and Penelope dropped by here more than once and even went to the L.C.A building by following the job ad. The staff of the revitalized comic book company led them to a house elf, the one dressed more elaborately than they were, and had a separate office. He didn't give much information, except insisting that the interview location would remain the same and that they should be there on time. You definitely won't regret it. Percy will be joining the Ministry of Magic in a few days, and this will be their last time visiting here, they just happened to arrive in time to see the scene. Felix and Snape walked into the Future World building, Felix's fingertips brushed against a copper gnat, Dobby. As he called out softly. Snort. With a slight thud, a house elf in a sophisticated butler's suit appeared and bowed deeply, Mr. Hap, Dobby at your service. He raised his head and looked around, is this our new company? It looks a little dark. Of course it is, there's still a lack of lighting. Felix said, his finger poked ahead, runes converged, into a palm-sized milky white ball of light, it swirled upward, landed in the huge ice crystal-like chandelier at the very top of the building, then the whole building became bright. It will last for a while, and in a couple of days I'll make a stable runic artifact. He said thoughtfully, this might possibly be the first product of the company. A magic lamp. Snape mulled it over, nice idea. Felix clapped his hands, the interview is at 9 o'clock, almost 2 hours from now, we can use this time to make some adjustments. He stopped talking as a young man and woman pushed the door open from outside. Professor? Penelope asked nervously. Felix nodded at her, you're earlier than I thought, well. I've seen your grades, and it's not really necessary, but let's go through the process. He said to Dobby, if anyone comes in early for an interview, please take them to that room on the 2nd floor. He pointed at a spacious room on the 2nd floor with an enormous foliate wine-red chestnut door carved with an antique floral design. Okay, Mr. Hap. Dobby said happily. As the group walked up the spacious, large angular spiral staircase, Percy took the opportunity to survey the ceiling sculptures on the dome, which showed a patchwork of scenes. In addition to the wizard with a wand, there were some people dressed like muggles, some of them holding various glass tubes in their hands, some musing over complex mechanical structures, and some holding up a brass balance. It is hard for him to understand why these people are grouped together, they seem to come from all walks of life, so Percy gazed at the images of the wizards, he identified several of them, they all have a common feature known for discovering or inventing extremely meaningful spells. For example, he saw Summerby, who invented the cheering charm, Flavius Belby, who discovered a way to drive Lethafold away, and Glover Hipworth, who invented the pepper-up potion. Percy surmised that those muggles he didn't know should be similar characters. Discovered or invented something. Miss Clearwater, make a note that we should make the stairs move. Felix, who is walking ahead, said. What? Oh, okay. Penelope said, rummaging through her pockets as Percy thoughtfully handed her a small notebook and a quill. Percy said, this is something I prepared in advance. Thanks, Percy. She jotted it down quickly. Felix made some more comments, we need some decorations. This is not urgent, the employees can decorate according to their own preferences, but some tables and chairs, paper, quill and ink, greeneries, and so on, still need to be prepared. Draw up a list, and you can discuss it with Dobby. He glanced at Penelope, excuse me, there is a shortage of staff, so you are needed to do some miscellaneous tasks for the time being. That's okay, Professor, I can quickly familiarize myself with the place this way. Penelope said, while writing down the request, Dobby should be that house elf just now. That's right, and it's important to note that, like you, he's an employee of the company, not someone's servant. He's a wild elf. Penelope asked in surprise. He likes to call himself, Free Dobby. Felix replied with a smile. They came to the large room on the 2nd floor, and if it weren't for the lack of tables, chairs, carpets, and other decorations, it would be really hard to imagine that everything here had just appeared, and Percy stroked the delicate carving on the windowsill, which seemed to be a niffler. Felix morphed some very Hogwarts-style long table and chairs, he and Snape sat on one side of the table, Penelope and Percy sat on the other side, but soon, the interview turned into a discussion of the company's business scope, management system, and daily operations so on. Percy is quite a fan of the Ministry of Magic's management methods, and he suggested copying them exactly, but this was strongly opposed by his girlfriend. Percy, the management style of the Ministry of Magic is too cold and rigid, and for a good while, we won't have too many people. She glanced at Felix for confirmation, and Felix nodded gently, and she turned her head and said, "You see, if there are only a dozen or a few dozen people, it is still more important to have a friendly atmosphere. It is because of the small number of people that some rules should be established early, it is better for all." Percy insisted. "Rules are necessary, but they don't have to be so rigid." Penelope said patiently, "Future World is based on research and development, it is completely different from the Ministry of Magic." Felix and Snape sat quietly on the sidelines, watching them argue. Both of them have a stubborn nature in their character, but again, they are rational people, willing to reason. After half an hour, Percy was convinced. Only then did Felix say with a smile on his face, "It seems you have reached a consensus. Let me say what I think, as Miss Clearwater said, the purpose of the future world is to provide convenience for all wizards and make their lives better. In other words, our ideas have to be ahead of the entire wizard community, the future. A relaxed environment is a must. I won't make too many constraints, however, some practices of the Ministry of Magic have merit. For example, Percy's point about using paper planes to deliver messages, I was deeply intrigued when I first saw it." Knock, knock. Dobby appeared with a knock on the door. "Mr. Happ, there's an applicant, he says his name is Remus Lupin." Snape stood up in a flash. "I'll go get him." Without waiting for Felix's response, he hurried out of the room. Felix shook his head, rushed to follow. These two have fought before, the relationship is really complicated, but another fight is not a problem, but he must send away Percy and Penelope first. He addressed the two, "You're hired, Miss Clearwater. Go enjoy your time off and report to work tomorrow. Number Dalmiada, thanks for your support." There are 356 chapters on P_Atrian. 324, Chapter 324 Lupin's Doubt. Remus Lupin took today's interview very seriously. He got ready half an hour early and reviewed the prepared material silently on the way here, with the clipping cut off from the newspaper in his pocket as he cherished the words in it. Regardless of origin, all based on ability. Anyone who is far above the norm in any three following fields: ancient runes, alchemy, charms, transfiguration, magic theory, and Muggle studies. Regardless of origin, all based on ability. This is an extremely rare choice of words used in the recruitments of the job offers in the wizarding community, although the requirements are relatively harsh, and Lupin thinks he is not inferior in any of those fields beside ancient runes. In fact, he is best at things related to the defense against the dark arts and had many opportunities to put those bits of knowledge into practice during his years of wandering. After receiving the invitation for the interview, the reply letter sent to him once again reaffirmed that the company is dedicated to the practical research of magic, which will involve the improvement and transformation of many Muggle items. Lupin devoted half a month to learning about various novelties in the non-magical world. This insight led him to become fascinated, and Lupin discovered a system completely different from magic, full of rigor and logic. Everything is in order, but unfortunately, there is no place left for magic there. He didn't know if the owner of Future World saw this, but he felt that even if he might not be hired, it would be worthwhile to see the vision of this company. When he came over according to the address, he saw an extremely imposing vertical castle with a large group of people gathered around it. He listened around for several minutes on the sidelines, in a state of confusion. "What do you mean a building that suddenly grew out of nowhere an hour ago? Was this an empty lot 2 hours ago?" He also saw a house elf in a suit. This itself is something strange, but the looped coat of arms on its chest caught Lupin's attention. Does that represent some ancient family, or is it just alchemy? Or is it the Magic Rune Club? When he identified himself, the house elf led him into the building. The simple undecorated architecture of the interior is very appealing to Lupin, and they made their way up a curved spiral staircase, with Dobby bouncing ahead of him. "One moment, please." Lupin from the second floor near the handrail looked at the relief on the ceiling, relied on the past few days cramming work, although he did not know all the characters on the dome, but he still could distinguish their occupations, especially the one who fiddled with complex machinery, that looked like a mechanical engineer. In the middle of his thoughts, he heard a sharp gust of wind and looked back, and unexpectedly saw the cold face of Severus Snape. Snape stood 2 steps above him, clamping his black robes together in front of him like a black bat retracting its wings and looking down at him. "Lupin," Snape said softly, a grin creeping out of the corners of his lips, "welcome to." Lupin suddenly remembered this same expression when Snape first brought him the Wolfsbane potion, and after he drank it, he couldn't eat for 2 whole days. "Hello, Severus," Lupin said mildly, as he walked up the next 2 steps. "What a coincidence, meeting you here." "Coincidence? No. Snape said playfully, I've been waiting for you for a long time. You're waiting for me specifically. Lupin frowned, the coat of Armand Dobby's chest once again appeared in his mind, pro-muggle, ancient rune at the top of the recruitment requirements. Lupin, the surname perhaps hinted at your identity. Snape's smile colder, I recently looked up some names, and in the past, I overlooked the point that there is magic and fate in every name. Lupin winced, he hated this reference being made. The word Lupin, in the out-of-the-way usage of some countries, contained the meaning of wolf. Snape sneered contemptuously and just about continued to say something, but there was a clatter behind him and Felix came out with Percy and Penelope, both surprised at the tense atmosphere between them. Leave us alone, Snape said with a cold air radiating from his body. Percy and Penelope glanced at Felix, who smiled and nodded at them, and they scrambled away. Felix waved his wand and the doors of the building closed with a bang. He leaned against the wall and said slowly, I've always wondered, both professors were the best of their time, one a master of dueling and the other master of defense against the dark arts, so who is really better? I had a chance to see the scene, but I interrupted it, and now I finally have a chance to be sure of that. Lupin frowned and looked at Felix, I'm here for an interview, not for a fight. Felix lowered his head and stared earnestly at his nails, you misunderstand, Professor Lupin. I admitted you at your farewell party, and yes, this is my company. I knew enough about your abilities early on in this year of working together, so you can think of this as an orientation program with your new colleagues showing off your skills and getting to know each other better. Perhaps, you can also cast a vicious spell at me. A red flash flew toward him, cut the crap, Felix. Snape said with a fierce look on his face. He looked at Lupin, I rarely have dealt with you, you're always hiding behind Potter and Black's arse. Oh, Severus, Lupin drew his wand, he also could not suppress his anger, 2 of them is enough for you to handle, if you add me, you will be scared to pee your pants. Snape showed a bitter smile, well said. A red light flew out. Lupin dodged nimbly and countered with a disarming charm, and the 2 men, equally brimming with passion, fought, as spells flying and colorful light streaked all over the place. Snape felt a long-lost excitement, he really felt alive, except that there was a man chattering next to him. No one cares here, don't hide, Severus, where's your dark magic? Oh, that almost hit me, Professor, you're having trouble with your aim. Felix tilted his head, a spell exploded behind him, and he broke into a smile, you guys are the ones who started it, don't say I'm being unreasonable. He stood up straight away from the wall, his arms stretched out leisurely, a dark wand appeared in his hand, just with a light wave, 3 dazzling lights flew out at the same time, rushing towards the 2. Lupin got surprised by his sudden entry into the fray, slightly struggled to block the spell, then he took 2 cautious steps back, surprised to see Snape also put up a barrier emitting a hazy glow. The 2 looked at each other, looking at Felix who walked over with his arms spread wide, Snape said with great annoyance. Take out the obstruction. But Felix struck first, he kept coming closer and closer, a spell thrown down like rain, each spell wasn't really strong, but the number is definitely exaggerated, and the glow of the magic illuminated his body. 2 professors, you still need to work hard, Snape and Lupin looked at each other, Snape shook his hand and threw out a speedy black mist to corrode the incoming spell, and the wand in Lupin's hand slashed down like a sharp sword with a swoosh sound, the debris on the floor trembled and flew towards Felix. He is still a bit confused, completely perplexed at what's happening. Originally he was nervous about the interview but ended up bumping into his nemesis Snape, then he came up and threw a spell at him, another former colleague also encouraging them to fight, and he even later found some lame excuses to join the fray, while he was forced to join forces with Snape. How in the end did they get to this point? There are 358 chapters on P_Atreon. 325, Chapter 325 Magic Factory. Once the fight started, it is hard to stop. Lupin struggled to control the spell, Felix is competing with him for control of the transfigured entity, half of the debris on the field turned into cats, and the other half turned into chubby nifflers, which strutted comically and pressed their buttocks against the cats, making them let out a shriek. On the other hand, Snape's spell is fast and rapid, when encountering a spell that flying towards him, he did not dodge, but he used his high reaction speed at the last minute to flick off the spell, his casting speed is at least twice as fast as the average person. However, Felix is equally not slow, he seems to have no limits in general, while suppressing Lupin, he can still spare some effort to confront him, using hand gestures to cast spells from time to time, propping up a moving golden shield. Snape felt sick, he could not think of a better word, the golden shield has excellent resistance to spells, pushing 2 or 3 spells towards him on top of it, as a last resort, he used a more powerful spell to freeze them in place, but the next second the shield turned into a small snake, dexterously wandering on the ground. What surprised him, even more, was that for some simple spells, even though it hit Felix, the spell slid aside smoothly against his chest. Humanoid shield charm. Professor, I was actually a little careless, it's not my most powerful defensive magic, in case you use the diffindo just now, Professor, I might bleed a little. At the end of the battle, Snape and Lupin combined to release a small black hurricane, the building emitted a humming and shuddering sound, the ground debris was torn and swept in, making its sound look even more appalling. It was 50 or 60 feet tall and occupying a third of the castle, emitting a whining whistling sound as they were forced to retreat. That's something. Felix curled the corners of his mouth. If he wanted to avoid it, it would be easy, but to defeat it head-on would take a little effort, and his goal was never to win. At that moment, the light in the castle began to flicker constantly. Felix looked up, the topmost chandelier being pulled by a small hurricane and shaking violently, emitting a creaking and groaning noise that was unbearable. A milky white orb was sucked down and rolled into the hurricane, which began to twist and expand under the action of external forces. A bright column of light passed through the black hurricane, like countless lightsabers piercing a hole in a big empty garbage bag, and its light shone in the dim space as well as on their obscure and uncertain faces. Finally, the pillar of light and hurricane disappeared together. Snape flinched for a moment. No fun. He put away his wand and prepared to leave. Don't go, Professor, Felix pulled him back and said with a smile, after the welcome ceremony, we should discuss the future of the company. That's the future of your company. Snape said coldly. It's our future. Felix looked at him. 10 minutes later, Felix yawned toward and said with an apologetic look on his face, please, Dobby. Leave it to me, Mr. Hap, Dobby will finally have something to do. The house elf patted his chest and said, the fingertips of his long, thin fingers lit up with light, returning the rubble all over the floor to its place. Snape, Lupin, and Felix came to the second floor of the large room, each sat down in 3 separate directions. Felix said sincerely, Professor Lupin, Severus, and I will spend most of the time teaching at Hogwarts. I don't have much energy to devote to this, I can only develop a strategy in terms of the general direction, the specific management still needs you. Perhaps tired from fighting, Snape did not raise objections. Lupin thought seriously for a moment, what do I need to do? Study. Study? Lupin asked suspiciously. Felix said, as I said back when Dumbledore interviewed me, I hope to introduce the wisdom of the non-magical world. The magical world has been closed for too many years, and the outside world is taken for granted by us. If we can study them and create something even if it is slightly modified product of theirs, it will deeply change the whole magical world. Therefore, learning is a must. Snape gave Felix a meaningful look. He saw some information in the temporary office of the L.C.A building. Even if only 1/10 of it can be realized, it will bring a radical change to the wizarding community. It is truly cunning, as always, to start with the lives of all the wizards. Felix drew out a stack of parchments and let them float in front of Lupin. I don't want to make some amazing product, but what's the word? Like a spring rain, moistening the air and soil, making the company's products unconsciously an essential part of every wizard's life. We can start with the basics of the wizard's home, like the magic lamp, like the magic air conditioner. Can you imagine that such a small box can keep the temperature within a 20-foot diameter at the optimum level? Lupin fiddled with the small box floating in front of him. He tried to inject a trace of magic. The surrounding temperature immediately dropped, just like the March wind blowing on his body, bringing a slight refreshing breeze for him. This is just an example. In fact, I also made some similar gadgets. You can understand it as a prototype, you can improve it and invent different types for different scenarios. Then the profit. Lupin had been convinced, in his opinion, it is a good thing, and he began to think about the development of the company. No need to think about profits for now, Felix said with a nod. In addition to what I just mentioned, I would prefer you to discover suitable enchantments methods, not bound by ancient runes, alchemy, or out-of-the-way magic spells, and preferably develop standards and procedures that will work. Remus, we're making history. Lupin admitted he's moved. His heart became more alive, like rediscovering the meaning of life. How many people are currently in the company? Lupin inquired. You, me, Severus, Dobby, and Miss Clearwater who just left. Felix counted with his fingers. I've scheduled the rest of the interviews for the following week, and there are about 300 people or so. Lupin's black eyes went blank for a moment. You mean, I am going to do all the work without? Well, after all, the research and development team will be handed over to you. It is best to let you go through it personally, but I can provide a list of people I think will be useful to you a bit. Felix said. I'll help out too, over the summer. He added. Lupin found the word help a little harsh. It isn't even his company, so when the full moon. Severus will be responsible for providing the wolfsbane potion, as well as the channel for some rare alchemical materials of some recipes. Felix said, he inherited a large amount of knowledge in alchemy from Nicholas Flamel, and if something represents the heritage of a great alchemist, it would be the recipe for various enchanting materials. Some alchemical symbols can only work with special enchanting materials, which originally was a disadvantage, but with the continuous development, various recipes becoming more and more perfect, it has also become completely mainstream. The mere fact that it solves the problem of talent for entry makes it the #1 choice of wizards, and it is not without reason that ancient runes have fallen into decline. In addition to that, there is one more thing we need to do this summer. Felix said, create a magic factory. A magic factory? Lupin asked. He understood both words in context, but together, it's a bit puzzling. Well, Felix waved his wand and sprinkled a golden mist, an image of an automatic assembly line appeared. You can assume it is from my imagination. This kind of unmanned production line does not exist in the real world yet, at least not yet. This concept comes from the non-magical world. We don't have to accept it all, but pick the ones that are suitable, preferably that can complement the magical world. For example, high-precision engraving, and then, for example, badge duplication work. I contacted a manufacturer of the equipment. When you are done with the recruitment, we can go together to have a look. Felix said with a smile. Number James Fleming, thanks for your support. There are 358 chapters on P_Atrian. 326, Chapter 326 The Burrow. The outskirts of Ottery St. Catchpole, Devon, is an expanse of undulating hills and fertile meadows where the Weasley family lives. A blush appears on the horizon and a tall, lean young man emerges from the emerald green fields. With brisk steps, Felix followed a winding path past the crumbling garage and stood in front of a small yard. In front of him is a skewed blocks of house, built up to the height of a few stories, with a sign slung in front of it, reading the Burrow. There are some high leather boots and a rusty crucible thrown near the gate. A few fat brown chickens were pecking in the yard. Felix surveyed the place. Just the layout of a house will give us a lot of stories from the outside. The first level is the most exquisite, probably the original appearance of the Burrow, with a beautiful red roof. However, it seems the young Weasleys failed to realize that when more children were born, there would be obviously not enough space in the house for them, and on top of the first level, a second and third level was added. Thus, the house as a whole began to develop in a strange and bizarre direction. The door to the house suddenly opened. Arthur Weasley welcomed Felix inside, and they came to the narrow kitchen, where a long, cleanly polished wooden table took up most of the space. Surrounded by boxes and cabinets, Mrs. Weasley tied an apron and clanked away at the sink, cooking, and a quirky little tune came from the old radio. "Hello, Professor Hap," Mrs. Weasley said enthusiastically as she turned back from her busy schedule. She pointed her wand towards the crucible, and it immediately burst into flames. Then its lid jumped up and Mrs. Weasley put in the chopped sausages and vegetables. "Join us for some breakfast. I've made gumbo, with dry cheese and buttered bread." Felix smiled and thanked her. She turned to Mr. Weasley again and said, "Honey, go wake up the kids." Before she could receive a response, there was a loud crackling explosion from upstairs, and Mrs. Weasley's hand shook as the plate hit the sink and a corner cracked. "Don't be angry, Molly, I'll go and teach them a lesson." Mr. Weasley hurried upstairs. There they are at it again, fiddling with their prank products all day long, only to get back 4 certificates, she huffed, fixing the plate with her wand, and not even bothering to come down and help when they wake up. She directed the washed dishes to fly to the long wooden table, while explaining, "Charlie and Bill will be back in a few days, and there are only 5 children in the house now." Felix said, "I met Charlie some time ago." Mrs. Weasley, whose attention got drawn to him, inquired about her second son's recent condition, and she said with some concern, "He keeps telling me the job is safe, but that's a dragon after all. He's got a solid group of teammates." Felix said, picking lighter topics like feeding the dragon some roast meat and stuff, but Mrs. Weasley was visibly shaken, so he switched and talked about Charlie's captain, who had been tussling with a cute little Norwegian ridgeback all day over a brandy. "That doesn't sound very clever," Mrs. Weasley said dubiously. "Ahem. They're bonding, it's more like a game," Felix said, as he paced around the living room, surveying the wall clock, which, unlike the one in the kitchen that served as a day-to-day reminder, had 9 golden hands with what looked like a spoon at the end of the hand with a picture of each family member attached to it. The clock on the dial, where the numbers should have been, written with the possible locations of each family member instead, including home, school, work, in transit, lost, dentist, and so on, and in the place where the clock would normally be at 9 o'clock, it marked with a word "mortal peril." Felix secretly speculated about the magic used in this item. The tracking spell is definitely there, as well as the name spell, the magic to detect the state of the body. Maybe the wall clock itself represents a kind of magic contract. Not long after 2 red-haired boys came down from upstairs. It is Fred and George, the twins in their pajamas, eyes constantly searching, then spotted Felix who is surveying the wall clock, then their eyes lit up. "Professor, you are true to your word. Where are we going later? I heard Percy say that you grew a castle out. What kind of magic is that? Can we learn it? Are you going to acquire Zonko?" Mrs. Weasley came out of the kitchen, thrusting her back and examining the 2 boys' attire with a stern look on her face. "Look at you two. What do you look like? Change your clothes, there are guests here. The twins hung their heads bashfully and turned to go upstairs. Fred couldn't stop himself from saying, Professor, wait for us, we have a new product, Fred. The twins' mother said in a stern voice. Fred immediately hunched his shoulders and pushed George up the stairs, and before he disappeared he poked his head out and said playfully, Mom, I'm actually George. A muffled voice came from beside him, You're talking nonsense. Don't think you can escape saying that. Mrs. Weasley's chest puffed out in anger, but the twins stomped their feet deliberately, making clunking footsteps and pretending they couldn't hear, and from about the first floor a voice yelled angrily, Can't you guys keep your voices down? Mrs. Weasley filled the dishes with food. That's Percy, he should be writing his report, he's just joined the Ministry of Magic, so he's very motivated and desperate to do something. Felix chuckled, Fred and George are also working hard, and their couple's mirror is very popular. He didn't mention the odd prank product. That, too, Mrs. Weasley paused, I just think it's too early for them to be thinking about making money when they're still 2 years away from graduation. Mrs. Weasley, they just picked something they love early, you should know them best, with their personalities, what kind of work do you think they will be doing after graduation? Mrs. Weasley's expression wavered, and as much as she hated to admit it, she couldn't imagine that the pair of living babies would one day dress to the 9-to-5 work in the Ministry of Magic. Or rather, any job that had anything to do with routine didn't seem to go well with them. At this moment, Mr. Weasley returned, followed by a little girl with fiery red hair. She is the youngest Weasley child. Ginny is looking at Felix with a curious face. He is dressed today without a little shadow of the magic world. Ron yawned as he walked behind, his eyes half closed as if he were sleepwalking, and Percy and the twins appeared last, Percy with his hair neatly combed and wearing a slate suit. I'm following Mr. Crouch now, as his assistant, and it's been a full day. We're going to the Quidditch World Cup site today. Percy described his job, admiring his boss so much that, as far as Felix could see, he's intentionally imitating Barty Crouch's attire. The twins squeezed each other's eyes and tried to say something, but Mrs. Weasley caught them early, no talking during eating. Fred whined, Mom is so biased, she doesn't care about Percy. Yet, because he's in charge of 7 or 8 people as a little head. More than Dad. But what's his job again? Weatherby, smooth out the lot. There's a shortage of 200 seats in the South Gallery. Ron and Ginny lowered their heads, the corners of their mouths scrunched up in exaggerated grins as they stifled their laugh. Percy became furious, You're snooping through my notes. Mr. Weasley coughed twice, Children. He gestured toward Mrs. Weasley, who held up a spoon of soup in one hand, her eyes blazing like an angry lion, and they immediately subsided. The twins emptied their plates in 3 or 2 sittings, while Felix put down his knife and fork and said to the Weasleys, Thank you for your hospitality. Oh, Mrs. Weasley, no need to add more, I've already had 3 bowls of soup. Outside the burrow, the twins each carried a large bag containing their latest research. There are 7 kinds of fireworks that can be immobilized in midair for a long time. Well, we have plenty of time to discuss, now hold on my arm firmly. Felix said as the twins held his left and right hand, Is it an apparition? We were so close to the 3 of them twisted and disappeared together. They appeared in an alley in a London neighborhood, and the twins surveyed their surroundings curiously, staring at a giant dustbin. Professor, isn't this Diagon Alley? Shopping, Felix said, need to change you guys first in case you scare someone, we've got a full day ahead of us. There are 360 chapters on P_Atrian. 327, Chapter 327 The Factory Visit. The 3 stood at the intersection of a busy shopping street. They had just come out of a clothing store and the twins had changed into a casual dark blue jacket and jeans, as they gestured to each other's new look. The clerk almost touched the wand I had pinned on the back of my waist. Fred said apprehensively. Felix called a cab, first to Charing Cross, then to Sam's Finest Machinery. He said to the driver, then looked at the twins, We're going to pick up Professor Lupin Fist, he's coming with us. The cab driver, with the characteristic early morning listlessness on his face, lazily passed through the streets and alleys. Charing Cross is up ahead, where are we stopping? A little further on, that park next to the record store up ahead. The driver glanced over his shoulder, here on business. Something like that. Felix twirled a glowing coin, the driver shook his head, feeling dazzled. The car pulled over, and he said warily, waiting on the curb also counts as time. There will be no less for you. Felix said carelessly. It wasn't long before a middle-aged man suddenly appeared next to the record store as if he had been there from the beginning. Fred rolled down the car window and waved at him, Professor Lupin, this way. Lupin smiled as he walked over and got in the car, I didn't expect you to come over like this. How was the recruitment? Felix asked. He then explained, it's easier to go by car, I actually wanted to rent a car. Lupin glared at him, only now you thought of asking about it. You said you'd help out before, and then you disappeared for a week. Felix shrugged, I went to Albania. Lupin's face turned serious. He had heard Sirius say that Voldemort was once lurked up in the Albanian forest. He cautiously glanced at the twins, who were listening with ears pricked up, and asked vaguely, "Did you find anything?" "Not what you think," Felix said. "I was looking for the former residence of an old friend, but unfortunately it was so old that only a crumbling ruin remained." Hearing that Felix didn't search for the trail of Voldemort, Lupin didn't care too much. He talked about the company. "The candidates are all interviewed. According to your request, I recruited 37 in. Is there anyone I know? The 6 people you recommended have good abilities. In addition, not counting Clearwater, there are 3 new graduates this year." After almost half an hour, the car stopped in front of a factory. Felix paid the fare, led them to the entrance, and after a few minutes of reporting their names at the guardhouse, a middle-aged man trotted over. "Are you Mr. Happ?" The man said enthusiastically, "I'm the supervisor of Sam's finest machinery, Hobart Not. We spoke on the phone earlier." The twins squeezed eyes at each other and mouthed, "Not." Felix had no reaction to the surname, which had a special significance in the magical world, and introduced them with a natural expression, "This is Remus Lupin, the general manager of Future World, and these 2. He looked at the twins who had straightened their chests. "They're visiting for, holiday social practice." "No problem, welcome." "Welcome," Hobart said hurriedly. On the way into the factory, Lupin asked in a whisper, "How does he know about the future world? Did you tell him?" "I registered a shell company with the same name with the British government," Felix said with a smile. "Is that necessary? It seems very troublesome." Lupin asked in bewilderment. "Not so much trouble, I just found out an interesting fact." He whispered a few words into Lupin's ear. "What did you say?" Lupin stared incredulously as the twins and the supervisor Hobart looked over, and he smiled apologetically before whispering, "Is what you said is true, that there are people in the magical world smuggling gold and silverwares this side?" "Not exactly something new," Felix said. "There are always clever people who plunder some old family silverware, then turn around and sell it to non-magical folk collectors. Imagine goblin-made silverware that repels dust, with a unique historical weight. Aren't they afraid of being discovered by the Ministry of Magic?" Felix laughed. "There's a void in that aspect of the law, and, guess who did this? Just a few petty thieves? Although they do very stealthy, everything is traceable." Waves of shock welled up in Lupin's heart, and he felt his perception of the wizarding community had been turned upside down. Pure blood family. He kept mulling it over. "Nat, I was under the impression that quite a few families had declined lately, maybe they were part of it, and they had been maintaining this secret." His mind quickly flashed through the names of several families, some of which did not have a long history themselves, but became very rich in just a few decades. Lupin said hesitantly, "But the Gringotts stipulates that there is a limit on the number of pounds that can be exchanged for galleons." Felix said casually, "In the black market, bartering is not a problem. Pure gold and pure silver are also valuable in the wizarding community, and reselling them is at least tens of times more profitable." Without waiting for Lupin to think it over, Hobart led them to a factory, and he said humbly, "We have prepared a variety of fine engraving equipment, and we hope it will meet your company's needs. This is a mechanical engraving machine with an overall all-steel structure, diamond blade head, high-precision ball screw, and conductor. It can be operated manually or manipulated with a simple program. We have ready-made samples. Wait a moment, I'll get it here." He left for a moment and brought back a 3-foot-long brown board with a complex pattern carved on it, which he described as used by many customers for high-end furniture patterns. The twins looked at the sharp, curved tip of the blade and were just about to reach out and touch it when it suddenly buzzed and spun, then turned into a blur of shadow. "Look out!" Hobart shouted. "It's already spinning at 2000 RPM, very dangerous." He glanced at Felix, which meant, "Watch your bear kids." "Fred, George, you don't want to leave your hands here, do you?" Felix asked softly. The 2 boys smiled sheepishly and Fred inquired, "Can we have a demonstration?" Hobart saw that neither Felix nor Lupin objected, and felt a lot more hope for a deal. "No problem," he said in a relaxed tone, and then called a professional. The employee took the board, looked at it carefully, turned it over and clipped it to the back of the workbench, then pressed the control button next to it. The rotating carving knife with a curved blade began to move up, and the moment it came into contact with the board, the wood chips tumbled and rolled up a wood splinter. The twins watched in awe as the blade moved nimbly across the board. After 5 minutes, when the board was removed, they repeatedly compared the patterns on the front and back, and they were identical, unable to pick out a single difference. "Think about whether it can be used in your products," Felix said. Hobart glanced at them groggily, guessing in his heart that it might be for them to make some toys, but as long as it can be sold, he did not care what it could be used for. "Anyway, the manual is marked with hundreds of dangerous issues. If you do not follow the operation, don't expect them to pay a penny if there is an accident." Next is the laser engraving machine. Higher precision, faster carving speed, and the transition are delicate and natural, no less than some hand-carving artists. It can work on all kinds of flat surfaces, sheet metal, glass, leather, fabric, canvas, etc. What about parchment? Fred asked with interest. Parchment? Hobart froze for a moment. Maybe you could try a printer. Come on, Fred, don't be ridiculous. Felix said lightly, Mr. Knott, can you find me a slate? Sure, I remember a similar sample in my office. Hobart hurriedly left. With only 4 people left on the scene, Lupin inquired, can we bring it for use? He gestured to the small computer, it looks complicated. There's no need to bother with it, Felix said, I just need the machine part. His hand rested on that mechanical engraving machine, his magic went to sense and touch the tiny parts, and a ripple of magic spread within a slightly invisible view. After a few seconds, the quiet curved blade had suddenly spun up, and under his control, the curved carving knife engraved a rune on the edge of the wooden board. Felix gently blew away the wood chips, his fingertips brushing over the carved-out mark, showing that a magic power remained. What do you think would become if you combined this with the principles of a magic portrait and gave it a most basic intelligence? There are 360 chapters on P_Atrian. 328, Chapter 328 Gifts. After some bargaining, Felix bought 3 sets of equipment each, and then he took Lupin and the twins through the streets of London, naming one Muggle company after another and buying miscellaneous things. Back at Future World in Diagon Alley, Felix piled the items in the lobby, stacking them into a small mountain, attracting a crowd of new employees who came over to see both the oddities and the company's boss, who they never had seen before. Felix led them to sit around and held a brief small meeting. I'll be staying here for some time to work with everyone to get the company's first product made. Felix said, and to modify some machines and make them adaptable to magic, by the way. Penelope reminded him, Professor Hap, oh sorry, boss. It's okay, you can still call me Professor, or just Hap. Felix said with a smile. Okay, Professor, Penelope said a little nervously, but she quickly went into the working mood, we need to consider the attitude of the Ministry of Magic, especially the misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office. You mean the division headed by Arthur Weasley? Felix said meaningfully. Penelope's face reddened, and she pretended not to hear that this division's duty is to prohibit the enchantment of Muggle-made items for fear that they might return to Muggle stores or homes. Felix saw similar concerns on the faces of the others, he thought for a moment and replied seriously, that is indeed a problem, but I have studied this part of the law carefully, and it will not affect us much, we just need to report those engraving machines to the Ministry of Magic. Going along with this, you will find that the entire law is for one purpose, to prevent the exposure of the wizarding community. To summarize, the prohibition of misuse of Muggle artifacts has 3 key purposes. Felix swept his gaze around, looked at the crowd who showed confused expressions, so he twiddled his fingers as he said, first, it is forbidden to maliciously enchant some items and trick Muggles, second, it is forbidden to sell enchanted items that have the same form as Muggle items, especially things that are unique to them, such as a toaster, he smiled, of course, nothing is absolute, the Ministry of Magic does have a list of permits, and not all of them are not allowed. Third, the prohibition of private modification, adding other functions, the provisions of this type of law are rather vague, probably because, if you really want to pursue, many people will have prohibited items in their homes, and they may not even know about it themselves. So there's only one thing worth noting, he said softly in a long drawn-out voice, and that is not to use magic-related or enchanted things in front of ordinary people. The Weasley twins looked at each other and Fred snickered, Dad's heart is being figured out. He is aware that this law was drafted by his own father, who was curious about everything in the Muggle world, and for this reason, he left himself many back doors. Before Arthur Weasley, the relevant laws were blank in the Ministry of Magic, but with more and more examples of misuse of Muggle items, the Ministry finally decided to create a law based on it, and it was in this setting that Mr. Weasley made the law, and became the head of this department. Felix continued, one of our purposes is improvement and transformation of Muggle items, what does that mean? Not simply copying, but drawing on their exhibited knowledge and ideas rather than a specific thing. For example, the magic lamp, its principle is completely different from the electric lamp used by ordinary people, the only similarity is they both can illuminate. The crowd laughed lowly, their hidden worries dispersed, most people actually do not have the courage to openly disobey the Ministry of Magic. In the process, you will find that we are using the concept of some item a more convenient and practical way of lighting, we do not need to bother to learn how to use electricity, how to study the materials and principles of electric lights, but to consider how to use magic to achieve the effect we want. Felix looked at the crowd and said seriously, I don't want to see prejudice against the non-magical world in the future world. Any specific person, specific group, as long as it possesses obvious external characteristics, there will always be someone who will dislike it. To put it bluntly, some people see the advantages, some people see the disadvantages. I do not want you to dwell on these boring things, hold an appreciative heart, you will find that in the past few hundred years, the outside world has achieved equally impressive achievements, and in the process, they have demonstrated the wisdom, ideas, and achievements are worthy of learning. In the days that followed, Felix stayed in the future world's vertical castle while Lupin, Penelope, and a few seventh-year graduates who had mastered the ancient magic of illumination completed the task of designing the magic lamp. The most difficult part of this was how to store the magic sequence of ancient magic on a specific physical object. Felix went through the materials left by Nicholas Flamel and finally found an enchanted material like flowing mercury and shaped them with magic. This process involves a lot of attempts, for which Snape deliberately ran over to protest because he detested the material consumed too quickly. Then the results improved after Felix joined the research. The basic chandeliers, candlesticks, and lantern-shaped magic lamps were successfully completed one after another, after which a Ravenclaw graduated which proposed to use transfiguration to design a shape of an eagle, which, when used, only needed to pronounce a specific syllable, and the eagle would flutter its wings, fly into midair, and spit out a bright ball of light. The idea was unanimously praised by the 17 Ravenclaw House graduate employees, and then more magic lamp forms were brought up, the powerful, with the function of waking lion, jumping badger that can follow the master around, as well as snake magic lamp inlaid with green gems also appeared one after another. Felix added several dragon-shaped ones. When it morphs into dragon form, the light will be emitted in the shape of a breath. The purchased engraving machine also came in handy. Felix did not expect to use it so soon. He simply modified it, so that employees in their free time can familiarize themselves with its operation, and try to improve it. As a result, a male wizard named Funk David came up with an idea. When he was fiddling with the engraving machine, a flash of light came to him, and he suggested that he could make a batch of magic cards modeled after the chocolate frog cards, and the most basic engraving part would be done by the machine. Felix was interested in this idea, and he perfected the idea on this basis using the machine to complete the engraving part, and then coating the cards with a layer of enchanted material, and the wizards could hold the cards and practice the corresponding runes by tracing the marks on them with their fingers. Felix felt that he would have an additional teaching tool in his Ancient Runes class this year, and he gladly made a badge to help the company with its first business. Soon, the first batch with a total of 100 rune cards was created. It can be considered as a simplified version of the runes that Hermione carved on the chestnut board with a rune carving knife. It can only be used for reference purposes, and it is a stable rune. Once you successfully managed to trace the card using magic, it will show the magic corresponding to the rune, such as a waterfall, a flame. Of course, this is only a vague image of magic. The twins came up with a mischievous version, in which once the magic is interrupted, the card will emit an ear-piercing scream and loudly taunt the wizard who used it. It's what life has inspired us to do, Fred said with emotion. Felix did not adopt it for fear that the young wizards would become collectively insecure. He valued the rune cards more as an aid to learning runes, while the twins enjoyed the idea, and tried adding a few fake cards to a stack of real cards, which would morph into a flock of rats that would scurry around if they tried to inject magic power. George said with a smile, "We can give it to Harry as a birthday present." Early morning of July 31st. When Harry opened his presents, he was a little baffled. Professor Hap and the Weasley twins sent the exact same gift, both of them are a stack of cards, even the instructions are the same. But the Weasley twins' instructions had an odd smiley face drawn on them, and he felt a little alarmed. He curiously followed the instructions, trying to use his fingers to trace on the card, and injected magic. The moment of success, a green lush tree image popped up from the card, gently swaying, making a rustling sound. Harry looked at it for a while, very interested in trying other different cards. He thus recognized a lot of unfamiliar runes. However, he finally discovered the difference between the two gifts. After a failed attempt, the card made a bang sound, the purple smoke exploded, the card turned into 5 or 6 fat mice. In the narrow gaps in the room, it startled him. He tried to drive these little guys out from under the bed, and they squeaked even more. When he heard Uncle Vernon snoring, he did not try to make too excessive actions, and quietly waited for a while. The fat mice came out on their own, gathered together, with a cloud of purple smoke, they reverted back to a card. Harry opened other gifts. Ron, Hermione, and Hagrid sent him 3 large cakes, which made Dudley's weight loss program have no effect on him. In fact, except for breakfast, he usually slipped away to Sirius's rented house, where he stayed until late afternoon. In addition to his desire for kinship being fulfilled, Harry discovered a benefit that he hadn't thought of before, which is that he could cast spells outside the school. In the next house of Mrs. Fig, Harry could use Sirius's spare wand according to him. The wand he snatched from the Dark Wizard was not very comfortable, and he went to Ollivander to have another one matched. The Dragon Heartstring wand was used by Harry. In fact, he is not used to it, always feeling it's inferior to his own wand, but the ability to cast spells already made him satisfied. He and Sirius practiced dueling in a house with a stable enchantment imposed on things. After that afternoon, Sirius and Harry were lying on the sofa, trying hard to watch the boring TV program, which made Sirius enthusiastic about dueling. He taught Harry quite a few dueling skills, but he soon discovered that Harry had developed his own fighting style, which was still a bit tender, but it did present. And Harry is very good at it, which made the dueling game between them close to real fighting. Sirius more than once called out Harry's father's name forgetfully, which made Harry heartbroken and touched. There was an incident in which the Ministry of Magic sent him a letter warning him about the fact that he was casting spells outside of school, and then Sirius sent back a howler, and then the Ministry didn't follow up. Harry was originally a little jittery until Sirius explained, this law is for students of Muggle origin to prevent them from exposing themselves to Muggles, but do you think they can manage the children of wizarding families? Harry was delighted and convinced, and he also put the matter into a letter, and Hermione wrote back that she also wanted to learn from Sirius and send a howler letter to him, and Harry smiled a very big smile, but when he saw the back of the letter, Hermione mentioned that she is studying curses, he couldn't laugh anymore. In his bedroom, Harry opened Sirius' gift box, which was only palm-sized and perfectly square in shape, and when he touched the lid, a rattling sound came from inside. Harry flinched, not worried about a curse, but worried about the odd gift Sirius had sent him. Harry had long since discovered that his godfather is, in some ways, less mature than himself. For example, he wouldn't be able to cook for himself, and he used life magic so badly that if it weren't for Kriaker, he figured Sirius would have stayed with the Dursleys and started a fight with them that day. He carefully opened the top, a golden, round object flew out, Harry instinctively reached out and caught it, his heart pounded, through the slit in his fingertips he saw a beautiful shiny golden snitch. Harry's eyes lit up, the gift suited him so well. Inside the box, there is also another note. Dear Harry, I've wanted to give you this gift for a long time, I found it in Felix's office when only one of its wings was intact, I asked Felix to fix it and make some interesting changes, but you have to discover it yourself, it's no fun to tell all the mysteries. In addition, during school, James often used to steal golden snitch from the team for a while, playing cool to attract Lily's attention, highly recommended and you can give it a try too. Your godfather Sirius. Harry grinned, he loosened his tight grip, the golden snitch slowly stretching wings, whoosh, and disappeared in a flash. He scanned from side to side and quickly caught its trail, catching it steadily as it flew past Harry's left ear. Harry gave it a strong shake, and the golden snitch honestly settled down in his hand. He seemed to hear a small, delicate sound, so he placed the golden snitch to his ear and shook it gently, and this time the sound became more obvious. Harry pressed the surface of the snitch, its metal shell suddenly opened, Harry noticed that something is stuffed inside, he tilted the opening to the bed, clatter. A pile of various snacks scattered across the bed and rolled everywhere: chocolate frogs, cauldron cakes, cookies, dragon's milk cheese, chocoballs and lots of things from the Honeyduke's store. Wow! Harry exclaimed in awe. There are 362 chapters on P_Atrian. 329, Chapter 329 The Best Birthday. When Harry appeared in the kitchen, none of the three Dursleys looked at him, and no one mentioned the birthday, which suited Harry just fine, he didn't want Uncle Vernon's stinky socks at all, and one bad birthday present of that kind is enough. Uncle Vernon is reading the newspaper, Aunt Petunia is slicing dry grapefruits, and Cousin Dudley he's got his fat arms slumped over the table and his whole face is puffed up with anger. His good times had come to an end since Dudley had returned with a mortifying report card and a body full of fat. In fact, he could have struggled a bit, and with a few tears, Aunt Petunia would have empathized and shed tears along with him, then quickly compromised and agreed to all Dudley's demands. This is his speciality. But beneath the report card were a few words carefully filled in by the nurse of Smelting's Academy, which politely reminded the two parents that if Dudley continued to gain weight, it would affect his health and that the school's clothing pool would no longer have clothes in his size. The nurse also thoughtfully included a diet plan, and at Aunt Petunia's insistence, the family had to follow this new diet plan together in order to take care of Dudley's emotions, and the results are so obvious that Uncle Vernon's chin has got smaller, which makes his beard look a lot more flowing and fluffy. But Harry did not care at all, even before receiving his birthday present, he would go to Sirius to make up for breakfast. Now he couldn't wait to imagine where Sirius would take him. Sirius had recently got a motorcycle, and he saw a hint of glimmer once he saw in Hagrid's eyes from his own godfather's obsessed eyes. Grapefruit again? Dudley said angrily, he had perfectly inherited his Uncle Vernon's small eyes, and figure. Harry thought cheerfully as he smelled the lack of a hint of flavor on his plate and couldn't help but burp. Just now, he had eaten 2 large slices of cream cake and felt a bit full now. Honey. Aunt Petunia said very patiently, we agreed to follow the diet plan the school nurse sent. But Dudley didn't listen at all, he finished his portion in 2 bites and stared at Harry's plate with his little eyes even though the piece of grapefruit looked much smaller than his own. His eyes then fell on Harry's lips, where there are suspicious traces of food. He's hiding food. Dudley said with certainty, extending a carrot-like finger. Harry hurriedly wiped his mouth, and after touching the sticky cream, realized he had been careless. What? Aunt Petunia questioned in confusion. However, Dudley stared at Harry with greedy eyes, as if he is a piece of cream cake or something, Harry's heart darkened, and he was faced with a difficult choice if Dudley really wanted to rob him of the cake. Should he take out his wand and threaten him or not? There's no Sirius here, no spare wand, and no excuse. If I use magic, the Ministry of Magic will locate me directly. Just then, a loud horn sounded outside the door, followed by the roar of a motorcycle turning, and Uncle Vernon exploded at once, yelling angrily, "It's that bloody murderer scum again! Can't he be quiet?" Aunt Petunia looked around in horror and worry, fearing that a neighbor had noticed the scene. "Sirius is not a murderer," Harry said coldly. "Then make that bloody guy stop," Uncle Vernon said through clenched teeth, veins popping out of his face, and Harry, slightly frightened, walked to the window with a stern face and waved his hand at Sirius. The honking stopped. Aunt Petunia gasped and seemed to have just been holding her breath. Harry stood hesitantly, wondering if he should mention his birthday. He felt it's pointless, and Aunt Petunia gave Harry a stern look, while Uncle Vernon couldn't hold back any longer. "What are you waiting for? Get out of my sight right now!" he growled and shouted. At that moment, Dudley also interjected, "Your godfather, that Sirius is waiting for you." The words seemed more powerful than Sirius honking, and Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia looked at Dudley in surprise. They never mentioned Sirius' name, and if they had to, they used the prisoner, the murderer, or simply the hippie here to see you. Harry's mind spun quickly, his eyes met Dudley's, and he suddenly understood what Dudley had in mind, and he said hurriedly, "I'll go upstairs and get something." He went back to his room, shoved the books and traveling gifts he had brought back from school to the bottom of his bed, then looked at the pile of candy and snacks on his bed and worried. There were also 3 large cakes placed side by side on the desk, one of which was already open. After a few seconds, Harry thought of a good idea. He took out of his golden snitch given to him by Sirius from his pocket, the snacks candy all packed in, but when putting the cake, he ran into some trouble. He could only barely stuff one in. He had to stuff the remaining 2 cakes into the bottom of the bed, hidden behind the traveling suitcase. After completing all this, Harry clapped his hands in satisfaction. If Dudley sneaked in, he would get nothing. Normally there would be no such worry because the Dursleys saw his room as a breeding ground for spreading the plague and would even speed up when they passed by. But as far as he knew, hungry animals are the most dangerous and irrational. In other words, hungry pigs are similarly justified. Before he left the room, Harry hesitated, Uncle Vernon already yelling from the ground floor. Too late to think, he opened the golden snitch, shaking out a handful of snacks from it, a cauldron cake, a fizzing whiz-bees, and a jumble of other things. Without looking closely, he put the candies in a conspicuous place. As he's hurried downstairs, Uncle Vernon pointed to the open door without a word, and as Harry passed by the table, he saw that the quarter of grapefruit on his plate had disappeared. He grinned and walked out of the room. Sirius had been waiting for a long time, leaning on a very imposing motorcycle with a low growl coming from the exhaust. Harry sat on the back seat. Sirius started the motorcycle. The speed quickly picked up, the wind whistled Harry's hair, leaving Privet Drive far behind. Harry excitedly shouted, "Where are we going?" "London," Sirius said in a high tone, "I've got the whole plan ready." They played the whole day happily, touring the small half of London, and towards evening, Sirius took him for a ride along the River Thames, the water reflecting the golden haze, Harry filled with a belly full of steaks and oysters. At 7 o'clock in the evening, they returned to Privet Drive, but Harry didn't want to go back so early, and when Sirius invited him to play wizard's chess, he readily agreed. Harry ruthlessly won 3 games of chess against his godfather, forcing Sirius to cheat and scatter the board, so they had to stay on the couch and watch TV together. It dragged on until nearly 10 o'clock when Mrs. Figg knocked on the door next door complaining about the noise they were making, and Harry realized he should go back. The lights were still on at 4th Privet Drive, which made Harry a little suspicious. When he pushed the door open, he breathed a sigh of relief to see Uncle Vernon and Dudley huddled on the couch watching the game, and he realized it wasn't what he thought it was. Harry deliberately paid attention to the expression on Dudley's face, and he looked away sheepishly. "Get your ass back to your room and be quiet," Uncle Vernon whispered. Harry went back to his room and opened the window. The pile of snacks he left really disappeared. He hurriedly checked under the bed again. The cake is intact. He was overthinking. Harry suddenly realized that Dudley simply cannot bend down, let alone tuck himself under the bed. He would be stuck inside. As he lay on the bed, Harry couldn't help but think back over his memories of the day, and he had to say, this was the best birthday he'd ever had. Number Dr. SF, thanks for your support. There are 362 chapters on P_Atreon. 330, Chapter 330 Invitation. Time moved towards August, and Felix thought he would stay in Diagon Alley until the start of the Quidditch World Cup. Until he received a letter from his student, Clammy Vera. Dear Professor Hap. I'm still working for the Gringotts in Egypt, where everything is fine except for the somewhat gloomy and sweaty working environment. I've made the acquaintance of many friendly colleagues, and a senior named Bill Weasley took me under his wing, and when I mentioned you to him, I was surprised to find out that he knew you as he enrolled in the same year as you. Likewise, I couldn't wait to ask him more about you, and to my surprise, he described you as a wandering sphinx because in the few brief exchanges you had, you politely asked him about very deep knowledge of ancient runes and magic theory, and he couldn't answer it, which made him a little embarrassed and his self-esteem hurt. Bill. Bill is a very funny and humorous senior in person, he is laughing when he said these things. I also met some local friends from Uagadu, a huge magic school with over 5,000 students. It's almost impossible to imagine so many people in class together, but they tell me it's because Uagadu accepts students from all over Africa. I now have a problem. After exploring an ancient tomb at the bottom of an Egyptian pyramid, we accidentally discovered a dark room leading to a deeper level, a long, winding hallway, shrouded by a thick black fog, filled with all kinds of dangerous magic traps. We didn't even finish exploring the hallway, but a colleague suffered 7 or 8 kinds of curses, and we withdrew urgently. That colleague was hospitalized, but he brought back a slab of stone from the corridor wall, which turned out to be inscribed with ancient runes that I had never come across before, and that even my grandfather could not decipher or translate, which seemed to come from a more distant era. I seriously suspect that they are all ancient runes of a practical nature. The traced patterns are sent with the letter, and I am eager to receive your guidance, and it would be great if you could come. Your student, Clammy Vera. Felix put the letter aside and looked at the Egyptian sacred heron next to him, a large bird over half a meter in size, with an entirely white body, but with a black dot on the ends of its wings and tail feathers. The bird's head and neck were black and bare, and its long, downward curving beak looked like a scythe. Its legs were long and strong, and at the moment it's kicking over a tightly wrapped package next to it. Felix unwrapped it and saw a 3-foot square piece of parchment with the pattern obtained by tracing the slab that Vera had mentioned in her letter. He looked over the slate copy and confirmed the true nature of the patterns at first glance. They were indeed ancient runes. To be precise, it should be part of some ancient magic, a fragment of a rune sequence. Black lightning arcs flared in the air as he tried to outline the fragmented pattern. Felix went over the letter from Clammy again, and he sensed a contradiction. The owner of the darkroom hung the slab of ancient magic in the hallway in a big way, which seemed to indicate that the owner was rather a generous person, but black mist and curses could not be associated with generosity. He didn't decide easily that person was a dark wizard because the definition of a dark wizard was different in different times, and in the ancient wizard community, those who could be called dark wizards were all evil to the core, not something that could be compared to today. A powerful ancient wizard slipped into the pyramid, created a dark room, and laid out a complex curse. Could it be some kind of harsh inheritance? And both the black mist and the curse are a test for the outsider. Or, is it a way to use human greed to punish an unexpected intruder? Felix wrote a reply letter, attaching all this information, including his own speculations. He also expressed his gratitude for Vera's invitation and then had a flash in his mind. Then he asked if he could bring a student with him. His own assistant had acquired a great deal of knowledge of ancient runes in 2 years, and it is time to be exposed to some social practice. After waiting for a few days, Clammy Vera sent a reply letter, which expressed their welcome to him and his student, accompanied by a formal invitation from the Gringotts, with a total of 2 positions on its name, one already filled with the name Felix Happ, and the other one is blank. Only with this invitation, they will be allowed to enter the interior of the pyramid to explore. Felix smiled slightly and filled in the blanks with the name Hermione Granger. The next morning, Hermione excitedly came to the Future World Company in Diagon Alley, curiously looking around. Just yesterday, the professor sent a letter and explained the situation to her, inviting her to explore the pyramids of Egypt. She had wanted to go there for a long time, and although the professor had told her she would be staying at the back most of the time, there's still a chance to get close to thousands of years old relics safely. Professor Lupin. Hermione was surprised to see the figure of Professor Lupin. What are you doing here? Lupin smiled and said, gotta get a job for myself. He led Hermione upstairs, while briefly introducing the company. Along the way, the employees they encountered have greeted Lupin, and soon, they came to an office on the 5th floor. Pushing open the door, Felix is sitting in a chair, staring attentively at the palm of his hand, where a black lightning bolt coiled. Seeing Lupin and Hermione enter, he dispersed his magic and revealed a smile. Remus, I may have to leave temporarily for a few days. Lupin shook his head and said with a sigh, when you get back, do you have to make a trip to France? Felix said humorously, Remus, you don't have the gift of prophecy, do you? Professor, are you working on the magic lamp? Hermione asked. As she came over, she saw various shapes of magical creatures, and she noticed that each animal held a glowing ball of magical light, much like the ancient magic illumination she had mastered. Felix smiled, the research is done, they're preparing for the Quidditch World Cup, a large light show. A light show? Hermione imagined the picture and couldn't help but look forward to it. Well, we're in a bit of a rush today, so when we get back from Egypt, you can stay here and see more. Felix said as he is looking forward to Hermione's graduation to her further study of ancient runes. Her current level already surpassed most of the employees in the future world. And there are still 4 full years until she graduates from Hogwarts. Egypt, the Nile River Valley. Felix and Hermione walked through the streets of Cairo, visually feeling the exotic atmosphere that hit them. An Arab with a broken accent asked them if they needed a camel, which they declined, and Hermione watched fondly as the odd-looking camel walked past them, as she fed it a mop of hay on the way off. "Well, we need to meet your senior first, she must be tired of waiting," said Felix, then he added, "Maybe a camel ride later? I was under the impression that the pyramids were in the desert." At a tavern in the city, Felix and Hermione met Clammy Vera, who is wearing a sun hat with a transparent silk scarf draped from its broad brim. When she lifted the shade, the two saw that her skin got a dark brown tan, as she smiled brightly at them. There are 364 chapters on P_Atrian. 331, Chapter 331 Uagato Witch, 2 in 1 chapter. Half an hour later, they were heading towards the desert on camels. Hermione took a liking to Clammy. During the tavern banter, when Felix mentioned that Hermione had never ridden a camel before, Clammy then took them to the local market and rented 3 camels, and Hermione picked out a light yellow one. Afterward, Clammy helped her choose a huge sun hat, as well as a pair of marten boots, and after putting them on, Hermione felt her whole body had become bizarre. Nevertheless, she politely declined the local food recommended to her by Clammy, which did not look that appetizing. In front of her eyes is an endless sea of sand, dunes linked together in a fluid motion, and she soon loses her sense of distance as she looks back at the distant city's structures. The sun became scorching hot, and in the absence of wind, the air felt like a giant sauna. Suddenly, a pleasant coolness passed through her fingers, and she sobered up. A small, 4-sided box with a chain floated in front of her, which looked like a locket. She reached out and grabbed it. It didn't feel all that frigid, and when she looked back, Felix nodded towards her. "I only have one with me, it's a new product of the company, it's still in a testing phase," he explained, "but it can envelop 20 feet. He called Clammy over as the 3 traveled together side by side. Clammy smacked her lips as she glanced at the little device. "We have a similar enchantment in our tent, but it stopped functioning once we got into the pyramid." Hermione wore the pendant. As her whole spirit went up, she became interested in every detail of the road, such as the plants growing on the rocks in the sand, or the large gecko that suddenly sprang up. They also saw a grey snake. After walking for almost an hour, the 3 came near a tall pyramid. In its shadow, 7 or 8 tents could be seen, surrounded by some scattered equipment. It looked like a small archaeological team. Felix's heart fluttered. "You have obtained the support of the local government?" Clammy smiled and said, "Formal papers that got recognized by the government, but that's just a cover." They arrived at the tent site and tied their camels to the stakes, and out of the tents came 2 men who, like Clammy, were dressed that perfectly blended with the local area, and Felix saw a tourist taking pictures of them not far away. "This is Faisal Abdul Aziz Kampala Duima." Clammy looked at the man and asked awkwardly, "What's in the back?" The young man muttered, "You might as well call me Faisal." Clammy whispered to them, "Faisal's name has 4 parts, each of which is equivalent to our full name, and I was going to formally introduce, but ended up not being able to recall it at all because they didn't use it often." Another middle-aged male wizard with a brown hoodie on his shoulders said, "Just call me Raman." He extended his hand and shook it with Felix. After a few pleasantries, they agreed to enter the pyramid at 2 p.m. "And we have to wait for someone to be sent from headquarters," the middle-aged male wizard explained. Clammy led Felix and Hermione to the back of the tent. "Professor Hap, you will be staying in Bill's tent, his personal belongings are taken away. Hermione and I will stay together, so we can chat a bit." "Bill Weasley is not here?" Felix asked, suddenly thinking that Mrs. Weasley had mentioned that her 2 sons Bill and Charlie were coming back in a few days. Sure enough, Clammy gave a consistent explanation. "He's on leave, the Quidditch World Cup is coming up and most of the guys in camp are taking time off to go home," Clammy said, "otherwise you'd be able to reunite with your old friends in person and can catch up with each other. Unfortunately, I wasn't interested in Quidditch, so I applied to stay." Hermione's eyes rolled as she heard Bill Weasley's name. "Is that Ron's older brother?" Felix nodded at her. "That's right, he's working here as a curse breaker for the Gringotts." He looked at Clammy again. "Ron is the youngest of the Weasley boys." For the rest of the time, Clammy took out a thick little book and dumped all the questions that had accumulated for a long time. Felix did not take much time to answer them clearly, but Clammy's mood is not that good. He passed a look towards Hermione and made his own excuses to wander around. In the tent, Clammy said to Hermione with some frustration, "There is a new Ravenclaw graduate recruited by the Gringotts, and she has a particularly good grade in runes." "Who is it?" Clammy said the name. Hermione did not say much about it. She saw that name while going through the papers. That person is not considered top in this year's graduates. She can only blame that Clammy graduated too early, did not catch the professor's thinking room and a series of magical teaching methods. "The professor has opened a new company, Did you know? Hermione asked her tentatively. I'm not sure, Clammy asked hesitantly, when did it happen? I think it was fairly recently. The name of the company is Future World and Professor Lupin. He was previously a professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts and now manages Future World. He said to me that the professor wants to transform the wizarding world. Hermione said distractedly. Transform the wizarding world? Clammy got taken aback. I guess it would be about changing the lives of wizards, Hermione said uncertainly. I saw the magic lamp, and this little thing. She lifted the chain holding a small locket around her neck. I guess the professor must have delved deeply into the Muggle world's technological products, which is pretty much reflected in his books directly. They chattered away, Clammy's expression sometimes one of longing, sometimes one of hesitation. On the other hand, Felix walked around the Great Pyramid, seeing tourists from different countries along the way, but it is not too crowded, and he helped a group of families by taking pictures and harvesting 7 thanks. In an inconspicuous hidden corner of the pyramid, he sensed traces of magic presence. This should be the entrance. Felix thought to himself, but what he is more curious about is what the environment of the Egyptian magical world is like. According to his observation along the way, there were at least 12 people suspected to be wizards, which is quite normal. After all, Cairo is the capital of Egypt, but what made him curious was that among these 12 people, 5 of them were dressed like shamans. They wore exaggerated outfits and sold all kinds of occult objects, such as amulets, voodoo dolls, and so on. Of course, those so-called occult objects do not have a trace of magic in them, otherwise, they would not dare to appear swaggeringly. A pair of tourists passed by him, and Felix heard a word or two exchanged between them. I heard that, Gypsy Witch, is very famous. Is that so? Then we must give it a try. Felix's eyes twinkled as he followed the 2 men to a conspicuous tent, where there is a long queue of people. Felix stayed quiet for a while and heard a lot about the magical story of the fortune-teller named Soya Vera. It is said that her crystal ball and tarot card reading is particularly effective. Many people have traveled a long way to see her. Although the line was long, the speed of advancement is not slow. There are many people who just went inside and left in less than half a minute, hanging their heads down in frustration. The experienced person next to them said, this is because the person's fate is so obscure that the witch is not willing to put more effort to help him. But no one felt that the witch is inferior and choose to leave. Instead, everyone believed her even more. Felix is also curious. He just switched to the magic perspective. The tent indeed has the obscure presence of aura, which indicates that the person inside is a real witch. Uagadu. Divination. Felix pondered. Africa does inherit a branch of prophecy magic, which sacrifice, only from what he learned, this prophecy magic is not that much better than dark magic, often comes with a cost of damage of limbs or 2, it is difficult to recover, and the results are not necessarily accurate. He found it incredible that a witch would make divination for ordinary people and openly do business. He looked at the line of people behind him and smacked his lips a little. She is not afraid that she will suddenly die a violent death the next day? Or, taken away by the Ministry of Magic? When his turn arrived, almost an hour had passed and a calm female voice called out through the tent, "Come in." Felix walked into the tent. The hot, dry air outside is isolated, the strong spices and herbs smelled intoxicating. He looked at the witch. She had half a dozen palm-sized incense burners around her, surrounded by a mess of various occult items. The vast majority do not have magic fluctuations, a few deserve his attention, the gypsy witch herself, the crystal ball in front of the witch, and the witch's purple hair. Yes, under Felix's field of vision, the magic glowing from the odd witch's hair is nothing less than her own. We need to do a test. I'm not going to spend my hard-earned psychic power on, she suddenly stammered, and the witch's eyes, which had been feigned and half-closed, snapped open. As Felix and she gazed at each other, the hairs on the witch's head suddenly broke off and burst into flames out of thin air. Her voice is no longer ancient and without a trace of emotion. Instead, she said in a low and urgent voice, "This wizard friend, I have a proper license with the permission of the Ministry of Magic, don't find any trouble with me." Clang! Felix tossed her a small bag of golden galleons, and several golden coins rolled mischievously across the table, askew, slipping off the edge of the table near the witch and landing in her hands. "Do you take this?" "Sure, a big business." The witch carefully examined the galleons in her hand, then turned the bag on the table upside down and said with great confidence, "At least 50 galleons. Are you one of the fallen noblemen from the European side of him, the heir to the nobility?" She scrutinized Felix's appearance, her eyes pausing briefly on his dark hair and blue pupils. Before he could answer, she rose from her seat, stepped out of the tent, and spoke to the people outside as the crowd gradually dispersed. "There," the witch returned with a brisk stride, stretching and wiping her hand over her face, the various thick grease and paint immediately disappearing to reveal a young, brown-black face. She looked to be in her 20s at best. "You're not a gypsy witch?" Felix asked with amusement. The witch gave a dismissive grunt. "There are only Uagado witches here, no gypsy witches. I'm from Britain." Pretty much as I guessed. She pulled out a pear and nibbled on it. It's a professor. It's cats, from Hogwarts. Referred by Clammy Vera. The witch finally put down the half-chewed pear. You mean Clammy? The little Gringotts girl who under the guise of a science research team. Felix smiled and nodded. Since I was referred to you by my friend, I'm definitely not lying. The witch patted herself on the chest and said, Rephidan, my name. She added, real name. Rephidan, Felix chewed on the name, does that mean, something like a genius? Doesn't it sound like it? I made it up myself. Rephidan said, I had been following a gypsy troupe as a child and wandering around, and one day in a dream, the dream messenger told me that I was the chosen one and was allowed to enter Uagadu to learn magic. When I woke up, I found myself holding a stone with an inscription in my hand. Standard admission process. Yeah, but I was young and thought I was the chosen one, so I urgently gave myself a catchy name and looked forward to that day and night, waiting to make my mark on the history. As a result, when I got in, I realized that there were nearly 1,000 people, enrolled in the same batch as me, she said self-deprecatingly. So why did you choose divination? Rephidan scratched her head, perhaps influenced by my childhood, I did not select the traditionally strong subjects of Uagadu self-transfiguration, potions, alchemy, and astronomy, but I selected the isolated divination, although I am indeed a prodigy of the ages, improving this extremely dangerous dark magic. Using hair as the price of casting? Felix asked, compared with the original version of damaging limbs at every turn, this improvement is indeed very clever. Yes, but there is only so much hair, I have to save it. Do you have any good recommendations for shampoo? Well, I know a guy who makes an alchemy egg shampoo, but I guess you can't buy it. The Potter's is also good. I've heard of the latter one. Rephidan said. Since you have improved the witch sacrifice prophecy magic, can you make a prophecy for me? Felix asked softly. Rephidan shook her head hastily, no, I can't give powerful wizards a prophecy. At a high price too. Did you see that burning hair? Before I graduated, I tried to give the principal a divination, and the result was the same as yours. Rephidan made a burning motion. My teacher pulled a handful of my hair before telling me that if I did divination to a powerful wizard, I would even lose my life. She picked up the pear again, that was the last lesson she taught me, and I graduated after that. Then I realized that it was hard to find a job for people like me, and I thought, since it costs too much to perform divination for a wizard, what about ordinary people? So you chose this place? Divination for tourists. Clever, isn't it? I carefully select the divination object, make vague prophecies, there is always some trajectory that is easier to judge. I also used these things as camouflage, the mundane people recognize this. She pointed to the various occult items in the tent, it cost a total of 2,000 Egyptian pounds. Less than 100 pounds, cheap indeed. However, you said before that you obtained permission from the Ministry of Magic. Felix is very curious whether this is considered as a violation of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy or not. Well, of course, our Ministry of Magic allows it. Rephidan looked at him with a troubled expression. I know the secrecy law, you want to ask about that, right? But every country is different. She bit the core of a pear with her teeth, as her both hands crossed from side to side, and she said vaguely, in Africa, the occult is very common, it is difficult to distinguish the true from the false, everyone is used to it, it is not strange to see us, I was even invited by the tribal chief to share the experience of praying for rain. You also know how to pray for rain. Well, neither of us can do that. When the time comes we have to show our skills in rituals, and then boast a few words to each other, and then there will be a lot of gold to take. Felix felt enlightened, these things cannot be seen and heard in the black market, the two chatted for a while, before leaving, Rephidan called out to him. Are you the helper that Clammy called over for help? She asked cautiously. How do you know? It was a pretty big deal, that guy almost didn't make it back, I went to take a look, his face was swollen like a coconut, weeds were overgrown. She looked at the galleons on the table and gritted her teeth, since you're paying me 2 months' salary, I'll take a look for you but I won't divine anything for you. Don't even think about it. So, what do you mean? Call the other people, the weaker the better, the companions who enter the pyramid with you. 10 minutes later, Hermione sat with a bewildered face in front of Rephidan, who had turned back into that gypsy outfit with a face full of painted patterns. It's just the three of us here. Felix said with amusement. This is my respect for magic. Rephidan retorted seriously. Hermione asked timidly, this, Professor? What are we going to do? Divination, child, I'm going to give you a divination. Rephidan said in a calm, distant voice that reminded Hermione of Trelawney, who pretended to be a diviner in school. Are this world's diviners are carved out of the same mold? Rephidan stared at Hermione carefully, I need a strand of your hair, you have a lot of hair, but the hair quality is not very good. She suddenly poked her hand out and pulled down a few strands of hair. Ouch! Hermione screamed in pain and glared at her. Take it easy, I'll buy you a pair later. Rifiden reassured her. She twirled Hermione's hair, her brown hair constantly twisted, and with the contact of Rifiden's fingers, it continued to fuse into a silvery white color, like a silver wire. When the edges of the hair were also completely fused, Rifiden let go of her hand, then her hair like fragile porcelain hit the black velvet on the table and broke into pieces. Rifiden held her breath and watched the powder carefully, twisting it with her fingers from time to time. Strange, she said. Ha, that answer doesn't come as a surprise to me. Hermione muttered, reaching up to rub her head. No, I'm surprised that your figure is hidden in the mists and not particularly clear, but it's not like, it hasn't happened before. Rifiden shrugged, don't worry, you guys safe this time, or at least you are. It's really a hard work from you. Hermione gave a mocking expression, she felt a bit distressed about her hair. You're welcome. Rifiden showed off her face-changing technique in front of her, as astonished Hermione even forgot to refuse the pair given to her by the fake diviner. On the way back, Hermione asked where Rifiden came from, and Felix briefly recounted everything before they returned to camp, where they saw a short figure in a suit, about 3 or 4 feet tall, with a pair of pointed ears. If it weren't for the right skin color, he would have almost thought he is Dobby the house elf. But he is actually a goblin, from the Gringotts. Note. This is 2-in-1 chapter, so tomorrow only one chapter will be updated. There are 364 chapters on p_Atrian. 332, chapter 332 in depth. The goblin surveyed Felix with a very uncomfortable look. Clammy Vera has said many nice things about you. Mr. Felix Happ. He bowed slightly, it is an honor to work with you, I am Gonak. He said, snapping his fingers so hard that his thin nails lit up, and then the goblin's body became a blur. Then he turned away and headed towards the 3 people at the camp, Faisal, Raman and Clammy, who are examining their equipment and deciding what to bring in. This included curse detectors, dark magic detectors, and various protective gear. Hermione muttered in a small voice as the goblin named Gonak completely ignored her, knowing that he didn't have to look up much to see her. Felix said softly, the goblins from the Gringotts are quite friendly compared to the rest. If you meet a strange goblin in the wild, you have to stay alert because there is no way to be sure if they are safe enough. Hermione turned her head and whispered, Goblin subversive groups. Since the signing of the agreement, goblins and wizards have remained at peace in general, but there is still a small group of goblins, who harbor a deep hatred for wizards and try to subvert their dominance. Especially in their own base, this attitude is undisguised. Many wizard jokes are made up and circulated in goblin taverns. The reverse is also true. Clammy trotted over, these are special dragon hide gloves that have some defense against curses. Professor, can I use magic? Hermione thought of a key question. Of course, you can, the British Ministry of Magic cannot control you here. Felix said, you can give it a go right now as a warm-up. Hermione froze, then she took out her wand and recited the spell for the shield charm, and an invisible barrier stood in front of her. Very well, that's it. They then entered the pyramid, following a twisted and narrow crack in the middle of the stone wall. The crowd grasped their wands and half-crouched their bodies as much as possible, or they might bump into the granite stones above their heads if they stood up slightly straighter. They walked forward with their heads bent silently, and the sound of their breathing is amplified because of silence. After walking for some time with the light from the tip of the wand, the road split in two at a junction. To the right is the pharaoh's tomb, and to the left is the dark chamber we found. Clammy stated. They walked toward the left, encountering 2 or 3 stone steps down every dozen or so feet away, the terrain shortening along the way, and before they knew it, they had been walking for half an hour, deeper and deeper underground. Finally, the clear path ahead, there are 2 paths connected to this square room. One path was where they had come from, and on the other side directly in front of the group there is a dark hole, where the light is even dimmer than the surrounding area, so dark and quiet that it looked like someone had poured pitch black ink on it and played a nasty joke on them. That's the passage we encountered earlier, the black stuff is actually a static black mist, but if you stimulate it, Clammy said, as she fired a golden ray of light inside. Oh, my god! Hermione whispered as the large mass of black mist began to churn, and a loud crackling sound came from inside. Felix took an eagle-shaped magic lamp out of his ring, and the bronze eagle flapped its wings gently, opening its mouth and spitting out a ball of light that illuminated the room. Is this the magic lamp you mentioned? Clammy asked Hermione, who was next to her, quietly. Hermione nodded while observing the surrounding scenery. The 4 sides of the rooms were fused into stone pillars, with no extra decoration on the pillars and continuous grooves carved from top to bottom on the surface of the exposed parts. Felix stood in front of the passage, motionless, concentrating on the end as if his eyes penetrated the black fog, and he is watching an interesting TV program. The goblin Gonak stood by his side, carefully poking his nails into the black mist, and after a few seconds, took them out, bringing out a trace of black mist from his fingertips. Can confuse the position, has a slight corrosive, no problem for a short time, but for a long time just breathing is a big problem. We can use the bubble head charm. Clammy suggested. I wouldn't use it. The goblin muttered as he pulled out a silver mask, placed it over his head, and poked his head into the black mist. Ha, solved. Mr. Gonak, that's the silverware you made. Of course, little girl. Gonak said proudly, it's not just silverware, our people have an overwhelming talent for identifying various materials, which is as easy as breathing for us. Even newborn children instinctively discern impure metals, and we prepare rituals for newborns, offering gold and silver of varying purity for them to choose from, and the most gifted goblins will be nurtured from an early age. Talent. Felix's eyes flickered, and he returned to his senses, his heart twitching a little when he heard the goblin Gonak's words. Wizard children also have all kinds of magical gifts, such as Parseltongue, such as Metamorphmagus, but there are other gifts that are not obvious, and some people will not even be aware of this in their lifetime. For example, some people are born with an affinity for animals and can easily gain their trust. Felix feels that such people are well suited to learn Uagadua's self-morphing, which is a human transfiguration technique distinct from Animagus, which is capable of turning you into elephants and cheetahs at will. The master of the art among them can transform into many animals. Felix believed that he would be able to see this kind of magic at the new school year's Tournament of Champions. It also occurred to him that wizards' talent is not limited to this. Some wizards are more adept at a certain type of magic. For example, Harry is particularly talented in dueling magic, exceeding his peers by a large margin, and many ancient wizards also showed this trait. In ancient times, ancient wizards would tend to pick apprentices who possessed similar talents to their own, and those who were more different from themselves would not be valued, even if their talents were good. Felix drew his wand and stabbed it forward. The wand made a swoosh sound and cut through the air, followed by a spell that flew into the black fog, which gradually dispersed after a while. What did you do? Goblin Gonak asked in amazement. Any magic will leave traces, I just found the keynode used when arranging the black fog. Felix said briefly. The black fog dissipated, everything in the corridor became clear. With the light of the magic lamp in the room, you can see a black stone slab hanging on the walls on both sides of the passage. Hermione carefully came over and stood at the entrance, looking in amazement at the closest slab. The pattern on it looked very familiar to her. Ancient magic? The magic sequence. Yes, Felix responded softly. Don't go in. He suddenly said sternly, this is not to Hermione. Hermione looked to the side. The goblin Gonak already walked ahead. Number Victor, thanks for your support. There are 366 chapters on P_Atreon. 333, Chapter 333 The Corrupted Horcrux. I thought there is no more danger. Goblin Gonak asked through his mask. He examined the passage in front of him and took another step forward. A fierce spark emitted from the empty air in front of him, hitting the goblin. He flew away like a ragged kite. Faisal and Raman stepped forward to check Gonak's condition, then the middle-aged male wizard Raman said, no major injuries, he is wearing a protective suit, so he only temporarily passed out. There is still a hidden trap left. Clammy asked Felix in surprise, didn't the curse originate from the black mist? She picked up the curse detector and kept scanning it, only to have what looked like an antenna in her hand suddenly explode, which startled her. That explains it, a curse does exist. She said with a grimace. Actually, there is more than one. Felix said as the entire empty corridor in his perspective is dotted with dense lights, each representing a curse, and they float like plankton. He turned his head and asked Clammy, does this pyramid, had any magical items that can store magic in the part you finished the exploration before? Clammy shook her head, we found quite a few things that still had residual magic, such as golden daggers and holy beetle amulets, but they are already very weak, unlike those cursed items in the outside world in which innocent blood will maintain the effects of the curse. After a while, the goblin Gonak woke up. The first thing he did after waking up was raising his clothes, followed by a wail. Hermione then realized that he was wearing silver body armor. A hole in it. He shouted in despair, I wonder if it still can be fixed. Felix walked ahead, as the group followed a dozen steps after him, watching him poking the air here and there as a curse after curse exploded like a firework. The sheer quantity of dense curses made the hearts of those who followed behind him chill. Felix stopped occasionally to survey the slabs on either side of the passage. He originally thought that with the size of these slabs, there should be at least a dozen ancient magics, but the true number is less than that, and so far he has only seen 3, including the black lightning magic in its entirety. There were quite a few slabs with the self-introduction of the wizard who created this dark room, including the experience of his travels. He said he was a traveling sorcerer from Greece who crossed the Aegean Sea and discovered a source of magic in the upper tombs, a quadruple conical gem, while exploring the pyramids. After which, he decided to create a dark chamber to benefit future generations. The curse in the hallway is layered and will get stronger, so if you're not sure, Don't push it and leave the opportunity to others. Hermione read out the words on the slate, so that's it. The others also looked dumbfounded. Are the ancient wizards too strong, or are we just too weak? Clammy said as she slumped. It turned out that they couldn't withstand even the weakest test. Don't make up your mind so easily, maybe those words are just lies. Felix said, as he steadily moved forward, suspicion in his mind became more and more clear. One fact is, were the ancient wizards strong? If you look at ancient magic, they are indeed powerful, but when it comes to the flexibility of means, they're far inferior to the present. Most ancient wizards can't use apparition, as for other spells such as alarm spells, life magic, auxiliary magic is also not as perfect as the current system. Those ancient wizards who are famous in the history, while constantly amplifying their strengths, will also expose their shortcomings. This is also the reason why Felix surmised from various magic handbooks that the ancient wizards kept their secrets strictly. The road ahead is rough and dangerous, Felix has let them far behind. He also cloaked himself in basilisk skin and dragon hide tanned cloak, moving forward a bit by bit as he continued to clean up these curses. These curses are also mixed with a variety of powerful and bizarre dark magic. He didn't know how the dark room master preserved it, probably stored in a stone, or granite ceiling. Only, most of the curses in the stone have dissipated with time, leaving only a faint bright light and evil aura. They should have existed separately and were not linked to the overall defense. Felix was increasingly certain that the owner of the dark room was a dark wizard, a powerful dark wizard at that. It was as if Felix had entered a museum of dark magic, where the many dark magics circulating in modern times could find their counterparts. Finally, he stopped in front of a large bronze door with a bronze door ring and no extra decoration. The goblin Gonik shouted from afar, "Can we come over?" He said eagerly, in the goblin's view, everything here is the property of the Gringotts. They pay money and manpower to eliminate the hidden danger for the Ministry of Magic of all countries, and the compensation is the treasure in the relic. The group came closer and lined up to look at the bronze door. Seeing Felix in deep thought, they did not dare to disturb him. This whole journey has proved his strength and knowledge, as he diffused the spine-tingling curses which they even failed to find. After a long time, Felix breathed a long sigh of relief. Got a problem? Hermione asked in a whisper, her voice amplified in the dark room, even if she was whispering. I'm a little surprised that there doesn't seem to be any danger ahead. This is what puzzled him quite a bit. He glanced around at the others. You guys move to that side and avoid anything unexpected. Perhaps his expression was too serious. The crowd drew their wands and carefully moved aside, and Felix beckoned the eagle-shaped magic lamp over. Completing all this, he reached out his hand and knocked on the bronze door ring. The knocking sound formed an echo, and the hearts of the crowd thumped up. After a few seconds, the door suddenly cracked open with a gap, dust continuously falling out, accompanied by an ear-splitting creaking sound. The gap continued to expand, followed by the sound of something scraping. Felix cautiously backed away. 2 black shadows smashed down, raising a high smoke and dust. Bang! Bang! The crowd hiding on the sides saw the true nature of the black shadows. It's a basilisk! Hermione screamed. She definitely cannot mistake it. In the second year, she and the basilisk fought head-on. Only what is in front of them is just a body of 2 basilisks. They have long been dead, and because they have been placed in the confined space for too long, just after contact with the outside air, the ghostly green skin of the basilisk quickly decayed. The strong smell of rotting came across. Vomit. A few people gagged dryly. Felix waved his wand and cast a bubble head charm for them, while he already topped himself with a humanoid shield charm. As he strode into the chamber, his judgment became crystal clear. The eagle-shaped magic lamp followed behind him. The light shone inside through him, bringing this place isolated from the outside world back to the present. In the empty small square room, coiled a dozen large and small basilisk. They are all without an exception dead. When Felix passed them, the color on the body of the basilisk along with the surrounding circular pillars lost their luster altogether. Felix went straight to the very center, where there is a circular altar in the middle. On the altar stood a statue of a middle-aged male wizard with silver-white hair and yellow eyes, smiling gently. The wizard held a quadruple conical gem in his hand, from which a dull light emanated, the source of the magic that Felix had been looking for. A crack split from the top of the statue's head, all the way down his brow, almost shattering his entire body in half. From this long crack, black sticky blood oozed out, but it had long since dried up, forming an unpleasant smudge. Felix could almost imagine how, over thousands of long years, it had been worn down, broken, and cracked little by time to become what it is now. It really turned out to be you, Herpo the Foul. Felix said softly. He looked as if he is admiring him as well as mocking him, so Horcrux can also decay. As if in response to his words, Herpo's statue or a Horcrux began to lose its luster a bit, becoming grey and ashen, and with a gentle blow from Felix, it completely fell apart. There are 373 chapters on P_Atreon. 334, Chapter 334 The Most Painful Punishment. Felix stared at the altar, Such a big statue, right in front of his eyes, in a very short time decayed, broken into pieces, and then swept by the invisible wind into fine sand, and finally, nothing remained. Is it because of the breath he blew? Surely not, Felix thought in his mind, that's too absurd. The statue of Herpo should be similar to the corpses of those basilisks that he had seen before, also in a sealed state, for an unknown period of time, at least 1,000 years, no, 2,000 years, right? He thought very carefully. Herpo the Foul was very active in the ancient Greek period, earlier than the era of the 4 founders of Hogwarts, and when the 4 giants rose to power, Herpo has disappeared for hundreds of years. For them, Herpo already belongs to the part of the legend only to know for his infamy, never seen in person. Perhaps their parents might even have scared them using Herpo's evil reputation when they became naughty during their childhood. Felix grinned, amused by this sudden thought. It is a fact that the legends were once kids too, but few people associate them that way, preferring to think that legends were legends to begin with. Felix put aside this idea and became serious, thinking very seriously about the Horcrux. That's right, the Horcrux. For him, the only attraction of Horcrux to him is the possibility of studying the soul, but unfortunately, even though he has mastered the method of making Horcrux, he knows very little about the field of soul. He had not even touched the fur of it. He thought of the book, Advanced Dark Magic Unveiled, in which there were not only one kind of magic related to soulcraft, but it is, without a doubt, the most evil of them all. Evil not only because of the need for murder, but also because of the need to split the soul. Let the complete and flawless soul become incomplete, this is an act against nature, and you will have to pay an extremely heavy price. This is clearly mentioned in the book. As for what price, the book does not say, and Felix has no way to know. Hermione just came in and got a fright. It turned out there are more basilisks other than the 2 that blocked the door. There's a large nest. She has Bubblehead charm cast on her head, as she carefully bypassed the basilisk's carcasses, not letting them touch her, and then arrived in front of the professor, just in time to hear the professor mention the Horcrux. She felt surprised. Did the professor find the Dark Lord's 4th Horcrux? On second thought, no. Because he also mentioned a person's name earlier, Herpo, she also promptly recognized the significance of the name Herpo. Herpo the Foul, the famous ancient Greek dark wizard, is one of the sources of many existing dark magics and invented many sinister curses and dark magics, the most famous of which is Horcrux. In addition to that, he was also a Parseltongue and discovered the method of hatching basilisk artificially. Could it be that they had mistakenly entered the place where Herpo hid his Horcrux? Just as she wanted to ask, the professor sighed and blew a breath, then the sturdy-looking statue in front of him disintegrated and turned into flying ash, and when she even walked over, even the ash disappeared, as if everything was an illusion of hers. Professor. Hermione cocked her head and looked at Felix, who had been silent since a while ago. Felix looked at her and said calmly, nothing, just some emotions. You destroyed Herpo's Horcrux. Well, it has nothing to do with me, it was destroyed a long time ago, we just found out this fact. Hermione blinked, using her limited knowledge about Horcrux in an attempt to analyze the situation. She first glanced at the rest of the people. Clammy and 3 others just came in as they smacked their lips at the corpse of the basilisks blocking the front. Goblin Gonuk, she could not spot him, probably blocked by the basilisks. So she asked in a whisper, Professor, if the Horcrux is destroyed, what about Herpo's main soul? Felix rolled his eyes. That is an interesting question. The purpose of the Horcrux is to split the soul apart and hide a part of it in some object outside the body. That way, even if the body is attacked or destroyed, it can't die because there is still a part of the soul left in the world, undamaged. But this is for the case where the wizard dies accidentally while the Horcrux survives. What if both happen at the same time by accident? Is there a possibility that Herpo invented the method of making Horcrux and succeeded in making the first one, but before he could study how to recover his physical body, he ended up passing away due to an accident or simply died of old age? This speculation is not without a chance. The reason why Herpo is revered or hated by those who come after him is because he creatively invented a lot of dark magic. So is it possible that, before him, no one has studied the way to restore the flesh after the death? Felix went along with this conjecture to deduce, Herpo, because of the existence of the Horcrux, his main soul is indestructible, so he has always wandered, but he could not find a good way to resurrect, so for an unknown number of years, the Horcrux also decayed over a long period of time. Then what will be awaiting Herpo? Will he simply perish, or will he continue to wander somewhere in this world, no better than the most humble wandering ghost? I don't know, Felix answered Hermione's question. Maybe death is more rewarding for him. Hermione could not understand for a moment and wanted to continue to ask questions, but she soon realized the key. After the loss of the Horcrux, the only remaining choice the main soul has is, either dissipating, or lingering like Voldemort, or successfully got resurrected. The first 2 remain unknown, but the third possibility is extremely unlikely because later generations have never found the traces of his presence again, which is actually quite unusual. If Herpo resurrected with the help of the Horcrux, he has no reason to hide. And the remaining two possibilities, according to the professor's answer, maybe death is more rewarding for him, which is referring to the dissipation of the main soul at the end, but if there is no, like Voldemort, wandering in the world for thousands of years? She shuddered, the world's most painful punishment is just this, right? Little girl, move aside. A voice said. Hermione startled as her body trembled, she jumped to the side, found the goblin Gonak is looking flatly at the side wall of the altar relief, she lowered her head, noticing the goblin at some point carrying a silver knife. Is he trying to pry the gemstones from the relief? Gonak managed to get his hands on a ruby, he released a soft breath, as he wiped it with his sleeve, and said greedily, Ancient gem, I smell the smell of heavy history, it is more precious than any of my collection, it has the weight of time. Hermione blinked, she felt that this statement should just be a kind of rhetorical expression, similar to the words of Trelawney and Rephidan, but nevertheless, she asked curiously, Mr. Gonak, what do you see? Can I take a look? No. Everything here is mine. No, no, no. It's Gringotts. He said seriously. Felix smiled, Miss Granger, pick one or two of whatever you like, as a souvenir. The goblin looked at him viciously, only to have Felix pull out a letter of invitation from the Gringotts and raise it towards him, and he instantly became as sluggish as a deflated ball. What's wrong? Hermione asked puzzled. Clammy came over and said with a smile, Professor Hap is an expert invited by the Gringotts, naturally there is a payment. Gonak realized this, so it. She made a heartbreaking gesture towards Hermione, who giggled. But Hermione was just curious, no idea of taking it for herself, she had very little interest in gems, so she went around in a circle to survey the pattern on the altar. On the top remained the group of wizards she came with, they either identifying gems, or sitting upright in awe, or writing with their heads down, and next to these wizards, there were always all kinds of trinkets, gems, wands, vials, hourglasses. She also wanted to take a closer look, but as a result, wherever she went, the goblin followed her, and she finally got bored, so she ran off to the hallway in a huff and read the runes left on the slate with the professor. Felix is recording the ancient magic on the top of the slate before Hermione is more interested in the story told on the slate, only after knowing that the master of the dark room is Herpo, she naturally understands that it is all a lie, an elaborate hoax woven by Herpo. But why did he do it? Hermione tried to understand Herpo's intentions, she had read a lot of ancient wizards' journals from Felix's collection, not unfamiliar with their mentality, and Herpo's approach made her extremely puzzled. Thinking for a while, she thought of two directions, one is that Herpo wanted to lure in highly intelligent wizards, trick them into the dark room, and sacrifice them for some unspeakable sorcery, such as holding a resurrection ritual, but unfortunately, he waited for 1,000 years in vain. In the other direction, it was a blindfold set aside by Herpo. He never intended to let people leave alive after knowing this place. And everything that was laid out before was for this purpose. The hiding place of the Horcrux was placed under the pyramid, and the secret of the Horcrux was concealed with the help of the Pharaoh's tomb, making it difficult for outsiders to discover. This is the first layer of protection. And the black fog and curse in the hallway is the second layer of protection. If the wizard who mistakenly entered this place is slightly less capable, he is likely to die in the black fog for no reason, and be digested by the black fog clean. You know, Mr. Goblin said that the black fog is corrosive. Even if a wizard succeeds in breaking through the black fog, there is a third layer of protection, which is the temptation of ancient magic on the stone slab. She will think she has broken into a strict senior's inheritance, and not only she will not reveal the news to the outside world, but will also attempt to break the invisible curse alone again and again. Even if he succeeded in breaking through these levels, what was waiting for him in the end, was a nest of basilisks. According to Hermione's guess, even if a wizard is more powerful, she cannot resist the attack of dozens of basilisks at the same time, right? If that's the case, then Herpo is too scary just to be known as Herpo the Foul. Hermione muttered in a small voice. What? Felix inquired. No. Hermione immediately shook her head and followed the professor's line of sight, surveying the runic sequence above. Felix said gently, I don't have time to instruct you it now, but you can try to understand it a little. You know what I mean, right? Just the core ones, see which one you feel most comfortable with, and maybe it will be your second ancient magic. Hermione nodded and excitedly tried them out one by one. The first ancient magic, she did not understand the core runes, so she gave up. The second, signifying twist, she tried outlining the core and sub-core runes, and the air in her hand seemed to twist, but after a few tries, it still didn't work. She kept moving her position until she reached the second to last one, and Hermione's eyes lit up. Core rune flame, sub-core runes, all of which she knew. She also knew most of the remaining peripheral runes. This is it. She had a strong feeling in her heart. Hermione carefully sketched the runes in the air, with the experience of learning illumination, she knew the most basic operation of ancient magic core runes as a stable and joining agent, sub-core runes to determine the external characteristics and properties of magic, peripheral runes to build and refine the complete magic. Hermione first outlined the flame rune, let it keep switching between rune symbols and flames, then reverted it to ancient magic and continued to outline the sub-core runes. After a small period of time, Hermione wiped her sweat and stopped. Covering a yawn with her hand, she decided to rest for a while. Felix had finished recording the sequence of all the runes on the slab, and a docile black lightning bolt flashed between his fingers, but this sight was only a flash, and he put away his magic and said to Hermione with satisfaction, "Let's go out, they're already waiting outside." They walked out of the pyramid and returned to the tent camp. The goblin is exhausted enough to collapse into a chair, constantly complaining that his knife is cracked, but no one sympathized with him, "Because you won't let us help," Clammy said as she made herself a small glass of ice water. She gulped a big sip as her brow furrowed, then stretched a little before she exhaled a long breath. The others were also relaxed. Coming out of such a dangerous place is enough for them to celebrate. Faisal and Raman immediately decided to take time off and go watch the Quidditch World Cup. Felix, who is also a little tired, took off his basilisk skin cloak and took out a silver pocket watch. As he popped open the lid gently, a niffler came out of it and stood in his hand, yelling at Felix continuously, counting his crimes and then pointing her butt at him. "It's my fault," Felix said with a smirk. His mood instantly changed for the better. He took out a golden galleon, gently touched the shoulder of Niffler Valen. She smelled a charming smell, her head turned a little, glimpsed the golden glint. She then immediately snatched the golden galleon, stuffed it into her pocket, and patted Felix's finger with satisfaction. Hermione stared wide-eyed at the little guy. "Professor, this is Niffler." "Well, I raise her, you can call her Valen," Felix said as caressed her pink beak with his finger. Niffler ignored him, as she glanced left and right and probed around. Hermione took out the small locket with a temperature control function and waved it in front of her eyes. Niffler Valen, who looked around, immediately jumped down into Hermione's arms and reached for the small locket with her short hands. When Niffler appeared, the goblin Gonok immediately widened his eyes, covering his side pocket, and shouted in terror, "Take that little devil away, take it away." His scream caught the attention of Niffler, whose head poked out of Hermione's arms and her bright little black eyes stared at Goblin Gonok. "Do you have any treasures?" There are 373 chapters on p_Atreon. 335, Chapter 335 Niffler's Education. Goblins are one of the few humanoid races that have preserved their cultural heritage intact. In addition to their unique goblin magic and mastery of craftsmanship, they have their own language, customs, and settlements. Many aspects of them are close to wizards, for example the routine of parents scaring children. In the many fairy tales of goblins, Niffler is a being comparable to the devil. They have more than just a bad reputation, even among adult goblins. If you choose the top 10 golden curses, your family will attract Niffler. Will definitely be on the list, and probably at the top. "Don't worry, Valen has many treasures," Felix said. Gonok became even more uncomfortable after hearing this. In the goblin concept, the more treasures you have, there will be more cravings for it, otherwise, how could one save such a thick family fortune? He hurriedly excused himself. Clammy looked outside for a moment, and announced to them with joy, "Mr. Gonok has chosen the tent farthest from us." The crowd couldn't help but laugh. It became dark, and Felix stayed alone in his tent, pulling out a stack of parchments and sorting through his trip's haul. First and foremost, there is 9 ancient magic, which is simply a huge harvest. In order to conceal his identity, the magic that Herpo left on the slab is relatively normal and not mixed with strange things. Felix asked himself if he could leave intact if he broke into this place during the time Herpo was alive. In particular, Herpo left a heartfelt message on a slab slate closest to the dark room. The general meaning is, "Since you broke through all the trials, then you obtained my approval, I left all my knowledge in the hidden chamber." All is a lie. But this technique is extremely clever. Felix is also resorting the details to discover the subtlety of this scheme. With 9 unadulterated ancient magic acts as bait, and in between these magic, those seemingly useless stone slabs of self-introduction, travel insights, is what Herpo carefully laid out to let your guard down. For example, he first introduced his origins, and then told the strange stories of his travels aboard, told a lot of hidden secrets, between the lines to give a formidable, solitary, proud wizard image. Such a person will never scheme you, right? It's not worth it at all. Wizards of that era did not have the concept of Horcrux. Most ancient wizards set up secret chambers, either to hide treasures or to set up tombs. These locations are naturally full of traps, no one would want to disclose their powerful magic. So, in Felix's opinion, with the mindset of the wizards at the time, it was difficult not to be tricked. And when the latter recognized the image of wizard fabricated by Herpo, their vigilance would be greatly reduced, and they would only be careful to deal with the test of the predecessor, but they would fail to guard against the most insidious cold arrow from behind the scenes. What's more, Herpo said some words of encouragement one after another in the subsequent slate, encouraging those who came later to continue to go forward, and also left some little useful tips, which in fact will increase his status in the minds of those who broke in. But he did not say a word about those key information, just waiting for them to fall into the pit. For example, the powerful curse disguised as a small stone placed on the necessary path, or suddenly increasing the power and strength of the curse, so that people would be caught off guard. But once the latter is preoccupied and determines that these are tests, they will only think that they are not strong enough, not capable enough, and will not think of his evil intentions. Unfortunately, all schemes and calculations cannot stop the invasion of time. Herpo's many arrangements seem so pale and feeble under the river of time, even his painstakingly, layers by layers guarded Horcrux was long been destroyed by itself. It is also possible that his skills are not up to scratch. Felix thought, after all, it was the world's first Horcrux, and some oversight was inevitable. Of the 9 ancient magics Felix had written down, there are 4 main attacks: magics Golden Flame, Black Lightning, Corrosive Black Mist, and Human Transfiguration, 2 defensive magic Silver Shield and Compressed Air, and the last 3 are of a supportive nature, which he hadn't had time to study carefully. Well, Herpo also didn't leave the names of these magic, I can only make up the names myself according to their characteristics. Felix scratched his head with some difficulty. Forget it, the names and stuff are not important. At this time, Niffler, who lazily lying on the tent carpet, approached him. Felix knocked her head with his hand. As she grunted, she ran outside, taking away 2 golden galleons, 12 silver sickles, and 6 copper nuts with her. Felix didn't pay much attention, he was thinking about ancient magic. The most magical thing here is the defensive magic of compressed air. In fact, instead of compressed air, it should be compressed space, at least a similar effect. Although not clearly defined, wizards have the distinct impression by heart that there is a distance limit to casting spells, at least for the most part. You can't expect to throw a disarming charm at the sky, and it will fly straight up to a moon, right? There's a limit to every spell, caused by various reasons. Among the magic Felix currently mastered, the spell with the longest casting distance should be the Patroness charm. In his many studies, one of his directions is to let the Patroness change shape, so it can turn into Felix's own appearance. Then it is convenient to go to buy something, or communicate with people, but when he said this idea to Dumbledore, Dumbledore chided him for thinking too much. The Patroness is a mapping of the mind. Instead of thinking of changing its form, I would suggest you put a wizard's robe over it. Felix gladly accepted the suggestion until he finds the alternative. He used blank memories to weave a transparent glowing robe, so at least the Patroness could be disguised as a ghost. Maybe a new ghost would roam Hogwarts Castle after the school year started. Felix collected his chaotic thoughts and focused on the magic of compressed air. Its principle is simple: in front of the caster to build a wall of air, but this air wall is a compressed section of space so that the magic attacking him/her would naturally collapse out of casting range and control distance. Theoretically, this magic can resist all attacks, even including the killing curse. Felix had already decided to put it and Black Lightning at the top of the learning list. Black Lightning magic is also very powerful, and it is characterized by its extreme speed and penetrating power, which makes ordinary defensive magic useless altogether. His own humanoid shield charm was originally less defensive than the normal shield charm. Facing this Black Lightning, it will be as fragile as a thin layer of parchment. Felix once again sighed. Herpo knew exactly how to invest the capital well. What a good man, it's a pity he died. In addition to these 9 ancient magic, he also experienced a unique curse teaching. Although Herpo did not teach him a single curse, Felix still with his own tangible experience figured out some things. He now needs to record those things. Niffler Valen came in from outside the tent and saw Felix fluently writing words on parchment, his shadow constantly swaying in the tent, the interior light flickering on and off. Niffler startled, then grabbed a gem and smashed it on Felix's head. Felix looked at the gem in front of him, turned his head, and looked at Niffler. Both small and big ones looked at each other and fell into a wordless silence. A few minutes later, he lifted Niffler upside down and flung a pile of golden galleons and various bits and pieces of treasure out of her little pocket, including his Order of Merlin and broken time turner, and of course, the small pile of suspicious gems in the corner stood out quite a bit. Looks like you're in for a good lesson. Felix morphed a small cup into a small bench and made Niffler sit on it in a disciplined manner. Be a good girl and sit down. I'm the one who neglected your education. We have about 4 hours before you return these stuff. Niffler Valen pushed her pink beak into her arms. She had a strong feeling that her carefree childhood is slipping away from her. I need to give you a make-up of basic education, or wait until school starts, you might get into some kind of trouble. Let's see, the economic books I've read, the section on property ownership, is very educational. There are 375 chapters on P_Atrian. 336, chapter 336 branch. The next morning, Felix entered the pyramid with Niffler, who had very little spirit, to re-examine the interior of the dark room according to the remaining traces of magic, and he was accompanied by the goblin Gonak, Felix satisfied to see that he did not mention the theft of the gems, so he patted the Niffler Valen on her shoulder. It seemed his education proved useful, as she did not keep a gem or two for herself, but there would be no relaxing time for the rest of the holiday. Whether it is Quidditch World Cup Magic Light Show or a visit to Beau's Batons before heading back to Hogwarts, these are all risky places. Clammy dragged Hermione on a tour around Cairo downtown. I'll take you to see the old museum. There are quite a few things made by wizards, but the locals don't know. Hermione is very interested in this. I read about this museum in the book. There should be an obelisk somewhere, right? What's that? A pointed square pillar, a monument to the sun god built by the ancient Egyptians. I've seen it in France and London, but Egypt is the birthplace of the obelisk. It should be different. Clammy thought for a moment. I don't know much about it. I can ask about it for you. They had 2 days of intense fun. During the day they strolled around various attractions, as Clammy was familiar with the magic stops within Cairo, while Hermione looked at a load of important locations from the books, so they both took turns choosing the locations and had a great time. By evening, Hermione followed Felix to learn Golden Flame magic, and Felix told her, "You have enough self-control to try arranging the magic sequence in private, but you must wait till this school year to formally cast the spell." On the 3rd day, they returned to Diagon Alley in London, and Clammy Vera followed them, her reason being that she didn't want to be alone with that money-grubbing Gonuk, and she took a leave of absence to watch the World Cup, but once she arrived at Diagon Alley, she burrowed into the Future World Company headquarters and refused to come out. Future World Company has been very busy lately because it finally opened a branch in Diagon Alley and started selling its goods to the public. Lupin spent a considerable amount of lease to obtain the right to use the store for the next 2 years, which is not far from the Ollivander Wand store. This store for the time being only sells one kind of good magic lamps, all kinds of magic lamps. When Sirius and Harry went to Diagon Alley to buy books, they were immediately attracted to the store by the 2 mighty dragon magic lamps. They came to the door, and the vertical posters on the shop front were also painted with other types of magic lamps, looked very eye-catching. A young blonde clerk kept everything organized at the entrance, and Harry and Sirius walked into the store, where there were rows and rows of shelves, with magic lamps of various shapes in translucent boxes. In addition, posters appeared above all the magic lamp boxes and floating in midair. One reach you can touch it. A little boy reached out to touch the dragon above his head and found that he could not touch it. His father lifted him, and the boy struggled, as he shouted sharply with embarrassment, "I'm going to school this year." Dennis, his father, was just about to speak, only to have the magic lamp in the shape of a dragon spew out a fan-shaped light at them, which startled them. Harry also saw the figure of Luna, with her back to them, wearing a very conspicuous bright yellow robe, was surveying a delicate box. The box contains 12 kinds of palm-sized magic lamp dolls, but the shape looks more cute, like the kind of style he saw in cartoons. "Luna!" he greeted. "Oh, Harry," Luna looked back at him in surprise, still holding a small eagle with short wings. "You are shopping before the World Cup, too? I figured I'd run into some familiar faces today." Harry surveyed her. Something didn't feel right. "Where is your little dirigible plum earrings?" "Left them at home," Luna said regretfully, turning around and pulling a male wizard next to her who was staring intently at the purple floral pattern on the shelf. "Dad." The middle-aged male wizard, Luna's father, Xenophilius Lovegood, turned back, the silver pendant hanging around his neck shaking on his chest. "Yes, dear. How about we take her home with us?" she asked, holding up the palm-sized eagle in her hand. "Oh, not good," Xenophilius frowned, his eyes moving back and forth between the eagle and the box, his marshmallow white hair fluttering over his shoulders. "I don't think it's good to separate them. It would break some kind of mysterious connection between them." So Harry watched as Luna happily clutched the box containing the 12 magic lamp dolls and prepared to go to the counter to check out. "See you at the World Cup, Harry." Luna waved at him, and Harry waved back. When father and daughter passed Sirius, Xenophilius stopped and stared at his face. Sirius looked a little impatient, but didn't say much. There were too many people who looked at him with different eyes on the way. But Xenophilius looked at him for too long, that Luna switched the box to her other side. While waiting, she chatted with Harry, as she asked thoughtfully, "Have you seen Hermione? I have something to ask her." "No," Harry hurriedly replied, looking at Sirius. The atmosphere in front of him became slightly tense. Xenophilius approached him, his somewhat contrasting light silver eyes peering straight into Sirius' face. He flashed his teeth and asked mysteriously, "Are you, Boardman?" "Oh, who the hell?" Sirius' eyes widened. "The leader of the Naughty Goblins group, Humpty Dumpty Boardman, very famous a dozen years ago." Xenophilius whispered, "Sirius is supposed to be your alias, right?" Sirius stared at him blankly. "No," he said in a tough voice, and Xenophilius left with a regretful look on his face as if he had received some kind of heavy blow. Harry laughed from the sidelines, wincing, tears welling up in his eyes. "Humpty Dumpty Boardman, is he really talking about you?" Sirius tapped him on the back of the head and said thoughtfully, "A family of Ravenclaw?" I knew that house is filled with weirdos since I was in school. They are exceptions, just a little odd. Harry put in a good word for Luna. Sirius didn't have it in him to smile, so he just said, and you just asked that little girl where her little dirigible plum earrings had gone. Future World Company headquarters. What is this? Lupin held a golden stick that looked like a straight pole with a dog-headed knob. Pharaoh's scepter. Felix flipped through the various charts. What does it do? Lupin asked curiously, is it some new product that can suddenly jump up and hit someone in the head? He shook his head and pushed the thought out of his head. He had been interacting with the Weasley twins too much these days and the entire situation seemed out of whack. A souvenir brought back from Egypt, you can have it if you like. Felix said casually. Forget it, maybe Sirius would like it, or Valen. Lupin handed the scepter to Niffler, who was eyeing it from the desk, then he turned to ask about Clammy Vera, what's up with that girl? You have your eye on her too and plan to train her like the Weasley twins. Felix thought about it, they are different, Vera will probably stay, at the moment it should be considered a pre-induction visit, she needs to firm up her resolve a bit. Lupin's heart brightened, I will provide the convenience. Felix added, Vera is very fond of ancient runes, if she spends more time, her achievements will be very high. Lupin smiled, so you plan to groom a long-term high-level expert. Number Julio Hernandez and number Federico Chavez, thanks for your support. There are 375 chapters on P_Atrian. 337, Chapter 337 Camp. Near the evening, Felix and Lupin emerged from the Future World Company headquarters. The vertical castle building was renamed as Company Headquarters due to the availability of branches that were used to sell specific products, so this building is dedicated exclusively for research work. Felix intended to open the company's sales outlets all over the world, just like the Gringotts. Many British wizards actually did not know that Gringotts had branches in different countries, and they thought there is only one such bank in the world. The two looked at the store from a distance. The sky is almost completely dark. Future World Diagon Alley shop sign hovered at the entrance with two dragon magic lamps at both sides. Whenever a group passes nearby, they will spew out a large mouthful of white flame-like light, attracting gasps from the crowd. Fudge has sent over the tickets, you were not there, I received it for you. Lupin said softly. Felix returned to his residence in London, as he focused on visiting some friends. Afterward, one early morning, someone apparited in a misty forest, a field set aside by the British Ministry of Magic specifically for apparition. Go in that direction, and remember to register at the gate. A tired old wizard said breathlessly when another crackling sound came from not far away and a South American wizard who dressed like a peacock spun around and appeared, crashing headfirst into a nearby tree. The old wizard from the Ministry of Magic muttered something that sounded like silly bird and Felix followed his direction out of the forest and saw through the haze as a gentle slope stretched upward, with oddly shaped squares stretching down the slope tents set up by the wizards who had arrived early. The Ministry of Magic had prepared a dozen drop-off points around the Quidditch World Cup field for wizards watching the game to come in groups, and naturally, the lower the ticket price, the earlier they must come. Felix arrived in front of a stone house where a man stood in the doorway with a dazed, indifferent look on his face towards everything. Felix could see that he is an ordinary man, the only one muggle in this big place, and had just been put under an obliviate. How do you do, sir? Hello, I'm Roberts, the man inside the house said calmly, state your name and pay the money please. Felix passed between the tents. The camp entrance is not far away, with Ministry of Magic staffs patrolling the camp, as they are responsible for maintaining order throughout the camp and act as order keepers. You! One of the Ministry of Magic's enforcers shouted, what's wrong with that chimney on the tent? The reprimanded wizard retorted vigorously, I didn't violate the secrecy regulations, the muggles did the same thing. Are you sure? The enforcer got a bit confused, your tent is different from everyone else's. The colleague next to him whispered, I've seen it too. You might be mistaken. So the two left, leaving the victorious wizard to continue fiddling with his tent. As Felix cautiously crossed the area, he noticed that the Ministry of Magic patrols only focused on the tents near the edge of the venue, and as he walked some distance away, various tents with magical traces began to compete. A twisted tent that looked like it had been glued together by a child stood upright against the wind, and 7 or 8 feet away stood a normal-sized tent, but on its side there hung a moving poster of some star player around 30 years old with a grim-looking face. What's with that extra stuff? A familiar voice shouted. Next, it was Hermione's voice, oh my god, that's a tent pole for the support. Can we use it, will it suddenly collapse? This is Sirius's voice. Felix looked at the sound, several children of the Weasley family gathered around, looking at the two adults in the center of the field Mr. Weasley and Sirius lying on the ground, checking what went wrong. Hello guys, do you need any help? Felix couldn't help but ask. Sirius looked up from the ground, in a terrible mood, and he immediately stood up, drew his wand, and pointed it at the loose tent, which immediately jumped up and put itself back together. Well, you're right, although anyway, we had a lot of fun. Mr. Weasley also got up from the ground. Hello, Mr. Weasley. Hello, Professor Hap, Mr. Weasley replied, his expression stiffening a bit as he glanced at the children with concern. Boys, you put your traveling clothes away and make your beds, we will probably have to stay for a few days. He pulled Felix to the side as Sirius looked left and right before following suit. Professor Hap, I heard Harry say that you taught him apparition. Mr. Weasley said nervously, not that I question your teaching, I just think well, don't you think it's too early? Too early? Mr. Weasley, I don't quite understand. The Ministry of Magic states that apparition should not be studied before the 6th year at least, and it has to go through a rigorous examination, and I have heard from my colleagues in the Accidental Magic Reversal Squad that there are all kinds of serious splinching. Actually, I would be okay with a year or two earlier, but Harry was only in his 3rd year that time. Harry had the potential. Felix said. A lot of adult wizards aren't good at this magic. Mr. Weasley said anxiously, wiping his somewhat balding forehead with his handkerchief. They didn't notice that the cacophony of voices in the tent quieted down, and a gap in the tent showed a pair of bright eyes looking this way. Mr. Weasley, I've always felt that apparition should be included as one of the mandatory criteria for student graduation, Felix said with a smile, not caring much about his attitude. I've already suggested this to Dumbledore, and it's expected to be implemented from this year. Graduation criteria? Mr. Weasley asked because he was surprised, his attention got diverted. In fact, he was not dwelling on the apparition issue but was worried about Felix being eager to make some achievements and that would harm Harry, so he politely reminded. He did not yet know that Ron and Hermione also secretly studied it together with Harry. He just heard about this matter today from Sirius' mouth when he was looking for the Portkaya at Burrow, and he thought that Sirius had privately taught Harry, only to find out that it turned out to be Professor Hap at the school. That's right, incorporating several categories of magic that must be mastered. If you do not pass, you have to return to retake the course without graduating. Felix said in a relaxed tone. Harry and Ron, who were eavesdropping on the side, exchanged a look with each other. Fred and George pressed up against them and stood higher, causing Ron to whine, "Don't squeeze." Hermione and Ginny crouched down, in the lowest position, and looked out through the 2 rivet holes. At the other end, Sirius asked with great interest, "Can you tell us about all the magic that is mandatory?" "It's not set in stone yet," Felix said, but I think he wiggled his fingers and counted them one by one: apparition, disillusionment charm, disarming charm, shield charm, intruder charm, muggle repelling charm, basic healing spells. These should be the key magic spells. There may be more specific subdivisions related to career choices. Mr. Weasley's attitude got much better, as he said thoughtfully, "Is it pre-induction focused training?" "Sounds good, a lot of new graduates have to learn quite a bit, even when I entered the Ministry of Magic back then." Sirius grinned, with what he knew about Felix, maybe Felix is preparing for a wizard war. He glanced at the tent and waved his hand covertly, his godson is too careless as he was showing half of his head out. "So that's why you taught Harry? Thinking that all wizards should master it?" Sirius asked in a small voice when he found an opportunity to do so after Mr. Weasley had left. They were standing at the front of the tent, looking at the wizards coming and going, from all over the world, a red-faced male wizard in a Scottish dress holding a flamingo and a huge spatula in his hands. "Actually, he asked for it himself," Felix said without moving. "You could have refused," Sirius reminded him, "as Arthur said, he wasn't old enough to even get a certificate." Felix's eyes twinkled as he looked at him playfully. "I am only responsible for teaching, I can't control what happens to them outside of school. Perhaps, we should expect the young wizard's guardian to set an example and give proper guidance." Sirius grimaced. His first thought after learning about Harry's mastery of the apparition was to take him on a tour around, and he did so. He refrained from continuing the conversation and looked back carefully at the tent as Mr. Weasley pulled the kettle and 2 stew pots out of the backpack he had brought. The children busied themselves with making their beds, and Sirius said cautiously, "Do you know if there are any after effects if you got scarred by a curse?" "Why do you ask that?" Felix looked at Sirius and then followed his line of sight to Harry. "Is it Harry?" "That's right," Sirius said briefly, as he glanced at the wizard who wearing a Scottish dress again, as 2 enforcers from Ministry of Magic eyeing the bird that wizard had brought with him, a sudden pain in the scar on his forehead and a nightmare where he said he dreamed of Voldemort. "I don't know much about that." Sirius briefly said what he knew. Felix frowned. What kind of Voldemort did he dream about? Didn't get a good look. In addition to Voldemort, there should be others, but Harry forgot about them. As you know, the more you recall the details of such things as dreams, the more you can't remember. Maybe Voldemort is plotting something in the dark again, and he has a helper. That's why I'm asking you. I wish it was just an accident, a dream. Aren't you a healer? I'm not. Felix sighed. If he's having memory problems, well, you know what I mean, you should look for St. Mungo's spell damage division. Sirius spoke with concern. I'm worried about getting into unnecessary trouble, maybe the effects of the spell are still lingering, the killing curse has never had such a precedent, and Harry didn't survive it with his own power, rather he relied on Lily's magic. He briefly revealed some information, mainly the ancient magic that Lily cast, including its role and cost. Felix had actually heard a similar account, except that Sirius told it in more detail. So that's it. I suggest you talk to Dumbledore, he has a lot of hidden channels to scout for information, and he may be able to find out Voldemort's movements. Neither of them spoke, the wizard with the flamingo in his hand was stopped. The Ministry of Magic enforcers suspected him of smuggling precious magical creatures, and although the two enforcers did not recognize the large bird with bright rose-colored feathers, they politely asked the wizard to come along. This is a flamingo. Flamingo. Don't you know? It is not a magical creature. Not related to the phoenix. The wizard yelled angrily, but he still got taken away. Sirius suddenly asked, that's really not a magical creature? Yes. Felix said with certainty. You're not going to explain. They'll figure it out somehow, perhaps they'll become friends. In the tent, the kids started to talk about their experiences, and the Weasley twins mentioned the Future World Company where they had spent half the summer. It was cool. Fred said with a sigh, we made a lot of friends, and to think, there are dozens of like-minded people. Compared to them, we're still small-timers. George said. Don't talk like that, we at least managed to market the couple's mirror. Professor Lupin said it would revolutionize the magic world. You sold it? Harry asked in surprise. No, we signed a 2-year partnership agreement until we graduate. Fred said with a grin, borrowing the Future World Company's shop front to sell it without us having to worry about it, with a monthly dividend. There's plenty of money for other research. George also said happily, by the time we graduate, we can save up a large sum of money, and then we can just buy the next store in Diagon Alley. It's even got a name. Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. The two raised their arms in cheer at the same time. Mr. Weasley on the side, Professor Lupin visited the burrow and insisted on signing an agreement in his and Molly's presence, offering extremely favorable terms, and they really couldn't think of a reason to refuse. I'll see you later. Felix said goodbye to them and went to a large tent at the camp, where Lupin stood in front of the entrance, hanging a sign on it as he took 2 steps back to carefully examine it. It's a little crooked. Felix suddenly said beside him. Lupin jumped, the wand hidden in the sleeve spurted a cluster of red sparks. He looked around, when no one was looking, his right hand quickly swiped, the sign immediately stuck squarely on the tent. The two looked at the sign that read Future World together, and Lupin whispered, the Ministry of Magic advised us to use magic sparingly, this is Muggle territory after all, and there is a small village less than 10 kilometers away. At that moment, the 2 young people came out of the tent, and Clammy wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, rearranged the boxes, and boy, it's like a big warehouse in there. Oh, Professor Happ, you're here too. Mr. Happ, hello. Said the young blonde next to her, a clerk at Future World sales outlet in Diagon Alley named Eric McKee. Hello, guys. Felix nodded at them as he called Clammy to one side, how have you been these past few days? Not too bad, as Clammy said energetically, especially that memory stone basin, I took the time to refresh some of the parts that I didn't understand before, but there are no more lessons. She was talking about the teaching aids that Felix used when he taught ancient magic in the Magic Rune Club during the previous school year, which he had made by imitating the Pensieve, but during the holidays, it was moved to the company by Felix, and he modified it to train the employees. Felix said, it is for employees who are interested in supplementary lessons, the content is not too deep. There are 377 chapters on P_Atrian. 338, Chapter 338 The Strangeness of Crouch. With 100,000 Quidditch fans gathered here, even a little noise from each one would turn the entire camp into a boiling cauldron, and as the afternoon passed on, the agitation not only didn't diminish but rather grew more and more pervasive, so much to the point that even the summer air seemed to churn. Felix remained in the tent, taking inventory of what would be used for the light show along with Lupin and the rest of the team, as they had planned to hold a grand magic light show the night of the Quidditch finals and continue until the end of the game. On top of that, Future World had spent 1,000 galleons on the text ads that would appear before the start of the Quidditch World Cup. As the sun finally set and the twilight began to dissipate, Clammy and young shopkeeper Eric McKee slipped out to enjoy the evening, and there was lots of hustle and bustle outside, with vendors popping up with apparition every now and then, pushing carts full of various souvenirs through the crowds. The Ministry of Magic also gave up their last resistance and let it be, and all sorts of signs of magic sprang up at once, crackling apparitions, vigorous hawking and sales, joyful and noisy chatter, made the camp rowdy. Lupin also went out, Felix stayed in the tent, fiddling with a layer of air wall on his left hand, as his right hand held the wand, he chanted softly, Foolman. A red bolt shot out from the tip of his wand and hit straight on his left hand. After waiting a second or two, Felix's left hand trembled, he dispersed the magic and looked at the palm of his hand, which had a small red dot on it. The effect is still very limited. But it has potential. Felix kept pondering. After another hour or two, Clammy and Eric returned with large bags, and they placed them on a side table, as Felix retracted his magic and looked at the various souvenirs in front of him. There is a glowing green rose-shaped badge, and right now it is shouting loudly, "Irish team will win." Clammy pressed hard on the top of the rose, and it finally stopped. And something that looked like binoculars with a variety of odd knobs and dials. "That's omnioculars," Clammy introduced. "I thought it is brilliant. With it, you can able to magically slow down and replay the scenes." Felix tried it out. "It's fascinating." He kept flicking the buttons on it, and the whole world slowed down before his eyes. Then Clammy slowly took out a small model of a firebolt and gestured it in front of him. There were also figurines of famous players' collection. Eric McKee bought a full set of Irish team figurines as a souvenir. As he walked around the table with a smug look on his face, he didn't pay attention and stubbed his toes on the table, as one of the figurines fell off the table. "Oh, my Lynch!" Eric said as he hastened to wipe the figurine's ash-stained nose. "Bad luck, go away, go away." Clammy and Felix both looked at him, and he explained, "That's what my dad used to do, to chase away bad luck, to never let it ruin the big game." "Does it really work?" Clammy looked at him skeptically. "Of course," he introduced with gusto, "we're without a trophy for 30 years, there is a good chance of winning this year, and we have the most compatible team: Connolly, Ryan, Troy, Mullet, Moran, Quigley, and, of course, Lynch. He's the Seeker." Clammy nudged the Lynch in Eric's hand with her finger. "That's right, the Seeker is the soul of the team." When talking about Quidditch, Eric became exceptionally chatty, and when he heard that Clammy didn't even understand basic fouls, he stared as if he had found an alien. "Let me tell you, there are many ways to foul Quidditch, such as the most common pulling and punching, elbowing, locking your opponent with a broom handle, and the relatively complicated." Felix quietly stepped back as he settled on an interesting game of creating a thick wall of air and throwing small odd things at it, like cups and forks, and then they would stuck in the air and move forward in slow motion, the exact speed of movement being related to the force with which you threw them. Clammy was also attracted by this game. She tried to use her own cup to knock the professor's cup out. After failing repeatedly, she set her sights on Eric's figurine. "Absolutely not," Eric said firmly, but he pulled another pile of figurines out of his pocket. "You can throw this, Bulgarian team won." Within moments, various cups, knives and forks, badges as well as figurines, and sealed bags of snacks were stuck in the air. Eric wins, by 5 points. It became completely dark and Felix invited everyone to eat. "Better eat something, we can't watch the game on empty stomach, and we don't know how long it will go on." "Where's Lupin?" "Probably met a friend and talking a little longer. I'll be sure to bring him something to eat," Felix said. "I wish the competition would go on for 10 days and 10 nights. At the dinner table, Clammy Vera said sincerely. "Then they would have more time to show the magic lamp." Felix laughed. "Vera, you haven't made a decision yet? You already can consider yourself as a part of the company." Clammy said with embarrassment, "I haven't thought about it yet. I like the job of a curse breaker, but it's also great here." "Am I being a little greedy, Professor?" Felix shrugged, swallowed the chicken in his mouth, poured himself another glass of iced lemonade, and smiled. "You're having a happy annoyance. I can't help much with that, but there's no need to rush to make your decision or stress yourself out." He raised his glass and toasted distantly as he said again, "You're always welcome here, Vera." At that moment, Lupin came in from outside the tent with a worried look on his face. Felix poured him a glass of lemonade, he expressed his thanks, and his eyebrows were stretched. "Just visited Harry and there was a close call." "What happened?" Felix inquired, directing the dishes to float over to Lupin. "I suggest you try this, fried halloumi cheese. Eric bought it from a vendor, it tastes phenomenal with chicken." Eric McKee, who seated next to Clammy, smiled restrainedly and Lupin patted him on the shoulder and said gently, "Thank you." He sat down and explained, "Sirius stayed with the Weasleys and ended up meeting Barty Crouch, you know." It became clear in Felix's mind that Sirius might have some animosity towards Barty Crouch by the looks of it, but Lupin's words took him by surprise. It was Barty Crouch who made the provocative remark. Lupin's brow furrowed again, and he said slowly, "Crouch was in charge of the defense of the whole camp, and when talking about the Death Eaters, Crouch brought up the old issue by saying that there were many Death Eaters on the loose. But Sirius has been proven innocent." "Yeah, but he kept looking at Sirius as he spoke, and you know Sirius' temper, the two already have an old grudge. If Harry hadn't dragged..." Lupin shook his head and didn't go on, but Felix could totally guess what was going on. Probably he would have pulled out his wand. The low, mellow sound of a gong came from somewhere in the woods, and immediately, thousands and thousands of red and green lanterns bloomed brightly in the trees, brightening the path to the stadium. "It's time." The four stood up, walked out of the tent, and followed the surging excited crowd into the woods. When they emerged from the other side of the woods, they got greeted by a huge oval-shaped open-air stadium, its interior so brightly lit up that the light coming through reflected half of the forest with a golden luster. It's claimed to be able to hold 100,000 people. Eric murmured. They took their tickets for the top box and made their way up. The stairs leading to the top were covered with a fuchsia carpet, and when there were no more stairs ahead, they already stood at the highest point of the stadium. You can see a spectacular sight below, with 100,000 wizards taking their seats one by one. Clammy tugged on his sleeve and pointed somewhere, and on the side of that stadium stood a huge chalkboard with various advertisements writing on it in a loop. Cornflower, a flying broom for the whole family, safe, secure and with a built-in anti-theft buzzer. Future world, watch the game, see the light show, say goodbye to old lamps and blinking torches, the future is at hand. Felix nodded his head to indicate that he saw it. Soon, people began to enter the small box they were in, the Weasleys, the Malfoys, Sirius, Harry, and Hermione, followed by Cornelius Fudge and the Bulgarian Minister of Magic. Lucius Malfoy cast an icy glance at both the Weasleys and Sirius indifferently, with a slight nod of greeting, then clambered enthusiastically with Fudge. When Felix looked at him, he subconsciously avoided his eye contact. Haven't you figured it out yet, Lucius? Felix thought to himself. After the crowd settled down, the only voices left in the small compartment were those of Fudge and the Bulgarian Minister of Magic, who spoke like a chicken. Fudge missed Barty Crouch immensely. Despite their mutual discord, Crouch's talent is evident to all, and he knows at least 100 languages, including the language of many magical creatures. A little later, Barty Crouch and Ludo Bagman arrived together, Crouch sporting a horribly serious expression with a frosty look on his face, but Fudge was going crazy with the Bulgarian minister's terrible accent and didn't notice a thing about it. Thank God, Barty, at last you're here, I need you to translate for me. I dragged Barty over here forcefully, said Ludo Bagman cheerfully. I told him that he deserves the most credit and should be on top. Sorry. Crouch's face filled with disgust and his lips quivered as if he was resisting the urge to slap Fudge in the face. I have no time for such trivial matters. Trivial matters? Fudge took a deep breath and looked at him incredulously. What was going on? He was just about to say something, only to see Crouch's lips open noiselessly, although no sound came out, but Fudge was too close to him and could clearly distinguish the mouth pattern. Crouch was said, stupid. Barty Crouch. Fudge, whose mood at the moment is mixed with anger and dread, shouted loudly at Crouch, with spittle flying, have you finally stopped hiding and decided to plot to take my place? There is silence in the box. No one expected this to happen. Even the Bulgarian minister opened his mouth wide as he said in perfect English, what's happening? Ludo Bagman, the host of the opening ceremony, froze in place. His round face continued to sweat, and he subconsciously took a few steps back. Ouch! Hermione cried out. It turned out that he stepped on Hermione's foot. Sorry, I'm sorry, little girl. Ludo Bagman stammered. Sirius said dismissively, see, both of them are no good. Crouch looked at me exactly like that this afternoon, and I think he's finally gone mad. Felix, sitting in the second row, pinched his chin. Were we going to see a good cat fight today? The Department of International Magical CO operation versus the current Minister of Magic? What a pity that there were no reporters. Mr. Weasley stood up and tried to ease the awkward atmosphere as he hesitantly said, Mr. Crouch. Barty Crouch seemed to have finally regained his senses. He opened his mouth but said nothing, hurriedly threw a few apologies, and turned to leave. The scene only left with red-eyed Fudge who panting like a pig. When Crouch passed by, Harry suddenly felt a sharp pain in his forehead, as if he had been branded with an iron seal on the skin. He covered his forehead and forced himself not to make a sound. Only Sirius and Ron, who were sitting on both sides of him, noticed the abnormality, and Sirius asked in a low voice, what's wrong, Harry? Does your scar hurt again? But that was when the Quidditch World Cup finals officially began, and the loud cheers drowned out his concern. Ludo Bagman enchanted himself with a sonorous spell, and then the words he uttered rang out like thunder throughout the stadium. Ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Welcome to the final of the 422nd Quidditch World Cup. Number Alfred Demon Reach, thanks for your support. There are 377 chapters on P_Atreon. 339, Chapter 339 Wonderful Final. The audience erupted with a buzz of cheers and applause. However, the atmosphere inside the small box had not yet melted from the freezing point, and everyone's face looked stiff. Harry felt his forehead didn't hurt that much anymore, but his heart went into turmoil, caught in an unexplainable suspicion. He didn't know if the pain of the scar is related to Barty Crouch, or maybe everything was just a coincidence. But what if it's not? A voice appeared in the back of his mind and Harry knew what he had thought of first-year Professor Quirrell. But Mr. Crouch did not wear a large scarf on his head. Ron put a hand on Harry's shoulder. Hey Harry, are you all right? It was certainly quite unexpected just now, but, he looked around to find something interesting. Say, how did Bagman get so spirited? Indeed, just now Ludo Bagman also seemed fidgety, but at the moment when he is hosting the final of the Quidditch World Cup, his voice is full of passion and joy, and he seems to have left Fudge completely behind. Let's welcome the Bulgarian national team mascot. Harry looked weakly at the field, with little interest in the pre-tournament mascot show which Hermione had mentioned to him, but soon his attention got drawn to it. Surprisingly, it's Vila. Mr. Weasley hurriedly wiped his glasses. Only to see 100 of Vila glide onto the field. Vila were a group of women, charming women. More than one person may have even considered the possibility that they are probably just their fantasy as they're that beautiful. Their skin glistened, their hair fluttered animatedly behind their heads, and they exuded a strong charm. Especially when they began to dance, this charm easily captured the attention of the audience. Felix smiled as he pulled Eric McKee down, who was trying to jump towards Vila, as he had just suddenly stood up on a chair and wished that he could dance with them. But he wasn't the only one who lost his cool, as it is easy to fall prey to Vila when you meet them for the first time without any defense. Felix's eyes schemed over the crowd, the presence of Vila warmed up the atmosphere in the box, and Hermione made a very loud smacking sound as she reached out to pull Harry and Ron back into their seats. "Geez, what's wrong with you guys?" she said. This was followed by a memorable performance by the Irish leprechaun, little men in red vests and beards who weaved back and forth from above the huge stadium, combined with various sparkling lights, then eventually they formed a huge, shiny, eye-catching clover that hovered over the audience as they sprinkled large amounts of gold coins like golden raindrops. "Fake," Clammy said as she grabbed a gold coin, but she still collected it with gusto. Next, Ludo Bagman enthusiastically introduced both teams, highlighting each team's seekers, drawing an enthusiastic response from the crowd as Krum and Lynch's names were mentioned. The match began. The two national teams showed great strength, they were so fast that you couldn't see their faces, covering the field with blurred shades of red and green, and Ludo Bagman only had time to announce their names and tactics names. "The ball is in Mullet's hands." He passed it to Troy. "Now it's with Moron." "Darren." "Mullet." Again Troy. Bagman screams, "Eaglehead offensive line. Watch out." The ball is in. Troy scores, the play is successful. With 10:0, Irish leads. He bellowed with passion as the crowd cheered and applauded. The game continued. "It's Troy again. The quaffle is still with the Irish team. You should have noticed. Oh, my god. The Irish are organizing their offense again. Moron. Mullet. Bait and switch. It didn't work. Brilliant. Backward pass. This time it's Moron." Soon the Irish were leading 30-0 when Bagman suddenly shouted, "Look at the seekers, Krum and Lynch, they've found something, tangled up. Oh, crap. The healer is on the field." Lynch fell to the ground. "That's a fake. The game is suspended." Clammy raised her omnioculars and asked curiously, "What's going on? Where is the golden snitch? What were those two guys even just done?" Eric McKee said excitedly, "It was Lynch who faked it, pretended to spot the flying golden snitch, then suddenly dived to attract his opponent to follow up, and then he pointed to Lynch who looked dizzy as if he was stepping on a cloud in the field. His nose and face were covered with blood." Felix stared at the field, where Krum, who had won this hard-fought bout, is hovering high above the stadium, using this rare, uninterrupted time to search for the golden snitch. A few minutes later, Lynch recovered and the match continued. "It was intense," Felix said as he halted, as the Irish scored 10 more goals in a row in the span of just 10 minutes. They now lead the game by 130-10. "Yeah, it was so intense, I've never seen such a great game." Eric McKee agreed. "The light show won't be very effective if it ends too soon." Felix finished his sentence and Eric choked upon hearing it, opening his mouth several times not knowing how to respond as Clammy giggled. As the score widened, there were various small actions on the court, and Bagman continued to perform his duties as host and commentator. Bulgaria's elbow move was too wide, a typical foul. Yes, the referee blew the whistle, and he gave the penalty. The smell of gunpowder was also strong off the field as mascots and supporters of both teams let out angry yells and kept waving their fists. But the score expanded to 140-10 with an irreversible trend. "This game is really coming to the right place," Ron said excitedly, watching the fierce match while taking the time to watch the fight between Vila and the leprechauns in one corner of the field. "Vila doesn't seem to look that good when she gets mad, but the hell with it. Kick that bearded midget's ass, that's right. Ron." At that moment there was a shout from the pitch as Irish seeker Lynch suddenly accelerated and dived, the bloodstains remaining on his nose still visible through the omnioculars, with Krum following closely behind him. Bagman bellowed, "Two seekers suddenly accelerating. Could this be a fake move? Is it Lynch's revenge? Oh, they're getting faster and faster, without slowing down. No deceleration. I see the golden snissy." The 100,000 spectators held their breath as only the two mascots in the corner were still fighting. The two seekers dived toward the ground, side by side, both with one hand outstretched, stretching their arms as far as they could. Bang! Lynch fell heavily on the ground as Crumb hovered up, clutching the golden snitch in his hand. The scoreboard flashed showing the score: Bulgaria, 160, Ireland, 170, and the crowd didn't seem to realize what exactly happened. After a few seconds of dazedness, Bagman said, Bulgaria's seeker Crumb has caught the golden snitch, but, the score is still with the Irish team on the lead. He double-checked, then he immediately got overwhelmed with a huge wave of ecstasy. Irish team win. 30 years after. Gosh, I don't think anyone saw this coming. No one saw it coming, Felix muttered. The game was over in less than an hour, who would have thought? Eric, Clammy, Remus, we should go and prepare for the light show, maybe tomorrow the audience will disperse. Mr. Happ, can I stay, just for a moment, I want to take the footage of them presenting the awards. Eric pleaded. Okay, then you can come back later. Felix said, Clammy, Remus, what about you? Neither of them are really interested in the awards and followed Felix out. They passed the Malfoys when Draco greeted them modestly, Hello, Professor Happ. He dressed in a slate black suit and his hair neatly groomed. Hello. Felix smiled and nodded at him, I'm looking forward to seeing what you have to offer this year. He glanced at Lucius next to him and walked past him, saying in a small, kind voice, think about what we discussed before. I'm still waiting for your response, Lucius. Lucius Malfoy looked uncomfortable and couldn't help but clench his cane. Of course, I will give you an answer. Narcissa was surprised by her husband's attitude and looked at him suspiciously. Lucius shook his head and did not explain much. On the way out of the box, Felix and the others heard the Bulgarian minister speaking calmly, I would say that our boys fought bravely. So you know English? Fudge said in exasperation, but you've made me gesticulate here all day. Hey, that's fun. The Bulgarian minister shrugged his shoulders and said. Fun. Fudge gasped, his nose dilated, wanting to punch this guy. If it wasn't for him all that shit wouldn't have happened before. Calm down, Fudge also felt that Crouch's attitude was a bit off. Was it because of the recent stress? When Clammy passed by the front row, she coincidentally said to Felix, Ha, I heard this uncle's perfect pronunciation just before and thought I heard it wrong. Fudge's expression suddenly became wonderful, and that Bulgarian minister had a smile on his face. Felix pulled her and quickly went downstairs, passing through the layers of the audience. The top-tier box that they had been in earlier is illuminated with magic, and Ludo Bagman has begun welcoming both Quidditch teams into the box. There were deafening celebrations from the Irish supporters, while the fans supporting the Bulgarian team had a dejected look on their faces. They hadn't gotten over the blow. Clammy said, they are indeed pathetic, falling behind by a large margin, expecting a turnaround to happen, then when the turnaround actually happened, they still can't reverse the outcome. Vera said Felix. 3 or 2 Bulgarian fans glared at her, and as an afterthought, she hunched her shoulders and ducked to Felix's other side. Lupin smiled and walked behind. When they reached the ground level, the stadium buzzed with a procession of champions flying around the field, accompanied by their mascots. Finally, there is no crowd. Lupin said, we're totally in time. Felix muttered, I just worry about the losing fans making a mess, I hope the Ministry of Magic gives a damn. There are 378 chapters on P_Atrian. 340, Chapter 340 Light Show and Accident, 2 in 1. They followed the lantern-lit passage back to the camp, and they took out the various magic lamps from the big tent and stacked them into a small mountain. Except for those 2 big guys, the rest are here. Clammy said. Lupin smiled and said, Felix, your plan still shocks me a bit, I've been waiting for today. Clammy also looked at him expectantly. Felix shrugged his shoulders and held his wand against his forehead, and a wisp of silver light appeared at the tip of his wand. Hiss. Felix gritted his teeth and couldn't help but mutter in a small voice, the model is so exquisitely made that it's a bit of a chore to take it out. That feeling is like digging a scoop in your brain. Clammy gave him a disgusted look, the professor's description was too bizarre. Felix pulled a long strand of silvery memory from his brain, wrapped it into a ball, and grasped it in his hand. Then he stretched out his palm, the air interwoven with gold and silver threads, a hexagonal snowflake-like open-air gallery building slowly formed in his hands. In the center of the snowflake gallery building is an ever-swelling palm-sized vortex. Felix waved his wand with the other hand, as magic lamps have sprung into the vortex, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Under the eyes of the 6 or 7 foot snowflake-shaped crystal-clear building gently floated up and flew into midair, constantly expanding and enlarging until it occupied a small half of the camp. Then Felix's wand vertically pointed downward, the snowflake building dropped sharply, Clammy shrieked, and the next second, she found herself in a gorgeous gallery. In the gallery, a magic lamp of different shapes appeared. Then Felix applied floating magic on himself, and he floated up to a height of 30 or 40 feet, he looked like a huge kite in the dark, floating as his dress swaying in the wind. He looked down from above, his wand pointed, and corners of the snowflake gallery extended outward, all the way connecting to the road back to the stadium. Felix dropped from midair. Well, almost, let's take some time to adjust. Professor Hap, what kind of magic is that? Clammy asked from an aisle railing. Well, how about calling it the thinking room of requirements? Thinking room of requirements. Clammy mulled over the name. It sounded odd, but as her palm passed through the gallery pillars in the long hallway, it made some sense to her. The Weasleys, Harry, Sirius, and Hermione were swept along by a tidal wave of people crowding in and out. Only when they left the stadium they relaxed, discussing the results of the game as they went along. Above their heads, leprechauns kept flying by, carrying a small golden or green light in their hands, crunching and laughing in midair. Irish Seeker was awesome. No, each one of them was brilliant and worked together seamlessly. While Bulgaria only have one absolutely great player, Crumb, and they have problems with their coordination, a big problem. Charlie commented. Their personality is not good either, look at the number of fouls they made. Ron said. Ron, Charlie said, reasonable fouls can disrupt the opponent's rhythm, especially when the opposite team is on top of their game. Mr. Weasley disagreed with him. Charlie, I think the game should be clean, any elbows and small tricks shouldn't be allowed, and once they happen the referee should blow the whistle. Dad, you're also saying only about blowing the whistle, not sending the player off. In order to win the game, I remember there were also people casting vicious hexes. I experienced a lot of them when I was in school. Mr. Weasley and Charlie argued. Finally Charlie said helplessly, I also want the game to be completely clean, but this kind of thing simply cannot be eliminated. Hermione yawned widely, and Mr. Weasley, noticing her state, said gently, back to the camp, we can have a cup of cocoa milk which will help us sleep, trust me, it's going to be a noisy night. Ginny is sleepy and can't keep her eyes open, so she tugged on Hermione's sleeve and walked forward. Are they still planning to have a campfire? Ha! It's not out of the question. Mr. Weasley said, this tournament ended too early to be very enjoyable. Mind you, most people actually come prepared and ready to stick around for 3-5 days. Wait and see, it won't die down for the night. They noticed that the noise in front of them had disappeared, and it had been replaced by a gasp. Look over there. Hermione's eyes widened. From the road leading to the camp, an open ice crystal clear gallery had somehow popped out and expanded towards them, with various lights shining on them, illuminating the delicate patterns and designs. What is that? Ginny is no longer sleepy anymore, she's tiptoeing to see it more clearly. I don't know. Mr. Weasley looked confused. Is it a program prepared by the Ministry? They walked closer and found that the gallery building is actually an illusion, a small mischievous child constantly passing to and fro on either side of the building, giggling and laughing, and another little boy hiding behind the gallery pillar in the corridor, thinking his family would not find him. His parents looked at the little guy with a helpless face and could only cooperate by looking around for him. Little Leo, where are you hiding? The boy covered his mouth and his eyes curled into a crescent moon. Obviously, it has something to do with Professor Hap. The Weasley twins pointed to the magic lamp hanging in the hallway. It's a product only available at Future World, let me show you. He reached out and pulled it out, his fingertips passing through a palm-sized lion-shaped magic lamp. Hey! Is this also an illusion? But then, they realized it is some sort of mini-game, as a line of golden text appeared in the air. Anagram. Which letter is an animal? Oh, that's so easy. Fred muttered, it's the letter B, for a bee. As soon as the words left his mouth, the magic lamp in the shape of a lion made a clicking sound, as if the melon had ripened and fallen off the bright green vine, floating and landing in his hand. The little lion opened its eyes, then nudged its nose with its paws and a pair of small wings poked out from its back, which fluttered as it flew up and circled around Fred. Ow! It yelped milkily and opened its mouth to spit out a white ball of light. The ball of light projected down a castle's shadow, along with a small line of words, Future World headquartered in Diagon Alley, England. The shadow flickered for a few seconds and disappeared, leaving only a milky white ball of light, emitting a bright light. Wow, Fred said with admiration, looks like those guys have added a new feature. Is that Mr. Hap's Future World company? Mr. Weasley asked with interest. He had heard the Weasley brothers chattering constantly about it at the dinner table these days and had learned a lot about the company. That's right. Fred said. Mr. Weasley winked. So, girls and boys, are you still sleepy now? Oh, Dad, let's at least get a little magic lamp for ourselves. Ron shouted, his words drawing a chorus of agreement, and it looked obvious that the anagram wasn't too hard, and everyone had hope. Inside the Future World tent, Felix held a small model of a gallery in his hand, a silver glint in his eyes. He seemed to hear their words, the corners of his mouth curled into a teasing smile. The Weasleys searched for the riddle of the lamp. Ron even issued a bold statement, I will guess 10. But soon they realized the problem. Only the first riddle was relatively simple, and on the second attempt, the difficulty increased abruptly. Hermione, holding a small pocket lion magic lamp, standing in front of an owl-sized dragon magic lamp, it is enthusiastically floating around spitting out light, with 7 or 8 people crowding around to watch it. Harry came over. Hermione's anagram is a logical reasoning issue, more than 10 names circled around his head. After reading carefully twice, he still failed to understand the meaning of the topic. Do you know the answer? He asked the pondering Hermione. Oh, don't bother me, I'm almost there. Hermione said, her wand kept gesticulating, leaving strange symbols in midair, that should be Latin letters? Harry thought as he walked through the crowd. He came face to face with Mr. Barty Crouch. Hello, Potter. Hello, Mr. Crouch. Harry said stiffly. Crouch had just fought with Sirius this afternoon. There is an odd light in Barty Crouch's eyes as if he is surveying a treasure. Come with me, Harry, I need to talk to you. What? Harry asked, startled. About Sirius Black, a lawsuit has been filed against him for attacking a wizard in Nocturne Alley while he was on the run. Crouch said coldly. But the Ministry of Magic has already testified about it. That Sirius is innocent. Harry said in exasperation. That's if no one pursues it. Crouch said impatiently, reaching out his hand. Let go of Harry. A furious shout rang out as Sirius came from behind and pushed Barty Crouch away, drawing his wand as he pointed it at him. What are you trying to do to Harry, old man? Their confrontation drew the attention of a group of foreign fans, and Crouch nodded at the 2 men beside him, and they left without looking back. What's going on? Sirius asked. Not sure, he said someone suing you and told me to go with him. Harry said. How can that be? Sirius said incredulously, I'll go ask him about it. Don't go, Harry pulled Sirius back. Don't go, Sirius, he's a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Magic. I'm not afraid of him, let go, Harry. Sirius said irritably. Sirius, I don't want to lose you too. Harry said while biting his lips. Sirius lost all his strength at once, his fingers trembled. Okay, let's go back to the tent, you and I will talk it over, there's definitely something wrong with that Barty Crouch. Harry saw that he had persuaded Sirius, so he said with a look of agreement, I think so too, I have a guess. Fudge looked at the sudden appearance of the gallery building in front of him and couldn't help but ask the staff next to him, whose idea is this, why don't I know? A staff member of the Ministry of Magic said, it's the Future World Company, they applied for a light show before, and we approved it, just. He looked at the huge building, said hesitantly, we didn't expect such a big show. Felix Happ's company? Fudge asked. He did not mention the issue of secrecy. This afternoon 100,000 people made a lot more noise than right now, and it is still late night, the middle of nowhere, nothing risky. The only Muggle family living nearby should be asleep, and even if they weren't, the Ministry of Magic staff would let them sleep. He was more concerned about whose company this is. The staff member nodded. So when did he start to make this? It wasn't there when we watched the game. He stretched out his stubby fingers and made a big circle in the air, encompassing the building in his line of sight. The staff said, I asked the colleague who stayed behind, he said. He suddenly became stammering. He said it appeared out of nowhere when he was on duty, the building fell from the sky in one. Fudge did not say anything, looked for a while, then he waved his hand, you guys leave me alone, I'll walk by myself. He walked straight in ahead and soon found fans guessing various riddles, then some hidden corners would suddenly burst open, often a bag of candies with the name of the Future World Company, or various small souvenirs with their brand will pop out, and among them, the most attention-grabbing thing is something called animation. It can be seen, as long as the number of children gathered together to a certain level, the gallery will project a screen, like a series of comic panels connected, and its appeal to children is more than a comic book. The plot is consistent and entertaining, even he could not help but watch for 6 or 7 minutes until the end of the animation. At the end of the animation was a string of small words, this product is under development and will be available within 3 to 5 years, so stay tuned. This was followed by the company name and address. Fudge walked forward with mixed feelings and finally reached the end of the corridor. There is a hexagonal open space, and he realized that the place he came from was only one of the corners that extended out, and there were 5 other similar corridors. Crowds of people coming and going from different long corridors gathered together, talking and laughing while holding various small magic lamps in their hands. Brother Juria, can we see Mr. Happ? Asked a lively voice, a young witch with long bright blonde hair. The young wizard called Brother Juria smiled and said, I'm not sure about that, but I'm sure we'll see him at Hogwarts this year. Bethany, where is your brother? The young witch sighed. Byers stuck with the anagram, he insisted on getting the second magic lamp, and didn't think about how it would be so easy to get the second one when there are 100,000 people here, and they can't even manage to get one in their hands. Juria smiled and said, I do expect him to succeed, so I can exchange my magic lamp with his Thunderbird one with him. Bethany pointed to the open space, and a huge dragon appeared out of nowhere. It looked like a black Hungarian horntail, with a hideous appearance, 70 feet tall, and a commotion broke out among the crowd. A young witch stood directly above the dragon. Clammy waved her wand excitedly, making the Hungarian horntail move, and it glowed all over, which is why people did not flee immediately, recognizing it as a fake, supposedly a giant magic lamp. The dragon flapped its wings and flew up from the ground, soaring low in the sky. People in different locations of the camp looked up in unison, and the dragon looked like a large light bulb, blooming with a milky white light. "Welcome to the Magic Lamp exhibition hosted by Future World," Clammy Vera announced. The Hungarian horntail spewed a fan-shaped cloud of light up into the sky, like a brilliant fireworks display, and the crowd applauded. "That's an adult dragon." Outside the tent, Harry asked with his jaw dropped. It wasn't that he hadn't seen a dragon before, he'd seen the Norbert that Hagrid had raised in the first year and brought it to the astronomy tower with Ron and Hermione for Charlie and his friend to take it away with them. "Yeah," Sirius said, "when you meet one, you must hide from it." "How dangerous are they?" "I know Charlie raises dragons in Romania." Harry asked. "Dangerous?" Sirius seriously warned him again, "They can stomp you to death with a foot without being affected by your spell, or spit fire to burn you to death and only ash will remain. Remember that their flames are magical flames. Do not try to challenge them without sufficient knowledge and professional training. Does the spells are not effective against them?" Harry opened his mouth wide. "How can I put it? If your spell shot on the scales, most likely it's useless, even if it's the surface of the hide, you have to look at the right spot and continuously cast your spell towards that one spot, but of course, you can also deceive it, for example, attack the weak point. Most will aim its eyes with some kind of sense-removing spells, but you will need enough luck." Next, they saw the show of the dragon. Soon a second dragon emerged out, a slightly smaller one, a Peruvian viper-tooth with brass-colored scales and a bulging black spine. The two dragons fought, biting each other, circling, and hovering in the air. Then a variety of magical creatures appeared, the phoenix, chimera, unicorn, flower fairy, irrumbent horn, hippogriff, alchemy. One by one appeared, but people didn't realize that these creatures that appeared later were actually constructed illusions. Future World Tent. Felix holed up inside, constantly manipulating the unique show. Lupin sat on the side, as he asked with some curiosity, "Why you did not show up at the scene, instead you made Vera present the products?" Felix rolled his eyes. "I signed a non-disclosure agreement, I can't reveal the items of the competition, it's not good to let people associate the dragon with me, and I also have to control the scene." He snapped his fingers, then in the magic sandbox in his mind, 5 or 6 mooncalves appeared quietly. Lupin choked by his reply, "The magic lamps in the shape of dragons have been sold a lot, you pretend that you have nothing to do with them." Felix explained in a serious manner, "I just agreed with a magic lamp shape that you designed." The show went on for 2 hours, longer than the finals of the Quidditch World Cup, and finally, Felix got a little tired and informed Vera as she declared the show was over, and the roaming magical creatures and the snowflake-shaped gallery that took up a small part of the camp disappeared a bit by bit like a breaking snowflake. Clammy and Eric returned with a run, unable to hide their excitement. "Professor, Eric's flyers were sent out, and we prepared 5,000 pieces of magic lamps for sale. It was completely insufficient, and many people could only book it in advance." "Well, it looks like the company is not short of orders," Felix said. "Remember to include a pamphlet of the company's products when you ship them, and some products that are still under development can be put on them, it's also a kind of publicity." Clammy said with a sigh, "I can imagine how busy it will be then." "You've decided to stay, Vera?" "Of course." Clammy smiled and said, "I'm kind of looking forward to what the company will look like in 5 or 10 years. As the light show ended, the camp quieted down, with a few scattered groups of celebrants singing gruffly and occasionally getting into a little scuffle with people, but it was really nothing for a camp of 100,000 people. The staff of the Ministry of Magic were able to solve it quickly. At 3 or 4 o'clock, a riot broke out. Note: this is 2 in 1 chapter, so there'll be only 1 chapter tomorrow. Number 9, thanks for your support. There are 378 chapters on P_Atreon. 341, Chapter 341 Chaos. Felix rolled over and sat up abruptly, the protective enchantments he had left outside the tent triggered. After applying various defensive spells on himself, he pushed back the curtain as he walked forth, and in the darkness, he saw a mother stumbling over to him with her child in her arms, her hair in a messy state, and she was wearing a soiled nightgown with a 3-4-year-old child in her arms. "What's happened?" Felix asked her in a hushed tone as distant shrieks and explosions sounded in the background. "There's a riot, those fans." "No. They're thugs. Setting fire everywhere." The woman in front of him said, her face paled ashen with a look of horror that still lingered. Lupin emerged from the tent, raising his wand alertly. "What's going on?" He froze for a moment when he saw the woman. "It should be some fans causing trouble," Felix said. "Remus, take care of them. And wake up Clammy and Eric, in the meantime, I'll go and take a look. Lupin looked at the woman and her child and nodded in silence as he looked into the distance, the camp ablaze with red fires as distant cries of weeping and panicked screams can be heard. Felix held up his wand as he rushed toward the burning spot. On the way he can see some dark shadows, stumbling as they walked hurriedly, with their families, followed by 1 or 2 crying children, towards the direction of the woods to take refuge. Most of these people had been caught off guard, wearing only a pair of pajamas, and some had got separated from their families, calling out their names as they walked along. Not everyone is panicking, some people are still calm as they're trying to assure everyone and maintaining orders. An extremely tall woman shouted in a loud voice, drowning out the surrounding noise, "Quiet! Bows batons students! Raise your wands and light the way for the others." "Yes, Madame Maxime." A group of pretty boys and girls replied in unison, and they lit their wands, and the panicked crowd around them followed the bright light they emitted and approached them spontaneously, clustering around them. "Follow me." Towards the path. The woman known as Madame Maxime took the lead, walking ahead, occasionally turning back to reassure the crowd in a calm voice, "Don't panic, stay close, one by one." This woman's stature may not be comparable to Hagrid's, but visually she looks taller because her physique is very slender and slim, unlike Hagrid's bloated body. Felix suspected that she had giant blood, but she had undoubtedly inherited the best of both worlds, with a delicate feature and a graceful demeanor. And he could see that she is highly respected among this group of young wizards, supposedly a professor? In his haste, Felix didn't have time to think about it. They brushed past each other, and Felix went directly the opposite direction of the group towards the fire. Halfway through the path, he saw some Ministry of Magic staff on the ground, knocked unconscious, each of them hit by at least 4 or 5 stupefy, and some messy hexes, looking very miserable. Felix dragged them over and piled them up together to spare them from being stepped on. He simply applied levitation magic on himself, and rose to midair under control, his eyes constantly roaming. Meanwhile, the crowd of thugs continued to grow. Initially only about 3 dozen hooded wizards, wearing masks wandered around the camp, one of whom captured the Muggle Roberts family at the edge of the camp and had fun by controlling them and spinning them around overhead. Then more and more people joined in, fans who needed to vent because their team had lost a game, people who have been celebrating for half the night by drinking and drowning themselves into a daze, as well as people who just loved the thrill of it. They grew more and more vocal as the crowd of thugs grew to a size of 30 to 500 people, as they set fires all over the camp, leaving a burning tent behind them. By the light of the raging fire, they saw a figure up in midair, high in the sky, with his eyes slowly veering their way. The thugs squinted their eyes, the man seemed to be able to fly, his eyes were terribly bright, and even from hundreds of feet away, they could feel the wrath in the man's gaze, and it brought them pressure. "Lord, Master!" a hooded wizard shouted, his hands trembling involuntarily. The dozens of hooded wizards who led the group on the riot erupted with frenzy, and 2 of them couldn't even hold their wands as they fell to their knees in Felix's direction. "My lord! We've been looking forward to your return. Don't be foolish." "That's Felix Happ," a hoarse voice said. Felix moved. A sea of light converged between his palms, then swelled rapidly as he threw a huge ball of light toward the sky, temporarily replacing the faint grayish-green haze light on the horizon. This glow is as bright as the winter sun, bright but not blinding, instantly filled every inch of space, every shadow, even the moon hanging high in the sky obscured, the entire camp became bright as day. Felix brought all the chaos into his eyes. To his right was the marching crowd, led by 30 or 40 hooded and masked wizards, who seemed to be the leaders of the riot, huddled closely together in a dense formation, slowly advancing. Above the heads of these men were 4 struggling figures floating in the air, twisted into various grotesque shapes, all ordinary people in pajamas, helpless, like puppets, manipulated by invisible strings. Near them, hundreds of rioting fans, dressed in different costumes, were joining in because of a common hobby or a love for chaos. Those who joined the group midway through the riot were purely to vent their anger and stir up havoc. They wore ridiculous masks that they found somewhere, some just covered their faces with a piece of cloth, and some showed their faces in a very bold way, drunkenly waving their wands and letting off a trail of sparks. Behind the group on both sides of the road they traveled, left with burning tents, like a huge torch. All around them were fleeing crowds, as the screams of women, the cries of children, and the panicked cries of men joined all together, creating a frenzy. When Felix's magic illuminated the entire camp, they recognized the direction and no longer looked like headless flies, leading their families away from the thugs. In all corners of the camp, countless people raised their heads and looked at Felix's figure in the midair with shock in their hearts. A small path at the edge of the forest. "Look at that man. He's floating in the sky. Where is Madame Maxime? We can't find her." A little girl with thick curly hair shouted at Harry, Ron, and Hermione, the 3 of them separated from the adults as well as from Ginny and the twins, and just arrived at a path at the edge of the woods. The area was densely packed with people, with everyone looking towards the camp in horror. "Who is Madame Maxime?" Harry asked nervously. He had just knocked out a drunken bloke with a spell, then he, Ron, and Hermione had worked together to hide that buffoon in the shrubs. They're not from our school. A young witch, about Hermione's age, held the little curly-haired girl, as she looked at the trio with the help of bright light, and whispered Hogwarts, then joined the crowd of people, to look at Felix who is in midair. Who is he? Why can he fly? Is it the head of the thugs? I saw some thugs kneeling down to him. Don't be ridiculous. Hermione shouted at the man in annoyance. She looked over worriedly and whispered, it's Professor Hap, he should be trying to stop the riot, Bullet it's too dangerous to clash with them directly, that's hundreds of people. Harry looked over, the professor's magic illuminated the camp, they could see clearly, as a dozen or so fancy spells from the thugs' direction flew toward the professor, but most of them were twisted and veered in the wrong direction. Ron said reassuringly, there are 400 or 500 feet between Professor Hap and them, so don't worry, it won't hit him. Felix illuminated the camp with illumination, and some thugs immediately became restless. The darkness gave them the courage to do evil, but when the light came, they could only hide their filth to avoid being discovered. A steady stream of people deserted the group and left quietly. But there were still a considerable number of people who stayed where they were, and those people agitated, made noise, as they pointed their fingers toward Felix, and deliberately shot sparks and spells to make provocative gestures. On the other side of the thugs, Mr. Weasley, Bill, Charlie, and Sirius seemed helpless, and Charlie asked, Dad, what should we do? Mr. Weasley looked at the floating Roberts family, we can't do anything lightly, it would be bad if we hurt them. They were worried in their hearts. A few Aurors from the Ministry of Magic had tried to pretend to be thugs before and tried to get close to the Roberts family, only to be attacked by fire. They'll disperse soon enough, Mr. Weasley said with some irritation as his tone assured them as he also assured himself, rats in the gutter. These buggers are simply lawless. If only we could catch them all. Sirius gestured towards the midair, there are people who think just like you. Felix's face remained calm as he reached out his hand and pointed forward, a black bolt of lightning descended, and almost simultaneously, a hooded wizard's chest got penetrated. There are 380 chapters on P_Atrian. 342, Chapter 342 Bloodied Scene. Those thugs were stunned in place, thinking they got blinded, but the hooded wizard who embraced a hot, warm, and tingling lightning bolt into his chest looked incredulously at his blood-stained chest like he saw a world for the first time, then he staggered a few steps forward as he slowly glanced back at his companion, seeing everything in slow motion. One of the few hooded wizards in the front leaned over to see, seriously wounded, not dead yet. He happened to dodge a second black lightning bolt that flew head-on, which struck the man behind him above his abdomen. Immediately after that, Felix's every fingertip sparkled with a bolt of black lightning as it crackled and burst forth, as tiny arcs of lightning like a huge net covered them. These tiny black arcs were not as powerful as the initial two lightning bolts that struck through the sky, but they were more troublesome. One by one, the thugs dropped to the ground like an ear of wheat that had been raked by the lightning arcs. The hooded wizards were the ones who reacted first, pulling their two injured companions behind them, holding up a magical shield and barrier, and countering along with the gaps while constantly backing up and hiding in the middle of the group. But while safe, they were further away from Felix, so most of the spells became dim and disappeared before reaching midair. Counterattack. He's only one man, shouted a confused red-faced male wizard, wand in one hand, flask in the other, bearded as he yelled drunkenly. He's too far away. Someone shouted in a thunderous voice. The drunken, red-faced male wizard shouted, follow me. He and a dozen others who looked almost exactly like him charged at Felix, moving ever closer to him. Most of the thugs watched coldly, and sure enough, a black arc of black electricity fell at their feet, and the men, without even able to chant the most basic defensive spell, all fell to the ground like some puppets with broken strings, letting out a gurgling wail. The next second, Felix disappeared from midair and suddenly appeared 50 feet from them, his expression cold, as if a layer of frost coated his face, his eyes seemed to have flames pulsing. Stupid buffoons. His eyes did not linger on the wizards charging at him, all of them are fools that got swept up, his gaze fixed on the main force that charged the raid. Damn! Is he trying to beat a bunch of us all by himself? Someone shouted indignantly. Without waiting for their reaction, the gleam of a powerful spell exploded from the tip of the black wand that Felix is holding, and the red light reflected on everyone's face. Felix's target is clear. The hooded wizards hiding in the middle of the group, who are most likely the organizers of the riot, and, with uniform attire and cooperation, should know each other or even work together in a battle. One by one, the names of famous and non-famous groups of witches slipped through his mind, but the most likely one would be Death Eaters. Felix thought to himself. The thugs were totally uncoordinated, unable to work with each other, chaotically casting spells, some interfering with each other, causing spell casting to fail, which allowed Felix's spell to flow unimpeded, and the powerful disarming charm knocked them off bunch by bunch. But the counterattack soon came. Felix propped up a golden cover, which seemed unbreakable, as various spells pinged on it. Individual spells had minimal effect on it, but he faced too many people. The spells connected into a dense beam of light. After a dozen seconds, the golden shield finally could not hold out and crumble into a golden point of light, and before that, he had shifted his position in advance. Every now and then Felix used apparition to suddenly disappear, dodging a set of spells and then appearing a dozen feet away, each appearance accompanied by several spells that brought out paths of arcs from various hidden corners, knocking several people unconscious. The spell constantly pursued his figure, but it could not even touch his coat, and when he felt the pressure, Felix quickly shifted to the other side of the line, reaping half a dozen battle results each time. At this point the scene looked like chaos. No one cared about the Roberts family floating in midair. When the effect of the levitation charm wore off, they screamed and fell from the air. Felix suddenly appeared, extended his wand, fixed them, moved them diagonally to the side, ready to hand them over to the Ministry of Magic staff who was not far away. The only 3 remaining staff members that had managed to avoid the thugs stayed behind the group, trying to get the Roberts family out, but they shared the same concerns as Mr. Weasley, too wary to use their magic for fear of causing an accidental injury. "Good opportunity," someone in the crowd of thugs shouted. They raised their wands in unison and shot out spells of various colors in Felix's direction, a dense glow of magic reflecting the surrounding area in red and glowing light, but the spells stopped when they were 3 feet closer to Felix, lining up like a wall of spells. These spells are not stopping, but moving forward in slow motion. Felix lightly moved to the side to avoid it. After 2 or 3 seconds, spells whoosh whoosh flying out, and smashed a small crater on the ground as it burnt, or rotten, with grass debris flying. And in those few seconds, the Roberts family was safely in the hands of the Ministry of Magic staff. "Thank you, Mr. Hap," a Ministry of Magic staff member shouted, using a spell. His thanks were nothing less than a taunt to those hot-headed thugs as hexes flew out of the crowd toward the Roberts family, but a group of people suddenly appeared. It was Mr. Weasley, who held up a shield charm, Charlie and Bill who guarding the sides, and Sirius who stepped forward to flick off those poisonous spells. "Well done, Arthur," the Ministry of Magic man said happily. Felix jerked back, his ebony wand stabbed out like a sharp sword. A golden flame exploded in the crowd. The first wizard who had secretly attacked them burned up, and a burnt smell emanated from his body as he broke apart into ashes. At this point, there are already many people who can see the situation is not good, hastily using the apparition to escape, including those hooded wizards. Felix could hardly be bothered about it as he cast a net of black electric arcs, trying to form a closed grid. Once it is formed, it won't be easy for these people to use apparition again. In the panic, a hooded wizard said in a hoarse voice, "I promise you." Felix slightly paused his hand a bit. That hooded wizard took advantage of the gap to use apparition, and also took away the 2 companions whose chests were penetrated by black lightning. The next second, the large net formed by black electric arcs completely closed, establishing a sealed cage. What's so special about those 2? Felix carefully recalled that they were standing in the front position, although not considered the leader, but should be close to the top position. If they were Death Eaters, it means that those 2 people were not of low status. Felix stood outside the cage, calmly flicking out some stupefy as if catching a fish in a net. 2 hooded wizards who could not escape were forced to use apparition, resulting in a miserable scream, leaving an arm and a large chunk of a leg behind as they also fell a few feet short from the cage. At this point, Felix has to hold back a bit. Most of these people are tourists from various countries. Even if they caused a riot, he cannot kill people openly, otherwise, he will also face some trouble. His initial 2 hard shots were aimed at the hooded wizard and the latter one aimed at an arsehole, and he didn't know if anyone else has died. Mr. Weasley, Charlie, Bill, Sirius, and 3 other Ministry of Magic staff also came over to help. They chanted spells along with the gaps in the grid, and the people inside fell down in unison like dominoes. After a long time, Felix dispersed the magic, revealing hundreds of thugs inside, which also included a dozen hooded wizards. He unmasked and saw faces that were not unfamiliar. Also, some broken limbs were left behind because of the splinching with bloodied bodies, which made the scene look extremely frightening. Sirius looked at the hooded wizards and snorted disdainfully. The commotion completely calmed down. Silence, the surrounding area filled with an extreme silence, as if the pause button was pressed. Even the cries of small children were stifled by their parents. There are 382 chapters on P_Atrian. 343, Chapter 343 The reaction of all parties. Felix waved at a few Ministry of Magic staff members nearby, and one of them ran over excitedly, "Hello, Mr. Hap. It's unbelievable that you stopped the riot head-on." He didn't look very old, and the pimples on his face were shining from intense emotions. Felix said calmly, "These should be under your control, right? Don't worry. Leave it to us." The male wizard patted his chest, then he took out a whistle from his pocket and blew it beep beep, but after blowing it for a while, no one showed up, and he said dejectedly, "My colleagues should all be knocked out." Felix pointed in the direction he came from. "I found some people and put them in that direction." Muir. Keen. Follow me. The male wizard shouted, and before he left he couldn't refrain himself from saying, it's been an honor working alongside you, Mr. Hap. Let's go help them put out the fire. Mr. Weasley said, as he beckoned Bill and Charlie away. Sirius thought for a moment and greeted Felix as he left, I'll go look for Harry and the rest. Felix nodded at him, then he walked around the camp vicinity, rescuing some injured. In the meantime, using the patroness, he notified Lupin, Clammy, and the other guys, and the group rushed over, taking that mother and son along with them. Thank you, the young mother said thank you over and over again. When they returned to the battle site again, hundreds of wizards from the Ministry of Magic were already gathered there, and they were methodically dividing the thugs and taking them away. Fudge kept wiping the sweat from his forehead, with a mixture of fear and disgust on his face. Take them all away. Ask their nationality and identity, inform their Ministry of Magic. And for those, from here. He looked hesitantly at the hooded wizards who had collapsed on the ground, having difficulty in making a decision. He had just looked at the faces of these people, and the very familiar faces made his stomach churn. Report to the minister, these hooded ones are the ones who led this riot and dragged the Roberts family out of the house. Roberts' family are still suffering from the great shock and being treated with memory therapy. Fudge's lips trembled, his heart hesitated greatly. Most of these hooded people are from certain pure-blooded families. If all of them got sentenced as a mastermind, they would be imprisoned in Azkaban for at least 3 or 5 months, then he won't be able to get the support of these people in the future. Ka-chow! Click! A camera shutter sounded, and a cluster of purple smoke fluttered in midair. Rita Skeeter excitedly commanded her assistants, here, and over there. I see something. Loser fans led a riot at the Quidditch World Cup Stadium, bullying muggles for fun. Her mouth watered as she laughed. Did you get that picture of Mr. Hap standing in the crowd? She asked with interest. Only the back. Her photographer said. That's fine, we can do a series. Fudge's fingers trembled. When did they come? Drive them away. No, wait, he rolled his eyes and whispered into his advisor's ear, collect the photos from them, don't destroy them, secretly keep them. Rufus Scrimgeour, advisor to the Minister for Magic, nodded and walked towards Rita Skeeter. Ma'am, the matter is still under investigation and the photos you took will be used as important evidence. Rita Skeeter argued loudly, but Rufus Scrimgeour said something quietly to her. Pure blood faction, you don't want to piss them off, do you? Rita Skeeter blinked and thought for a moment. Well, you guys owe me one. She turned her back to Rufus Scrimgeour and waved at the photographer, secretly leaving a stack of negatives and replacing that roll with a brand new one. She turned around and shook that negatives in her hand towards Rufus Scrimgeour, who was just about to reach for them, when they turned to dust. Skeeter, you! Rufus Scrimgeour became furious. Rita Skeeter said slyly, I have to let them claim my favor, don't you think so, Mr. Scrimgeour? At the edge of the woods, the trio rejoined with Ginny and the Weasley twins, and they hurried over as they pushed their way into the crowd of onlookers, searching for Mr. Weasley, Bill, Charlie, and Sirius, who had gone off earlier to help with maintaining order. The Ministry of Magic, however, formed a column to separate the scene within, so the public could not see clearly, and could only stand on tiptoe to try to see something. Hermione asked in a whisper, did you see Professor Hap? He should have left, Harry said, I watched him leave, couldn't tell if he was injured. That's cool. Ron said admiringly, he beat a bunch of them all by himself. Those wizards faced him like headless flies or billywig without their stings, no threat at all. Hermione said seriously, that's because the professor used more than one ancient magic. Did you notice that golden shield, blocking hundreds of spells? Even then he kept using the apparition to dodge some, it was too dangerous. Harry said, not dodging, but looking for opportunities. That is a tactic that I tried to replicate when I played dueling games with Sirius in the summer, but alas. Hermione said disapprovingly, that's dangerous, Harry, the apparition is difficult to cast continuously, not to mention the need to cast spells quickly. I know, but once you master. Harry did not continue, but looked meaningfully at the scene. Through the gaps where the staff of the Ministry of Magic standing, you can see hundreds of crooked wizards on the ground. Everything can be said without a word. Meanwhile, the team of Accidental Magic Reversal Squad arrived, and based on the various mutilated limbs left at the scene, they found those who had failed to shift as they had been nailed in the ground. Ron looked around, trying to see what is there. Arms, legs, what is that? Bloody. He suddenly got slapped on the head from behind. It was Mr. Weasley who rushed over. Behind him were Bill and Charlie, while Sirius stood on the other side looking at Harry with a smile. Don't look around, or you'll have nightmares. Mr. Weasley said they were covered in dirt and fire scorch marks. I'm just curious, do you think maybe they'd have left? Ron said, stopping as if he was attracted to something. He looked at Charlie, with his mouth agape as he reached out and pointed at Charlie, the eyes still moving. What? Charlie looked at him inexplicably. Weasley glanced at Charlie, rushed to pull him aside. On top of Charlie's head is a brown eye, which is spinning in horror. Harry's heart thumped as a circle of empty space opened up before him. Mr. Weasley shouted, "Arnold! There's another one over here." Apparition Splinch. A sturdy male wizard ran over, took one look, and grinned, "Still got some veins, if you ignore him." He gestured towards his eyes with a gushing gesture. Mr. Weasley frowned, "There are children here." "Oh, sorry, come here too." The wizard named Arnold shouted as he turned around, and soon two men came over, and they gathered around the eyeball, pointing at it with their wands. "I'll take a trip," Arnold said, and as the crowd looked with horror, he grabbed the eyeball and squeezed it around as if he wanted to crush it. Bang! He disappeared with the eyeball. "Just wait, he'll be back in a minute." The wizard next to him said carelessly, yawning heavily, "It's another day with overtime." Ron swallowed hard, he felt a little sick in his stomach, as if he had swallowed something slippery and greasy, and couldn't help but dry heave. Harry and Hermione's expressions were not that pleasant either. The twins felt a sense of relief. Ron previously showed off in front of them his unskilled apparition, they also intended to learn it in advance. On the other side, a significant figure appeared. Barty Crouch said with a cold face, "Excuse me, make way." He crossed the crowd and squeezed into the circle formed by the staff of the Ministry of Magic with his stone face. "Crouch!" Fudge became furious at the sight of him. He originally intended to ask him properly about his strange behavior, but with such a big accident, he had long since thrown those thoughts out of his mind. "I put you in charge of security for the Quidditch World Cup, where have you been?" "To track down those masked men," Crouch said stiffly. Harry stared at the back of Barty Crouch's head from behind, trying to see if he could see an ugly face that belonged to Voldemort, in addition to making sure if the scar on his forehead still stung. Sirius also looked at him with a probing gaze, and after the godfather and godson looked at each other for half a second, Harry shook his head at Sirius. This time the scar didn't react much. "Number null, thanks for your support. There are 382 chapters on P_Atrian. 344, Chapter 344 The Shadow is approaching." The sky grew a little brighter, it turned deep blue, and a pale shade of red light appeared from the horizon. Felix stood in the crowd, somewhat understanding why Fudge was so wary of Barty Crouch, unsmiling, with an old-fashioned style and rigidity, and while Fudge was still struggling with what to do with the hooded people, Crouch was already issuing orders methodically. "Take these thugs away," he said sternly, "and they will be interrogated until someone reveals who is responsible for this terrorist activity." Fudge wiped his sweat. "Crouch! Barty, you're making it way too serious, they're just drunk and throwing a fit, with no serious consequences. I wouldn't agree with classifying it as terrorism, if it weren't for the muggles involved, it only requires a fine." "Oh, yeah? I'll judge it based on the results of the interrogation," Crouch said, his eyes fixed dead on the hooded men with their masks removed. "Some of them look familiar to me, pretty familiar." Fudge cleared his throat. "Well, this is something we can talk about back at the Ministry Scrimgeour." He turned his head and looked around as Rufus Scrimgeour approached them with a brisk stride. "I'll leave some men to you, you stay and handle the follow-up, pacification. I need to go back to the Ministry to solve the more difficult issues." The staff of the Ministry of Magic hurriedly took out a batch of portkaya as they left with the people lying on the ground. Rufus Scrimgeour arranged for the remaining people to put out the fire and pacify the crowd. A number of their family members might have wandered off, and the Ministry of Magic staff imbued themselves with a sonorous, shouting through the crowd until their voices became hoarse. There were also claims, complaints, grievances, and a chaotic mess of demands. Rufus Scrimgeour, with his good work quality, accepted it all as it was, and then calmly told them to go back and compile a list of the damage. As for whether the Ministry would compensate them or not, is not necessarily certain. Absolutely not possible. "I'm sure that they won't compensate, we can only admit our bad luck," Sirius said with great confidence. Harry wanted to laugh, but he couldn't, so he just grinned cooperatively. "All right, boys," Mr. Weasley said, "you guys go back to your tents and get some sleep, there are not many hours before dawn, and we've to wait in queue for the portkaya during the day." Barty Crouch stayed behind, then he approached Felix. "There's something I want to talk to you about, Mr. Hap," Crouch said with a stern face. "Let's find a place to talk about it, what do you think?" "Sure," Felix smiled slightly, "why not go to my tent, which is still intact?" They returned to Future World's tent, which is very spacious, with empty boxes stacked up in the corner along with two big dragon-shaped magic lamps. Crouch glanced at Clammy and Lupin and didn't say anything. The two sat down, and Felix beckoned a jug of lemonade. "Thanks," Crouch said politely with a stern face. He couldn't wait to get to the point. "Mr. Hap, I want to thank you for stopping the riot in time without further serious consequences." "More serious consequences?" "Yeah, more serious consequences," Crouch repeated, looking sharply at Felix. "You didn't experience it, but I know what they are all about, and to be honest, according to the normal process, that Muggle family would not have survived. Normal process. Felix raised his eyebrows. It can't be what I think it is, right? Death Eaters. Crouch said indifferently, they will torture Muggles for fun. Back when I was the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, I dealt with a considerable number of cases that hurt my heart. So I ordered the Aurors under my command to return the favor. Felix fiddled with his goblet and mulled it over in his mind, and just then the curtain of the tent lifted. Barty, I heard you are here, ha, and so you are. Ludo Bagman said under his breath, his face sweaty. He pulled a chair over and sat between the two men, poured himself a glass of lemonade, drank it down, and let out a long breath. What a day full of ups and downs, those fans. It's thugs, Ludo. Crouch interrupted to correct him. Well, thugs, Bagman asked, what were you guys talking about? The words were just a lead-in though, as he immediately opened up the conversation and looked at Felix with a big smile on his face. I'm so sorry I missed the good show. I was settling a bet with Roddy when you made your big entrance. He placed a big bet that Bulgaria would score the first goal, and as you can see, I long saw through that the Bulgarian team can't win. Now, the Bulgarian team lost, so the payout was very high. And little Agatha placed a bet with half the shares of her eel farm, a bit crazy, but just in time to help me pay off a debt I borrowed from the goblins. Nobody wants to hear about your business, Crouch said impatiently, we're talking serious business, now for once if you can realize that you're one of the people in charge of the camp. Ludo Bagman looked at him uneasily, but isn't it already over? The troublemakers were taken back to the ministry, and the camp has Rufus, who is doing a much better job than I am. Felix smiled and said, Mr. Bagman, we were just discussing the topic of Death Eaters. Death Eaters, what? Death Eaters. Bagman's round face began to sweat. I don't quite understand. Felix and Crouch both then ignored him. Felix wanted to know why Crouch had approached him, so he carried the interrupted conversation. Mr. Crouch, you just said that the Death Eaters torture Muggles for fun. Do you think they did the trouble today? I can't think anyone else, Crouch said, word by word, only they need to hide their heads to hide their inner cowardice and vileness. Maybe this attack was to remind us of their former glory. It's a great way to remind us that the Death Eaters are doing well, even after they've been out of control for years. His toothbrush-like mustache quivered, and his eyes bulged out, looking hideous. Felix even suspected that if a Death Eater stood in front of him, he could sink his teeth into their throats with a hard bite. Bagman thought of the scene of his own trial at the end of the war. Crouch now looked the same as back then, so he could not help but shudder. From this viewpoint, we can see that Fudge's arrangement is considered a failure. Bagman does not have the courage to oppose Crouch. He befriended Crouch over these years because of the seeds of fear planted when he was brought to trial back then. Barty, perhaps, possibly. He was frightened, as he muttered incoherently for a while without being able to complete the words. Felix has similar speculation, at this moment nodded and said, the dark mark was the only thing that was actually missing today. Crouch showed a contemptuous expression, they wouldn't dare to do that. Before the conversation ended, Barty Crouch seemed to state his real purpose. Wizengamot has considered accepting you as one of us shortly, so perhaps you can join this trial in time. We need to be tough on these dregs. Felix looked at his leaving back, feeling strange. Was Crouch looking for help in Wizengamot? As far as he knew, Barty Crouch didn't have a good time now. There was even a rumor that Fudge intended to kick him out of Wizengamot. But in fact, Fudge did not have the ability to do so, because the Wizengamot Wizard Council is rather a loose organization. Each member usually has their own work, and will only come together when there are important affairs. The actual leader, Dumbledore, who is the chief warlock of Wizengamot, should be the one that has that authority. Barty Crouch left shortly after, taking leave of absence on the grounds that he is not feeling well, and disappeared from the camp, but he did not go far, as he appeared in the woods near the camp. A black-robed cloaked figure stood in the mist motionlessly. Barty Crouch's expression also became rigid, as if he was frozen in place. The cloaked man lifted his hood to reveal his young face. Master. Barty Crouch's voice suddenly became hoarse and biting. I went to see Felix Happ. What? The cloaked man Barty Crouch Jr. said in a deep voice. Won't it be too risky, my lord? We underestimated him before, but today we were there, and you saw through it with my father's eyes. Barty Crouch's eyes turned bloodshot for a moment, his pupils became snake-like, and he said lightly, before making a plan, it is necessary to confirm who the enemies are. As it turns out, he could not spot me. Even that kid Harry Potter is more sensitive than him. But what if he recognizes your disguise? Barty Crouch Jr. said eagerly. Barty Crouch Sr. or Voldemort, said slowly, the biggest advantage of my current state, is that I cannot be killed. Perhaps, you still have your old feelings for your father. No, my lord. Barty Crouch Jr. fell to his feet and said reverently, I hate him with a passion and ashamed to bear his name. Lord, he imprisoned me for more than 10 years and made me live like a dead man until you arrived and freed me. This relates to a past event. More than a decade ago, with the end of the war, the guilty were imprisoned in Azkaban, and Barty Crouch Jr. was accused, along with Bellatrix and the rest for torturing the Longbottoms into insanity, which Crouch Jr. denied at the trial and pleaded his father, who served as a judge, to believe him. The evidence at the time was not considered adequate, as the witnesses didn't see Crouch Jr. Coupled with the fact that his father was the judge presiding over the trial, there was a good hope that he would get away with the crime. But unfortunately, Barty Crouch was so impartial, he had long identified the flaws in his son's sneaky behavior, and in combination with the vague human evidence, he ultimately affirmed Crouch Jr.'s guilt and sentenced him to life imprisonment. After that, Barty Crouch made a big mistake. He could not refuse his wife's pleas before she died. At the end of her life, she used Polyjuice Potion to change into her son, then he swapped her body and let his son out of prison. Later he kept him under control at home with the Imperious Curse, made the house elf Winky take care of him, intending to just let him muddle through his life. Until Sirius escaped from Azkaban, with the determination to kill Peter Pettigrew with life for a life, which scared Pettigrew, so he then disappeared for months to locate Voldemort and learned about the Barty Jr. from Bertha Horkins. Then they broke into Barty Crouch Sr.'s house to free him while he was away, and by the time Barty Crouch Sr. returned from work he was sneaked up by his own son and Peter Pettigrew as they used an Imperious Curse to control him. Voldemort said with an emotionless voice, "What if I ask you to kill your own father with your own hands? I will be very happy to carry out your orders." "No need to rush," Voldemort let out a chilling laugh. "Barty Crouch is still useful, but he nearly spoiled our plan by narrowly escaping my control in front of that fool Fudge, probably because of the fact it was too painful for him when I hid in his mind that inadvertently cut the effect of the Imperious Curse." Barty Crouch Jr. pondered, "Will we be caught by surprise?" Voldemort sneered, "There is no evidence, and at best some probing, but the fight for supremacy cannot be done without your father. Things will develop in the direction we expected. The only pity is that I cannot maintain this state for too long. The loss of the Wormtail is not quite convenient." "Lord, it's all my fault." "Well," Voldemort said, "proceed as planned. We will head back to your home first. I need to rest for a while. After that we will find that Mad-Eye Moody, he is not someone easy to deal with. We must set up a trap." "Lord, it is not easy for you to have a form. I can do it by myself. I can simply let Winky." "Since when can House Elf also do things for Voldemort?" Voldemort said grimly, "If Barty Crouch is exposed, it does not matter. I have found a way to open a curtain up." "My lord. That black family boy gave me an inspiration. Don't you want to appear in front of the world openly? Just let him die to prove your innocence." There are 384 chapters on P_Atrian. 345, Chapter 345 Descent. Before dawn, a cold, greyish-white light pierced the forest fog a little, and the conversation, which no one knew about, drew closer to its end. "My lord, the newspapers say that the Longbottoms are healed, and they will accuse me," whispered the figure sprawled on the ground. "Time will erase all traces. Have not my servants forgotten my majestic name, and how many purebloods once prostrated at my feet and kissed my robe?" Voldemort said lightly. Barty Crouch Jr.'s body suddenly trembled, as if there is an invisible whip lashed on his body. But Voldemort ignored him as he said lazily, "I'm going to share an insight with you. Magic is power. Do you know why memory extraction and truth potion cannot be used as evidence in court? It's because they are unreliable, and these means can be deceived by highly skilled wizards. Let me ask you, were you caught red-handed?" "No, no," whispered Barty Crouch Jr. Voldemort sneered twice, "That's right. There are too many ways to refute their accusations: Polyjuice Potion, Obliviate, Confundus Charm. The key is to have a witness of sufficient weight. If Dumbledore comes forward and identifies you, that would be a problem, but an ordinary Auror couple? Don't forget, their own memories are glued together. How credible are they?" Barty Crouch Jr.'s face turned rosy with excitement. "Ideally, as originally planned, I succeed in resurrecting myself, recruiting my former forces from the shadows, and building up my strength. Anyway, after you finish off Moody, inherit Crouch Sr.'s fame and connections and enter the Ministry of Magic. At that time," he said softly, "you will gain immense glory, and the position of Minister of Magic will be just the most insignificant reward. Your will is my mission, my lord." The sun finally came out, and the mist in the forest completely dissipated without leaving any trace. The camp became lively. Felix did not sleep for long. He had always felt that Barty Crouch came with an unknown intention, and thought for a long time, but had no clue. At dawn, he saw Clammy emerge from her compartment, carrying a cup of hot cocoa and a thin blanket in her other hand, half squinting and yawning. "What, can't sleep?" Clammy blinked, before seeing Felix sitting on the couch. "Professor, why don't you turn on the light?" She walked over to the table where she had eaten yesterday and tapped a magic lamp in the shape of a bronze eagle, which flapped its wings and flew into the midair to spit out balls of light, and the tent instantly brightened up. She sat down across from Felix and covered herself with a blanket, unable to resist letting out another yawn. I just can't sleep, I'm going to stay up a little longer and go back to sleep in the office. When are we leaving? Anytime you want to leave, Felix said gently, we don't need the porte-carte, we can just use apparition. He looked at the other two compartments in the tent that were simply dividing. Let's wait for Remus and Eric. I guess. Clammy hugged her thin blanket, sipping hot cocoa as she chatted away with a smile. When my leave is over, I have to make a trip back to the Gringotts to hand over my work. Unfortunately, I made a lot of friends in Egypt. She intertwined her fingers and said something with amusement. By the way, she asked with sudden interest, Professor, did Bill ever call you by the nickname to your face back then, the Wandering Sphinx? No. That's an interesting nickname, how come no one calls you that? Clammy showed a sorry expression. I did hear someone in the company call you the Snake King behind your back. I don't think that's very good, easy to remind people of the basilisk. Yeah, well, it's not like I can care what other people say. Felix made himself a cup of tea and said very leisurely. Without realizing it, Clammy's hot cocoa ran out, and she stared at Felix's tea. Want some? Felix asked her. Clammy said hesitantly, I've heard that drinking it will keep you awake. At that moment, a low female voice came from the entrance. Is Mr. Felix Happ inside? I'm Olympe Maxime, from Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. Felix revealed a surprised expression. Just a moment, ma'am. He stood up and poked his hand out while walking towards the door. Whoosh. A jacket flew out of his compartment and slipped into him, nimbly fastening the buttons. Clammy also slipped back into her compartment with a blanket and empty cup. Stepping out of the tent, he looked eyes to eyes with a tall woman. Unlike when he had hastily glimpsed her in the middle of the night, she had obviously been dressed up, wrapped head to toe in a blue cotton silk dress, her hair pulled back into a shiny black bun and an opal necklace around her neck. Madame Maxime. Felix tentatively uttered the title he had heard by chance. Madame Maxime blossomed into an elegant smile, and she held out her hand, and Felix flinched, but he still gently grasped it, as his lips touched the back of her hand. Mr. Happ, Madame Maxime said, forgive me for taking the liberty by visiting you, but we are leaving during the day, and I really don't want to skip the meeting with the new school board member. Has Beauxbatons already got the message? There is a list of school board members in the headmaster's office, and I saw your name appear on it when Mr. Nicholas Flamel died. Madame Maxime said with some sadness. So you are the headmistress of Beauxbatons. They walked into the tent and Madame Maxime sat in where Clammy was. She took up the whole couch by herself and had to put her legs over on the side. Felix took out empty teacups and placed them in front of them, then while directing the teapot to pour the tea, he said, Actually, I have long wanted to visit Beauxbatons, it is just that I heard that some rules of the competition have not been finalized yet, and there are quite a few objections, so I did not set out to avoid suspicion. Madame Maxime said, every Triwizard tournament was big trouble, not to mention 2 more schools were added. The Ministry of Magic is not too happy. Felix knew that she should be talking about the French Ministry of Magic. At least the general direction should be determined. Is there any problem in deciding? Madame Maxime sipped her tea as she said carelessly, the general direction is determined, but the details can't be sloppy, because if we agree this time, it will probably be an example for the next time. Every school has its own ideas, and so does every Ministry of Magic. We have to confirm all kinds of rules before lighting the goblet of fire. Is it the American and African sides that have made unacceptable conditions? Felix asked. He really hadn't paid much attention to the progress of the Triwizard tournament, which is now called as Tournament of Champions, but he had heard Charlie Weasley's captain mention a word about it during his visit to the Dragon Reserve, and it was said that Fudge had made many compromises in order to spread the tournament's impact out of Europe. The tournament location has to be determined first, which is still in Europe, and in order, this time it's Hogwarts' turn, Madame Maxime said. Ilvermorny and Uagadou will have to wait in line at the back. Felix nodded. He knew that the Triwizard tournament had been hosted on a rotating basis until it was suspended. As for the specific items of the tournament, it is decided by the Ministry of Magic where this tournament is held, which is the British Ministry of Magic this year, and they're keeping the whole thing a secret from us. Speaking of which, she paused and let out a nasal hum, Dumbledore must know, nevertheless I trust his character. What a few of us headmasters can be involved in deciding are those finer details, such as the number of participants, the age of the contestants, the forbidden magic, and other details, where the controversy lies. Like what? Ilvermorny demanded an additional number of participants, the argument being that they had 4 houses and each house had to select at least 1 champion. Felix laughed heartily. Isn't the selection of champions something that the Goblet of Fire does, and they want to do that? Madame Maxime nodded and said, they did have the idea, but Beauxbatons, Hogwarts and Durmstrang strongly disagreed before they gave up. And Uagadou's self-transfiguration, she pursed her lips and said with some alarm, I also learned that they have mastered the human transfiguration magic that is very similar to Animagus, and nearly a third of the senior Uagadou students can transform into leopards and elephants, not to mention those elite students can do much more. Self-transfiguration? I've heard of this magic, but it shouldn't disrupt the balance of the tournament, right? That depends on how you look at it. Madame Maxime explained, some animals have advantages that people don't have, for example, if a certain level is about speed, then you Agadu's students have a natural advantage. But that doesn't mean anything, it only means that you Agadu's students show their own characteristics. Felix didn't see any problem with that. Then do you know the amount of time you Agadu's students spent on this magic? Madame Maxime asked. Does it mean it was very long? Felix guessed. At least 3 to 5 years of study. Madame Maxime said, they enter school at the age of 10, and after a year of observation, they choose their own appropriate direction, usually with 2 or 3 subjects as their main focus and 3 or 4 as minors. By the time they reach their senior year, they will have focused all their energy on the main subjects. For example, a young wizard, from the 2nd year onwards, is exposed to the full knowledge of self-transfiguration and proceeds to prepare and practice it, and then after several years of uninterrupted practice, until he or she learns it. Even those who have learned it can also choose a second form, a third form. Very unique indeed. Felix nodded his head. Agadu's headmaster should have regarded this as the knowledge that students must master, that's why he did it. There are some similarities with the advice he mentioned to Dumbledore, nevertheless, to really analyze, the difference in each school is quite big. Where is the controversy? If you look at it alone there is no problem, but if you compare Agadu and Durmstrang to view it. Agadu's students bring their magic that they have practiced for years to the competition without any restrictions, while Durmstrang's students have to endure not being able to use their best dark magic, and of course, Karkaroff disagrees, they have lost too many times in the past and don't want to lose again. Felix understood, this is the key to the problem, the competition represents the honor, and the history of competition between the top 5 schools, it represents the historical honor, the champion is destined to be in the history books, passed down for years. In front of the huge honor, a slight advantage is going to be counted, let alone a gap that big, no one wants to swim with shackles. There are 384 chapters on P_Atrian. 346, Chapter 346 Beaux Batons. Southern France, the Pyrenees. Tucked away in a mountain gorge, surrounded by majestic magical gardens and unfrozen fountains, the Beaux Batons Academy of Magic has stood here for over 700 years. The British Ministry of Magic has failed to respond satisfactorily to the disturbances at the Quidditch World Cup site, and to this day has not produced a satisfactory answer, which makes us wonder whether they can shoulder the burden of hosting a vital and ancient event. The following is part of the opinion of the British Daily Prophet. The Ministry of Magic, note, this refers to Britain, not France, has lost enough vigilance by indulging in the illusion of peace, and with years of lax law and order as well as dark wizards on the loose, the Ministry of Magic, note, ditto, has long since become vulnerable, like a stumbling old man. The Ministry of Magic, note, ditto, has become weak and fragile, like an old man, walking step by step to the grave. We urgently need fresh blood to join. It is easy to see that the British wizards have also lost confidence in their own Ministry of Magic, and perhaps, in this year's tournament, they will see the elegance from France. It is worth mentioning that Felix Happ, the wizard who shone in this crisis, is at this time in the pride of France, the Beaux Batons Academy of Magic, as he has befriended the headmistress, Madame Olympe Maxime during the World Cup, and accepted an invitation for a visit to the school. In addition, he is one of the board members of Beaux Batons, and it is reported that he will be involved in the selection of the champion candidates. Felix closed the French daily journal and muttered, "It's all bollocks, school hasn't even started yet." He put the newspaper aside and concentrated on his breakfast: French croissant, orange juice, fruit platter, and small cookies. As the newspaper said, he had accepted an invitation from Madame Maxime to visit the Beaux Batons school on the very day the Quidditch World Cup ended. It hadn't opened yet, but it isn't empty without a single student either, as some aspiring champions had applied to stay in school. The French side of the news is relatively open, unlike the UK, where the news is kept so dead, so these students have a handful of gossip, either true or false. There are rumors that the number of champions at each school may change, not 1 but 4. These students discussed it at the square table as if they had seen it with their own eyes, and one young girl seriously retorted that each school would send a squad of 3 to participate in the event. But anyway, a lot of minds came alive, and if there had been only one candidate, most students would have given up, but as soon as there is a second chance, many feel that their hopes have instantly increased tenfold. So every student Felix now saw at Beaux Batons is a champion seedling of the competition, a true elite. Word also has it that Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry headmaster suggested a 5-school showdown before putting the candidates' names into the Goblet of Fire so that the others wouldn't have made the trip for nothing, a proposal strongly supported by Agadu. Their school has so many students, it's said that over 1,000 have signed up within the school alone. And there were more students at Agadu than at all 3 European magic schools combined. Among these 3 schools, Hogwarts has the least number of students. This is because it mainly recruits local qualified students in the UK, Other places are not easily accepted, for example basically they won't take the initiative to issue invitations. While most of the students of Beaux Batons come from France, there are also a few young wizards seeking education from Spain, Portugal, Luxembourg, Belgium, and the Netherlands, and as for Strang, which is located in Northern Europe, their range of students also spans more than just Germany and Bulgaria respectively. But when it comes to the most famous school in Europe, the first one that comes to mind internationally is Hogwarts, especially since nearly half a century ago, Albus Dumbledore, who served as Hogwarts headmaster, deterred 2 generations of Dark Lords by himself and defeated and imprisoned one of them, pushing this prestige to new heights. Beaux Batons' dining room table is very characteristic. It is the large square dining table, each side can accommodate 5 or 6 students seated. The table is decorated with exquisite gold and blue floral pattern. The center of the table resembles a candlestick vertical decoration draped with a cluster of flowers. A short distance away from the square table, across from Felix, 2 Beaux Batons students kept quietly checking him out. They whispered in French, "So young to be a school board member. I heard he is the heir to Mr. Nicholas Flamel. Why is his hair black?" "What do you mean?" "Mr. Nicholas Flamel's hair was brown when he was young, and I've seen his portrait. The last name doesn't match either. Could it be his distant descendant or relative? Or a relative on Ms. Perinel's side?" They chattered and discussed, talking louder and louder. "Keep your voice down," one of them said as they peered around for a moment, relieved to see Felix not reacting to the conversation between them, as he's studying the various fruit jams on the table, spreading them one by one on the bread to try the flavors. Maybe he doesn't understand French. The girls then got to the subject of the tournament. "How's your magic practice going?" "Sloppy. The professors found the most frequent spells that have appeared in previous contests for us to take as reference, and I've only mastered a third of them." "That's not bad," Professor Sanchez said. "My reaction is always half a beat slower than others. I think there's not much hope of me being selected." The young girl said sadly. At that moment, a girl approached Felix lightly and said in French, "Mr. Happ, Madame Maxime invites you to the professor's afternoon tea party." "Thank you," Felix said in perfect French as he stood up and bowed slightly toward the 2 dumbfounded girls next to him. "Regarding your previous questions, the answer is, I am not related to Nicholas by blood, I just inherited his alchemy." "Hello, my name is Fleur Delacour," the girl leading the way said as she walked ahead. As she spun back, she had long silver blonde hair like a waterfall. "Hello, Miss Delacour, I've heard your name quite a few times these days. I hope it's not a bad reputation. I don't get along with the girls, they complain that I steal their thunder." Fleur tossed her long hair, the surface of her silver blonde hair jumping with bright curves of brilliance. "They think you're the first choice for the champion." "Oh, that's a truth," Fleur said confidently, "I will definitely be a champion." Beaux Batons resembled a palace, and as the 2 walked through the exquisite suites, galleries, and side halls, Felix stopped for a moment at the Abraxans kept in the gardens. They had beautiful silver manes and each one as large as an elephant. "These are the Abraxans, with beautiful shapes, especially their manes, which I think are the most beautiful of the 4 types of Pegasus, and they are so strong that they will pull the school carriage across the straits and mountains when the time comes," Fleur said braggingly. Felix nodded slightly. "Madame Maxime introduced them to me, and she said that the carriage had multiple enchantments applied to it, especially the concealment and floating enchantments." Madame Maxime waited in a French aristocratic parlor, and when Felix appeared, she rose to welcome him, followed by a dozen French professors. "Mr. Happ, sit over here." "Thank you, my dear," she said to Fleur, who left with a brisk step. Madame Maxime made introductions to Felix. "This is Professor Sanchez, in charge of the spell training for the students during the summer. This is Lemaire, she is in charge of potions, and this is Boyle, he is very good at herbalism and alchemy. Honestly, I don't know if alchemical items are allowed, but it's best to prepare in advance." Felix nodded and smiled at them. "I've interacted with Professor Boyle, and his attainments in alchemy are marvelous." Boyle, an old professor with a full head of white hair and a slim body, said tremblingly, "This statement should be passed on to Professor Happ as it is. I really can't understand how, although he is young, he knows all kinds of ancient magic artifacts by heart and has solved many of my problems." The professor named Sanchez couldn't wait to ask, "Professor Happ, what do you think of Beaux Batons' students? I heard that Hogwarts didn't prepare for summer training. Are you guys that certain that you will win?" Confident indeed, a little high, but Felix looked at the others. "This year is different, with new schools joining the competition, I guess the competition will be a lot more difficult." "That's true," Sanchez nodded, scratching his big red beard. "As the professor in charge of the students' summer training, he is responsible for a subject similar to Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts, so he has deliberately tried to gather information about them. At this moment," he said with confidence, "the difficulty will certainly be adjusted. After all, we must consider the performance of other schools. It is just not easy to say whether to raise or lower it. For the first time it is estimated that we have little experience. Unlike before, there are only 3 schools who all know each other well. He tentatively asked, if Ilvermorny and Uagadou became rampant, does Hogwarts have any countermeasures against them? The other professors froze, and then stared at Felix with unblinking eyes. Felix shook his head, I don't know much about other schools, the only thing I can do is to improve the ability of our students. I am more optimistic about some people, they have great potential. That's true. Sanchez was a bit reluctant, but it's our competition, we can't let an outsider take the championship, right? Other professors secretly nodded their heads. This statement is somewhat xenophobic, but the three schools, after all, belong to Europe, vaguely counted as an alliance, although there is competition between them internally. In fact, their relationship is quite good. But if in the end Ilvermorny or Uagadou won the championship, it would undoubtedly be a very humiliating thing for the wizards of the whole of Europe. All of them would also be scolded for being a failure by the public. Felix scanned the room and said lightly, from the beginning of Hogwarts, it has lasted for 1,000 years, during which it has experienced countless challenges, but no one has been able to bring it down, hence the motto never tickle a sleeping dragon, so I believe we will show our strength without losing our honor. There are 386 chapters on P_Atrian. 347, Chapter 347 The End of Modern Magic? The professor from Beaux Batons did not manage to inquire anything, so he looked a little disappointed. In fact, Felix also heard some hints about an alliance, and he who is both a professor of Hogwarts and school board member of Beaux Batons should be the most suitable person to become a bridge between them. But at the moment, even the competition event is not clear, so now you can't rush to draw help, so the total alliance topic can only be considered as overthinking. And neither does he intend to get involved in it. If he had to choose one side between the two schools, there is no doubt that it would be Hogwarts. Just like if you ask the same question to Nicholas Flamel, his answer certainly would be Beaux Batons. For the next few days, Felix stayed in Beaux Batons' library, leafing through interesting material to fill his knowledge base. His biggest gain there would not be a specific magic, but a new, fresh perspective on knowledge. Felix first noticed the anomaly in the alumni gift section of the library. Both Hogwarts and Beaux Batons would buy new books to stock the library every year, and in addition to that, they would also accept gifts from alumni, in the form of rare ancient books as well as academic results from well-known alumni. For an example, Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Insights, Flitwick's Charms Research, Snape's Potions Formula. If there is no designated successor, they will all end up in Hogwarts. And Felix discovered that in terms of understanding of the same magic, there were slight deviations between the Beaux Batons collection and what he perceived, not personal bias, but an overall variation. This type of perception cannot be described in words, but nevertheless, it is present in a true sense. It is like two compasses, one shifted 0.01 degrees to the left and one to the right. In the middle, separated by Beaux Batons and Hogwarts. In the middle of the night, the sky looked like a black velvet cloth, with the full moon passing just a few days ago. In a makeshift office, Felix spread out a piece of parchment and tried to record the sudden inspiration that came to him. It's like putting a thin veil over your eyes, and over time, you naturally lose sight of it. It doesn't affect your vision, but it's still there. If you use color to represent the difference, Hogwarts is transparent silver-white, and Beaux Batons is navy blue. It's not about which color it is, but everything you see will be tainted with that color. Perhaps it's a difference in perception of magic brought by subtle differences between cultures which do not influence spell casting, yet. He paused to ponder. Felix couldn't help but reflect on whether he is being too sensitive, but he quickly found a way to verify it. The next day, he borrowed a pile of huge, thick books from the Beaux Batons library. Then, he used the occlumency to temporarily block his knowledge of the shield charm, including the humanoid shield charm, the Protego Horribilis as well as other types of derivations of that charm, and even the knowledge related to that charm was also sealed. Then he picked up a thick book, as he leafed through the introduction of the shield charm, and started to learn it from the beginning. This process is really awkward. Whenever the old magic knowledge appears, he will immediately shield that memory, then he will consider himself as a blank piece of parchment, a little wizard who knows nothing. What he wanted to do was, in fact, was to temporarily put aside his past knowledge about magic, and his experience related to it. Then he would start again from the most basic foundation, and learn the shield charm all over again, by excluding the previous traces and perspectives as much as possible. He didn't know if this would be of any use to him, but his intuition told him that it would be a good way to experience the magic. He actually tried the simplest Lumos spell as a starter, but unfortunately, it became so instinctive that he could still use it even after shielding his knowledge about that magic, as he couldn't able to block his instincts. After weighing his options, he selected the shield charm. As one of the 6th level magic that he mastered, it also had extremely strong potential, unlike some simple spells that had the same effect even after further practice. It took less than an hour for him to remaster the spell, and a thin layer of magic barrier appeared in front of him. Felix couldn't help but groan to himself, I've never cast such a weak shield charm before, it can be broken with a snap of the fingers. But this is actually the same level as the first shield charm he successfully cast when he was yet to enroll in school. Only that memory was a bit too distant. It's been a long time since I've had this exhilarating feeling, so I hope it will bring me a pleasant surprise. What follows will be the process of constant familiarization with magic. In addition to extensive practice, there is also the analyzing of the magic spell. Felix became familiar with the process and looked at the pile of books in front of him, all of which related to the shield charm. He opened one of the books, read the contents carefully, understood, and then adjusted his movements according to what it said, then paused in the middle of it to continue reading the book. After reading it, he continued to practice, and the cycle continued. His understanding of the shield charm progressed at an alarming rate, and the power of the charm continued to strengthen, quickly reaching level 2, 3, until the level of 4 when he gradually perceived the difference. The new version of the shield charm grew darker and darker, no longer colorless and transparent, but has a rusty, dark red, and iron-gray intertwined color with seemingly burned edges and a brass metallic sheen at the highlighted joints. What's going on here? Felix felt a little blinded for the first time. That's right, he was practicing from Beauxbaton's collection, and everyone who can leave their insights in the library can't be that bad, at least not in a straightforward statement, giving wrong solutions. He had a little guess in his mind. In fact, after each person learns magic, the characteristics of the external manifestation of the spell will be different, but these kinds of detailed problems, actually no one cares about it, all chalked up as a normal phenomenon. Even if the same person casts the same magic, it is impossible to be the same every time. In the opinion of most wizards, this is not a problem at all, and if you insist on breaking the crucible and asking questions to the end, others will think that you have taken the bull by the horns. Spell casting distance, spell power, traveling speed, etc., all vary from person to person. These are common knowledge in the wizarding community, and no one will think twice about it. Felix expected there would be some differences, he just didn't think that with the same starting point, the differences would be so big when he reached the end. The shield charm he learned from Hogwarts, at the level of 6, is a golden half-armor that is outlined in the air, of course, can also be a shield, but the shield charm he learned from Beauxbaton's, at about level 4, it looked like a rusty piece of worn iron armor. I seem to have found something remarkable. Felix's eyes became bright, and he decided to temporarily keep the original shield charm aside and practice Beauxbaton's version of the shield charm to the level of 6th level charm in a short period of time to see what the result would be. He also had a very interesting idea. If the understanding of two versions of the level 6 shield charm were combined into one, would it take it to a whole new level? And is this, in turn, would help him peak at the level reached by the 4 founders of Hogwarts? Magical creatures, magical creatures is it? He always remembered the words of Lady Rowena Ravenclaw. Only now does he have a direction on how to do it, as he had no clue previously. Now finally, there is an idea of combining the understanding of the two shield charms together, which might lead to a 7th level magic spell. Would that be the case? He is actually not sure, but it is worth a try. The power of the 7th level spell is still a minor thing, as Felix estimated that it would not be stronger than those ancient magics he had already mastered, or maybe he can use this opportunity to get a glimpse of the original nature of the shield charm. That's right, the original nature. He had always been curious about one thing, modern magic at the end of the line, will it still have heavy restrictions on the spell casting? Or, to put it another way, is the end of modern magic something that turns magic into a wizard's innate talent? As he told the young wizards at the Magic Rune Club, maybe we're just getting back our spell casting instincts. It's like simple magic like Lumos and levitation charm, which Felix can now do just by thinking about it in his head. The process does not require any incantation, it's just him simply thinking about the cup coming over to him, thus the magic does it for him, similar to the young non-schooled wizard who does all sorts of unimaginable things with their powerful emotions when there is in danger. Only, Felix's magical instincts were stronger that he didn't need to amplify himself with emotions. He had read a quote in a book, "The accidental magic of the little wizards may not be powerful, but each one is a spectacular banquet of magnificent compound magic. In the moment of blossoming magic, they are omnipotent gods." Thinking left and right, Felix felt that the reason why the same spell was learned in two different forms was most likely because he had been in a state of blindness, touching a corner of the true nature of magic. It was like two people climbing a mountain, starting from the same place, and then later choosing different paths, eventually meeting at the top of the mountain. When they looked up from the top, it turned out that there was more than one path to the top. Or maybe they met at the hillside and then collaborated with each other in order to walk the last stretch. He recorded these speculations and put them in the thinking room. They were pure fantasy to the little wizard and could be equated with the strange adventures of little wizard Mick. But for those old wizards who delved into magic theory, it is an absolute gem. The day before school started, Felix said goodbye to Madame Maxime. The students of Beauxbatons would not leave for Hogwarts until October, and he promised to take care of the group at that time. He made a trip to Diagon Alley first, entrusted the company to Lupin, and returned to Hogwarts before Lupin drew his wand and hexed him. He was in a surprisingly relaxed mood when he returned to his ancient rune's office after a long absence. Then he smiled as he pulled a silver pocket watch out of his pocket and let the Niffler Valen out of it. "This is your new home." With an order of Merlin around her neck and an hourglass in her hand, Niffler kept surveying her surroundings. It meant, "Can I hole up here and look for treasure?" Felix glanced at her. A quill on the table suddenly jumped up and morphed into a small bench. Valen reflexively straightened her body, as she waved her hand and sighed. Number James Fleming, thanks for your support. There are 386 chapters on P_Atrian. 348, Chapter 348 Dumbledore at 17. The next day, it rained heavily at Hogwarts, dousing the morning fog in the Forbidden Forest, while leaving everything within sight grey and dull. Niffler shrunk into a basket bed that is covered with a fine sponge and velvet sheet. Since yesterday, when she knew that she would be staying at Hogwarts for a long time, she refused to go into the space inside the pocket watch and moved her bed out when Felix wasn't looking. Then she hid the silver pocket watch away, and later Felix can't find where she had put it even after he sorted through her collection again. Of course, he did not seriously look for it. He can't always keep her inside. Before there was nothing he could do when they're out of the house. Somehow, her collection got enriched silver fork, which should be the tableware of Beau's batons, the crystal ball emitting light. Felix looked at it left and right before recognizing it as the one from Nicholas's former residence the first time he saw it. The top was covered with dust, but now it is clean and smooth. When Felix looked at Valen, she carefully blew a breath and rubbed the surface of the crystal ball with her small hand to make the interior more visible with clarity and brightness. In addition, there are also some miscellaneous new objects, presumably also collected while Felix was not paying attention: thermostatic pendant, badger-shaped magic lamp, flint case, grey hourglass, gold necklace. Oh, this Felix knows it. He changed it with golden galleons. The reason is to find out how dark the Gringotts goblins actually are, to find how much galleons mixed with sand and other minerals. The result, well, he suddenly wanted to rob the goblin race. He remembered having read a book about ancient goblins, which described in detail the extravagant life of the top 10 families of goblins, all kinds of details written vividly as if the wizard who wrote the book lying on his stomach in the goblin burrows to check it out. In his description, these goblin families are comparable to the Malfoy of today's magical world. It's hard to say who the wizard who wrote the book had more ill will towards, but Lucius Malfoy certainly wouldn't have liked to let the metaphor circulate. It had been a week since the Quidditch World Cup had ended, and in that time Lucius had not given him any response. Felix is in no hurry. These pure-blood families will choose a good day to even send invitations, let alone to bow down and submit to him from now on. In addition, the Ministry of Magic has not given up on tracking down the escaped hooded wizard due to public pressure, so I guess the matter will have to drag on for a while. But Felix only intends to wait until Christmas this year. If Lucius does not respond by then, he will have to collect the debt. Right now, Niffler Valen has taken a fancy to the ring of the Ouroboros snake, which is kept on his workbench, and at the same time she also adores the silvery memory stone basin. But last night Felix taught her a new lesson. The new lesson, in summary: her little pocket should be used to hold her favorite things, and anything that is not that precious should be kept in the office, which is also her home and hideout. Since then, she has learned the truth that the cunning Niffler should have 3 caves, hideout. There is also the fact that it cannot steal other people's things, otherwise, Felix will cast a spell to seal up her little pocket and will also give her treasures away in front of her. Then there is an additional reward if she behaves well. After many days of education and coercion, Niffler Valen raised her 3 pink fingers and swore to heaven in the name of her 2 little brothers. Rumble. A lightning bolt cut through the grey sky and illuminated the figure of Felix standing in front of the window screen. Niffler Warren raised her head, squirmed her body to climb onto Felix's shoulder, and looked out with him at the thick curtain of rain. They listened to the sound of the pouring rain, the thin, blown-away haze of rain hitting their faces, which is cool and refreshing. Felix tilted his head slightly to the side and said with a grin, "Don't wear that necklace in the future, it's too ugly." Niffler also turned her nose away, her dark little eyes despising his aesthetics. 11 o'clock in the morning. By this time, the Hogwarts Express would have departed King's Cross Station, spewing out steam and heading towards the Scottish Highlands. Felix appeared in the headmaster's office, where Professor McGonagall is sitting on the sofa and discussing with Dumbledore about the reception of the 4 wizarding schools during the Tournament of Champions. Madame Maxime and the students of Beau's batons will be arriving in a carriage, and they can be housed at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and the people of Durmstrang will come by boat and can be housed close to the Black Lake. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips, but the other 2 schools are not easy to arrange, although Uagadou does not mind living in the Forbidden Forest, as they can turn themselves into small animals. Minerva, Dumbledore propped a hand on his forehead, Ilvermorny will use the Portkaya to cross the continent and will disguise themselves as a traveling group. They can be accommodated near the Quidditch pitch, and as for Uagadou, they won't be here until later. Later than scheduled. Professor McGonagall asked, "How many days later?" "That's the problem," Dumbledore said, gesturing for Felix to find a place to sit down as he said with some distress, they're planning to travel all the way over here. Professor McGonagall looked at him in surprise. Albus, what are you talking about? They're literally in Africa. Yeah, I know, and I've been there a few times, especially hoping to try the dream messenger job. Dumbledore said with a smirk, tell the young wizards in their dreams that you've been accepted, and then leaving a notice behind. Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall looked at him sternly. Oh, yes, where were we? The people from Uagadou use the journey as a training exercise, they've always had that tradition, but going from Africa to England is something that has never happened before. Professor McGonagall's expression grew serious. Albus, this shows that they take this competition very seriously. I can almost imagine what kind of honing those children have gone through on the road. Compared to them, our students can't even pronounce the incantation properly. Minerva, don't get carried away. Dumbledore smiled and said, I always thought that our students are not that bad. Isn't that right, Felix? Felix looked up and laughed, dismantling the stage. Albus, I just got back from Beauxbatons, and their students have been informed of the tournament in advance, and they are using the summer break for special training. Dumbledore was dumbfounded as he looked at Professor McGonagall, and sure enough, she said indignantly in a loud voice, look at that, Dumbledore. Other schools are preparing, and we having a happy time over the holidays. The students don't even know that their Quidditch match is cancelled this year. Minerva. I've been trying to talk to you about this for a long time, and it turns out that you can't be found at all, just like a hands-off manager. Professor McGonagall's chest constantly heaving, obviously exasperated, at the thought of Hogwarts students will be hung up and beaten, her heart stuffed tight. Felix, who was watching the fun, looked away sheepishly, thinking about Lupin, to whom he had left a whole load of work. Is Remus in the same mood as Minerva? Minerva, Dumbledore obliged to appease his deputy headmistress, so he said, I have made arrangements, and Felix is here today for that matter. Really? Professor McGonagall gave him a skeptical expression. Of course, Felix nodded. I advised the headmaster during the holidays to include some spells that must be mastered before graduation, and Albus said that he would have to reconsider, and now he will probably agree with it. Not this matter. Dumbledore said helplessly. But I think it's a good proposal, McGonagall said as she looked over at Felix. I've always thought the young wizards were too lazy. Felix, we could talk about it sometime and get it settled. Dumbledore interrupted their conversation and said bluntly, I'm going to let the dueling club take on additional roles, and it will become a special elective course with an open-ended faculty that can be rotated. And Felix, you'll have to spare more time for special training of the champions. Why me? Felix asked curiously. You have the unique advantage with those magical teaching aids. Dumbledore winked, they will help with the champions training a lot. Didn't you ask me to give my opinion? I think that stone basin is far from being used as it should be, it has surpassed the Pensieve. Felix mulled over the headmaster's words, you mean? I can offer a memory of the 17-year-old me. Dumbledore nodded slightly, containing my own battle wisdom. Felix was taken aback, a wizard's memory is his most valuable asset, many people will guard it very tightly, although he knew that Dumbledore would certainly eliminate irrelevant memories beforehand to prevent someone from snooping, but this trust came too suddenly. Dumbledore smiled slightly when he saw Felix looking at him blankly, am I an old fogey in your eyes, who is still living in the last century? Felix regained his composure, just a bit of a surprise, Headmaster Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall was very interested in what they were talking about, and after learning what the memory stone basin could do, she immediately decided to join in, there are other professors we can get. No, Minerva, Dumbledore shook his head firmly and said in a quiet voice, don't bother the other professors, we can't force them to make a decision, don't even mention it. Professor McGonagall opened her mouth, but Dumbledore's attitude was so firm that she did not raise her voice to object. All right then, I'll go and set up the Great Hall with Phileas. She said and walked out of the office. Headmaster, what led you to this decision? To be honest, I was shocked just now. Felix said jokingly when only 2 people were left in the headmaster's office. Because Dumbledore received a letter from, the sorting hat on the compartment suddenly cracked open a slit on it and said audibly. But Dumbledore directed a solemn gaze at it, and it immediately shut its mouth and turned to softly hum the song of this year's sorting. Bold Gryffindor, from Wild Moor. Fair Ravenclaw, from Glen. Sweet Hufflepuff, from Valley Broad. Shrewd Slytherin, from Fen. They shared a wish, a hope, a dream. They shared a wish, a hope. The sorting hat seemed to not have made up the lyrics, or was in the final stages of rehearsal, repeating the last line over and over again, but the song was so hard to listen to as Felix had listened to it for 7 years when he was at school, and 2 years after he graduated, that he grew a bit tired of it, if only it would just shut up and let itself be studied. Dumbledore did not care about the sorting hat, he just raised the volume, as he explained, remember the Christmas present you gave me the first year you joined, the 99 inventions that changed the world. I passed it to a friend, and we talked about what was in it when you were mentioned incidentally. There are 388 chapters on P_Atrian. 349, Chapter 349 Reality Adaptation. Felix nodded slightly. From what he was aware of, Dumbledore traveled widely, has friends all over the world. If you add the number of his fans, 10 Lockhart combined won't be his rival. Sometimes he could not help but speculate, the reason why Dumbledore seems so busy, wasn't it because he was hiding in his office writing letters to his pen pals all around the world? Ahem. You can't stray too much, the headmaster should be doing some serious tasks, like analyzing Tom Riddle's childhood life. With that he might as well write a thesis like the influence of childhood upbringing on the key choices of a wizard's life when he grows up, a brief analysis from first, second, and third perspectives. Felix took out the stone basin from the ring, and the two entered the inner space, which is a white world with a foggy surrounding. Dumbledore surveyed the surroundings with interest. He said with a sigh, "You are the only one in this world who has this ability, judging from the traces of magic left behind. Very subtle, yes, subtle." Felix asked, "No one else can't do it?" He made it without much thought about anything else, he just thought about it then made it, and he also considered it at that time as a defective product, not as good as the original Pensieve, so he never cared. It was only later that he gradually developed its functions. Dumbledore said, "I'll say what I can see, ancient runes, alchemy, hardening charm, extension charm, transfiguration, memory magic, very unique, I seem to see some solid magic nodes." He stretched out his hand, his slender fingers pointed in the air, the surrounding clouds immediately churned up. "What is this?" he asked curiously. "The memory node, and also the magic node here," Felix said briefly. Dumbledore nodded slightly, "It seems you have made improvements, it's getting farther away from the function of the Pensieve, but closer to the room of requirement." His eyes swept around sharply, causing Felix to feel a vague tingle and a layer of goosebumps on his skin, like irritation. The headmaster's vision is very sharp. Although the shape of the stone basin is very similar to the Pensieve, it is closer to the principle of the room of requirement. It is enchanted with an undetectable extension charm, which stretched the space to the size of 5-6 basketball courts, and filled with various blank memory fragments inside, which remained intact with the help of the runes. He also used memory nodes to build a more solid structure. The advantage of this is that real people and false illusions can interact, and as the owner of the stone basin, Felix is able to use the all-pervasive memory power to perform what he is capable of in the thinking room. Felix took a few steps forward, the clouds churned and opened a path, and an ancient pyramid appeared in front of the two. He showed a smile and extended an invitation, "Headmaster, this is a level adapted and inspired from a real experience, a real experience I had during the summer, want to try it?" Dumbledore took his eyes off the memory node and carefully examined the pyramid in the cloud. He knew it is all false, probably just a memory manifestation, but it looks quite real. Could Felix really have mastered the principle of the room of requirement? He became interested and walked toward the open golden door, and could see that the interior of the pyramid is pitch black, and from nowhere a beam of light hurled into the inner part about 7 or 8 feet from the door, but it appeared it became even more pitch black in the depths. The two stepped into the pyramid, and the next second, Felix's figure suddenly disappeared, and the door slammed shut. Dumbledore looked at the eerie and frightening Pharaoh's burial tomb with its own miserable soundtrack, so he muttered, "I'm just an old man." He drew his wand, and slashed his arm down. Buzz magic fluctuations made the entire pyramid shake in unison. If it had legs, it probably would have run away by itself. Felix's sigh echoed around, "Headmaster, this is just a toy I made for the members of the Magic Rune Club, it just happened to occur to me that it could be used to train champions, but it still can't handle a spell at your full strength." Dumbledore's eyes seemed to see the very top of the pyramid, where Felix is sitting lazily at the top, waiting for him. Dumbledore smiled faintly, put away his wand, and walked up the only path as he picked his pace, meeting all sorts of strange creatures, only to be blocked by vines, chains, and tough barriers that suddenly appeared, and after a few minutes, he pushed open a door where Felix is sitting right outside, looking over the sea of clouds. "Albus, what do you think?" Dumbledore said with amusement, "I'm going to praise your imagination, Felix. Big spiders and pythons are still traceable, what's with those cars that screech and transform? Is it Arthur's car that inspired you? But as far as I know, it stayed well in the Forbidden Forest and did not develop any strange abilities. There are also monsters with insect exoskeletons and acid breath." Felix said nonchalantly, "Some are made up, some are from films that I saw and borrowed them here." His two little legs dangled out and kept swaying. "It's wonderful, but unfortunately I have not studied it in depth." Dumbledore said. He thought carefully, commented, "Our ideas actually have similarities. Those wacky creatures of yours can be used to exercise the student's adaptability, although it is clear that you did not put too much thought, and there is less connection with reality." Felix also admitted this, "The more you know, the more real the memory will be. This is the drawback of constructing a virtual memory, I can't do anything about it." Instead of making a real 4D world and making students confuse it with reality, it would be better to deliberately make it look false at a glance. If he intends to construct a sphinx, then he must know the habits of this magical creature very well to do so, or else if you made a messy alteration as a matter of course, as a result, the students believe it is real, then what if they encounter a real sphinx in the wild, they might make a fatal mistake at that time. Dumbledore nodded slightly, agreeing with his opinion. Every time he exchanged ideas about magic with Felix, there would be something new to learn. He thought down this line of thought and quickly thought of ways to perfect it. He thought of a man who could certainly recreate a magical creature vividly if it were him. The world's most distinguished expert in the Magi zoologist, Newt Scamander. The only question is whether there is a need for that. Dumbledore secretly noted this, decided to keep observing it further. I also noticed a problem, which may not be considered as a real issue, but it is worth noticing. Dumbledore said, this place somewhat has singular means of protection, as long as there is someone who has a certain understanding of memory magic, they can borrow the authority of this place. He waved his hand, the pyramid beneath the two of them collapsed in an instant, they then stood very abruptly in a square, which Felix had just made it out of the stained glass on a crumbling tomb, and the next second, the scene changed into empty highlands, and before their eyes was another blur, then they were standing in front of the Hogwarts castle bay window. Dumbledore said softly, when it comes to the attainment of memory magic, I'm actually no match for you, but I can still manifest these scenes. Also, I just made my will infiltrate and let the surroundings mistakenly think I cast a successful spell, and they became what I wanted them to be. Felix shrugged, you made a good point, there are indeed quite a few loopholes. I was just too lazy to correct it before, after all, he gave a dangerous smile and kept flexing his fingers, if any student from the club dares to try something funny, I'll let them experience a 20-minute free fall. Dumbledore fell silent at that. They emerged from the stone basin. Dumbledore needed some time to prepare for extracting the memories of his youth. The good thing is that every headmaster must leave a portrait of himself, he is not a stranger to this process. Felix returned to his office, in the sound of dense rain, suddenly thought of something, he drew his wand, the tip of the wand exploded into a silvery light, Rain Swallow Patroness took shape in midair. He then placed his wand against his forehead and drew a silver line, which outlined in the air, and a silver white-colored cloak slowly appeared. The Rain Swallow Patroness let out a chirp and plunged into the cloak, and after the dazzling light disappeared, a ghost that hid its face beneath the cloak appeared. Let's call you. Well, forget it for now, and let's see if you can fool the ghosts in the castle. Felix surveyed the ghost in front of him, it kind of looked like a Dementor that got a facelift, he suddenly remembered that he still had a dozen of them in his ring, his schedule was too full recently, that the original research work had to be postponed again and again. The silver-white ghost is about 3 feet off the ground when it turned to leave, you can look for the Peeves, he fears Baron for a reason. Felix reminded. Whoosh. The ghost disappeared in a flash. Felix reached up to hold his forehead, the speed hasn't changed at all, anyone can see the problem now. He took over the Patroness and wandered around the castle in its perspective. Meanwhile, on the Hogwarts Express train. In the carriage, a golden shadow scurried around headlessly, and as it approached, Harry reached out and clutched the golden snitch in one fell swoop, nice catch. The twins passing by gave him a thumbs up. Harry grinned, expecting Cho Chang to pass by in the corridor and see him catching the golden snitch accidentally, she is a Ravenclaw seeker, so she should be able to tell how difficult this move is. He had just seen Cho Chang in the corridor and couldn't resist the urge to do something to impress her, then he remembered the advice Sirius had given him a while ago, and he rummaged it out of his traveling trunk. He is now so skilled at it, as he was playing with Golden Snitch whenever he was bored at Disley's house. A ruckus came from the side of the door, and a familiar dragging voice drifted in through a small, thumb-sized gap in the door. You know, Father really considered sending me to Durmstrang instead of Hogwarts. He knew the headmaster of that school. But my mother didn't want me to go to the school that far away. Durmstrang students are seriously studying dark magic, I mean, some of it comes in handy. Hermione stood up and tiptoed over to the compartment door, shutting it tightly to keep Malfoy's voice out. Leave the golden snitch alone, you look so silly, Harry. She said impatiently. Harry snapped, ready to put the golden snitch away. Ron took it as soon as he could, let me play with it for a while. He'd just taken a quick glance. Harry pointed towards Hermione and shrugged, Ron. Hermione yelled, Ron's hand shook, and he slapped Harry in the face. Oh, sorry, Harry. There is a flurry of activity in the compartment, Ron's new owl bouncing around the cage, Hermione's pet cat whining and whimpering, and when everything calmed down, Harry's face left with a red slap mark, and 2 scratch marks from the cat's claws. He immediately changed his mind, before he regretted that he could not meet Cho Chang, but now he sincerely hoped that he would not bump into her. Even when the snack cart passed their compartment, Harry begged Ron and Hermione to go out and buy some. After a while, Ron returned with a pile of snacks in his arms, placed them on the small table, and said to Harry with a very strange expression, "You were right." "What?" Harry ripped open a box of chocolate frog and bit off the head of the frog in one bite. "We met Cho Chang, and she came with her friend to buy snacks, it's a good thing you didn't go." Harry suddenly choked, he coughed violently, his face turned red. "What are you talking about?" "Well," Ron wrapped his hand around his shoulders and said playfully, "I could tell that you had a thing for her from the last term, it's pretty obvious, ask Hermione." Harry's heart suddenly burst out, now all he wanted is to find a crack in the ground. Hermione raised her eyebrows, "I thought you were giggling all the way because you saw Malfoy practicing illumination in the carriage." "This is against the rules, I must tell Professor Hap." Ron answered, shaking his head dramatically, "This is a train, no one cares. Might as well talk about Durmstrang, what's that?" The sky grew dark. In fact, it never dawned, as thick rain clouds covered everything up. After an unknown amount of time, the Hogwarts express train finally slowed down and docked at the darkened Hogsmeade station. The doors opened and the sound of rumbling thunder was heard through the air. The trio shivered and looked outside as the rain poured down and the wind howled. "We're not going to drown on the road, are we?" Harry asked. "Think about Hagrid," Ron replied without thinking, "he's got to take the first years across the lake in a boat, in this weather, that can be pretty irritating. Number that person and number the Ravenbrand, thanks for your support. There are 388 chapters on P_Atreon. 350, Chapter 350 Disguised as a Ghost. Patronus, Dementor?" As usual, the first-year students were being brought by Hagrid via boat over the lake, while the rest of the students took the carriage and travelled along the path to the main entrance of the school. The school Great Hall. "This way, my lord," Peeves nodded as he flipped through the air and guided a strange ghost to the Great Hall. The tall ghost covered himself up so tightly that from under his cloak, only a pair of silver, unfeeling eyes could be seen. Peeves said with a smile, "Then I'll leave you alone now, I have some work to do. I need to prepare a lot of water balloons for the new students, don't you want to see the water balloons explode over the heads of the cute little things?" The ghost did not say a word. Peeves was just about to leave when a large silver hand poked out from under the cloak and swiftly grabbed the back of Peeves' neck and shook him hard. Peeves struggled twice, but could not break free. Instead, he swayed rhythmically as he floated, with a helpless face. He is a poltergeist or ghost born in the castle, with greater ability compared to ordinary ghosts. Unlike ordinary ghosts who can only slightly interfere with reality, he can truly engage with reality and can even wrestle with the students to see who has more strength. The one who could deter him is the professor of the school as the collective entity of the students' emotions. Peeves' fear of the professor is engraved into his bones, but at the same time, he is the representative of the naughty students, so always be able to talk his way out, and what he truly fears is the professor who is full of authority and uprightness. The second one is powerful wizards who can affect him, such as Headmaster Dumbledore and Felix Hap. Third, some special ghosts, such as Bloody Baron, and... The short Peeves looked at the tall, indifferent ghost in front of him and cursed in a low voice. The silver eyes under the ghost's cloak suddenly looked at him, to which the Peeves immediately plastered a naive smile and kept rubbing his fingers. The ghosts in the Great Hall murmured. "Another newcomer." Nearly Headless Nick, the resident ghost of Gryffindor House, said sentimentally. "Looks like a tough one." The Fat Friar, the resident ghost of Hufflepuff House, said cheerfully, "How nice, just in time when we need someone to deal with the Peeves." "Yeah, that's true." Nearly Headless Nick said, ever since Bloody Baron left, as he looked around meaningfully, evoking a chorus of echoes and vocal comments about Peeves' misdeeds. "By the way," one of the ghosts asked, "which of you still have that picture of Peeves?" "Oh, that picture when the twins were playing a prank on Peeves by blowing him all over the castle with a fan." Nearly Headless Nick asked contentedly, with a satisfied smile, "I do, in exchange for 5 mysteries." "How about hosting a photo viewing party?" a ghost suggested. About a year or so ago, when it was still Felix's first year on the job, he had cast a Confondue's charm in response to the Peeves' provocation, making the Peeves muddled with the concept of time, as he mistakenly believed he had just born, unable to handle the students' various chaotic and mischievous thoughts. His old rival, the Weasley twins, took the opportunity to conjure up 2 fans and took turns taking Peeves around to exhibit him, and almost succeeded in throwing a party, but unfortunately, it was stopped midway by Professor McGonagall, and many of the young wizards and all the ghosts voiced out their great regret about it. Some onlookers at the time took pictures of the spectacle, and later the pictures began to circulate, causing many people to frantically seize them, but when Peeves recovered he got vexed and snatched most of them away. During that time, the Moaning Myrtle shuttled through the girls' lavatories on every floor, telling every student about Peeves' bullying and his misdeeds. At the faculty table, Felix and Professor McGonagall chatted about the unfinished business from the headmaster's office, and Flitwick joined them halfway through their discussion of which spells would be appropriate to put in the must-master category. Professor McGonagall said seriously, "I would prefer that the young wizards have all the knowledge they need if possible, every lesson is important." "But Minerva," if we intend to do something, we have to consider how we can get the students to accept it. Flitwick pointed out. Professor McGonagall grunted. Of course, she knew that, she just expected too much from her students. Felix nodded gently. My idea is to break up the spells and divide them into the various grades. For example, the disarming charm would be more appropriate to be studied in the 3rd year and assessed in the 4th year, while the apparition will probably need to be studied in the 6th year and assessed in the 7th year. He added, the purpose of the test is not for credit, rather to make them master those spells truly, so I think the assessment time should be as flexible as possible, and there should not be any limitation on the number of attempts. Flitwick thought for a while and said, that's a good idea. If we centralize the exam to the last year, probably most students will keep dragging their feet. Severus, what do you think? I have no opinion, you did not include the potions. Snape said coldly. This. Flitwick stammered, you're also one of the regular professors in the dueling club, aren't you? You should know that defense against the dark arts has always been a shortcoming of our students, and thankfully the dueling club can fill in some gaps. Lupin taught it well last year. Professor McGonagall interjected. I understand, Flitwick said, and Belby too, they both did it pretty well, but... He hesitated for a moment, trying to organize his words, but we all know what that class is like. Each professor only has 1 year to teach, and I won't deny that Dumbledore has gone out of his way to get as many good wizards as possible to teach the class, but a good wizard and a good professor are 2 different things. Just because you learn it well doesn't mean you can teach it well as well. Felix concluded. That's right. Flitwick's eyes lit up, that's right. A good professor needs a lot of experience and the ability to understand the various difficulties that students may encounter. This process may last for years, but for a professor taking this class, it's simply not possible. The Charms class and Defense Against the Dark Arts, although both teach spells, they focus on completely different aspects. I teach general practical magic and of course, various basic skills, while those offensive spells and defensive spells that can be used in duels are basically classified under the category of Defense Against the Dark Arts. It happens that the professors of this class are the most unstable. If you meet a good teacher, you can learn more. If you meet an unfit one or one who is not good at teaching, you will screw up. The professors went silent. A long list of names of professors who had taught Defense Against the Dark Arts classes over the years popped up in their minds, one right after another. Felix also pondered the professors he had come into contact with, both those he had met in school and those he had met on in his work, and frankly, the ones like Lockhart had been the bottom line in every sense of the word. Most of professors are just mediocre, or not very good at teaching students, often describing a simple problem in a way that would cloud the minds of young wizards, or talking entirely from their own experience, unable to effectively address the troubles their students would experience. There is also a hidden difficulty behind this, which is that the class has not been reasonably planned. Experienced professors like Flitwick and McGonagall, who teach from the 1st year until graduation, know the characteristics of each student well and will provide targeted guidance. And what should be taught at each grade level, how much to teach, and what are the general issues students might encounter, they're very clear about it. And when it comes to the defense against the dark arts, it is already good to be able to learn from the book. Professors like Lupin who think about their students and try to make up for their lack of practical lessons can be few and far between. Most professors will follow their own habits and will talk about something here and there. As one professor will go east, and the other will go west. So some students will be surprised to find, after 7 years, that they have heard 7 classes about the same content from 7 different professors. Snape grunted disdainfully beside him. Isn't that the fact? What's there to discuss? He glanced several times at the new ghost in the corner lightly, feeling it should be related to Felix. The shiny cloak looked really familiar. And this ghost has never spoken since the beginning, putting a high posture, so that the nearly headless Nick who went over to talk snapped and returned. A clamor is heard from the main door, the students' carriage parked at the door. They ran through the heavy rain into the castle, chattering and making a lot of noise. The school instantly filled with a lively atmosphere. Felix also stopped talking, his eyes glowed slightly, and the ghost standing quietly in the corner of the great hall suddenly moved and grabbed the Peeves and flew towards the entrance hall. The students stepped into the entrance hall, shaking the rainwater as they warmed their bodies with the help of torches hanging high on the walls. Gosh, Ron said, shaking his head hard and spilling droplets everywhere, it's simply dripping. Harry silently wrung his own sleeve, squeezing out a large puddle of stagnant water. His shoes and pants were also soaked with water, heavily weighted and dragging downward, his hair clinging wetly to his head. What is that? What is that? Cried Neville, who had been riding in the same carriage with them, with a shocked look on his face. The few people around them looked up at the marble steps leading to the great hall. Near the entrance, a tall figure hovered in midair amidst the wavering torchlight, draped in a long cloak, his sleeves fluttering, his silver eyes completely apathetic. What's that he's carrying in his hand? Someone noticed the commotion from further away. A freshman. Someone guessed as that person looked short, like a baby carrot. How is that possible? They are currently sailing on the lake. Wait, a senior's eyes widened. That's Peeves. Peeves being carried in his hand? Oh my god. No, that's a Dementor, a Dementor. A student with particularly bad eyes screamed. The air instantly froze as the students drew in a cold breath, with their bodies shuddered, and they went into disarray. Expecto Patronum. Harry drew his wand and shouted. Silver light poured out of his wand and spread on the ground. A silver shadow then leaped out of his wand, and it looked like a stag, leaping towards the Dementor. Harry did not have time to think about why the Dementor suddenly appeared in the castle. He looked at his patroness with great anticipation, incredibly sure that it will be like the past, once again will help him. ZZ. Harry wondered if he was seeing things wrong, as the tall Dementor stretched out its free hand and propped up the stag's antlers in one fell swoop, forcing his patroness to halt. He blinked incredulously, his lenses did blur a bit, but he could never mistake a patroness that big. Ron stammered, this should be the leader of the Dementors, right? Look at the size of it, it's not impossible. Hermione shuddered and pulled out her wand to try to protect herself. Expecto Patronum number. A 7th-year student also called out, as a silver panther rushed up and got slapped away by the Dementor, and the free Peeves immediately plunged into the wall and disappeared. Before he left, he shouted exaggeratedly, the new ghost and the students are fighting. The new ghost and the students are fighting. Professor McGonagall hurried over, her peaked cap tilted on her head, and she shouted angrily, Peeves, what are you up to now? But the scene before her was not exactly what she had imagined, and she blinked at the scene. Minerva, it's me. A gentle voice said as the ghost was forced to speak. The sight of the Dementor actually speaking scared several students nearby into a group hug. Professor McGonagall recognized his voice, so she held her breath and yelled at the ghost in a small voice, Felix Hap, impersonating as a Dementor to scare the students is not a decent thing to do, I tell you. It was an accident, sorry Minerva, they mistook me as a Dementor. Ghost Felix said awkwardly, he never thought that someone would identify the ghost as a Dementor, and what was even more outrageous was that Harry immediately cast the patroness spell to attack him. How's their brain even work? Professor McGonagall pursed her lips, her nostrils opening and closing with a heavy breathing sound, a prelude to her outburst. Usually, it will be accompanied by a scolding and a deduction of 20 points, plus a different type of detention, except given that Felix himself is a professor, she can't use any of those latter. I'll leave now. The ghost hurriedly said, he did not want to provoke the raging lion, even Dumbledore won't provoke McGonagall when she is in this state, so he disappeared with a whoosh. Professor McGonagall's chest was heaving, as she glanced at the housepoint hourglasses that used to record the house points in the entrance hall for a while, before she said sternly to the drenched crowd, what are you waiting for, into the Great Hall, quickly. She led the way into the Great Hall, followed by the sagging students, who walked with a splashing sound, leaving a wet footprint. If I were you guys, I'd use a spell to dry the moisture out of my body. Professor McGonagall paused and said with a headache, it is difficult to imagine that among these students, there will be champions who represent Hogwarts and compete for the school's glory in the Tournament of Champions in a month or so. There are 390 chapters on P_Atreon. 351.